Chapter 1. Please call me the master of the museum. Brief introduction. An accidental accident, Shen Ye was reborn into the future world of the second dimension. There are many strong people here, such as supernatural powers, star destroyers, void lords, king of monsters, holy angels, and so on. Shen Ye, who was reborn, also looked away. All sorts of helplessness in the previous life, the next life made him decide to live more freely and easily. With the help of the strange stone of life, Shen Ye gained thousands of abilities, and he smiled at the starry sky from now on. Lonely night, cold rain, Tsing Yi bamboo umbrella, just to wait for the beautiful woman. The black wind is high in the night, and the phantom of the mask, just to win the admiration of the beauty. Don't say that brother is Sea King, brother is just a legend. Brother is neither scumbag nor bad, and even more nasty. Don't think that if you show off a little coquettish, brother will be obediently hooked. My mother, bah, I screamed, but the 6 relatives didn't recognize me. If there is a saying, it is to experience life. Little people are happy, and being a savior is exempt, but being a little hero to save the United States is barely okay. Chapter 1 Journey. The Second Galaxy. Second Class Star by Kixing, Autumn. Outside the interstellar airport, a little bit of cold rain fell. A depressed figure raised his hand to tighten the slightly thin windbreaker on his body, and looked up at the airport entrance in front of him. Then turned around with mixed feelings, and sighed a few times when he looked at the lanterns behind him. I wanted to come to this strange world by myself and finally had a warm home, but now I have to embark on my own journey of life alone. Hey! Everyone in the world says that the world is shocking, and they all want to see Shangxi Yanhua, but they don't know the helplessness of life. It is really enough to fuck. At this time, the airport broadcast suddenly sounded a sweet voice. Dear passengers, the T-103 interstellar flight to Autumn Star is about to take off, please go to the boarding gate. The figure in front of him, after hearing the broadcast sound, paused for a while, and immediately took off his windbreaker. Only a young man with jet black hair and sharp eyes was exposed, and he ran towards the airport entrance. Let. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Some of the overtaken passengers suddenly yelled. Hurry up and reincarnate. The 2 uniformed security guards at the airport gate rushed up when they saw the teenager rushing over. One hand grabs the boy's clothes. But the young man struggled desperately. This passenger, you haven't checked through security yet. Put a hammer, my ship is about to fly. No, you can't pass, you must go through security check. The 2 uncles of the security guard dragged the boy in front of him, glaring at him. Okay, security check, security check. The boy in front of him quickly took out his ID card from his pocket, and then threw his suitcase on the instrument next to him. Rushed into the security gate and saw the identification information on the display board above. Shen Ye, male, 18 years old. All right? The spacecraft is about to fly. Shen Ye hurriedly urged. Your surname is Shen? Are you from the Shen family? The security guard looked at the displayed information and asked hesitantly. Aren't you nonsense? It's not very clear on the information. You hurry up. I'm too late. Shen Ye was almost dying of anxiety, and almost jumped up and down. Go quickly, I'll help you carry the suitcase. Uncle Security hurriedly carried Shen Ye's suitcase, and the 2 of them threw their legs and ran into it. In the cold rain, a luxurious interstellar spacecraft began to warm up. In the special cabin of the T-103 interstellar flight, an embarrassed figure ran in panting. I wiped it, but I almost missed it. Fortunately, I caught up within a few seconds of the last boarding. Shen Ye secretly rejoiced. Then Shen Ye found seat A1 at a glance. It was not bad. It was a separate position by the window. He simply stuffed his suitcase into the storage area next to the seat. Sat down, leaning on the back of the chair and let out a sigh of relief. I am exhausted. At this time, a beautiful-looking flight attendant in a red uniform followed Shen Ye and squatted down and said, "Mr. Shen, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I can't take the suitcase for you. This flight will definitely not take off until you board the plane." After Shen Ye finished listening, he looked petrified and still had such a good treatment. He couldn't believe it, but thinking about it, it seems that the plane ticket was given by the family. "Mr. Shen, I am your exclusive butler for this journey. Let me cover you with a blanket. The temperature is a bit cold." "No, I can do it by myself, you can do your job first." Shen Ye waved his hand and refused with a smile, he was really not used to it. "Then if you have any instructions, please press the next button and I will be there on call." "Okay." Shen Ye nodded slightly in response. After the flight attendant left, Shen Ye adjusted the back of the chair, lay back and covered it with a blanket, slowly closed his eyes, and gradually fell into memory. The inactive Shen Ye in the previous life lived alone in a bachelor apartment. Relying on the meager manuscript fees, eating, drinking and waiting to die, in his 30s, he did nothing, not even a wife. "I thought it would be like this in my life, but it's actually pretty good." Until one day, night falls. Shen Ye walked into the convenience store downstairs and shouted in a loud voice, "Shen Ye, I have a box of instant noodles for special events. It is not only cheap, but also a lucky draw. Would you like to have some?" Shen Ye raised his head and looked at the convenience store owner listlessly. "Is it about to expire?" "Haha, no. It's just that the factory has ceased production and closed down, and is doing sales promotion." "Really? Then bring me a box." Shen Ye took out the only 100 yuan bill left in his pocket and handed it to the boss reluctantly. "Okay." The owner of the convenience store quickly moved a box of instant noodles and handed it to Shen Ye. He found the change by the way, and finally took out a lottery box and handed it over. "Come and try your luck." Shen Ye didn't have much hope, he put his hand in, and took one out. Took another steel peg from his pocket and began to scrape. "I saw the word thank you appear first." Shen Ye sighed helplessly. "Just know that there is no such good luck. Don't sigh, boy, just stick to it, maybe it will work from time to time. Do you want another box?" The owner of convenience showed his white teeth and asked enthusiastically. "Forget it, I can't finish it." Shen Ye originally planned to throw away the lottery ticket, but for some reason the ghost and goddess scraped the remaining part. "Win the jackpot." "Thank you for winning." Shen Ye was also taken aback, and then showed an expression of ecstasy. "Boss, I won the lottery." Said that Shen Ye handed the lottery ticket to the boss. The boss took the lottery ticket and took a look, raised his hand and patted Shen Ye's shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Congratulations, you won the first prize." "Really? Did I make a fortune? What are the prizes?" Shen Ye asked very much expectantly. "Movie ticket." The convenience store owner smiled and said to Shen Ye. Shen Ye's smile stiffened, and he pulled his hips a little, like a frustrated ball, and said listlessly, "No more. Why don't you let me go and have a look?" "I'm not interested, I have to go back to catch up the draft." "That's wrong with you. You see that you are usually so house, and you haven't even dated a girl. This is a great opportunity. Only when you go to the movie theater can you see the beautiful women and the girls, and you will have the opportunity. There is always a change." The owner of the convenience store enlightened Shen Ye meaningfully. "Okay." Shen Ye thought for a while, and it seemed to make sense, so he stretched out his hand. "That's right, here are the movie tickets." After finishing talking, Uncle Convenience puts a wad of movie tickets directly in Shen Ye's hand. After receiving the movie ticket, Shen Ye walked out of the convenience store. As soon as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and stared at the movie ticket in his hand. "So many? Private room? Where's the girl from MMP private room? Shenya walked to the trash can, and wanted to throw it away. But he hesitated again, it was a pity to think about throwing it away. Hey, forget it, let's go to the movie theater. Then I will discuss with the movie theater owner to see if I can change a few different dates, so I can use it when I want to go. Chapter 2 Arrival. Not long after, Shenya appeared in front of an old-fashioned building and raised his head to look at this scumbag movie theater. Looking down at the movie ticket in his hand, it suddenly didn't smell good. Chapter 2. Evergreen Cinema. How come I see the name of this movie ticket so familiar? It turns out to be this movie theater. Shenya muttered to herself with some emotion, recalling that when he was a child, his mother had brought him here. At that time, it was super lively here, but I didn't expect it to be so dilapidated now. But all came, and Shenya didn't think much, so he walked in. The hall is very dim, and only a light bulb is on. This electricity bill is also a bit outrageous. But why is there no one? Shenya looked everywhere, there was no one, not even the cashier. Fucking trough won't close, right? Anyone? Anyone there? Stop yelling, someone. An old man who was about to lose his teeth, sat up from under the cash register, looked as though he was not awake, he should have been asleep before. Hello, uncle, I'm here to watch a movie. Shenya stepped forward and hurriedly handed over the movie ticket in his hand. Uncle glanced, and said listlessly, Hall 1, just go directly in. Master, I have so many tickets in my hand, can I have a discussion, how many long-term tickets can I change? Shenya said cheeky. Exchange for a long-term ticket? You should save the time. This cinema will be closed tomorrow, and today you are lucky to catch the last train. Uncle looked up and down Shenya and said. Isn't it? Shenyi's cheeks twitched, as expected, cheap but not good. He turned around and prepared to walk towards Hall 1, when the uncle's voice suddenly sounded behind him. And many more. Shenya stopped and looked at the uncle. What's wrong? Would you like some popcorn? The uncle looked at Shenya with some expectation, maybe before the bankruptcy, he could sell a copy to make more money. No need for this, I have instant noodles. Shenya raised the box of instant noodles in his hand and replied. Hey! What a shame! The uncle shook his head and wanted to lie down. Shenya suddenly remembered something at this time, and asked, Uncle, can you give me some hot water and let me soak it? There is a hot pot next to it and pour it by myself. The uncle replied irritably. Thanks. Shenya hurriedly thanked him. Then, Shenya carried the bag of instant noodles filled with hot water in his hand and walked to cinema number 1. Before leaving, he turned his head and shouted to the uncle. Master, I put my box of instant noodles on the counter, please take a look at it for me, don't let others take it away. I know. The ghost will take you. The uncle didn't reply angrily. Soon Shenya walked into the number 1 cinema, it was empty and there was no one, and the projection screen lit up. The huge title appeared. What kind of movie is this? Shenya sat in the front row, blowing on the instant noodles while watching the movie. Soon the movie began, and the music sounded. Shenya was eating instant noodles and watching a hot-blooded movie. He was very fascinated. He hadn't seen a movie seriously for a long time. The battle on the screen and the impassioned story ignited the passion that had been silent for a long time. The whole movie lasted until midnight. After was over, Shenya held the box of instant noodles and walked out of the cinema with passion. He seemed to be 18 years old and regained his confidence in life. Feeling that his life is full of new vitality, he decided to start working hard from today. So he carried the box of instant noodles and ran home all the way, as the first step in life, exercise. Ran, Shenya on the spaceship suddenly woke up, sat up abruptly, touched his forehead, sweating violently. That's how I ran all the way home, but when he was too tired, he lay down and closed his eyes and never woke up again. When I could open my eyes again, I came to this world. But fortunately, the heavens did not treat him badly. In this life, he was reborn and cast into a wealthy family, which is what they call the Shen family. The Shen family is one of the three major families in the Baikixing, the second-level empire, and the Qiun Empire. It has high power and status, and the entire planet retains ancient traditions. And although Shen Ye is not directly in the Shen family, he still enjoys a good treatment. At least I had enough milk pipes when I was born, and I was held in the palm of my hand by my family since I was a child. Because Shen Ye hasn't been crying since he was a child, he is extremely smart, and was once considered a wizard of heaven. Even got a baby kiss. However, nothing happened. Shen Ye's cultivation talent was mediocre when he grew up, and compared to other people, it dragged a lot of it. The main reason is that this world is not the same as the world he used to recognize. Regardless of the advanced technology here, it is actually a foil. The real powerhouses are all old fairies who have been practicing for thousands of years, and their major is a power called the power of the starry sky, commonly known as the power of the stars. And it's not as simple as just practicing. If you want to become a strong person, you must also have something called a strange stone. The so-called strange stone was originally called Kira stone. It is said to be a stone left by the of creation. It can give people a variety of powers. Only you can't think of it, and you can't do it without it. As for the star power is to stimulate the source of strange stones. In fact, the popular point is to use the blue value of the skill to play the game. There is another very important reason why everyone abandons technology and chooses to practice star power. That is, the stronger the star power, the stronger the life and the longer the life. This is why everyone flocks to it. Compared with the protagonists of other novels, there must be gold fingers. Moreover, he was given an extra large golden finger, which made Shen Ye unable to start. When Shen Ye was reborn, he could look inside his own spiritual world, and there was a pitted dark purple boulder floating in the sky, which was 1,000 feet high. Therefore, every time you practice, you will be sucked away a lot of star power, not 1 in 10. Made his cultivation very slow, no matter how hard he puts in. Even his 2 brothers and 1 sister secretly divided him the star stones used for cultivation, and they couldn't catch up with his peers in the clan. Gradually, Shen Ye accepted this reality. The 16-year-old coming-of-age ceremony is also a fork in the fate of the young people of Shen Ye's generation. Without exception, the most outstanding members of the family were sent to the Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter 4 Seasons Academy for Advanced Studies, which is also commonly known as the University of Shen Yeqian. Those members with good grades will stay in the domestic colleges for further studies. After they finish their studies, they will be assigned to various important positions in the country. As for people with bad grades like Shen Ye and no talent for cultivation, there is no such thing as dog blood incidents, ostracism, cold eyes, etc. that happened in those novels. The family also made arrangements for them. Take Shen Ye himself as an example. He was sent to the family training center to study for 3 months. After he came out, he took up the post of the steward of the family's high-end hotel, with an annual salary of 120,000 stars. It's a high salary to include food and housing, and it's no problem to support yourself. If you work hard for 10 years, it will be very easy to take a wife and start a family. It's just that Shen Ye gave up this easy life after thinking about it. Thinking of the inaction in his previous life, he planned to take a fight in this life, so he resolutely embarked on the journey to the Star of Autumn. Of course, Shen Ye would never admit it. He just saw the propaganda poster of the Autumn Star, and the girls in it are simply more beautiful. That's why I plan to run there to start a business, by the way, turn a girl haha. Just as Shen Ye thought about getting happier, a clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Dear passengers, this interstellar flight T-103 is about to land on the transit planet, Chuji. Hey? I arrived at the transit planet so quickly, and I walked halfway, the speed is really unreasonable. Shen Ye was also a little surprised. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps. The very beautiful lady flight attendant led a fat man in a white shirt and tie to walk in. Mr. Tang Hao, this is A2, your seat. Thank you. Tang Hao sat down with a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to take out the tissue from his pocket and wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. Shen Ye also glanced at it without paying too much attention. A moment later, the T-103 interstellar flight took off again. Hey, brother, did you also go to the Star of Autumn? Tang Hao greeted Shen Ye familiarly. Yes. Shen Ye replied politely, of course, this sentence is pure nonsense, this flight is bound for the Autumn Star, we're not to go there. Brother, what did you go to Autumn Star for? Tang Hao asked curiously. Go to start a business and work hard. Shen Ye replied casually. Tang Hao slapped his thigh fiercely, his chubby face blooming with a smile. What a coincidence, I also went to start a business. Shen Ye replied in shock. You also start a business? That is, but I brought all my savings, there are 100W stars. It's quite a lot, I don't know what you plan to do. Shen Ye nodded, knowing that he also brought 30W stars to the Autumn Star this time. These are the pocket money he saved when he was a child and when he was a hotel manager. I haven't thought about it yet, but don't worry, I'll have a clue when I get to the place, and I heard that the sister of Autumn Star is beautiful and watery. Tang Hao chatted with Shen Ye very excitedly. The corners of Shen Ye's mouth twitched, whether this guy was going to start a business or go to pick up girls, and he didn't succeed yet, so he started to remember the girl. However, according to Tang Hao, there is no delay in picking up girls and starting a business. Of course, Shen Ye didn't laugh at Tang Hao either. It seemed that he was no better than him. Just like that, the two of them had one sentence, and there was no sentence, and time passed by quickly. Dear passengers, this flight is about to arrive at the Autumn Interplanetary Airport, please bring your belongings. So fast. After Shen Ye recovered, he looked out the window. In the starry sky, a very beautiful red planet is getting closer and closer. Shen Ye was also a little dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful planet. As the spacecraft approached, the appearance of the Autumn Star was reflected in Shen Ye's eyes. At a glance, the whole Autumn Star has more than 50% of the area, covered by trees of red maple leaves, and the endless sea of red trees is very spectacular and shocking. And in the sea of red trees, huge future cities stand among them. It's great, girls, I'm here! Tang Hao exclaimed very excitedly. Chapter 3. After a while, the two of them walked off the spaceship together with their suitcases, and there were brightly dressed passengers everywhere. The two passages leading to the boarding exit are constantly showing advertisements of all kinds of beautiful and handsome guys. Soon, Shen Ye and Tang Hao walked out of the station. Just stepping out, a lot of soliciting scalpers immediately surrounded them with great enthusiasm. Are you eating? Accommodation? We are very cheap here. Brother! Take a taxi! Hearing these familiar soliciting sounds, Shen Ye also burst into tears. He was a little doubtful whether he was going back to that silly world again. Brother? Do you think you need something? These soliciting scalpers in front of them looked at Shen Ye's sad expression, their eyes suddenly flashed, and another fat sheep was hooked. No, you don't need anything, someone will pick you up, you have a place to live, bring your own dry food. Shen Ye's expression turned 180 degrees, an expression that turned away thousands of miles away. The soliciting scalpers who were present in an instant are all petrified, and MMP has gone away. Meta-connoisseur. Shen Ye turned his head subconsciously and just wanted to pull Tang Hao to go with him. Suddenly, his eyes were about to stare out, and I saw an uncle who was very stylishly dressed, holding various albums of beautiful women, and was bombarding Tang Hao wildly. I have all kinds of girls here, and there is also the service of sharing couples. Real. Tang Hao's eyes flashed suddenly. Ahem, but it still depends on your charm, but Mr. Yi, you are so handsome, you are not easy to catch. The uncle praised Tang Hao eloquently. Shen Ye coughed and shouted. Hey, Tang Hao! Tang Hao looked back at Shen Ye, and said to Shen Ye. Brothers want to be together, it seems pretty good. Ahem, no need, brother Tang Hao, won't you go? Shen Ye winked at Tang Hao, thinking about it with his toes, and knowing that this group of scalpers squatting at the airport exit must be dead. I have something to leave, brother, let's go first. Tang Hao didn't notice Shen Yi's reminder at all. That uncle is also a human spirit, and immediately put his back on Tang Hao and said. Let's go first, and I'll introduce you to you while I'm walking. There are so many services. While talking, directly hooked Tang Hao away. Shen Ye shook his head, it didn't matter to him, he had already kindly reminded him that more is worse than less. So Shen Ye carried the suitcase, crowded out the crowd, and walked towards the high-speed rail station. When came, Shen Ye did a lot of homework ahead of time, and checked a lot of strategies on the Star of Autumn. Autumn Star is the next star in the Alliance government constellation, with a permanent population of 1.6233.9 million. The whole planet has no seasons, only autumn, which is very habitable. Its capital, Autumn City, is extremely prosperous, and it is home to one of the 5 highest-level colleges of the Alliance government, the Autumn Academy. There are as many students here every year for further studies. A large number of people gather, in addition to causing prosperity, it also creates high consumption. So try to reduce expenses as much as possible. Chapter 3 Inspection. Autumn Star Central Deciduous Street, Shen Ye walked on the sidewalk with his suitcase, and looked at the surrounding buildings. There are not only towering and luxurious buildings, but also many retro buildings under the ivy. The various styles are intertwined, not abrupt at all, but look unusually harmonious. Except for the main driveway, which is hardened with special cement, the other 2 sides are paved with blue stone. Maple trees were planted on both sides of the street, and red maple leaves fell. This beautiful feeling is also leveraged, which makes people feel like they want to fall in love. Even the walking passers-by are full of youthful vitality. All kinds of clothes, so seductive, so white. Baba, what do I think? It should be very good and powerful. Hey, brother, let Jean, you are blocking our lens. Several uncles wearing work clothes and carrying professional video cameras waved at Shen Ye Kuang desperately in annoyance. At this time, Shen Ye, who was staring at the heroine wearing exotic costumes, suddenly recovered and coughed. Haha, I'm sorry. Really, another little furry boy who doesn't know which country comes from. Forget it, don't worry about him, hurry up and shoot. After apologizing, Shen Ye quickly stepped aside and muttered to himself solemnly. The entertainment industry here is also really developed, and you can come across micro-video shooters if you take a few steps. After those people left, Shen Ye took a deep breath, refreshed himself, and suggested to himself. Very good, start to work. So he started to stroll along the street from one store to another. Of course, Shen Ye is not just walking around, he is counting the types of stores nearby, and the flow of people, etc. He wants to start a survey for his own business. There is a saying that there is no business that can be casually succeeded. It is necessary to make corresponding efforts. Not to mention that I want to succeed in starting a business in Autumn Star. Autumn Star is one of the 4 seasons planets. The so-called 4 seasons planets are planets named after the seasons. They are the star of spring, the star of summer, the star of autumn, and the star of winter. The most intuitive manifestation of the naming is that the seasons of these 4 planets are just like names. Of course, it's not just that simple, and I don't know if it's because of the climate that causes people living on these planets to naturally experience some group changes. For example, the girl who lives in the spring star tends to be sweet and gentle, just like a spring breeze. In fact, when Shenya chose to go to the Four Seasons planet, he was very tempted by the spring star, but after repeated weighing, he gave up. As for the reason, it was purely a lottery, and the Star of Autumn was caught. As for Xiaozhixing, it is said that the girls there are as enthusiastic, lively, and cheerful as fire, and they are also very good, but it is a pity that it is too hot and was directly ignored by Shen Yat. The girl who lives in the Star of Autumn has a reserved temperament, rich emotion, mature and stable, and the climate is very suitable for living. In the end, she was lucky to be caught by Shen Yat. The last winter star was actually even more exciting for Shen Yat, because among the 4 planets, the winter star had the highest gold content. And the girl of winter star tends to be reserved and cold, which is indeed very good, but it is a pity that the whole planet is too cold. Four Seasons planet is a first-class neutral planet directly under the Alliance government, and above them is the main star of the Alliance government, the Star of Creation. Therefore, as the largest transit planet of the Alliance government, no matter what it is very excellent. Especially in terms of outsiders, there are countless more, which has also created the prosperity of the Four Seasons planet. Of course, in some ways, it has become a mixed bag. But the security aspect is very good. For example, you can see uniformed guards patrolling every street. Like Shen Ye walking around on the street carrying a suitcase, it is natural to focus on the object, and they will unceremoniously stare at Shen Ye. However, Shen Ye didn't care at all. They were just ordinary guards, which were used to maintain normal law and order. There are 2 types of security personnel in this world, one is these ordinary guards, and the other is the Star Warrior, that is, the warrior who cultivates the power of the stars. That is the real strong. In a sense, Shen Ye is also considered a Star Warrior. Of course, he is the most scumbag Star Warrior. At present, his combat power has not exceeded 5. But the physical aspect is still better than ordinary people. After all, I still have practiced. So even though Shen Ye ignored the guards, he was still very honest and hurried away. If you are treated as a suspicious person when you look back, please go and drink tea. The next day, Shen Ye walked out of an alley in Louis Avenue, his expression was also painful. It's really expensive, just this small hotel. It doesn't matter what you want, and you dare to collect 500 stars a day. It seems that you have to start looking for a house quickly. Thinking of this, Shen Ye picked up the phone and started to locate the destination he was going to, and set off quickly. Before came, Shen Ye found a reliable intermediary company on the internet. In order to prevent himself from being slaughtered, Shen Ye did not go straight to the intermediary company after arriving at the Star of Autumn. After a while, Shen Ye took a public rail car and came to a store. He raised his head and looked at the house number. Inquire about the intermediary office, so small. Seeing the name, look at the door. It is small and pitiful. It is not as good as the door of a small public toilet. Look down at the profile picture on the phone. The magnificent independent skyscraper, 5-star luxury decoration, century-old noble butler-style service. I slipped away. When Shen Ye turned around and wanted to leave, he heard a voice behind him. Isn't this Mr. Shen? You are finally here. I have been waiting for you here for several days. At this time, an uncle who was wearing a white shirt, black pants and a bow tie was full of scumbags. He rushed out of the shop and greeted Shen Ye with warm greetings. Shen Ye twitched and replied. No, you have admitted the wrong person, I will go now. Ding ding. Just when Shen Ye was about to leave, the phone rang suddenly. The uncle in front of him lifted his mobile phone and shook it against Shen Ye. The screen showed dialing, Fat Sheep 173. Haha, I was joking with you, I am Mr. Shen, but you are sure, this is the intermediary of base who? It seems to be a serious discrepancy. Shen Ye replied with a smile, adhering to the cheeky spirit that he is not embarrassed but embarrassed by others. Ha ha! Uncle also laughed loudly, and then changed his mind without saying anything, and then said to Shen Ye, "We will give you a 50% discount on the service fee. Make a deal." Shen Ye didn't even think about it and replied decisively, "Be refreshed. Come with me." Uncle waved his hand at Shen Ye. Shen Ye followed the uncle in front of him and walked into the shop sideways. It was okay inside, at least a dozen square meters. Walked to the desk and sat down. The uncle took out an old yellowed map from the drawer and put it directly on the table. "Don't underestimate my small shop, but I am definitely an elite in the intermediary industry. If I have to say who knows the city of Autumn best, I will dare to be second, no one dare to be the first." Shen Ye didn't treat him politely, so he coughed and said, "Okay, stop blowing, let's start to cut into the theme. Let me talk about my needs first. I want to open a hotel, the location is on Louis Street." Hearing what Shen Ye said, Bao Cheng felt like seeing his parents, so he almost knelt down for Shen Ye. "Hotel? Mr. Shen, you have found the right person. This matter is covered by me. No matter what price you want or how many skyscrapers you want, there is no problem." "Stop. I am planning to open a hotel, but the budget is limited, so I will start with a small hotel first." If Shen Ye interrupted Bao Cheng directly, he coughed and explained. Bao Cheng's smile stiffened, and he adjusted back quickly. "It's okay, it's all the same, isn't it a hotel? That's not bad. I also have a few great places here, I can introduce you to them." Then turned on the computer and called up a flat floor house for rent. Chapter 4. The area at the center of Louis Avenue is 1,000 square meters, with convenient transportation, easy access to all directions, and convenient traffic. There are several private schools nearby, so I don't need to say more about the opening rate, you know. Hey! Very good, how much is the rent? Shen Ye is also very heart-stirring. Not much, the annual rent is 2.4 million stars. Bao Cheng highly recommends. Shen Ye also looked dazed, and the houses in this alley should be so expensive? Negro. Too expensive. It's expensive. Go and ask. This is the fairest price. You can't find it anywhere. Bao Cheng tried his best to explain to Shen Ye. Shen Ye touched his forehead, but also had a headache. How can I rent it so expensive? I have a total of 300,000 stars in my hand. The original budgeted rent could not be more than 100,000 at most, because I still need to renovate and operate. So he said to Bao Cheng decisively. No, it's too expensive. Is there any point to the outside area? Yes. There are also in the second ring area. As a professional, Bao Cheng still has professional ethics. The second ring road is also okay, but it's still on Louis Street. No problem, I have 3 places here. This one is 500 square meters smaller, the annual rent is 750,000, the thief is cheap, and it also comes with a gate. No way, too expensive. It's still expensive, then look at this one. Gradually, Shen Ye and Bao Cheng became very engaged in research. After studying for a long time, the two of them saw the area of the 5th ring of the City of Autumn from the central area of the City of Autumn. This is the head office, 600 square meters, annual rent of 120,000, and it is also next to Louis Avenue. Bao Cheng is also about to vomit blood. Are you sure you are next to the Avenue of Fallen Leaves? Why do I feel a little bit off, or forget it? Shen Ye looked at the map, took his little finger and compared it, it seemed to be a bit crooked. You must know that the more you go out, the worse the flow of people. If it is not next to the main road, there will be less traffic. Seeing is believing, I will show you. Bao Cheng saw that Shen Ye was a little shaken, the list might be flying, and his eyes rolled and said, "Row." Shen Ye thought about it next time. "Well, let's go." Bao Cheng immediately took Shen Ye into his second-hand little beetle and set off, racing fast throughout the journey. Inside the whole old little beetle, there was a creak. Shen Ye twitched his mouth and chatted with Bao Cheng. "Uncle, how many years has your car been and it hasn't been scrapped yet?" "Not many years, it will be 100 years, don't worry, my beloved little steel cannon will definitely be fine for another 100 years. Bao Cheng bit a cigarette and listened to the best music, driving even more excited. Shen Ye closed his eyes silently, as if he hadn't heard him, comforted himself, "It's okay." Day. Clatter. At this time, the ear-piercing horn sounded. Shen Ye opened his eyes for a moment, and saw that the charter and a sports car were parallel to each other, and no one would let anyone else. Saw that sports car slam on the accelerator. Boom! Rushed directly, then a hand stretched out from the car window and raised a middle finger. Shen Ye was taken aback. Sure enough, this iconic action is universal everywhere. "Oh, arrogant! Brother, sit down." "Hey, what are you doing?" Shen Ye suddenly reacted. Hadn't finished speaking, Bao Cheng stepped on the gas pedal fiercely, and the whole wrecked car was full of power and swayed to catch up. "Fuck! Drag racing!" Shen Ye's face turned green. After half an hour, the old little beetle stopped by the street. Shen Ye opened the car door and went down, his legs trembling. "Haha, here we are, this is it." Bao Cheng looks like nothing happened. Shen Ye let out a long sigh of relief, then came back slowly, raised his head and looked over. An old dilapidated house appeared in front of him. Shen Ye turned his head again to look at the avenue of fallen leaves in the distance. "Nima. This straight line distance is at least 1 kilometer." Shen Ye turned his head decisively and left. Bao Cheng hurriedly stopped Shen Ye when he saw this. "Mr. Shen, I'm not satisfied." "Not satisfied? It's okay, I still have several sets, these are just appetizers." Bao Cheng explained quickly. "Okay, I will believe you again for the time being." Shen Ye also had no choice, all came, and it seemed that his rent could only be rented in the area of the 5th Ring Road. But then again, all belong to the City of Autumn, but this place is not generally shabby. There is even a lot of on the ground. Although the flow of people here is good, it is just poorly dressed, even much worse than the planet that lived before sinking into the night. This class of fault is not normal. Then, Shen Ye followed the package to see the house everywhere. A few hours later, the two came out of a house. Shen Ye shook his head and said, "No, it's too expensive. It costs 170,000 yuan for 400 yuan. Robbery. You see, this is a house close to Falling Leaves Avenue, with a doorway and a storefront. It is really cost-effective." Bao Cheng tried his best to explain that he was about to vomit blood too, and the two of them had watched at least a dozen sets, and there was no time to eat for lunch. Shen Ye weighed repeatedly, still shaking his head. Because it is still over his budget, he can accept the limit of 150,000, and he has to keep at least half of it as decoration and start-up funds. "Forget it, I didn't think I could find it for a while, just see it here, and watch it next time." "Don't, I'll think about it again." Bao Cheng was also anxious and sweating. "Do you have anything else?" Yes." Bao Cheng suddenly had an idea, and said to Shen Ye. "Are you sure? Don't use the side ball to fool me again." "How can I fool you? I really have a good place. The location is not only good, but also big enough, and the key is cheap enough. You don't need to rent, just buy it directly with your financial resources." Bao Cheng said to Shen Ye, trying his best. Shen Ye looked up and down Bao Cheng, and said angrily, "Are you kidding me? How can there be such a house? It's over there, you come with me, and I will show you." Bao Cheng pointed to an alley on the opposite side of Louis Avenue. Shen Ye is also a little hesitant. No matter how you look at it, it feels like a routine. Seeing that Shen Ye hesitated, Bao Cheng quickly said, I'm here, and it won't be so good after a glance. Is it possible that I can still fool you? Besides, I want to fool you, and you won't be fooled, you said. Right. Chapter 4 The Haunted House. Chen Ye heard Bao Cheng's explanation, and his hesitation was temporarily relieved. It's okay to take a look anyway, at best, you can be clever and don't be fooled. Good. Mr. Shen is really happy, come with me. Bao Cheng made a request to Shen Ye. Shen Ye dubiously followed Bao Cheng from the flyover to the opposite side of Louis Avenue. Soon Bao Cheng took Shen Ye into an alley. Shen Ye subconsciously thought that he was going to go far inside. But after only walking 7 or 8 meters, the package journey stopped. Stopped in front of a closed shop. Shen Ye raised his head and looked at the store door. The sign was severely broken, and only the word tavern could be vaguely seen. Are you sure it is here? Shen Ye couldn't believe it. This location is good, although it is not on Louis Street. However, it is easy to find the head area in the alleys of the intersection. Pedestrians passing by the deciduous street are more likely to be able to see it. Of course it is here. Talking about Bao Cheng fumbling around in his pocket. Are you sure you have the key? Shen Ye was even more suspicious after seeing Bao Cheng couldn't get out the key for a long time. Haha, I forgot to bring it, but what key do I need? This door is open, let's go in. Bao Cheng didn't feel embarrassed at all, he reached out his hand and pushed the door of the store, but he pushed it open. Shen Ye's face twitched, but after all the doors opened, he followed Bao Cheng and walked in. After entering the store, it suddenly became clear. The space is quite large. The first floor is about 100 square meters. But it was messy inside, full of pungent wine smell, broken tables, chairs, and glass everywhere. It was a forced demolition site. There are always 3 floors here, as well as a basement for the delivery floor. Each floor is about 100 square meters, which is more than that. This pub also has a backyard of more than 50 square meters and a bungalow of 100 square meters. Although the overall size is small, it's a bit, but the price is super bargain. Bao Cheng took Shen Ye up to the 2nd floor. The stairs were made of wood and creaked as they stepped on it. Is densely covered with dust, it can be seen that it has not been maintained for a long time. Shen Ye was a little worried whether he would fall. Bao Cheng pushed open a room on the 2nd floor to show Shen Ye. How about? The lighting is invincible. Every room has its own window. After half an hour, Shen Ye probably looked at the house inside and out. To be honest, except for a little bit, all the conditions are not faulty. Are you satisfied? Bao Cheng looked at Shen Ye with a smile on his face, and handed over a bottle of mineral water. Not bad, let's talk about the rent. Chapter 5. Shen Ye squinted his eyes while drinking water. The critical moment came. No matter how satisfied he is with the house, if the money cannot be negotiated, everything is a fart. Don't worry about this, I will make you satisfied. You don't need to rent this house, you can buy it directly, it only needs 150,000 stars. Bao Cheng replied, patting his chest. Shen Ye sprayed a sip of water directly on Bao Cheng's face, asking with an incredible expression. Buy 150,000 stars? You are my 3-year-old kid, I will believe you a ghost. 150,000 stars is estimated to be enough for 1 year's rent, are you kidding me? Mr. Shen, how dare I fool you? I promise in the name of my dear mother that you are my most important guest, and I will lie to no one. Bao Cheng raised his right hand, swearing, his eyes were extremely sincere. I don't believe it, 150,000 stars, such a good thing, why don't you buy it yourself? Shen Ye replied without angrily, this guy is either purely making him happy, or he just wants to cheat money. I am a professional with professional ethics, How can I do such a thing of guarding and stealing? Bao Cheng has a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance, completely lying and not flushing. Shen Ye gave him a thumbs up. Nima was so cheeky. Whatever you say, I won't believe it. Mr. Shen, you must believe what I said, this house is really 15W stars. Think about it, so cheaply you can own a real estate in the city of Autumn, and suddenly become a family with a house, marrying a wife and having children and embarking on life peak is not a dream. Do not believe. Really, you believe me? I believe you a ghost. Really? Bao Cheng tried his best to explain and promised Shen Ye. At this time, Shen Ye really wanted to leave, but it was a lie to say that he didn't move. The price is simply the price of cabbage. Even if Shen Ye knew that there was a problem, his heart would be restless. Shen Ye looked at Bao Cheng cruelly and said, "Don't fight me, haha, please explain to me honestly, what is the problem with this house, the debt dispute? Can't transfer the ownership. There are none of these, as long as you are willing to buy, you can sign a contract to transfer the account immediately." Bao Cheng patted his chest and said, "Impossible, there is absolutely no problem, you can honestly explain to me." Shen Ye doesn't believe it anymore. Isn't this a free gift? Is there such a good thing in the world? If his face was so pale, he would believe it. Well, since you have asked so, then I will tell you the real reason. This tavern is deadly. It is a murderous house. It cannot be sold at all, so it is so cheap. Bao Cheng can only tell the truth helplessly. I'll just say that there is a problem, but are you sure it's really just because someone died? Shen Ye is still a bit suspicious, not at ease. At such a cheap price, there are 180 without death. I am really sorry for its price. It's true, how dare I lie to you? You know, too, the Star of Autumn. People who can buy a house are very particular about it. Bao Cheng tried his best to brainwash Shen Ye. If it's just a haunted house, I don't care. I don't believe this. Shen Ye didn't even want to reply, although he himself was the best example. But he still doesn't believe it, because being poor is more terrifying. Then it will be easy to handle. What are you hesitating about? Buy decisively, and you will never lose out. Shen Ye's expression changed for a while. After weighing it for a long time, he finally couldn't hold back, and gritted his teeth. Well, if it's as you said, then I will buy it. That's right, sign the contract. I will sign the transfer directly to you online, and give you the key by the way. Bao Cheng's greasy face almost burst into laughter. Seeing Bao Cheng smiling so happily, Shen Ye also became more uneasy, always wondering if he had been fooled, and quickly reminded him. It is said that the service fee is 50% off. Understood, I will charge you 1% of the agency fee, no extra dime, go. Go. Let's sign the contract. Bao Cheng pushed Shen Ye to leave quickly, for fear that he would change on the spot again. After a long time, at the Baoding intermediary shop, Shen Ye signed a contract with his name and transferred the money as agreed. Bao Cheng Molly signed shenye.com on the computer, and it was done quickly. Chapter 5 The Night Bearer. Shen Ye immediately received feedback from the Autumn Star Housing Bureau. Dear Mr. Shen Ye, congratulations on obtaining the property rights of the Autumn Star No. F13940 Real Estate. Shen Ye looked at the information, still in a daze. Really done it? At this time, Bao Cheng directly took out 2 keys from the drawer and handed them to Shen Ye, and said with a smile on his face. Here is the key, you take it, I look forward to your next visit. That's it. Wait until the transfer of the ownership does not require the original owner to confirm it. Shen Ye suddenly reacted. Haha, there is no need for the original owner to die, you can rest assured that you can live in it. From now on, there will be your nest. Well, I'm leaving. Shen Yizong felt that he had overlooked something, but it was a pity that he couldn't remember it for a while. Forget it, I don't want to, I bought it all. You go slowly. Bao Cheng sent off Shen Ye away with great enthusiasm. At night, Shen Ye came to the entrance of the tavern with a suitcase, looked at the dilapidated shop, and was silent for a long time. Come on. Please take care of me in the future. Shen Ye made a gesture of cheering with confidence, which is to cheer herself up. Then he bowed to the door, as a greeting. After all, this is his first stop to start his own business. Pushed open the door, and Shen Ye walked in with the suitcase. He randomly found a room on the second floor and swept out a clean area. Took out some thick clothes from the suitcase and spread them on the ground. Lay on the ground, stretched out, and make do for a night. After all, after a busy day, it's tired enough, so let's go shopping tomorrow. It is estimated that some of them will be busy these days. Thinking about it, Shen Yi's eyelids got heavier and heavier, and soon fell asleep. Today I followed the package for a day, and I was really exhausted. The night gradually got deeper and deeper, and the crisp sound of insects became clearer and clearer. Squeak! A faint voice came, and Shen Ye, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. On the first floor, two shadows passed through the window and stepped on the ground. I saw the two unclear shadows, glanced at each other, and started searching for this dilapidated tavern. After a long time, those two are shadows and dumbfounded. Where are people? That's not right, I obviously saw that this house was transferred. That guy also moved in, how could it be missing? What should we do now? Search again. Good. Inside a concealed cupboard on the second floor, Shen Ye curled up with a regretful expression. It's over. It's over. You shouldn't believe that the package schedule is simply cheating. Just when you moved in, there were assassins looking for you. This is the rhythm of killing people. No wonder this house is so cheap and cheating. Then there was a sound of turning boxes and cabinets. Where are people? I didn't find it. At this moment, an uncle with a gracious smile appeared behind the two shadows. Where are people? Seeing that the two shadows hurriedly turned around and replied. Director Bai, I haven't found it yet. At this time, through the faint starlight, I can barely see the appearance of the two of them. They are two young men with their hair up and two long swords pinned to their waists. Asshole, are you idiots? The sneaky guys in the middle of the night came in sneakily and replaced me with me, so I would hide. I saw the white director, stretched out his hands without saying a word, and patted the heads of the two. But, haven't we always been like this? Then what are we going to do? Of course it is a service that requires a smile, understand? Be amiable. Director Bai scolded angrily. Yes, yes. The two young men hurriedly bowed their heads in response. Look, learn more. After reprimanding the two, Director Bai turned around and smiled amiably. Brother, we have no bad intentions, we are good people, come out quickly. Inside the concealed cupboard, Shen Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. When I was a 3-year-old child. Just want to do something about me? No way. Just don't go out. Director Bai yelled dryly, and the whole tavern was still quiet. Supervisor, your smiling service seems to be useless. He doesn't eat this set. The two standing aside smiled back. Director Bai's expression became stiff, and he slapped the two faces with a backhand, and reprimanded in annoyance. Why are you still stunned? Search. Find people out. Yes, yes. At this time, Shen Ye was hiding in hiding. Seeing that the guys started searching again, he became more uneasy. These guys obviously came for him. This is a conspiracy, like a fairy jumping. No, if you hide again, you will definitely be caught. At this time, Shen Ye rolled his eyes, and immediately thought that the window at the end of the corridor on the second floor was open, planning to escape from there. As for the window in this room, forget it, because his grandma's has a security window and can't jump out at all. Although Shen Ye is a scumbag in his family practice, he is a professionally trained person after all, and his crisis awareness is still very keen. Just do it. Shen Ye took a deep breath, held his breath and got out, and ran away desperately. Chapter 6 is just a few breathing hours. Shen Ye ran to the end of the corridor, seeing the open window at the end getting closer and closer to him. The hope of escape was right in front of him, but just when he ran to the edge of the window, showing an expression of ecstasy, ready to jump down, two shadows fell beside Shen Ye, directly pressing his shoulders and pressing them to the ground. The two swords were placed directly on Shen Yi's neck. Where do you want to go? Shen Yi's heart was like riding a roller coaster, falling from the sky to the ground all at once, cold sweat on his forehead. It's over, and it's still caught. At this moment, Director Bai came over. Director Bai, we caught this kid. Papa. Before he finished speaking, Director Bai raised his hand and slapped them again. What are you doing? I have said, we are a formal department, we want to be civilized. We want to serve with a smile, and don't put away the sword. The two young men also looked at each other, and then quickly put away their swords. Director Bai said with a smile on his face, Brother, you are shocked, we are not bad guys. Shen Ye looked at Director Bai in front of him with some horror, and swallowed with difficulty. Although this guy was smiling, it made Shen Yi's heart even more hairy. Who are you? What are you doing with me? We don't seem to know each other. Under self-introduction, I am the Night Bearer of Star Tower, an agency directly under the Alliance government. The Night Bearer of the Star Tower. Shen Ye has a dazed look. Why did the Night Bearer of the Star Tower catch him? When they were studying in the family, the elders in the family introduced them to the Star Tower. The so-called Star Tower is a very important special department of the Alliance government. This department is divided into 3 organizations. One of them is the Night Bearer organization. This organization is responsible for maintaining order at night. It uses a quiet method to deal with criminal starfighters who are active at night. As for starfighters who blatantly make trouble during the day, they are handled by the Security Bureau. In addition, the Star Tower also has 2 special institutions. One is the Star Hunter, which is a bit similar to the bounty hunters feeling. These people are relatively free, and usually only take the task of taking the Star Tower. There is the last organization, the Heresy Trial Group. This organization is powerful, and it is a Star Warrior who specializes in handling very difficult incidents and serious crimes. Of course, the Star Tower has another function, which is to register and rate the Star Warriors. Any Star Warrior registered and rated in the Star Tower can receive a subsidy every month. Of course, the stronger the strength, the higher the subsidy received. Chapter 6 Star Tower. And the division of the strength of the Star Warriors in this world is also very simple. There are a total of 12 stages, from 1 Star Warriors to 12 Star Warriors, and each stage is divided into 10 stages. The specific representative strength is also easy to distinguish. 1 Star Warrior is the beginning. 2 Star Warrior is equivalent to the foundation. The 3 Star Warrior can be called Xiaocheng as the mainstay of the middle and lower reaches. The 4 Star Warrior is great, and they are all famous in an area. 5 Star Warrior can rule one party and become the city lord of one party. 6 Star Warrior can be counted as the overlord or lord of one party, and it is basically difficult to meet opponents. 7 Star Warrior can be said to be a qualitative leap. At this stage, even if it is extraordinary, it cannot be explained by common sense. 8 Star Warriors are called peerless, that is, they are generally not born. 9 Star Warrior is called the Star Master. So far the strongest master in the Alliance government is Juxing. This is the point that no one can match and can only look up. As for the more advanced ones, Shen Ye doesn't know if there are any more. But it was a bit heavy, and it was clear that the 2 young men who were holding him should be about 3 stars. As for the Director Bai in front of him, Shen Ye couldn't see it. The gap was too big. After all, he only had 1 star and 3 stages of scum. Yes, we are the Night Bearers of the Star Tower, but we are officially certified persons. Director Bai almost smiled, a flower on his face. Hearing this, Shen Ye looked up and down. Director Bai. Night Bearer? Officially certified person. That's right. Replace it like a fake. Director Bai smiled and replied. Then you dare to break into private houses and use swords to intimidate the people. Believe it or not, I will go to the Star Tower to complain to you, and it will be you too. Shen Ye stared at the two youths in front of him. The two young people in front of him were also extremely annoyed. He cursed inwardly, oh, I'm hardened. The smile on Director White's face was also stiff, and he squinted his eyes and looked at Sinking Yat, which seemed to have missed him. This product turned out to be a star warrior, but its breath was too weak. You calm down, the two of them are new and ignorant. We are also on business when we come to you this time. Let's talk about it, let me explain it first. If you can't tell me why, you have to pay for my mental damage. Shen Ye started to bargain instead. Give you a face, but I still push my nose to my face. The two young people in front of them were also annoyed. Director Bai glared at both of them, and they both retracted immediately. Although Shen Yi's expression looks like a villain, but his heart sinks slightly. After figuring out that they were night holders, Shen Ye still made things difficult for them, just because he wanted to get them away quickly, and Shen Ye didn't want to deal with them. Mr. Shen, don't care, it is like this. We have news that this pub has been transferred to your name. I bought it with money, now it's mine. Shen Ye was all over his body. Is this really a problem with the tavern? Don't worry, we know this very well. Then what are you doing? Don't be nervous, it's like this. This tavern used to be a contact point for our night bearers. Now it has been transferred to your name, so we are here to invite you to join us. Director Bai explained enthusiastically. Oh, that's how it is, don't add it. Shen Ye said nothing. Director Bai couldn't help but twitch again, and he continued amiably. Don't worry, there are so many benefits to join us. This is a great benefit. I also saw Mr. Shen's talents, so I reluctantly gave up my love. There are so many benefits, no. You treat me as stupid, you have to take it first. If I guess right, the people in the original tavern were destroyed. Shen Ye didn't reply in kind. That was an accident. Accidental fart, it's really an accident, how come you haven't sent someone to take over for so long, and you still fall on my forehead? Don't worry, Mr. Shen, let's talk. Talk about wool, I'm going back to sleep, not sending it. Shen Ye didn't give Director Bai a chance to refute at all, and turned around to leave. As soon as Shen Ye took a step, two sharp swords were placed on Shen Yi's neck again. Shen Ye stiffened, with an ugly smile on his face. Actually, I think I can talk about it. That's right. Director Bai smiled even more happily, but he had already greeted Shen Ye from start to finish, playing tricks with Lao Zi. Big brother, in fact, I'm just an ordinary person. I really can't build a stronghold if I add you guys. You see, I'm so thin, I can't carry it, and I can't fight. I really can't do it. Shen Ye cried and began to play emotional cards. Mr. Shen, don't worry, this is the supply point for the night bearer. It is safe. I promise you, no matter what happens, we will be there. And Mr. Shen, don't you first listen to become the night bearer's supply base. The benefits of. What's the benefit? The first time you join us, you can be regarded as a staff member of Star Tower, that is, a civil servant. And you are the most comfortable civil servant. You don't need to run around, you don't need to fight, and you are protected. All you need to do is provide some service. After the replenishment point, you don't have to worry about running out of business, but we will visit you frequently, and I can also apply for a D-level subsidy for you from my superiors. You will get an extra 100,000 stars every year when you lie down and sleep. In this case, no matter how you open it, it won't go bankrupt. How many levels of subsidies are there in total? The routine is ABCD, 4 levels of subsidies. D-level subsidies can't be too little, at least B-level. No, I can't apply for this, unless you have a good performance. Director Bai had a black line on his face. This guy really dared to speak loudly. That won't work. I won't do such a dangerous job with so little subsidy. Shen Yi's head shook like a rattle, and he began to bargain with Director Bai. The 2 young men who stood next to them were also taken aback for a while, completely wondering why the supervisor was so polite to this guy, and so much nonsense. No, really no, the most water and electricity will be free for you. This is my biggest concession. Director Bai gritted his teeth and replied. Row. When I heard Shen Yat, my eyes brightened. Water and electricity are also a big important expense, and it is also very good to be able to remove it. Seeing that Shen Yat had agreed, Director Bai turned out a document and a pen. Xiao Mimi looked at Shen Yat and said, Mr. Shen, sign it. Shen Yat took the pen handed over by Director Bai, hesitated and looked at Director Bai and said, Are you sure you can protect my safety? Don't worry, everything before is accidental. You should know the power of our Star Tower. Which guy ate the bear heart and the leopard dare to challenge us? Director Bai said loudly. Good. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and signed on it. In fact, Shen Ye knew it well. He has no choice at all. Don't look at the harmless smile on his face in charge of humans and animals in front of him. Bai is just a smiling tiger. Chapter 7 Stones. If he refuses, the other party will not be polite. When the time comes, you will have to agree if you don't agree, so it's better to be more acquainted to agree now and be able to gain some benefits. After seeing Shen Yi's signing, Director Bai's smile became even brighter. In the future, we will be colleagues. Everyone calls me Director Bai. I am the supervisor of the night bearer here. You can notify me if you have anything to do. By the way, give me your mobile phone. Cell phone. Shen Ye handed the phone to Director Bai in doubt. After Manager Bai took the phone, he had an operation on it, downloaded a hidden app Tavern, and then clicked on the pub app, operated on it, took a picture of Shen Ye, and registered his information for him. Okay, congratulations on becoming the owner of the Star Tower No 4444 contact point. I have bound your identity for you. You can get a lot of special goods for sale in this tavern software, but you are not allowed to sell too expensive as stipulated above. You can only add up to 30% of the profit. After all, this is for your own people. Of course, the goods you make yourself don't count. Does this count as a bundled sale? The corners of Shen Yi's mouth twitched. How does it feel like the previous franchise routine? It doesn't count. In addition, this tavern software has a lot of functions, but you now have limited permissions and you can use fewer functions. Go back and study it yourself. By the way, I will tell you about your obligations now. Chapter 7. Director Bai said with a smile. It's over if you receive you. Shen Ye looked at Director Bai with a dazed expression. It's roughly like this, but I can't tell you the specific aspects. First, you must not refuse to receive members of the Star Tower. In the second emergency, you must provide temporary shelter and emergency medical support for them. Third, you are responsible for gathering intelligence for the Star Tower. Director Bai put up one finger and said to Shen Ye. 10,000 horses ran past in Shen Yi's heart. This fat man was absolutely deliberate. Avoiding the wait and talking about how easy it is, now suddenly there are so many demands. All right. Shen Ye replied feebly. Correct. Director Bai said again. There will be no more, right? Shen Ye has a black line on his face. Not anymore, but I personally give you some suggestions. First, you'd better ask someone to quickly clean up the tavern and prepare to open. If you are not open for 7 days, it will affect your subsidy. Gan, can I scold someone? Cannot. How can I finish sorting in 7 days? I don't have that much money to hire people. Dear Mr. Shen, this is not within my consideration. By the way, I'll give you another suggestion. You'd better hire a professional doctor, that is, a star warrior of the healing system. Otherwise, we will cure people. Don't care. Are you teasing me? Do you think I invited it? The star warrior of the occupational therapy system has more money than me. Shen Ye looked dazed. You can consider self-study. Okay, I still have things to do, let's go first, and don't bother you. Director Bai waved his hand and led the 2 young subordinates out. After leaving the tavern, the 2 young subordinates. He looked at Director Bai suspiciously. Supervisor, why are you being so polite to that guy? That guy is really good at it. Are you idiots? Do you still want to complete the target? If he doesn't reach this position, who will do it? Now anyone who sees this stronghold is like seeing a ghost, it has been destroyed 3 times, and who is willing to come over? Director Bai replied irritably. Yes, it's the master in charge. The 2 replied, looking at each other. Just when Director Bai walked out a few steps again, he stopped, turned his head and said sternly at the 2. Send someone to watch here. Are we going to help him watch? Isn't this a waste of time? Director Bai narrowed his eyes, looked at the 2 with a full smile, and then spouted wildly at the 2. Be more mindful and the tavern reopens. Isn't that guy the best bait? Show me a little better, don't be taken again. Yes, yes. The 2 young subordinates hurriedly responded. Director Bai flicked his sleeve and left. In the tavern, Shen Ye stood in the corridor window, watching Director Bai and them disappear into the night, his expressions constantly changing. The white director is not a good stubborn, this time he was planted in his hands. But forget it, it's not a big bad thing to become a stronghold of the Night Bearer. At least it can be regarded as an iron rice bowl, the only pity is that it is a bit dangerous. The world looks very safe on the surface, but in fact it is not as beautiful as imagined. The Alliance government was established tens of thousands of years ago, and the star sea where the Alliance government is located is actually covered by a galaxy array. This galaxy array forms a cosmic barrier and protects the entire Alliance government from the attacks of the Void 10,000 races and other enemies. Of course, this does not mean that you can really sit back and relax. Although there is a galaxy protection, there are still many aliens coming through cracks or some kind of medium. To use the simplest analogy, there are always some cerebral palsy and idiots. It is okay to hold any rituals and summon those monsters blindly. Apart from these, there are some people who use strange stones to do evil, old imperial rebels and some heretics left over from history. Can be described as internal and external troubles. The strength of the star martial artist itself is far superior to that of normal people, not to mention the star martial artist with strange stones. Once they commit a crime, it will be a catastrophic consequence. This is why an institution like the Star Tower was born. To put it bluntly, it is to check and balance these star warriors. Speaking of strange stones, Shen Ye is also very envious. That thing is a good thing. Although he seems to have it, it is a pity that it is too weak. Everyone who owns a strange stone, who is like himself, such as the white director, Shen Ye noticed at a glance that the guy has a blue strange stone in his hand, so Shen Ye made a decisive compromise to avoid being dealt with in time. No need. The grades of the strange stones are also very easy to distinguish, that is, they can be distinguished according to the color of the starlight, from low to high, white, blue, purple, orange, legendary, orange and blue, legendary, orange, blue and purple, epic, gold, god level. In addition, the effects of the strange stones are also different. Basically, as long as you can think of it, there is nothing it can't do, and you have all the abilities. However, strange stones are also divided into 2 categories according to their functions. One is ability stones, which directly give you unique abilities. There is another kind of tool stone, which can be mixed with some rare materials to create a variety of weapons and armors. These tools are divided into 3 levels, namely Treasure, Imperial, and Star. No matter what level of equipment is, it is extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, a Star Warrior with a star of 1 to 4 can impose an Imperial weapon. A Star Warrior with a star of 5 to 7 can be an Imperial weapon, and a Star Warrior with a star of 8 to 9 can impose an Imperial weapon. You can use the moving star device. At this time, Shen Ye came back to his senses, stretched, breathed, and went back to prepare for another sleep. Tossing with these guys here for a long time is almost exhausted. I will be busy starting tomorrow, and I will open in 7 days. It hurts to think about it. Chapter 8 Talent. The next morning, when the soft morning light shines through the window, it shines on Shen Yi's face. Shen Ye slowly opened his eyes and sat up quickly. There is a saying that the best plan for a day lies in the morning. As a great young man with a will to struggle, how could Shen Ye repeat the habit of sleeping late in the previous life? He walked straight out of the tavern. After a long time, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and Shen Ye bit a bun in his mouth, carrying a broom, a mop, and other tools in his hand. He looked at the devastated hall and felt deeply. After the buns that were eaten quickly, put on a mask and start cleaning. Shen Ye pulled the broken dining chairs and furnishings one by one to the entrance of the store and threw them out. For a time, dust was everywhere. Ahem. Actually, Shen Ye wanted to invite someone, but he was too poor. When the cleaning was finished, he had to renovate the tavern and buy the dining table and other supplies. These things were enough, not to mention the purchase. As for the subsidy mentioned by Director Bai, it is estimated that the subsidy will not be paid after working for a full year. So it's better to do it by yourself. In 7 days, Shen Ye probably planned it, and it was not impossible. 3 days of cleaning, 2 days to buy some materials to sew up, and then to pull some second-hand furniture, and finally put in something symbolically, and it's done. As for whether people will be disgusted, no one wants to come in and consume. This is not something that Shen Ye needs to consider now. His only goal now is to start a business and get subsidies. The stars in this world are super valuable. Regardless of whether you are a star warrior or an ordinary person, you have to use star coins. Because this thing is cast by the star stone. The so-called star stone is for the cultivation of the star warrior, which can speed up the cultivation. Don't look at his high salary before. He was an executive in the family business. Normally, he didn't have such a high salary. Soon the morning passed, and a lot of piled up at the entrance of the tavern. Shen Ye sat down at the door and drank a bottle of mineral water. Pedestrians passing by subconsciously glanced over here, but didn't care too much. There are new stores here every day, and some stores close down. There is nothing appealing. Shen Ye Chang sighed, turned his head and looked at the emptied tavern behind him. It was more pleasing to the eye. Anyway, this is my first real estate. Although the way of getting it is a bit weird, it doesn't look very lucky. But the whole thing is pretty good. Thinking of this, Shen Yi's mind came to an idea. This pub shouldn't be like the plot in the novel, it hides some good things. After the thought of popped out, it became more and more uncontrollable. It's really not impossible. This tavern used to be a stronghold for the night bearers, and there must be a reason for it to be killed. Maybe there are really good things. Shen Yi's heart is getting hotter. No way. You have to look for it yourself. Maybe you really stepped on luck. Thinking of this, Shen Yi's whole body seemed full of energy, and he devoted himself to cleaning again. Cleaning and checking is the most efficient. What a pity, things are counterproductive. Shen Ye spent 3 days, cleaning the entire tavern inside and out, only to find nothing. He was also extremely disappointed, but there would be no more if he didn't. Shen Yi's mentality is still very good, and he adjusted back soon. He went to a nearby bank to withdraw some money, bought some planks and tools, and began to beat and repair the collapsed stairs and some broken walls. As for whether it looks good or not, ignore it for now. Shenya began to sew, mending, and beating. At this moment, a little old man came in with his head, and looked left and right curiously. "Can I help you?" After Shenya noticed it, he stopped in doubt. "Won't there be business so soon, right? This pub is going to reopen." The old man with his head stuck in, staring straight at Shenya. Looking at Shenya feels weird. "Yes, what's the matter? What's the problem?" "Great, I made second-hand furniture next door. I told you that the previous owners bought it from me. I can guarantee the quality and low price, and I can give you a discount. Second-hand furniture, it looks very good, go and take a look." Shenya is also happy, like someone dozing off on a pillow. "Good luck. Go, go." The old man was almost smiling and blooming before his eyes. Shenya followed him to a store outside Beizhou Street. His cheeks twitched, and it was enough next door. But forget it, at least it really sells second-hand furniture. The bars, cabinets, tables, chairs, etc. are all available, all 90% new. The old man said with a smile on his face. "Are you sure it's 90% new?" Shenya touched the furniture in his shop. The grey on it can be painted, and the style seems to be very old. "Of course it's 90% new. I definitely didn't lie to you. You can see that this style is tailor-made for your tavern. You see, these are retro wood-colored furniture. It's hard to find this kind of furniture in the market." "What? Don't tell me this. If I want all of these, how much will it cost?" Shenya is also a little moving. These furniture seem to match the style of the tavern. No wonder the previous few bought them here, and they are not entirely nonsense. You don't need to pack more of these in a total of 100,000 stars. You black man, you still need 100,000 stars in such an old age, you can't afford to die 50,000. Chapter 8. How old is it? You have to know that the previous owner and the previous owner of your tavern died in a short time. In fact, it didn't take long. I have added a lot of new ones to it. The old man is also anxious. Hearing this, Shenya almost spit out blood. "Nima, you pulled these from my tavern." No wonder that Shenya Zong felt weird. Even if the tavern was turned upside down, there shouldn't be a complete piece of furniture. Not to mention anything else, at least the beds in the rooms on the second and third floors can't be completely broken, right? The furniture with better feelings was pulled over by this guy. "You got it wrong, how can it be?" The old man immediately noticed that he had missed his mouth. 40,000. Shenya said unceremoniously. "You are not killing me." The old man is completely impatient. "I love to sell or not, if I don't sell it, I will leave." Shenya is also very annoyed. Under normal circumstances, these furniture should be in the tavern, so he still has to spend money to buy it now. "Sell, sell, everything is negotiable." Seeing that Shenya was about to leave, the old man quickly replied. "Pack it for me, send it over tomorrow, and I will pay you when the goods arrive." Shenya said, guarding the old man in front of him. This guy is very unreliable. Nima sells a piece of furniture 3 times, a real talent. It's no wonder that this broken shop is so off the main road, it hasn't closed down yet. "No problem, no problem. By the way, there is a house behind your tavern. There are a lot of high-quality furniture in it. If you don't want it, you can pull it over and sell it to me." "Fuck, still thinking about my things. No way." Chapter 9 Intelligence. Shenya also served the old man in front of him. The house behind was locked. Thanks to the lock, otherwise the furniture inside would not be emptied. "Don't, we can discuss the price." Shenya gave a cold snort, turned and left the shop. "Hey, what are you dragging? I won't be able to collect the corpse for you after a while, I have to pull the things back. The old man looked at Shen Ye who was walking away, and spit out angrily. On the other side, Shen Ye returned to the tavern angrily. Looked at the repaired materials on the ground, found a step and sat down. After being engaged by that guy, I didn't feel much in the mood to work, so let's rest today. So Shen Ye fell into a daze mode. Ding dong. A clear reminder sounded. Shen Ye took out his mobile phone from his pocket and took a look, and a text message popped up. Dear Mr. Shen, your balance is not enough to deduct the package fee for next month, please recharge in time. Shen Ye deleted the text message directly after reading it. Just about to put the phone back in his pocket, he suddenly remembered something. He took out his phone again and clicked on the tavern app. He was a little curious about the function of this app. Soon a simple and clear interface came into Shen Ye's eyes. Material Hall, Information Hall, Bounty Hall, Sharing Hall. There are so many functions. Shen Ye raised a strong interest for a while, but he just clicked, but found that there was no response, so the multi-function buttons were all gray. A prompt box popped up. Please raise your honor level and unlock more functions. Nanny? What the hell? Shen Ye took a closer look and found his personal information. Shen Ye. Sex, male. Age, 18 years old. Position, Star Tower No 4444 Contact Point Manager. Honor level, LV0, Internship period, 0/100. Remarks, enjoy 3 years of D-level subsidy during the internship. Wipe. That mixed protein director. It's not a permanent subsidy to fool me. Shen Ye's face is green, and he is really completely planted, and he knows that the guy is not at ease. It's a pity that it's useless to be angry. Shen Ye suddenly noticed a problem, and he didn't know how to contact that director by. The guy kept saying that he was looking for something, but he didn't even have a contact information. Forget it. Shen Ye adjusted his mentality and continued to study patiently. He clicked on the material hall. Checkered patterns pop up, each pattern represents a kind of material, and the remaining inventory is displayed below. There is also a refresh time in the upper right corner, showing that there are 9 hours and 13 minutes left. If you guessed it correctly, it should be refreshed every 24 hours. Shen Ye went down and down the column. You can see that there are many types of materials sold in the material hall, but most of them are gray. There are only dozens of types of white that can be clicked, but the items for sale also stunned Shen Ye. Excluding the most basic materials, beverage, food, etc., he saw the following. 5.56 mm caliber ammunition box, 30 rounds. Price, 500 stars. Remarks, it does not support any star power elements, and it is a basic template. 7.62 mm caliber ammunition box, 30 rounds. Price, 600 stars. Remarks, it does not support any star power elements, and it is a basic template. Linen hemostatic bandage. Quality, inferior. Price, 1000 stars. Remarks, manufactured by a 2-star healer. Motzil analgesic injection. Quality, inferior. Price, 2000 stars. Shen Ye looked at these things with a wonderful expression. This Nima is a contraband. He's a bit fictitious, isn't this software greyware? If he buys these goods, if he gets caught in the future, he will really be cheating. Shen Ye repeatedly weighed it, and finally began to operate on it. He puts the products that he thinks are better selling into the shopping cart. 5.56 mm caliber bullet box *1. 7.62 mm caliber ammunition box *1. Linen hemostatic bandage *1. Folding butterfly knife *1. Small interference black box *1. Dark beer, box, *10. Jayalun liquor, box, 5. The final settlement amount is 35,201 stars. Look at this price, Shen Ye gritted his teeth and clicked to pay. A text message about the successful deduction of the Union Bank popped up on the phone, and it was painful to watch. Then the interface shows that the payment is successful. It is expected that the delivery will be delivered on time by express delivery anywhere within 3 days. Please also pay attention. Reminder, congratulations to Mr. Shen Ye, you successfully purchased the goods and get 1 point of honor. Wipe, just a little bit, I'm really stingy. Shen Ye is also helpless. I had nothing to do in idle. Shen Ye curiously pulled the animal resource table, and looked at the grey icons. I turned my eyes straight. Vicious doll. Quality, advanced. Price, 50W stars. Remarks, it is made by 5-star baleful star martial artist, and the effect is leveraged. Don't experiment on yourself. GC High Crystal Detonating Bomb. Quality, advanced. Price, 20W stars. Remarks, a large-scale killing weapon produced by the Titan Kingdom, with an effective killing range of 500*500 meters. Powerful psychedelic bullet. Quality, advanced. Price, 50W stars. Remarks, made by 5-star psychedelic star warrior. The drool that Shen Ye looked at was almost flowing out, and it turned out that the grey restricted grades were all good things. After, Shen Ye nodded, the Intelligence Museum. Except for one button which is white, all buttons are grey. The white button is to upload information, and there is a small note next to it. The uploaded information will be reviewed by professionals within 72 hours. Once it is judged to be valid, different amounts of stars and honor points will be rewarded. Friendly reminder, please do not upload false information. If it is judged as false information more than 3 times, it will be pulled into the list of maliciously uploaded information and will be punished to varying degrees. Shen Ye shook his head and nodded the sharing hall. Result reminder, dear Mr. Shen Ye, please successfully advance to formally contact the supply staff to unlock this feature. As for the bounty hall, Shen Ye clicked. It turned out to be empty. The above reminds that there is no bounty task sent to the museum. Chapter 9. But there is a buy button. Shen Ye clicked in, his face turned black. Nima. The lowest level D-level reward task in it, purchased and placed in the tavern, all cost 1W stars, and some are even more expensive. Robbery. Shen Ye had a face. He was a little bit suspicious that this app was really here to serve them. They still serve this app. Why do you need stars for everything, and it's so expensive? Shen Ye took a deep breath, and he checked it again, and it turned out that he did not look dazzling. And these bounty tasks still have a decentralized time, usually 1 month, of course there are short and long ones. But once the deadline is not completed, the decentralized task will be declared a failure and will be punished to a certain extent. Seeing this, Shen Ye resolutely gave up and continued to study. After his tavern opened, it is still a question whether anyone will come. Just when Shen Ye was about to turn off the tavern software, he saw a red dot on his profile picture. He clicked a little red dot, and a friendship reminder popped up. Numbered base 4444, under reconstruction. Danger level, medium. The base was targeted by unknown enemies, and within 2 years, 3 consecutive museum owners died. Please be careful. Shen Ye shivered when he saw this prompt. Nima. Kill 3 museum owners in a row? Is this sick? Unfortunately, no one answered this question. However, Shen Ye shuddered and clicked on this friendship prompt completely, and a selection box popped up. Whether to purchase detailed information, exclusive discount of 999 stars for a limited time. Shen Ye has a weird expression on his face. How does it feel like buying a mobile game spree? Who developed the software on Nima, standing in front of Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu will definitely kill him. Haven't seen any routine of Shen Ye who was once an otaku? I really thought I would be fooled. No way. Ding dong. Congratulations on your successful purchase of exclusive information. Chapter 10 Secret Chamber. I'm done out of hard temper, I still have to counsel, after all, it's about my own life. Soon a detailed piece of information popped up. Number 4444 base was established by the Star Tower expansion plan 5 years ago, and Miss Yening, the 4-star warrior, was appointed by the Star Tower as the head of the base. After being attacked by an unknown enemy, the stronghold was severely damaged. Miss Yening was automatically judged dead after missing for many years. Half a year later, Star Tower appointed the 3-star warrior Shiki as the master of the base. In the second month of taking office, he was attacked and died in the second-floor room without any substantial clues. 1 year later, the Star Tower appointed the 3-star warrior Chen Duoduo as the master of the base. In the third month after taking office, he was surprised at midnight. After some fighting, he died in the 3-story corridor. According to on-site surveys, the opponent was the 4-star warrior of the branch. Shen Ye looked at such a small piece of information and touched his forehead. 999 stars are gone, it's just a bunch of nonsense, without any substantive content. Forget it, not seeing and worrying, Shen Ye closed the tavern app. Shen Ye touched his chin, and he suddenly noticed something very painful. If you guessed it correctly, the first owner should be living in the locked bungalow and hung up. However, the second owner lived in the first room on the second floor, and the third owner lived on the third floor. I belch, where would I be better? Basement? This idea was decisively rejected by Shen Ye. He lived in a woolen basement. He went down once. It was so dark inside, there was nothing, and the air still didn't circulate. Don't die inside, no one will collect the body. But if you don't live in the basement, where is more auspicious to live? Thinking of this, Shen Ye suddenly remembered one thing. The room at the back seems to have not been cleaned up. These days, he has been patronizing the front and has no time to manage the back. It's not auspicious to live anywhere anyway, so just stay clean behind and just do it. As long as he said nothing, Shen Ye was unambiguous, and walked straight to the backyard. The backyard was overgrown with weeds, and Shen Ye did not trim it. When I was free, I did trim it. Soon Shen Ye came to the door of the bungalow, and he took out the key from his pocket to open it. Is full of swaying furniture, all of which are retro mahogany. Although the material is not very good, but the style is very good looking, you can see that the previous owner is still very tasteful. Also, the layout of this room is also biased towards retro. If there is no surprise, the person named Yening should come from a country biased towards retro tradition. Soon Shen Ye came to the main room and opened the door to enter. You can see all kinds of messy things, dust and cobwebs everywhere. The layout of the master bedroom is a standard feminine room. You can see a mahogany vertical dressing table and a broken mahogany mirror on the dressing table. The bed in the room is not of a conventional style, but an antique floor-to-ceiling mahogany veil bed. It's okay when you sleep, but when the gauze is pulled, it's still very emotional. Shen Ye looked at it for a while, and then started to work. He moved out the small things like chairs and other things in the room, and then he opened the retro wardrobe. The inside was empty and dusty. There was nothing. It should have been taken away. As for who took it, it won't sink into the night. Too clear. After all, judging from the traces, this place has already been searched, and even good things have been taken away. Shen Ye picked up a hammer to pull up the nails that fixed the wardrobe, and then dragged the entire wardrobe to the door. No way, the furniture here is too feminine, and it's useless at all. Then he walked to the dressing table and looked at the broken upright vanity mirror, feeling useless. Anyway, I'm a big man, I definitely don't need this thing. This thing must be moved out. Shen Ye stretched out his hand and tried to move the vanity mirror. Hey? Shen Ye was also taken aback, but he couldn't move it. Connected? Wrong mechanism. Shen Ye muttered to himself ecstatically. Then Shen Ye excitedly tried to turn the vanity mirror. Shen Yi's strength to breastfeed was all used, but there was no reaction at all. Shen Ye was also taken aback. Isn't it the right posture? Come again. Yet. Shen Ye desperately wanted to turn the vanity mirror, but still didn't move. Click. The base of the vanity mirror is cracked. Who? All right. Shen Ye is speechless, feelings are in vain, this is a one-piece dressing mirror. Thinking of this, Shen Ye gave up the vanity mirror helplessly and started to push the entire table. It's so heavy, it's no wonder that the old man in the furniture store is obsessed with these pieces of furniture. The quality is really inconsistent. Accompanied by a harsh rubbing sound. The dressing table was pushed towards the door little by little, and finally pushed out by Shen Ye. Shen Ye panted and took a break. He picked up the broom and started to clean the dust under the dressing table. It turned out to be a stunt. There was a small hole in the ground. Shen Ye was lying on the ground, looking at the small hole, and seeing a steel wire inside, he couldn't help but explode. Fuck! Then Shen Ye immediately grabbed the nearby things and tools. Got the tweezers to pinch the steel wire out a little bit, and then tied it to a wooden stick. A fierce pull. Click! A dull voice sounded. Shen Ye turned his head and looked towards the bed, only to see that the board of the wooden bed was opened directly. It's done. Haha! Shen Ye's eyes were wide-eyed, and his heart thumped. Finally, God opened his eyes. This kind of plot also hit him, and Shen Ye's heart became more and more excited. He walked over cautiously, and below was a mini version of the secret room. There is also an escalator to go down. This mechanism is very clever. If you use the veil directly, you will subconsciously think that she is sleeping. As for the steel wire that was activated by the agency, Shen Ye had checked it just now, and it should have been man-made damage. If there is no accident, the steel wire should be connected to the vanity mirror, because it was screwed and damaged. No matter how much he tried, he would not respond. The reason for sabotage should be to prevent someone from finding the entrance of the organ. If you guessed it correctly, there should be organs inside. And Shen Ye also noticed the original placement of the damaged mahogany mirror. If the mirror surface is not damaged, it should be facing the front door. In this case, if someone secretly opens the door of the room, they will be noticed for the first time. Shen Ye poked his head down excitedly. This was the first time he saw the secret room. It was a real secret room. I don't know how tall it would be, or it was full of mysterious eternal atmosphere. Vomit. Shen Ye suddenly covered his mouth, almost vomiting it out last night. Nima. What does this smell? Shen Ye moved his head away, gasping for breath. Came over after a while, then quietly looked at the secret crossing and fell into contemplation. It should be almost done. After a long time, Shen Ye gritted his teeth and climbed down the escalator. Chapter 11 Letter. Soon at night, I came to a dark green moss everywhere, and the air was filled with a rotten stench. To put it a bit awkward, it is almost the same as the sewer, and Shen Ye is a little doubtful whether he will be poisoned. Forcibly resisting the nausea, Shen Ye inspected the secret room carefully. Soon after Shen Ye found the source of the stench, in the corner of the dimly lit room lay a female body that was extremely decomposed and had a greenish surface. Shen Ye suddenly looked terrified, and took a step back subconsciously. Plop, plop. The heart beats faster. Soon Shen Ye gradually recovered his calm, his thoughts turned quickly. If he guessed correctly, the female body lying in the corner should be the missing Miss Yanning. It looked like he was poisoned and seriously injured and died. Shen Ye's eyes lit up suddenly, and he Minru noticed that there was a ray of blue starlight on the chest of Yanning's corpse. Shen Ye didn't approach him rashly. He crawled out first, put on a few more layers of masks for work, and put on a pair of gloves before returning to the secret room. He approached cautiously, and quickly walked to the corpse. He can be 100% sure, this is Kistler. It's still a strange stone of blue quality. But soon Shen Yi's attention moved away from the strange stone and fell on the ground. A wooden box was placed on the ground. Shen Yi hesitated for a while. Before bending down, he had to pick up the wooden box and open it carefully. It turned out to be a letter in the early stage. Shen Yi considered opening the envelope again and again, and took out the letter inside. Hello, although I don't know who you are, if I guessed correctly, you should be the night bearer sent by the Star Tower. When you read this letter, if there is no accident, I should be dead. Let me make a long story short here. I was ordered by the Star Tower to contain a seriously injured night bearer. However, the seriously injured night bearer did not continue to stay in the tavern after a short rest. The box with the strange stone was handed over to me for safekeeping, and asked me to hand it over to the Star Tower. Unfortunately, I was still targeted. I had a hunch that I should be doomed, because the people who targeted me were very strong, so I prepared in advance the last words of my death, and the strange stone that I kept is hidden behind me. I hope you will deliver it to the Star Tower at the same time, also convey my request to the Star Tower, and beg the Star Tower to serve me diligently. For the sake of this, I brought the strange stones on my body and the medicine and tokens I placed in the secret room to my daughter Yehan. Our orphans and widows wandered to the Star of Autumn, so helpless, we can only believe in the organization. I hope that the organization can take care of my seriously ill daughter, and I can also look after Yening Huangchuan. I am very grateful to serve the Star Tower in the next life. After reading the contents inside, Shen Ye exhaled for a long time. It turned out that this was the case for a long time. Chapter 10. I have to say that Miss Yening is really a hero in female middle school. She is also very smart and decisive. Knowing that I'm dying, I'll explain everything in advance. I missed my seriously ill daughter until I died. Shen Ye squatted down, stretched out his hand to touch the corner behind the corpse, and finally found a box, and Shen Ye took it out with joy. A very simple box, full of vicissitudes of life. Shen Ye opened the box and took a look. A strange stone with no color was lying quietly. At first glance, he knew that it had not been activated and its quality was uncertain. Looking at this strange stone, Shen Ye touched his chin, and handed in the Star Tower. That is impossible, it is impossible in this life. Although he is considered a half-hearted person, the problem is that he is forced to turn in only when he is full. If you want to blame, I'll blame that director Bai, who told him to show me several times, all for interest. But if he didn't hand it in, he looked at Yening again and said. Although we don't know each other, it doesn't matter. I am not that kind of insatiable person, Shen Ye. I will accept this strange stone. In return, I will fulfill the rest of my wish for you. The strange stone on your body, as well as the medicine and the token, I will find a way for you to deliver it to your daughter. After Shen Ye finished speaking, he bowed to Yening's corpse. Although she didn't know each other, he was very impressed by her professional ethics and care for her daughter. Then Shen Ye lowered his head to look at the strange stone in the box. His expression was a bit contradictory. After calming down, he began to get a little tangled. This strange stone looks ordinary to the naked eye. This is because it has not been activated. Only after activation, the essence and quality of the strange stone will be revealed. Generally speaking, this strange stone is like an unopened gift package. Anything is possible. But activation is not an easy task. Generally speaking, Kistler activation needs to meet certain conditions, and the most important one is fit. Only when the fit reaches a certain degree, can a strange stone be activated. And the higher the fit, the higher the Kistler's performance and the stronger the displayed strength, which is similar to skill proficiency. But Kistler is not finished when activated. Not all Kistlers are docile. It's okay if you encounter Kistlers with auxiliary series and soft abilities. The higher the quality of the Kistler of the normal combat series, the more powerful the backlash will be. Let's talk about evil. If you can't control it, the end result is self-reliance, either disability, loss of control and death. Therefore, in general, to activate the Kistler, you need to use it with your elders or companions. If you can't control it and get out of control, someone will help. The problem is where Shenya is going to find someone to help her watch. This is not her own home. And this strange stone was designated by the Star Tower after all. If you don't activate it quickly, it's easy to reveal yourself. The most important point is that this inactive strange stone is full of extreme temptation for Shenya. You must know that he has always longed to have a strange stone. Of course, forget the strange stone deep in his mind. That piece is simply to cheat. Don't look at that piece as super large. The dark purple quality that he hadn't seen before, no matter how he pushed it, it didn't respond. It was just the stone in the pit, smelly and hard. For a while, Shenya tried to throw it out. Maybe it could kill people, it was enough to make a difference, but the same fart was useless in the end. Shenya took a deep breath and decided to give it a try. So Shenya slowly stretched out his hand, picked up the inconspicuous strange stone, and concentrated on mobilizing his meager star power into it. I saw the inconspicuous strange stone, which began to emit a hint of orange-blue light. Shenya took a sharp breath, his blood surged. Plop! Thump! Is there a show? I can fit in? Or is it a legendary stone? Shenya blinked in ecstasy to see if he had made a mistake, but when he opened his eyes, his whole body became stiff. Where is the strange stone? Shenya looked at his empty hands. Fuck it, isn't it? Shenya immediately looked at the ground, looked around, looking for the whereabouts of the strange stone, but he couldn't find it after looking for it. Chapter 12 Strange Stones, Myriad Changes. Shenya was also a little flustered for a while. He began to be vigilant around him, and shouted in fright. Who? He was a little worried whether some master sneaked in and stole his strange stones, but it was a pity that Shenya only answered with a low voice. After a while, there is still no movement around. Shenya is completely messed up. What is going on? Where is Kistler? At this time, Shenya didn't experience seeing the blue strange stone on Yaning's body. Shenya squatted down quickly, stretched out his hand to take it out, and pinched it in his hand so as not to lose it again. If this is lost again and cannot be sent back, then it would be a shame. As a result, she squeezed, and Shenya suddenly felt that her palms were empty. Something wrong. Then the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he lowered his head to look at his clenched palm, swallowed hard, and spit out, slowly unfolding. Empty, nothing left. Shenya was all petrified in place, like a bolt from the blue sky. It's gone, it's over. At this time, Shenya suddenly recovered. Thinking of a possibility, he hurriedly sat on the ground and closed his eyes. In an instant, the surroundings returned to nothingness. Shenya appeared in his own spiritual world. In the center of this world, a huge boulder that is 10,000 feet tall and emits a faint purple light, with pits and holes floating on it. MMP is definitely your ghost. Talk, is it your ghost? Shenya sprayed wildly at this strange stone. Of course, he was also confused, but Shenya couldn't be blamed. Every time he practiced on this stone, he madly absorbed his star power. Now that I got the strange stone, this moth came out again, and I closed my eyes and wondered that I can't get rid of it. Sure enough, when Shenya was spraying wildly, he suddenly saw a ray of light. Shenyi's heart trembled, and quickly drifted towards the light. He came to the side of the pitted strange stone, and in a hollow hole, he saw a prismatic strange stone emitting orange and blue light. I wipe it. It's really legendary. I made a fortune. Shenya shouted in ecstasy as if he had won 5 million. After a long time, after Shenya vented his excitement, he stretched out his hand to pull off the strange stone. Hey! So tight! Damn, don't you? Brother, return the strange stone to me. Shen Ye buckled a few times, but didn't pull it off. His originally hot and ecstatic heart gradually fell to the bottom, and Shen Ye had a very bad premonition. Shen Ye directly abandoned the legendary strange stone in front of him, and went to find the blue quality strange stone. After a long time, Shen Ye found the blue quality strange stone in an inconspicuous drop at the bottom. The whole strange stone was flushed red inside, which should be biased towards the fire element. Shen Ye stopped without stopping, immediately reached out and started to buckle. What? Ah! Shen Ye buckled desperately, his face flushed red, he kept changing positions, buckling desperately. Come down to me, I. 1 hour, 2 hours. After a long time, Shen Ye was paralyzed in the spiritual world, staring at the blue strange stone in a daze. It's over, I can't pull it down at all. He wants to smash his own golden finger. What kind of cheating is simply a bandit? He wants everything, star power, and TM's strange stone. Moreover, there is still no going out, and the more Shen Ye thinks about it, the more annoyed it becomes. Raised his kick fiercely at the huge strange stone in front of him. Shen Ye hugged her feet and jumped. Wow, don't look at the spiritual world here, the pain is still 100%. Under normal circumstances, the ability to see the spiritual world inwardly is the symbol of the 7-star warrior. Shen Ye didn't know how he learned it, only knowing that his mind would come in. In the end, Shen Ye could only accept the fact that he burst into tears. This strange stone could not be taken out, let alone sent back. This is simply a slap in the face, making Shen Ye not happy at all. Not to mention anything else, if the strange stone of the fire system is really not taken down by his own accord, he will recognize it. The problem is that now it is a typical lack of wealth. The more Shen Ye thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He looked at his fateful stone. What is the power of this thing? It's not right? Shen Ye was taken aback. If he remembered correctly, under normal circumstances, a person can only fit one piece of strange stone. Even if he gets a high-level strange stone, one piece will replace one. Except for very few existences, those that can use multiple pieces are basically one person. Of course, why they can use multiple pieces, Shen Ye doesn't know, this is their secret. Shen Ye, who was suspicious of his natal stone, his expression was constantly changing. Maybe this guy might not be really useless. At least it can capture other strange stones, and maybe it has other functions. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope arose in Shen Ye's heart, and he began to circle this huge strange stone. I still didn't see one, so I came. Shen Ye slowly stretched out his hand to press on the strange stone. The dead horse is a living horse, doctor, try again. He slowly injected star power into this huge strange stone. As a result, this strange stone is like a vacuum cleaner that suddenly turned on the switch, desperately absorbing its own star power. Shen Ye's head was dazed. What's the situation? But suddenly a strange feeling emerged, and Shen Ye saw a bifurcation in his eyes, and the bifurcation led to both sides. At the end of is the legendary stone. The other side leads to that blue and red strange stone. Activated? Shen Ye tried to choose the strange stone leading to that legendary level. A peculiar feeling floated from the bottom of my heart, and inexplicable information appeared in Shen Ye's brain. He immediately obtained the information and all the abilities of the legendary strange stone, as if that strange stone was just like his natural one, and he would naturally be able to master it 100% proficiently. Kaleidoscopic fossils. First stage unique ability, fitness 60% disguise, can be disguised as the appearance, voice, and clothing of the object you want to disguise. Unique ability in the second stage, 80% fit thousands of people and thousands of faces, can be incarnate in thousands of people at the same time, with different expressions and appearances, but the time of existence is limited, and it is related to the star power provided. 3-stage legendary ability, fitness 100% incarnation. You can temporarily incarnate into a certain person, steal some of its abilities, and thus imitate 100%. You need to touch any part of the opponent's body. Before Shen Ye could react, the tens of thousands of changeable abilities had already been activated. Shen Ye directly withdrew from the spiritual world. He found that his body began to soften, just like melting a cake, and began to collapse. Shen Ye's head went blank for a while, and when he reacted, he became more and more confused. The result is that the softening speed is getting faster and faster. Come on! Come on! I can do it! Shen Ye kept cheering himself up in his heart. He believed in himself. After a dazzling white light flashed, a group of slime-like slimes squirmed on the ground, tearfully muttering to himself. I won't admit that I will become this stuff. Mistakes and mistakes are purely mistakes. Chapter 11. Shen Ye tried his best to change back, but it was a pity that his whole body was hollowed out. His meager star power is only enough for the beginning, not enough for the end. A few hours later, after recovering part of the star power, a burst of light flashed. Chapter 13 Express. Shen Ye finally lifted the disguise. Clutching her waist, Nima turned into that ghost, feeling like she was paralyzed on the ground like a salted fish. Her waist was about to lie down. After taking a long breath, Shen Ye raised his head and looked at Yanning. The head hurts even more. He swallowed the strange stone of the fire system, so he would give her daughter what he would take. After a while, Shen Ye sorted his thoughts, walked to Yanning's corpse, coughed and explained. I'm sorry, that strange stone was swallowed by my strange stone. I couldn't find a way to pull it off for a while, but you can rest assured, as long as I find a way, it will definitely be deducted and sent back. Even if I really can't find a way, I will also find a strange stone of the same kind to send back. As for the other things, you can rest assured that there is no problem. After apologizing, Shen Ye hurriedly rummaged around for the things Yanning had left to pass on. Quickly found an unlocked small box in the other corner of the secret room. When he opened the box, he could see that there were boxes of medicines inside. There were almost 10 boxes. There is also a delicate silver hair clip inside, and a sealed letter on the surface that says Dear Yehan. These things should be right. Shen Ye picked up one of the boxes of medicine and looked at it carefully. Pan Luo Kanashu. Ingredients, confidential. Role, confidentiality. Taboo, unknown. Shelf life, 100 years. Shen Ye also looked dazed. What kind of ghost medicine is this? 3 No products? Who produces and develops it? So awesome. After a long time, Shen Ye crawled out of the secret room. While there was no one around, he picked up the shovel and ran to the corner of the yard, and started digging and digging desperately. When night fell, a pit 5 or 6 meters deep was dug out by Shen Ye. Shen Ye ran to the front store, holding his sheets, ran into the backyard bungalow. After a while, Shen Ye walked out holding the corpse wrapped in sheets, and carefully put it into the pit. Then he filled it back with soil and piled it up with the old furniture that was moved out as a cover to prevent it from being discovered. In any case, I will sleep in that room in the future, so I can't sleep on top of the corpse. In addition, the deceased was a big one, so Shen Ye decided to bury him. There is also that secret room that needs to be cleaned up. It's really smelly. After the burial, Shen Ye walked into the room with a bucket of water and freshener, and began to scrub overnight. The next morning, Shen Ye lay in the lobby of the tavern and fell asleep. Bang bang! There was a harsh knock on the door. Shen Ye walked listlessly and opened the door. He was cleaned up until early in the morning last night, and his waist was almost broken. He wanted to take a break and went back to clean up. The problem was that it was half cleaned up. If someone found out, then he would really have jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean up. Therefore, Shen Ye also bite the bullet and cleaned up, and it can be regarded as taking care of all the hidden dangers. It is you. Shen Ye looked at the furniture store owner who appeared in front of him, and said with a breath. Little brother, pay attention to your body. I think I was just like you back then. I was young and frivolous and didn't know how to control. But you don't have the ability to fail with a golden gun, so I listened to the uncle's persuasion and turned back. The old man sighed with emotion. Go, who is like you? Shen Yi's face kept twitching. Is this guy taking advantage of Lao Tzu? Ahem, the customer is God, I don't count your offense. Shen Yi's face kept twitching, too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him, and asked directly. Where is my furniture? All are here. Uncle pointed to the transport truck behind him. Where are people? Shen Ye blinked his eyes and asked. Who is that? Man of loading and unloading, is it possible that you can move it down alone? Isn't there you? Young people should exercise more. I am doing this for your good. What a fart. Ahem, young, you think the uncle is so old, are you willing to let me, an old man, move so much furniture alone? Who said I couldn't fall with a golden gun just now? Is there any? I don't remember. The old man pretended to be deaf. Goodbye. Shen Ye took a step back, snap. Without a word, prepare to close the door. The old man in front of him changed his previous weak and uncontrollable appearance, quickly stretched out his hand to hold the door, raised his head and looked at Shen Ye with a smile on his face. Young man, if you have something to say, please. Nothing to say. Let's discuss it. No discussion. Shen Ye is totally unmoved, in line with his own immorality, will not be kidnapped by moral purposes, there is no way. Fortunately, I pay cash on delivery. All right, you win. The old man walked aside and shouted to the corner with a wave of his hand. The has started. I'm coming. 3 strong men in short shirts ran out in an instant, and their faces bloomed with laughter. 100 stars per person, move. Okay. After speaking, the 3 of them began to unload. Shen Ye stood by, urging them to move the furniture to the designated place. Be careful. After tossing all morning, finally all the furniture was put in. For a while, the empty storefront suddenly felt like a tavern. Although the grade was a bit unmatched, at least it looked a bit different. How about my little brother, are you satisfied? The old man walked up to Shen Ye and rubbed his fingers with a smile. Shen Ye took out a wad of 1,000 yuan star coin bills from his pocket, counted 40 of them, and handed them to the old man. Okay, by the way, brother, don't you think about the furniture behind it? After the old man finished taking the money, he asked with a smile. Not consider. Shen Ye replied without angrily, his heart moved slightly, he had originally planned to sell it for money. The problem is that the secret room is now found inside. The dressing table is part of the mechanism. If it is sold, it will be a big trouble for him to be noticed by someone at that time, so it is even more impossible to sell it. Turned around and disassembled the furniture into pieces of wooden boards, and used them as firewood for barbecue. Well, when to change your mind, remember to come to me, I'm leaving. The old man in front of him reluctantly said goodbye to Shen Ye. Let's go. Shen Ye sighed to see off the guests, he was almost sleepy, and he was waiting to close the door and go back to sleep. Seeing that there was no hope at all, the old man left unwillingly. I was about to close the door and Shen Ye, swipe. A truck stopped at the door of the store with a sudden brake. The door opened, and a middle-aged uncle wearing a t-shirt with the logo printed on it jumped off with a cigarette in his mouth. Express delivery. Shen Ye was also taken aback. Mine. Who else can have it if it's not yours? The middle-aged uncle bit the cigarette in front of him, and he pulled the car door directly and started unloading. A box of packed cartons was lifted down. Soon piles of express boxes were piled up in front of Shen Ye. After the middle-aged uncle moved at an incredible speed, he got in the car without saying a word, and disappeared as soon as he stepped on the accelerator. All that is left is Shen Ye standing in place with a messy expression. This also works? I haven't got the right goods yet? Did not sign for it. Ding dong. A crisp text message sounded. Shen Ye picked up the phone and glanced at it. Congratulations, successful signing. Shen Ye sighed. Forget it, this app is already pitted, just send it over and start working. Chapter 14 Grand Opening. Shen Ye began to move in boxes of courier boxes, light and heavy, but there were a lot of them. More than an hour later, Shen Ye finished moving all of them, and then he closed the door and started to unpack the express box. There is always a feeling of being a thief, and my heart is not at ease. Soon the first box was opened, a box of dark beer. Jialun spirits, dark beer, dark beer. When the 10th box was removed, those key things were removed. Bullet box, butterfly knife, and other things. Shen Ye touched his chin for a moment, and moved all these special things to the bungalow in the backyard. The rest of the dark beer and Jialun spirits opened 2 boxes and placed them on the bar and the cabinet behind. After the display was finished, Shen Ye nodded in satisfaction. It was almost done. Tomorrow can officially open, although 7 days have not yet arrived, but Shen Ye still plans to open early to avoid temporary problems. At this stage, subsidies are the most important. Chapter 12. After finishing everything, Shen Ye went back to the bungalow in the backyard. After finishing this place yesterday, Shen Ye is living in it. Although I'm not used to it, don't hesitate to turn around and get it slowly. Shen Ye took out a portable notebook from his suitcase. This thing is her own baby bump. Is regarded as the most expensive piece of his personal possessions. Then Shen Ye burned a pot of water and soaked a bucket of instant noodles. It is said that there is not only instant noodles in this world, but also super popular, and there are so many flavors. Shen Ye was eating instant noodles while turning on his computer to go online. He tried to search the disk for the drug called Kanashu. He had to figure out what the drug was for and what patients it was given to. If you are not in a hurry, let's see if you can wait to get the strange stones of the same kind before sending them together. If you are in a hurry, you may have to go first. Shen Ye looked at the search results, also very surprised. Originally thought that this thing should be difficult to find information. As soon as I searched, I found a lot of information about this thing, most of which were buying and selling information, but Shen Ye glanced at it and knew that most of these were phishing information. He decisively ignored this information, looking for valuable information, to figure out the role of this thing. The sky-high price drug Panlukansu, the price of each box fluctuates around 200,000 stars. It is a long-term special medicine for the treatment of blood pollution diseases. Moreover, it is still a controlled product, which is not available to ordinary people, so the black market price is higher. Fuck. Shen Ye also took a sharp breath. He has 10 boxes here, that's not more than 2 million stars. This is not a small fortune. This blood pollution disease? Why does it sound so familiar? Suddenly Shen Yemen remembered that this is not the name of a simple disease. Rather, it is a general term that this medicine is given to those survivors who have been attacked by free monsters and survived. This is a medicine used to suppress foreign pollution. No wonder it is a controlled product and it is so expensive. If it is this kind of drug, it will be a big trouble. Once the body's illness is not suppressed, it will either die or become worse. It may be alienated into a half-human, half-monster form, that is, mutation. No, I have to quickly send it to the person named Yehan. Although it has been so long, and I don't know if anyone is dead, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Shen Ye just stood up, hesitated, sat down again, and slapped his forehead. He forgot the most important thing. The city of Autumn said it was big and not small. The resident population of the whole city is 5000W. Where can I find it? If this thing is easy to find the Star Tower, it will be really rare if it falls on one's forehead. Seeing this, I can only delay for a while, and look back to find a way to figure out the identity of the other party, and then send it to her. And you have to act secretly, not to expose yourself, or you will be in trouble. Shen Ye took a long sigh and continued to eat instant noodles. The next day, Shen Ye stood at the door, looking at his tavern, touching his chin and falling into deep thought. Today is the first day it opened, although as the base of the Star Tower, there is no need to beat gongs, drums, and firecrackers. But Shen Ye always felt that something was missing. By the way, how can I forget the sign of this store? How can a store have no name? It's a bit difficult to think of Shen Ye here. The original signboard was damaged too badly and it can't be used anymore. Where can I get a signboard for a while? And to get the sign, you have to spend money, which makes the wallet that is not rich in the first place even worse. In addition, it's too late to make a temporary order. Shen Ye looked a little embarrassed, suddenly thinking of something, he hurried into the tavern. Not long after, Shen Ye walked out holding a rectangular wooden board and a hammer. He pressed the wooden board upright on the left wall of the door, and gestured to the next position. After a while, after a little bit of effort, he nailed the signboard upright next to the door. Make do with it first, but what's the name? Shen Ye is a little bit difficult to look from the left to the right, the name is the most troublesome thing, and it is easy to affect the business if it is not good, and it is too arrogant to get it too good. Prosperous. It seems a bit vulgar. But the implication is good. Shen Ye kept talking to himself, he was also very tangled, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Then took out the butterfly knife from his pocket and began to engrave on the wooden board crookedly. Red. Flower. Gallery. After was finished, Shen Ye looked more and more satisfied. This name is good, and it can deeply reflect my mood at this moment. I was forced to do so, and I lacked something wrong. Then Shen Ye engraved 4 words the size of a fly at the bottom of the signboard. Good business opening. Looking at the final result, Shen Ye smiled triumphantly. Haha, get it done. Then he concealed the door of the tavern. It's not that Shen Ye didn't want to do business well, but that the tavern was not ready in a hurry. Not to mention anything else, there is nothing to eat in it, and nothing to use, and even the quilt in the room has not been adjusted. If someone really comes here, it won't be troublesome. So just write smaller words, and then hide the door. Let's just top it first, keep the subsidy, and let's talk about other things. Shen Ye picked up the phone, entered the tavern, operated on his avatar, and selected the status. Opening. Under review. Soon a prompt popped up. Still have to review? So troublesome. Shen Ye was slightly surprised. No trouble. A familiar voice rang from behind. Shen Ye turned around immediately, looked angry at Director Bai who didn't know where it came from, and said angrily. Oh, you are so embarrassed to come. How can you be embarrassed, the pub is open. Director Bai replied with a smile. It's opened now. Shen Ye replied somewhat unnaturally. Director Bai walked up to observe the tavern, only to be taken aback, he turned his head to look at Shen Ye. Are you sure you opened the business? Where's the sign? Left. Okay, you can barely make sense, what about the opening banner? Why do you want that? I just said it directly. Where can I tell you? Why didn't I see it? Here. Shen Ye stretched out his hand to the 4 words opening fortune the size of a fly. Chapter 15 please. Director Bai's face kept twitching, and even such a good-tempered person could not help but warn Shen Ye in irritation. Shen Ye, don't play around with me, this is not a joke, you are called an opening? Are you kidding me? Oh, you were the one who joked with me first. You are ashamed to say, how did the promised permanent subsidy turn into 3 years? Shen Ye replied unceremoniously. Director Bai was also a little surprised, This guy noticed it so quickly, he immediately showed a bright smile and explained it with a smile. Haha, isn't there a rule above? There is a woolen thread, you are a fraud, please change it back to me quickly, or I will complain to you. Shen Ye warned out of anger. Don't, I have something to say, this is actually a misunderstanding. Director Bai has an unusually wonderful expression, and it would be very troublesome to get a complaint. What misunderstanding? I am not blind. Sometimes what you see may not be true. Yes, the novice subsidy is 3 years. But when it expires, I believe that Mr. Shen's talent will definitely contribute a lot to the table. Then he will not get the D level. Subsidized, but more advanced. I believe you a ghost, you think I will believe you, don't change the subject. Shen Ye replied without angrily, no matter what this guy said, he would not eat this set. Director Bai was also made out of temper by Shen Ye, and he replied helplessly. Since you said so, let's talk about it. Let's not say that I licked your face to apply for your 3-year subsidy. You open this tavern, you don't need you to find a guest. They will be delivered to the door by themselves. You can make money by selling anything you want. How can you still care about the subsidies? I am doing it for your own good, but you blame me on the contrary. Okay, if you say it is reasonable, I don't care about it. You can approve it and it will be over. Actually, Shen Ye didn't plan to die with Director Bai. In fact, he had already made a lot of money, and he had made a fortune just by the 2 strange stones. Director Bai exhaled and said to Shen Ye. Okay, I will approve it for you first, but you have to hurry up and get it right. Don't ask for nothing at that time and let people complain. Relax, no problem. Shen Ye didn't worry about this problem at all. Then I'm leaving, I'll do my best. After Director Bai finished speaking, he hurriedly left. He didn't even mean to stay 1 more minute. Shen Ye watched Director Bai go further and further, then walked back to the bar and sat down, his buttocks were not hot yet. A text message pops up. Congratulations, you have passed the review and officially opened, and I wish you a very successful business. Shen Ye looked at this congratulatory message and read it several times carefully, but he didn't find any benefits. Is as stingy as ever. Shen Ye propped his chin with one hand, and opened the tavern app with the other. After researching, there was no change in function. After studying for a long time, Shen Ye was also a little disappointed, and there was no change in functionality. What it was like before, and what it is still like now, it seems that there will be no change if you don't get past the internship period. The time waiting for guests is often the most boring. Although Shen Ye didn't plan to pick up the guests, he was a little expectant in his heart about what the Director Bai said. If this happens on the first day, guests will come to the door. That's really awesome. Unfortunately, reality is often cruel. Shen Ye sat for a whole day without seeing a Mao Ying. Soon night will fall, and Shen Ye just thought of getting up to close the door, but suddenly stopped again. Chapter 13. I'm really dizzy, this pub should be open until midnight? It seems that you cannot open it in the morning. Thinking of this, Shen Ye hurriedly opened the tavern app to check it out. The official guidance time is from 1800 hours to 6 am, but this is only a guide. The owner of each area can extend or shorten the business hours, which is quite free. However, there is a reward above which is quite tempting. If you are open for 90 consecutive days, you can get 10 additional honor points. Looking at the information above, Shen Ye thought about it for a moment. If he worked hard, it would be impossible to leave the internship period in 1 or 2 years. Forget it, let's open a little longer today. Anyway, it's the first day it opened, and it's a good time. Shen Ye cheered up secretly. At this time, the open door made a creaking and swaying sound, and a cool breeze came in. Ticking. There was a light rain outside. The sound of raining sounds very pleasant, but it's probably going to be even more out of business. Shen Ye propped his chin with one hand and waited boringly. As a result, he started to feel sleepy and his eyelids almost closed. I don't know how long it has been. The concealed door of the tavern was pushed open, and a man and a woman walked in together. In this horrible weather, it rains as soon as it rains. I am a big man, but it doesn't matter to Miss Schwetter. Little things. How can I say trivial things, in case I catch a cold because of it? Then I will be very heartbroken and guilty, but you can rest assured, Schwetter, we are now in the tavern. Talking, the two walked to the bar. Shen Yi's sleepy head almost hit the table at this time. Boss, wake up! Shen Yi raised his head, woke up in a daze, and slowly saw the appearance of the two in front of him. He was also taken aback. The one who called Shen Yi was a very young man, dressed in fashionable and trendy clothes. His hair was meticulously combed, and his appearance was handsome. If you really want to use an adjective to describe it, it would be a standard little white face. Of course, this is praise. Meaning, not to belittle. As for the woman wearing a grey trench coat next to her, her appearance and temperament made Shen Ye feel a little confused for a while. Black and slightly moist hair curled up, eyes as clear as a lake, high under the bridge of the nose, red lips like cherries, and the features are very delicate and beautiful. She unbuttoned her grey windbreaker gracefully and placed it next to her. Hey boss! The young man in front of him yelled irritably. Shen Ye recovered, and looked at the youth in front of him. Don't be in a daze. Bring me up any delicious food. 2 more bottles of good red wine. If there is that red wine called Romanti, it would be the best. You don't need to save me money. I don't want to lose money. No. Shen Ye replied abruptly. If you don't have Romanti red wine, then get the best red wine. No. Shen Ye repeated. No, brother, we are our own, don't you understand? Don't worry about running orders. No. Shen Ye repeated the words in reply. Okay, there is no such thing as the best food, right? No. Shen Ye tried his best to maintain a calm expression. You. The young man in front of him was speechless for a long time. The woman named Schwetter said faintly, Wang Qi, don't forget it, I'm not very hungry. Since Schwetter has said everything, what can you eat here? Wang Qi tried his best to maintain a gentleman's demeanor. Shen Ye bent down, rummaged at the counter below, then got up and slapped 2 buckets of instant noodles patted on the bar. Please. Looking at the 2 buckets of instant noodles in front of him, Wang Qi's whole body was dull, looking at Shen Ye like an idiot. Even Schwetter next to her was a little moved. Chapter 16. This is okay. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Are you kidding me? Wang Qi reacted and roared, extremely annoyed. In his eyes, this guy was deliberate, otherwise how could he want something, nothing? No. Shen Ye could only bite the bullet and replied. Just when Wang Qi was about to go crazy, the Miss Schwetter spoke. Since there is always a place to rest, right? This. Shen Ye was also stumped for a while. Don't tell me you don't. Wang Qi didn't say a word when he saw Shen Ye, his face was darker than charcoal. There are some, the problem is that there are no quilts and sheets, only a single bed? Are you sure you want to live? Shen Ye blinked his eyes and looked at the two of them. In fact, Shen Ye did not expect that there would really be guests coming, and he would also need to stay. Are you kidding us? Wang Qi replied with an anti-chuckling smile. No. Shen Ye coughed and replied. Whatever we want, you can do nothing. Believe it or not, I will complain to you. Wang Qi couldn't help but said. Please, feel free to complain. Shen Ye replied with a smile, he didn't care about complaints at all. He didn't want to do this at first. Anyway, he has already made a lot of money. If he happens to be bankrupted by complaints, he will be liberated. After listening to Shen Yi's answer, Wang Qi stretched out his finger to point to Shen Ye. You. At this time, Tang Su calmly said to Shen Ye, "It's okay if you don't have those. Give us 2 rooms." Hearing the words of the beauty in front of him, although Shen Yi's surface hasn't changed much, his heart is also very surprised. This is all right. Of course, although Shen Ye was very surprised, he didn't ask much. If he remembers correctly, the first rule as a museum owner is to strictly prohibit refusal to serve members of the Star Tower. Actually, Shen Ye has been observing the 2 people in front of him. Although both of them are members of the Star Tower, their identities are still different. Regardless of the fact that there is no special mark on the 2 of them, Shen Ye still recognizes it. For example, Wang Qi, this guy should be a night watcher if he reads it right, because he acts in the dark all the year round, and the day and night are reversed, causing him to rarely get in the sun. His skin is very white, but it is that kind of pale. This is also why, before Shen Ye subconsciously felt that he was fighting Xiao Bailian, not nonsense. If there is no accident, he should still be a very advanced night-bearer. Don't ask how Shen Ye knows, he can judge it based on the romantic red wine ordered by this idiot. A bottle of 20W stars. This is just the purchase price, you can think about how rich this guy is, so it can't be a good one at all. As for the woman next to her, although her breath is very restrained, and she feels very gentle, without much sharpness. It's a pity that when she unbuttoned the grey windbreaker, Shen Ye noticed that there was a ruling cross symbol in the grey windbreaker on her body. If she is not wrong, she should be one of the heretical judges under the Star Tower. Okay, rooms 201 and 202 upstairs, one room costs 1000 stars a day, the door is unlocked, you can go straight up. Thank you, we also want these 2 barrels of instant noodles. Give me 2 more bottles of dark beer. Tang Su said to Shen Ye politely. No problem, the total is 2050. Shen Ye took out 2 bottles of dark beer from the counter behind and handed them to them, and at the same time took out a kettle from under the counter. Wang Qi didn't suffer from Miss Schwetter's face. In addition, this is a tavern stronghold, and the consequences of making trouble here are also very serious. Don't even look at them now entering the City of Autumn, but now they are in the outermost area of the City of Autumn. There is a mixture of fish and dragons here, especially because they are in a special situation now. They will not go to the hotel, and even what they eat, they are not willing to eat in the restaurant outside. No one can say whether the ship will capsize. In Tang Su's eyes, the 2 buckets of instant noodles presented by the curator in front of him were cleaner. As for the price, 1000 stars for a day of accommodation is considered a market price. Although the supporting equipment is not complete, they never care about those, they only care about whether they can rest at ease. Wang Qi reluctantly took out 2100 star coins from his pocket and patted it on the table. Shen Ye quickly took the money away, and at the same time took out a 50-star coin and handed it to Wang Qi. His attitude changed 180 degrees. After all, customers are God. This has always been Shen Yi's criteria, let alone paying customers. As for the previous reception, it was that Shen Ye really couldn't help it. He really didn't have anything. He could only answer truthfully, and Shen Ye didn't even think about being able to make a deal. Thank you for coming, here is your change, please collect it. The corners of Wang Qi's mouth twitched, and the look in Shen Yi's eyes was a little strange. This guy is not a lunatic, how can he be so weird? Just ignored the answer, and looked like he was not afraid of complaining. Now that he has become so enthusiastic, it makes him feel uncomfortable. Soon the instant noodles were soaked, and the 2 started. Wang Qi said to Miss Schwetter while eating. Thanks to Miss Schwetter for her help this time, otherwise I don't know what to do. When I go back to the business this time, I will definitely repay you, and. Shen Yi's surface was calm and his ears were erected. There is never a distinction between men and women in eating melons, let alone eating white or not. Stop talking, eat noodles. Miss Schwetter calmly interrupted Wang Qi words and stopped him from speaking. Wang Qi reacted for a while and quickly closed his mouth. He was also a little lost for a while, complaining inwardly. It's all to blame for the owner. Shen Ye couldn't help but sneezed. He rubbed his nose and caught a cold? Or who is saying bad things about himself? Shen Ye looked at Wang Qi subconsciously. Wang Kaiman was keenly aware of Shen Yi's gaze and pretended not to see it. He continued to lower his head to eat, and he kept complaining in his heart. Fuck, this guy is really a master? There won't be any strange stones in the Mind series, I can tell you a few words? Shouldn't it? And this guy's breath is very good, and I can only feel the extreme. The weak star power can't even be noticed without careful observation. It seems that the curator in each area is really not a vegetarian. Various thoughts in Wang Qi's mind kept flashing. He had never thought that Shen Yexing's power was weak, and the natural aura that came out was so strong. Within a few minutes, after Wang Qi and the two had finished eating, they went straight upstairs. Only Shen Ye was left sitting in front of the bar alone. Speaking of which, that director Bai really didn't lie to him. It just opened the business and there were guests in this horrible weather, it was really crooked. It seems that he really made money by doing this. In fact, Shen Ye still feels a little bit in his heart. If he doesn't make money by doing this, Yening, the first museum owner, wouldn't have the money to buy such expensive medicine. There is no way to let Director Bai go so easily before Shen Ye, but it is a pity that his startup funds are too small, and the authority is too low, and there is no way to buy more good goods. Chapter 17 National Live Broadcast. The night is long, and Shen Ye keeps breathing. His biological clock has not been adjusted, it is still a bit troublesome to reverse day and night. Chapter 14. After waiting for a long time, seeing no one coming in, and nothing to do in idle time, Shen Ye picked up the phone and started playing. He clicked on a software called Quanman Live. I haven't used the live broadcast for a long time, mainly because I have been too busy recently. In order to open the business, Shen Ye has hardly been idle. Introduce here, the live broadcast world of this world is not inferior to the world before Shen Ye, it is even more crazy and exciting. They are not simply live broadcast or entertainment, the content inside is only you can't think of, there is nothing you can't see. The scale is infinite, and I don't know what the alliance government thinks, and don't care about this live broadcast software, letting it grow abnormally. Brothers, the little rocket gets up, and I will broadcast it to you tonight, catch the female ghost. An uncle with a mustache, dressed in a vintage robe and holding a wooden sword, said to the camera. Thank my elder brother Little Dimple for the little rocket brushed by 777. Brothers, let's just play a bit bigger. As long as someone flashes me a big rocket, I will live broadcast the female ghost with bare hands at night. The uncle mustache in the video saw the screen full of gifts, and was very excited to directly insert the wooden sword in his hand on the ground, and directly rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Shen Ye breathed out, raised his hand and crossed it out, and changed to another anchor. It's not that this guy brags, there are real ghosts in this world, but the so-called ghosts are more of monsters like earthbound spirits or virtual spirits. These monsters are usually very cruel and ugly. It's strange not to have nightmares if you watch this in the middle of the night. Immediately after the picture flashed, a young woman in a very revealing dress and heavy makeup was dancing. Countless people swiping the screen. Baby, baby I love you. It's boring. Shen Ye paddled boringly, in fact, he had a favorite anchor before. That anchor is interesting, leading his own team, haunting some remote areas all year round, exploring some ruins, and revealing the veil of this world for everyone. For a while, Shen Ye was also yearning for it, hoping to be one of them. It's a pity that he died, all of them died, and the death was extremely tragic. It doesn't matter if they died in the hands of monsters. After all, walking along the riverside all the year round, there are no people who don't wet their shoes, but the problem is not that simple. They ran into an evil organization, and finally all their members were tortured and killed during the live broadcast. At that time, many fans hurried to report it. When the Star Tower sent the night bearer to arrive afterwards, only the tortured corpses were left on the scene. This is not the first time that this kind of thing has happened, I can often see it. There are even some mentally disabled criminal guys, live broadcast. Of course, most of the end is not very good. There is a saying that it is good, if you don't die, you won't die. Hey, so the world is still very dangerous. The world is full of order on the surface, and it also looks very harmonious. In fact, this is not the case. Since tens of thousands of years ago, all countries have unearthed the planet called the strange star and divided the countless strange stones produced on it. It is destined to be impossible to be harmonious. Even if the alliance government has spent tens of thousands of years trying to recover the strange stones, the effect is still not ideal. The turbulence has continued for thousands of years. This is why the special institution of Star Tower was established. Moreover, a scandal that shocked the world occurred more than 10 years ago. The 3 special storage warehouses under the alliance government, that is, special warehouses dedicated to storing strange stones, were taken down by countless evil organizations. A large number of strange stones flowed out, causing more serious chaos and turbulence. If you know that a behemoth as strong as an alliance government can be drunk by others, you can imagine how wonderful this world is. It's really a master like a cloud. Living in this kind of world, we still have to be honest and keep ourselves. Although there are cheats, you still have to stick to the point of being a person. Sometimes Shen Ye is a bit suspicious, if he goes out to kill the quartet or slap him everywhere according to the pig's foot routines in the novel. It is estimated that he has been hung on a tree to air dry, and by the way, he was cramped and dissected, and the golden fingers were also dug out. It's better to keep a low profile, and when you encounter something, you should be confident about it. Without full assurance, or only a little assurance, going up is all looking for death. After all, miracles are not that easy to happen, so don't overconfidence. Therefore, before the success, trying to hide and develop is the kingly way. Just when Shen Yemen was watching carelessly, he suddenly found the popular anchor, which was also taken aback. The entire public screen scrolls like code, and I can't see what people are saying. Fuck. What anchor is so popular? People? How can the screen shake so badly? Wait until the screen became a little stable. Shen Ye saw people fleeing in panic and screaming everywhere. Red light beams bombarded the fleeing crowd. Accompanied by the explosion, flesh and blood flew across. At this time, the screen turned back, and you could see a carapace-shaped monster with a height of 7 or 8 meters and a mouth full of scary teeth, chasing the fleeing crowd frantically. Those monsters opened their ferocious mouths, biting one at a time, and 2 of them swallowed into their stomachs. Editor, run, look at the sky. At this time, a golden screen text was swiped out. At this time, the screen adjusted suddenly, and when I looked up, I saw creeping lizard monsters with sticky skin falling from the sky, like it was raining grass. Suddenly the screen shook for a while and switched to the third perspective. A public face appeared in front of the camera. If you read it correctly, this should be the anchor editor. I saw the editor dexterously turning over and avoiding the fallen monster. Ran away, more dexterous than a rabbit. Soon the editor quickly hid into the dark corner of a building. He stuck his head out and looked at the people who were madly chased by monsters, and then let out a deep breath. Hey! Editor, editor, why don't you save people? Yes, go down and save people. A barrage came out. Xiaobian said with a bitter melon face to all the fans in a low voice. Big brothers, I'm only an investigator, and I have no combat effectiveness. What can I do to save people? Just those monsters, they tore me in minutes. And this Tyraka city will be almost finished without support. Now, the dimensional cracks torn here have reached the 5th level of alert, and the types of alien monsters that have rushed out, I have seen more than 7 types. Or Xiaobian, you can move closer to the center of the battlefield for reconnaissance, so that you can provide more accurate intelligence to the Star Tower. At this time, a girl named Umbrella Little Mushroom swiped a bar of information. Good. The editor gritted his teeth and replied. What's so good? At this time, a shadow enveloped the editor, making a hoarse voice. Xiaobian turned his head and looked over, only to see a monster with a spider-like human face quietly appearing behind him, and the spider blade exuding cold light has been raised high. What? Accompanied by a scream of horror. The sharp spider blade slashed hard. Xiaobian's cyan strange stone on the back of his right hand emits a blue halo, and Xiaobian suddenly disappeared in place and appeared 3 meters away. He was originally standing on the ground and was split like tofu. Chapter 18 Rescue. Where do you want to go? When missed a hit, the monster with the spider-like human face raised its head, and the green eyes on its forehead locked the editor, making a harsh sound. Quickly caught up. Run. The barrage is swiping everywhere on the entire screen. Even after Shen Yi's time, my heart also picked up. 3rd class star Roma star Tyraka City. More and more, all kinds of monsters came out of the cracks. They broke into the fish school like greedy sharks, biting wildly, breaking meat and blood, making them more and more violent. The remaining guards in the city, armed with guns, shot desperately at the monsters. However, those monsters are extremely dexterous, jumping to the surrounding buildings at high speed, avoiding shooting. Occasionally, a few bullets were shot, but it was just a hole. For their tenacious vitality, it is nothing at all. I saw those monsters jumping up and down, jumping directly tens of meters away, accurately slamming the guards to the ground, opening a big mouth in the blood basin, and directly biting their necks. After that, he slowly raised his head and looked at the people who were fleeing around. He liked the new and disgusted with the old, abandoning the spoils and chasing after him. Boom! The tallest building in the center of Tyraka, a 100-story building, exploded violently. Countless glass exploded and fell towards the people who fled under the pressure. Click! The main body of the towering building began to shatter. Boom! A figure smashed through the wall and flew out. Behind it was a humanoid bat monster with bat wings, no skin, and only red flesh on the surface, chasing it out. There is a good saying that when gods fight, mortals suffer. The whole building was finally overwhelmed and broke in the middle. The huge reinforced concrete body fell down. What? The crowd below cried desperately. Countless people were smashed into meat sauce, blood splashed all over. In the outer ring of Tyraka City, the people who finally escaped here did not wait for them to cry for the rest of their lives. Suddenly a viscous liquid dripped on their faces. They raised their heads in horror. In an instant, on the walls of the surrounding buildings, monsters with long tongues and gecko feet like toads jumped down. A fleeing citizen was thrown down, making a desperate cry for help and a cry of fear for mercy. Help! No, no! These voices soon turned into screams. In the fleeing crowd, a middle-aged woman ran forward desperately holding an 8-year-old girl with ponytails and tears on her face. At this time, a monster with a long tongue and a bony mask resembling a toad fell in front of it. The expression on the woman's face suddenly revealed immense despair and fear. The monster in front of him, the eyeballs in his eyes stared at her. Suddenly put out his tongue and swept toward the woman. At this time, the woman leader threw her daughter a few meters away. The woman was directly entangled with her tongue and pulled towards her mouth. Chapter 15. Mother. The little girl who was thrown out got up from the ground and ran towards her crying. Run! The middle-aged woman shouted in despair. The whole body was stuffed into the monster's mouth without saying. Click! The sharp teeth cut her head and body in half, and then chewed them sweetly. The middle-aged woman's head fell down and fell in front of the little girl. The little girl looked at her mother's head, her young face was dull, completely frightened, she couldn't even cry. At this time, the long-tongued toad-shaped monster, Gyalo, swallowed the chewed prey into his stomach, and his eyes turned to the little girl. Came over step by step and came to the little girl. Opened the blood basin and opened his mouth. Click! Suddenly a figure flashed up in front of the little girl, slashing sharply at the monster with an open mouth. I'm looking for death, who do I want to eat? Beheaded it in 2 stages. Appeared is a young knight-bearer wearing a grey plain suit with a crescent moon and sword on the chest. On the back of his hand holding the sword was embedded a strange stone emitting a pale white starlight. However, when the knight-bearer had just killed the monster in front of him, all the monsters around him eating their prey turned their heads to look at the knight-bearer. Rushed up crazy. The knight-bearer, instead of fearing, raised his sword to greet him. One sword swept across, and another sword in the backhand slashed the monster on the right side. It's a pity that another monster rushed up from the blind spot. Damn it! The knight-bearer took a step back, grabbed the sluggish little girl's back collar, and jumped back to avoid it. It's a pity that the long-tongued monsters all around didn't intend to let him go. They rushed crazy like seeing extremely delicious food. And the knight-bearer carried the little girl in his left hand and the sword in his right. A long-tongued monster quietly appeared on its side, swept across with a sharp claw. Not good. The knight-bearer immediately raised his sword to block. The huge counter-shock force swept it away with the little girl. At the time of the crisis, the knight-bearer took the little girl in his arms and rolled on the ground for a few times before he stabilized his body. Hold the sword on the ground and adjust back to posture. But those long-tongued monsters also outflanked it, and the situation got worse. The knight-holder raised his right hand, the strange stone on the back of his hand was completely lit up, and he slapped the ground hard. The concrete floor was pierced one by one. Through 5 or 6 monsters rushing up. It is a pity that the hordes of monsters rushed up again. The knight-bearer's face was slightly pale, and he couldn't use the power of the strange stone in his hand for a while. On the one hand, the quality of his strange stones is too low, on the other hand, his power is also limited. At this moment, a small auto-tracking rocket fired over with a buzz. Boom! The rocket exploded, killing 2 long-tongued monsters on the spot. A figure jumped down from a nearby building and fell behind the other monsters, waving a white lightsaber, one sword at a time. What appeared was a young man wearing a mechanical armor. After solving a few monsters, he rushed to the side of the young knight-bearer. When did I say that Zhou was so unusable? Just such a few monsters made you so embarrassed. I said long ago, those things you repaired don't work at all. Hey! I want you to take care of it, your broken copper and iron are not necessarily useful. Drink, and your mouth is hard. The mother who knew you were beaten long ago didn't even recognize me, I'm doing it. Mom who will see who gets beaten doesn't know me. The two of them cursed each other while dealing with the monsters coming around. And this scene is being staged in various areas of the city. Those who came to support were all mecha fighters and knight-bearers from different civilizations. They ridiculed each other and cooperated in battle unwillingly. In fact, even the knight-bearers in the Star Tower are not entirely cultivators and use strange stones. There are also people who use high-tech weapons. At the same time, they are all enhanced with genetic medicine. It's just that in normal times, they are only active in their own area. Of course, no matter who takes a look, he can see that it is very disharmonious. Chapter 19 Void Bone Beast. Including the live broadcast room that Shen Ye is watching now, the fans themselves are pinching each other. You cultivators are really good enough. It took a long time to hack a few monsters to death. Oh, what's the point of using iron not weapons? I have run out of weapons, so I can't use the sword obediently, and it's not as good as a star warrior. What did you say? The fact that I said, bit me if I refuse to accept it. CNDY. The entire live broadcast room directly scolded, completely ignoring the editor who was running wildly for his life. Xiaobian was also about to vomit blood, and he was so unlucky that he ran into a monster with a fourth-order high-level spider face, and he madly killed himself. And these idiots in the live broadcast room were almost dead without seeing him, and they were still making noise. Shen Ye looked at the editor who was desperately running away, and was also very surprised. This guy is good at strength, at least he is also a 3-star scouting star warrior. Moreover, the strange stone in his hand is also very precious. Although it is of blue quality, it is a rare stone of the spatial displacement series, capable of short distance displacement, and its ability to escape is also first class. Otherwise, how could it be possible to escape for so long under the nose of that spider-like human-faced monster, and it would have been chopped into meat sauce if replaced by someone else. As for these scolding fans, Shen Ye had already taken it off. The contradictions between the two opposing civilizations of science and technology and cultivation have long ceased to exist in one day or two. They have long looked at each other upset, and they couldn't look down on each other. In fact, technological civilization is also very powerful, especially their high-end weapons, mechas, and battleships are simply bugs, and not only are they powerful, they are also very cool and handsome. Shen Ye is also very heart-stirring. There is a saying that mecha is a man's romance. He also wants to go up and touch and play awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, it is unrealistic. He came from the Shen family, and the Shen family itself is a typical cultivation faction family. If anyone in the family says to turn on the armor, everyone in the family will be able to jump out and spray you head without using others. Education at home from an early age is to instill in Shen Ye, technology is only to assist life, nothing else works. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that some technological items are too convenient and irreplaceable, such as mobile phones, spaceships and the like. Otherwise, the family would have long since let it go. As for the 4 seasons planets, there are actually people of 2 civilizations. It's just that the 4 seasons planets are in order to maintain the planet's superior natural environment. Therefore, certain restrictions are imposed on the weapons and people of scientific and technological civilization, and more cultivating star warriors are used to handle matters. However, even if the Star Tower reinforcements arrive, the situation in the entire city is not optimistic. Those monsters who break in cannot say that they are afraid, so they immediately retreat and so on. They will only attack frantically. I don't know why. Flesh and flesh are full of crazy desires. Hey, stop arguing, see what it is. At this time, Lao Tzu, the big brother on the list, is a dick, and shouted with a headline. The fans who had been so loudly noisy all looked over. I don't know when, the editor has already thrown off the arachnid monster, climbed up a retro minaret and looked into the distance. In the pure sky above the center of Tyraka city, a crack suddenly opened to the sky. A pair of extremely pale, huge bone hands with a breath of death penetrated through the crack, firmly grasping both sides of the crack. Forcibly open the crack. A skeletal head wearing a pale bone mask was exposed, and his hollow eyes seemed to swallow all living things in. Oh my god! I read it right, it's not Tier 6 Void Bone Beast. It's a big trouble this time, let me run away. Run! What are you doing there? At this time, the head of the Void Bone Beast came out first and opened its mouth. Now! A pale beam of light swept past, and the rows of buildings in Tyraka city exploded, like a doomsday. And the sweeping beam is getting closer and closer to the editor. Xiaobian immediately let go and fell from the spire. The whole picture shakes suddenly. At this moment, in the distant sky, a small spacecraft quickly approached, lowered their altitude, and opened their hatches in mid-air. 5 senior night-bearers in different costumes walked out. Is the most conspicuous woman with glasses and a top-notch body. Her lips move slightly. It seems that I was not lucky enough to run into such a big guy. What about the big guy? Beat him to death together. A big man wearing a white exercise suit with explosive muscles and iron fists in both hands said coldly. "Don't be too self-confident, it would be a trivial matter to overturn the boat in the gutter. It would be shameful to let those idiots with iron bumps watch jokes at that time." Was talking about a little old man, dressed in a black suit, white shirt and a black bow tie around his neck, just like a gentleman butler, but he held a delicate rapier in his right hand. "I don't think we are caring about those things now. Killing the enemy by higher ranks is very exciting. But it is also very dangerous. We shouldn't think about it first. Can we win?" Was talking about a child who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, with a lollipop in his mouth. "It's almost time, it's time to do it. If you wait any longer, Tyraka City will be flattened, and we will bear the blame when we go back." The last sunny and handsome man smiled and said, "I'll come first." The big man in a white exercise suit jumped down first. "Let's go too." The corners of the girl's mouth rose slightly, and then she jumped down. The other three jumped down without any hesitation. At the moment they landed, the five immediately dispersed, rushing from different directions to the struggling virtual bone beast. Among them, the big man wearing a white exercise suit rushed to the forefront. He chose to be the front. Soon the void bone beast turned around, raised its huge claws and patted it down. The big man jumped extremely fast, dodged the attack, landed directly on his bone claws, and ran up his head along the bone arms. A purple stone on his chest exudes a bright light. The big man's arm quickly turned into a dark steel color, and soon he rushed to the shoulder of the virtual bone beast, jumped up again, and raised his hardened fist. Crack punch! A destructive fist full of explosive power, slammed the void bone's white mask face fiercely. The part that was hit, the white bone was directly sunken. The void bone beast was furious, opened its blood basin, and turned its head to bite the fallen man. Weathered by the vines. Chapter 16. Accompanied by the voice of the girl, the ground broke open, and the thorny vines with a width of 3 or 4 meters were pulled up and stretched along the body of the virtual bone beast, wrapped around its neck, and blocked its attack. At this moment, the old gentleman walked around to his side, with a little toe, jumped up, and raised the rapier in his hand. 3000 Hay-8 cut. Click. A series of sharp sword chi smashed the back of the virtual bone beast's head, cutting out a series of shocking incisions. The empty eyes of the void bone beast suddenly burned with white flames, and the mouth issued a terrifying roar of fear, and the whole body was shocked. Oops! The girl was surprised. Click! The tyrannical aura spread from his body, and all the vines entwined on his body were torn apart. Chapter 20 Clearance. The close man and the old gentleman were directly rushed out. At this time, the child waved his hand. The earth became extremely soft, like a waterbed. 2 mud hands extended to catch the two of them. Void bone beast opened its mouth to accumulate strength. At the moment it was shot, a figure that was as fast as an afterimage disappeared in a flash, appeared on his chin, and kicked his chin with a fierce kick. Now! The pale beam of light spit out, directly shot crooked, across the distant sky. Shen Ye looked at this wonderful battle through the third-party perspective of the editor, and his blood was boiling. Fuck! A group of 4-star and 5-star masters challenged the monsters of the 6th order, and this cooperation was simply nothing. The strongest combat power here is nothing more than the old gentleman, the handsome young man, and the man with bare hands. They should reach the 5-star level. Otherwise, I would never dare to be hard-headed. As for the auxiliary children and girls, they should be 4-star high-end. The battle became more and more fierce, and the 5 Night-Bearers continued to launch fierce attacks around the void bone. And try to avoid the monster's attack, just like playing a boss. It is a pity that the effect is not obvious. Although they are very violent, they have not caused much substantial damage to the void bone beast at all. Actually irritated it completely. Void bone beast raised its sharp bone claws and slammed it down towards the ground. Flash! The young man who took the lead was keenly aware of the danger and shouted sharply. 5 people quickly backed away. Click! Numerous bone spurs penetrated from the ground in pieces, countless people who had escaped were penetrated, and many buildings collapsed. With the virtual bone beast as the center, it was directly reduced to ruins within a radius of 3 kilometers. The hardened man climbed up from the ruins. He broke a bone spur stuck in his arm. His face was very ugly. It's all right now. They were originally saving people, but now their deaths are even worse. The other 4 companions also got up in embarrassment and almost got skewered. But without waiting for them to be lucky, the void bone beast directly locked on them and opened its huge mouth. A black missile struck at high speed and penetrated directly into his mouth. Boom! A huge explosion swept away. Immediately after, a 30-meter-high armor with a faint blue luster, 2 pairs of prismatic auxiliary light wings behind him, the mecha holding a plasma light blade rushed over. Slashed him with a knife. Sparks are flying everywhere. At the same time, an elite soldier wearing a power armor and holding a variety of mechanical weapons fell down. After landing, shot at the void bone beast. Rumbling. Various rockets, missiles, penetrating bullets, and other hot weapons burst open on the bone void beast. Yeah, this is not Mr. Chen Qi, how come you were beaten so embarrassed? I said that you can't do this, and we have to finish it. Among the falling crowd, a captain wearing a power armor said jokingly. Chen Qi, the big man in practice clothes, said suddenly annoyed. Kane, we have not yet reached the point where we need your help. Do you really think your broken coppers are useful? Of course it's useful. You see that as soon as we make a move, we immediately suppressed each other. It's like you are playing here, it doesn't matter for a long time to get it done, and it makes a mess. What did you say? Chen Qi was also angry. Mr. Kane, are you taunting us? The woman replied. Isn't this Miss Zhang Yu? I am not targeting you, but all cultivators. Only technology is the strongest. Kane said arrogantly. Humph! Even the always calm young man showed anger on his face. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud impact sound. Chen Qi, Kane, and others were also taken aback and looked up. I saw that the mecha leading the attack was slapped and flew out, colliding with 3 buildings. Void Bone Beast raised his hair and made a terrifying sound. Not good. Chen Qi and the others were stunned, but there was no intention to attack each other, and the 2 gangs immediately rushed up. At this time, the editor introduced with a trembling voice, Lao Tai, you have also seen that the Nightbearer and others who came here are trying their best to kill the virtual bone beast, but it seems that the effect is very unsatisfactory, that. What about that? Yes, I make it clear. A swipe message pops up. That my reward detection mission has been completed, I'm going to bugger, goodbye. After talking, the editor ran out of the city. Hey, editor, don't be so spineless, don't run. Yes, we are watching it intensely. Don't run, we can't see the battlefield clearly. In an instant, the live room was directly fried. Shen Ye also had a dazed expression. Hey, this guy is really decisive. He said he would run without ambiguity. As a result, the battlefield is getting farther and farther, and I really can't see clearly. Don't run away, you coward. You are a fool if you don't run. Some of the more reasonable fans also began to respond. Shen Ye sighed. It didn't look like he had to watch it, but it was normal. The previous monster went crazy, and the anchor editor was almost killed. Thanks to his agility, he dodges to the limit. It is really no different from dancing in front of death. Just as everyone was arguing, a pale beam of light swept across the top of the editor's head. Rumbling. The surrounding buildings exploded. Various cement stones and glass fly horizontally. Xiaobian dodged extremely quickly, and the live broadcast room was quiet for a while. What's the situation? Escaped so far, and was affected. At this time, the editor turned his head, the live video was also turned around, and everyone saw the central area. I saw that Tier 6 Void Bone Beast completely ran away, and was madly destroying it. And the Nightbearer who suppressed it began to retreat. At this moment, countless missiles fell from the sky, bombarding him like a storm. An interstellar warship that is several kilometers long penetrates through the clouds and is exposed. The huge barrel comes down. A bright beam of light penetrated. Rumbling. The huge shock wave swept away, disintegrating every inch of it. Even the editor was rushed out. Shen Ye touched his forehead. It was obvious that the support plan had failed. The coalition government forces that came to support cannot start counting with heavy weapons. And the consequences of doing this are also obvious. Tyraka City is completely finished. This anchor is pretty awesome. I guess he has seen something wrong and fled decisively when the situation was wrong. Creation Star Glass Assembly Hall, under the bright lights, a famous congressman dressed in different luxurious costumes is arguing fiercely. Everyone was blushing with noise, and the scene was chaotic. I didn't know that. I thought it was a vegetable market. Sitting on the front parliamentary stage, a gentle-faced, calm white-haired old man sat quietly, looking at the arguing parliamentarians below with muddy eyes, without any intention to stop him. He has long been used to it. As long as the whole assembly is held every time, there is no peace. I said, what is the use of those exercises? You can't make a few masters for a long time, and if you accidentally burp, you will lose money and people, and it will not be as powerful as our high-tech weapons. One of the representatives of the powerful diehards of the technological state, the Titansk State Councillor, scolded. Chapter 21 Subsidies. Just your iron bumps, don't you have any points in your heart? The expensive ones are dying, and they break down at every turn. Representative Chi Yunga responded unceremoniously. That's better than you guys who are unreliable, just like playing a monkey. Dare to say that we are unreliable? Who is unreliable? Who is playing monkeys? We practitioners pay attention to gradual progress. Not only can we increase combat effectiveness, but we can also live longer. We have gene-enhancing drugs, which can also strengthen the body and increase lifespan. Yes, just your half-hearted medicines have such strong side effects. After how many people drink them, they will be neither human nor ghost. What are you talking about? After our people are strengthened, they are no worse than yours in battle armor. Don't look back when the strange stone suddenly fails. I see what you have to rely on. It sounds so good. I don't know who is secretly collecting mechanical stones, each one is hidden like a baby bump. Chapter 17. Machinery stones are different from others. This is for our research. You don't need to change the subject. I'm not talking about these things with you. I don't think there is any effect on cultivation. The alliance government allocates so much money to you every year is a waste. Give us, we can make more large weapons. Our warships can be invincible in space. No one can stop. You have so few people to move in space. Yeah, there are few people who can move freely in space. But if the funds are provided to you, it will only burn the broken toys directly. Isn't it more wasteful? Don't believe me? Let your iron bump toys come down and try, we split them in minutes. It sounds like we don't have land weapons. Well said, I just got a piece of information for feedback. I'll read it to you. The Humblebee interstellar battleship dispatched to the finale of the third-class star Roma star Tyraka City, violently ditched and fired it privately with the main artillery. Killing the invading monsters has caused more than half of Tyraka City to be completely reduced to ruins. The number of deaths and injuries has not yet been counted. Let's see what you have done. That was a last resort. You have to do this more than a few times. I guess that half of you who will come to the meeting next year are gone. What did you say? I'm telling the truth, I want to fight. I fear you. I saw a member of Kyun Kingdom, his whole body was petrified, his body began to become huge, and he turned into an arrogant stone giant. The state councillor of Titansk was not to be outdone. Countless metal particles appeared out of thin air on his body. These metal particles covered from bottom to top, revealing the colonial armor. Just when the two were about to fight, a hoarse and majestic voice sounded. "Stop it!" The president of the council on the council stage really couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted. The two senior councillors stopped immediately, and the noisy assembly hall also quieted down. The chief of parliament looked at the two congressmen who were leading the trouble and said coldly, "I like fighting so much, I will set up a life and death ring for you, so that you can compete in a showdown. It is still not addictive. Your two countries will also pull the troops out for a walk. I will set a neutral zone for you as the battlefield. How about, or? As the saying goes, it's arrogant just now, but now it's embarrassing." Representatives of Titansk state and Kyun state, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Actually, the head of parliament is not surprised at all about quarrels. This is a clash of civilizations. Everyone thinks that they are developing in the right direction. Science and technology countries look down on cultivation countries, and cultivation countries disdain science and technology countries. This contradiction has existed for tens of thousands of years, and it is not surprising at all. If it weren't for the establishment of an alliance government, it would have been impossible to fight. Don't look at these congressmen arguing as if they are brainless. In fact, each of them is very shrewd. They are here to poke each other's pain points constantly, and raise themselves up, not just for the Union government's military expenditures once every 3 years. I want to get more. In fact, the President of the Parliament is very clear that the benefits of a technology-owned technology country, apart from other mass destruction and space operations, they have unmatched advantages. But Xingguqi has a great advantage in ground combat and dexterous execution of combat tasks. There are also star martial artists who have cultivated to the top. They are simply mobile humanoid super weapons. Moreover, most of the void races are successfully breaking through, and most of them are directly descending on the planets. Only a small number of racial monsters can move freely in the starry sky, and most of them cannot. They also rely on a variety of media to be able to migrate in the starry sky, such as insect nests, alien ships, and so on. And after these monsters descend on the planet, they can't always use large weapons to bombard them and clear them. The Tyraka city just mentioned is the most typical consequence. The president's idea is very simple. Differences will only bring disastrous consequences. Only cooperation and complementarity can achieve long-term win-win results. The reason why the parliamentary president left everyone arguing, so that the more the Kyun state councillor and the Titansk state councillor quarreled, the more intense it became. To put it bluntly, it was just to kill the chickens and monkeys later, and let the two groups of people stop. After all, these two people are typical representatives of both sides. But the real big guys are all sitting behind watching the show. In fact, it's nothing, we just talk and exchange normally. That's right, that's right. The two replied, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Humph, I have told you many times that we are all our own, and we must respect each other's civilization. What is our current situation, you still don't know. If it weren't for the galaxy array to protect us, we would have been dead here a long time ago. On the battlefield, don't you have any sense of crisis? Yes, yes. The president of the council is right. The two wiped sweat on their foreheads. The president of the council has almost met, so instead of reprimanding the two, he switched to a formal topic. The military subsidies allocated by the coalition government this time are all in the document statement. You can see your own copy, and this time it will not be made public. Finished with the Speaker of the Council. A clerk walked in and placed the statement in his hand on the table of the corresponding legislator. Each member of the council opened the report in front of him and looked at it. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and no one stood up to question and dissatisfied, and they seemed to be able to accept it. After a long time, the head of the council spoke hoarsely. There is no objection, this time the military subsidy is set. The president of the council is wise. No problem, very good, very fair. All the congressmen present expressed their opinions. The councillor raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and soon everyone in the council hall closed their mouths. Military expenses are over, let's talk about the joint operations plan, shall we? Upon hearing the words of the councillor, everyone present was embarrassed. The so-called Joint Combat Plan is a coordinated combat plan of science and technology warriors and star warriors. This is a plan mainly supported by the President of the Council. The reinforcements of Tyraka City are the product of this joint plan, and everyone knows the result. Was a mess, although it was an accident that the Tier 6 Void Bone Beast appeared. But the final result is almost impossible to see. If you use the score to evaluate it, it will be 0. The joint operation plan is pretty good, and everyone below is working hard. Yes, yes, this plan is good. Don't worry, Lord Councillor, it won't be long before we can cooperate seamlessly. At this time, the representatives of the different civilizations of the two parties, like brothers, opened their eyes and talked nonsense, and the scene was harmonious. Chapter 22 Care. At this time, the turbid eyes of the head of parliament swept over the members present, and he just nodded slightly. Well, that's good, implement this plan well, I will focus on it. When everyone heard what the president said, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, yes. In fact, the president of the council does not know what they cooperated, the question is not the time to accuse them excessively. This will only deepen their grievances, and will only backfire, and he has beaten them appropriately just now. Continuing on the next topic, do you think there is any problem with the policy of mutants? I have recently received many reports about mutants. In recent years, the frequency of mutants getting out of control has become more and more frequent, causing more and more serious turbulence. Any one of you has better suggestions? At the same time as the Speaker of Parliament was speaking, a report form was passed to all the MPs, and they opened the report form one after another. Look at the data and content above. A middle-aged congressman said, Lord of the Council, want me to say it. We spend a lot of manpower and material resources on these mutants every year, it is too wasteful. It is better to deal with them directly, so that they will be free, we happy too. Congressman Dollar, the tragedy of feelings did not happen to you, otherwise you would not stand and talk. It would be miserable for them to be attacked by a foreign race, and they would not be allowed to survive. You have to say something light-hearted. Killed all their lives. At this time, a female congresswoman who was wearing a robes, her pale hair was meticulously combed, and her eyes were wearing glasses, replied. I'm telling the truth, although it's a bit cruel. I don't agree. I think we should increase investment in the development of drugs for the treatment of mutants. Instead of thinking about dealing with them, this will only directly push these people who are already sensitive to the opposition. This behavior is very stupid. That's not necessarily true. Thunder's methods are used to solve potential threats. This is also a good idea. You can also see that this report is very clear. Over the years, the probability of mutants getting out of control has been rising rapidly. Loss of control has caused serious consequences, causing a large number of innocent people to be affected and killed. A congressman with glasses in the corner added abruptly. Hey! Do you think it is clean? Unless the monsters of the 10,000 races stop invading us. Otherwise, a large number of mutants will be produced every year. Do you think it is not messy enough? Then you have come up with a good idea. All the major members of the Parliament Hall were arguing. After a long time, I still haven't discussed any effective constructive opinions, but it's normal. I have always been very sensitive about the topic of mutant people. Because of being attacked by thousands of people in the starry sky all the year round, the number of mutants is increasing every year. These people became grey existences, because they were polluted, they inherited part of the power to attack their monsters. But the power they gain is not only unstable, but also makes them gradually lose their minds and eventually lose control and become monsters. Of course, all mutants will be monitored by the Alliance government, but the effect has been very unsatisfactory. Okay, don't fight, since there is no good suggestion. From now on, the Alliance government will allocate an additional part of the funds. It will be used to hire more personnel to monitor the mutants and strengthen their control. The council leader's patience reached its limit. He took the gavel and hammered it off the table. Yes, Lord Councillor. Everyone responded. The meeting is over. The head of assembly stood up and announced. In the early morning, Shen Ye propped his chin with one hand in the tavern. His eyelids were almost closed as if they were fighting. Buzzing. The mobile phone placed on the table rang suddenly. Shen Ye almost knocked on the table. He picked up the phone in a daze and picked it up, putting it next to his ear. Hey! Good boy! Are you awake? A gentle and caring voice came from the phone. Shen Ye woke up for a while. Wake up, Mom, why do you suddenly remember to call? What happened? What can you do is worry about how well you are outside, whether you have been bullied, whether you are eating well. Shen Ye listened to her mother's concern, her heart was also very touched. Don't worry, my side is very good, it's okay. What's okay? Have you watched TV recently? It's messy everywhere, it's not safe outside, so you should go home if it's okay. It's okay, I'm in the Star of Autumn. This is a first-class star. It's good, don't worry. Autumn Star's consumption is very expensive, do you have enough money with you? Or I will send you some more. No, I'm pretty good here, and I have rented a small shop and started a business, it's really no problem. Shen Ye quickly persuaded that the reason why he came out was actually because he wanted to work his own, so how could he reach out to his family? Hearing Shen Ye's words, his mother paused, then hesitated, and said, Xiao Ye, listen to what Mom said, and come back. It doesn't matter if your elder brother takes up a position, I know you can't stand the gossip of those outside the family. If it doesn't work, we won't marry it. It's no big deal, okay. Shen Ye stagnated slightly, and didn't know how to answer for a while. In fact, he didn't care about those things at all, and he didn't pay attention to it. The reason why he came out to start a business was to realize his dream. At this time, a slightly serious voice came from the phone. I told you so, don't mention that, which pot should not be mentioned. Then you are saying something, if you don't say it yourself, you won't let me say it. This is the way it was originally, I blame you for why you agreed to. Shen Ye listened to his mother complaining about his father, and his heart was warm. He guessed right. If he called so early, his father must have been eavesdropping nearby. Chapter 18. A knocking sound interrupted Shen Ye's thoughts. Shen Ye raised his head subconsciously, and saw Tang Su standing in front of Shen Ye, tapping his white fingers on the tabletop of the bar counter. The bathroom on the second floor is unusable. Where can I wash and bathe? Over there. Shen Ye just stretched out his finger and pointed to the bathroom on the first floor, and his father's annoyed voice came from the phone. Why, there is a woman's voice, brat, are you floating? It's only been a few days since I went out, so I found a woman and took a shower. No, I don't have one. Listen to me, our Shen family is not a small family, not any woman can get it home, believe it or not, I will break your leg. Ah, the signal is not very good, what are you saying, I can't hear it, just like that, I still have things on my side. Shen Ye was full of black lines, and hung up the phone quickly. Hey! Shen Ye let out a long sigh, and when he raised his head, Tang Su had already left. Shen Ye was also dumbfounded, this time she was really pitted to death, so she didn't die at this time. But everything happened, and he could only recognize it. Shen Ye looked outside the door, the rain seemed to have stopped, and the sky was about to dawn. Chapter 23 So I am a genius too. Shen Ye thought for a while, tidied up the bar a bit, and got ready to leave work. After finishing packing, he breathed out and prepared to go back to the back room to sleep. Get a good night's sleep and keep your spirits up. When you look back, you have to find a way to find out the whereabouts of the woman named Ye Han. When Shen Ye walked to the back, he just hit Tang Su, who had finished washing. Tang Su said to Shen Ye politely, "The owner, we are going to leave, we can't live anymore, let's see if you want to check the room or something." Shen Ye waved his hand, breathlessly said, "No, you just remember to cover the door for me when you leave." Shen Ye left after speaking and walked towards the backyard. Tang Su looked at Shen Ye's back and muttered to herself thoughtfully. The owner of this museum is quite individual, not ordinary, free and easy and self-confident. He is also an interesting person without even checking. Why Miss Shuer is standing here? Wang Qi walked down, and saw Tang Su looking towards the back of the tavern, asking in doubt. "It's nothing, let's go." Tang Su didn't say much, she walked outside the tavern. "Wait for me." Wang Qi quickly followed. I don't know how long it took. Shen Ye, who was asleep, opened his eyes, he stretched his waist and sat up. "I have a good night's sleep." He turned his head and looked out the window. Strange, how long have I slept, why is it still dark?" Shen Ye wondered, looking for his cell phone. When he turned on the phone and looked at the time on it, he slapped his face with a slap. "Yes, I overslept again, it's already 8 o'clock in the evening." Shen Ye is speechless. Since this world, he has rarely overslept, let alone slept so exaggerated. Damn, it's 8 o'clock. Shen Ye got up in a hurry to open the business. Don't wait for the guests to fly. Not long after, Shen Ye returned to the lobby bar and sat down. The door of the tavern has been concealed, and it seems that no one has come in for a day. Who? Shen Ye took out a box of instant noodles from under the bar, and had a little bit of it first. After a while, Shen Ye dried the instant noodles. After waiting for a while, there were still no guests coming, but it started to rain again outside. It seems that there will be no guests coming in a short time. I have nothing to do in idle time. Shen Ye took off his shoes, put his legs on the chair, took a deep breath, and began to practice star power. After all, I haven't practiced for a while, although cultivation is not much different from no practice, but after all these years, I have practiced, and if I haven't practiced for too long, Shen Ye is a bit uncomfortable. It was like Shen Ye entering the state, and when he began to absorb the thin star power around him, suddenly Shen Ye opened his eyes inconceivably. I broke through? What's the situation? At the moment, Shen Ye suddenly found that he had broken through, and his cultivation level had been advanced from the original 1-star 3 stage to the 1-star 4 stage. Shen Ye looked bewildered and couldn't believe it. You must know that he was stuck in the first and third segments for not 5 years, but also 4 years. After he recovered, he repeatedly confirmed his star power. Really broke through? Coincide? Shen Ye didn't feel like it no matter what. He touched his chin, and an uncontrollable thought emerged. This breakthrough might not have anything to do with his embedding in a strange stone. Thinking of this, Shen Ye hurriedly entered the spiritual world. He looked at his golden finger, which was the huge strange stone. Circled it again and again. No special changes? Are you suspicious? Is it a natural breakthrough? Happen to be together? Shen Ye touched his chin, unable to figure out what went wrong. Suddenly Shen Ye's mind flashed, and he, in the spiritual world, immediately sat down, and both inside and outside began to enter the state of cultivation. With all his heart and soul, he began to desperately absorb the star power free in the air. As expected, he finally absorbed the incoming star power, and was once again sucked away by the huge strange stone in front of him, and nothing changed. However, Shen Ye withdrew from the spiritual world and opened his eyes sharply. He drew a piece of $100 star coins from him. There was a painful expression on Shen Ye's face. Then pressed it on his hand and began to absorb the star power contained in the star coin. All the concealed star patterns in the star coins suddenly lit up, and they were quickly drawn by Shen Ye. The reason why this world star coins are valuable is that they are all made by extracting the energy of star stones as raw materials, and then processed by a special process. They contain star power. But under normal circumstances, no one will directly draw the star power in star coins. Because the consequence of the extraction is that the star coins are directly turned into dry waste paper, and the star power to extract the banknotes is also more laborious. People who want to practice under normal circumstances will buy star stones with star coins. After all, it is more cost-effective. Under the same star power, star coins are more expensive, at least 20% more expensive. There is another point. It is a crime to sabotage the star coin privately and be reported by others, and will be issued a fine by the coalition government. So it is generally not an emergency, no one does this. Of course, that's what you say, you really want to do it, usually no one cares about you, the loss is your own money. There was an expression of ecstasy on Shen Ye's face at this time. He found the reason, and he entered the spiritual world again. Shen Ye looked at the strange stone in front of him, he became more sure that the problem was with it. When he was cultivating just now, he felt that something was wrong. He had absorbed the star power by this strange stone. But the intensity of absorption seems to be a little bit weaker. In order to verify this, he just abolished some star coins, and it was true. The strength of this strange stone to absorb its own star power has decreased, which is why he broke through. To put it another way, the strange stone in front of me is like a multi-hole exhaust fan, and I embed the strange stone on it, which is equivalent to taking a plug and plugging the air outlet, so the extraction force is naturally reduced. Shen Ye looked at the strange stone in front of him, touched his chin, and muttered. In other words, the more strange stones Lao Tzu inserts into the golden finger, the less the star power will be extracted from him. It means that the star power cultivated by Lao Tzu can be owned by him. Be good, just insert 2 of them, and there will be, if this effect is fully embedded, the cultivation speed will not be compromised. In other words, Lao Tzu was originally a cultivation genius. Wow, haha! Lao Tzu is a genius, yes, Lao Tzu is a genius. Shen Ye laughed, as if overthrowing the landlord and turning over to become the master. Suddenly he smiled stiffly, looked at his golden finger, and yelled at it. You are here to harm me with feelings, I'm gone for my genius. The more Shen Ye thinks, the more angry, the cheats of others are here to repay the favor. His golden fingers were simply here for revenge. Shen Ye kicked the huge pitted rock fiercely, and finally screamed while holding his leg. It hurts, it hurts. After a long time, Shen Ye gradually calmed down and accepted the reality. The dream of genius can only be temporarily shattered. Forget it, let's do it slowly and down to earth, not in a hurry. Anyway, as long as you can practice, at least you have a little hope of becoming a master. Squeak! The concealed door was pushed open, making a sour sound. A visitor comes again. Shen Ye's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he turned to look at the door. After seeing the person who came, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he was so happy. It is no one else who came, but Director Bai. Chapter 24 Inquiry. Shen Ye was a little puzzled. This product came over on the first day of opening, and came over on the second day. It is also strange enough, I have never seen such a diligent investigation. Well, not bad, and it's open. Director Bai walked to the bar satisfactorily with his hands behind his back and sat down. Don't doubt my professional ethics. Don't worry, I never doubted it. I just came to take care of your business and give me a bottle of dark beer. Director Bai smiled and stretched out his finger to the dark beer placed on the shelf behind. Shen Ye took a can of dark beer and placed it in front of Director White. Here, what do you mean? I still want to thank you. No, it's my own family, why are you so polite? You're so embarrassed, your family will order the cheapest one. I've said it all, what I mean, it's fine. Director Bai picked up the dark beer and opened it with a smile, and took a breath. Shen Ye was also dumb for a while, forgetting to talk with this guy, he really never won, after all, they are professional. Suddenly Shen Ye remembered one thing and asked. If I don't remember it, you are the head of the night bearer in this neighborhood, right? If anything happens in this movie, it's yours, right? Well, it's like this. Director Bai replied calmly, and glanced at Shen Ye inadvertently, thinking that this kid's sudden serious appearance must be tricky. Then if I have something, how can I find you? What are you looking for me for? Of course there is something to find you, why is there a problem? Shen Ye didn't reply in kind. Director Bai hesitated a bit, and finally took out a business card and handed it to Shen Ye. Don't call me if it's okay, I'm very busy. Shen Ye glanced at Director Bai's business card, and his heart was filled with joy. Xiang, the manager of the moving company, Bai Xiang. Of course, Shen Ye didn't show it, but said with a serious ridicule. Chapter 19. Director Bai's name is really tall and mighty, very special. Hey, I have something to leave first. Director Bai gave a cold snort and got up with the unfinished dark beer, looking a little annoyed. In fact, people who are familiar with it are very clear that Director Bai has always been stubborn about his name. Basically, he is called Director Bai, and very few people call his name directly. When Shen Ye saw Director Bai was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, and quickly stretched out his hand to grab Director Bai's sleeve. Don't go now. What? Director Bai looked at Shen Ye with a suspicious expression. Sit, it's so cold, it's rare to come here, I'll open a bottle of spirits for you. Shen Ye took out a bottle of Jialun liquor from behind, opened it quickly and poured a glass for Director Bai. Director Bai has become more vigilant. This kid has never given himself a good face. Now that he is so diligent, there must be a demon if something goes wrong. But Director Bai is an old world after all. He has never seen anything before, so he took a sip and said with a sip. You are so enthusiastic, isn't it a cause for trouble, right? Don't say that, even if I really get into trouble, it won't involve you. Are you right? That's true too. I just want to ask you something. Shen Ye tried his best to make her words sparse and ordinary, as if she was inquiring about things normally. What do you want to inquire about? Director Bai put down the wine glass he raised, and he knew that the wine was not that good. Shen Ye said like a small chat. It's nothing, I'll ask if you know Yanning, the first owner of this tavern, I just want to inquire about her. The reason why Shen Ye didn't directly ask Director Bai about Ye Han's whereabouts was because it was too abrupt and could easily arouse Director Bai's suspicion. But asking Yanning is different. As the owner of this tavern, asking the owner who died before can still be said to be the past. From Yanning as a breakthrough, you should be able to get some news about Ye Han. Otherwise, the Autumn Star is so big, and he would have to run a tavern. It would be unrealistic to find Miss Ye Han in a short time. Director Bai's heart jumped violently, and a strange light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. He muttered inwardly, this kid suddenly asked about Yanning. Could it be that he noticed something tricky? Thinking of this, Director Bai became more and more anxious. If this guy is suddenly counseled, it would be a big trouble to just drive around. Also, if you don't tell him about Yanning, with this guy's character, you will definitely notice the tricky, so you can't avoid it yet. At this time, both Shen Ye and Director Bai's thoughts were turning quickly, and at the same time they were guarding each other. Why did you ask her suddenly? Director Bai raised his wine glass and took a sip, and replied sparsely. Isn't this curious? As far as I know, she seems to have established this tavern. And she seems to be the strongest of all the tavern owners. Is she provoking any enemies? As the supervisor here, you should know, isn't she? Shen Ye asked curiously. Yes, I have been here as a supervisor for not 10 or 8 years. However, I am not sure about Yenning's origins and her past entanglements, because she never mentions it. I only know that she didn't seem to be very good in the past. Wishful. Director Bai said here, his expression was slightly moved, as if he recalled some things before. Does she have no relatives? Is no one looking for her? When Shen Ye said this, his heart secretly became nervous. Is there any relatives? She seems to be a daughter who is going to school in Autumn Academy. There is nothing to say. I suddenly remembered that I seem to have something to do. I will leave first. Director Bai drank the strong alcohol out of the glass and hurriedly stood up. Don't rush away. Shen Ye still wanted to ask a few more questions, but it's a pity that Director Bai left in a hurry and didn't give him a chance at all. Looking at the back of Director Bai leaving, Shen Ye touched his chin. Forget it, anyway, the key information has been asked. I will step on it tomorrow and purchase something by the way. Although the guests here are not too picky. But after all, I still have to prepare the necessary items, at least the sheets and quilts are still needed. By the way, you have to buy a large washing machine for washing duvet covers. In this regard, it is not that Shen Ye refuses to give it to others, but that it is not allowed to do so. It is clearly stated in the tavern rules that all matters in the tavern must be secured, and the owner is responsible for this. After thinking about it, Shen Ye felt more and more sleepy. She put her chin on one hand, closed her eyes and rested for a while. No one came anyway. At noon the next day, I woke up in a daze when I slept on the bar counter. He touched his pocket, took out the phone, and took a look. It was already past 12 o'clock. Seeing that he hadn't overslept, Shen Ye walked towards the backyard room. Chapter 25 The Academy of Autumn. After a while, Shen Ye washed up and walked out, feeling much more energetic. Sure enough, the day and night turned upside down, but still a little uncomfortable. He walked out of the tavern and locked the door, with his hands in his pockets, humming a small song, and walked towards the high-speed empty rail station in a very happy mood. The reason why Shen Ye had to drive on Louis Street was that this street was the main road that runs through the city of Autumn. On the one hand, it was because of the large amount of people. Another reason is that all public facilities on both sides of Louis Street are very complete. Just when Shen Ye walked out not far, a few pairs of eyes appeared in the shadow on the corner of the street behind them, but they soon disappeared. After a while, Shen Ye bought a ticket to the central area and boarded the empty rail train. Since this is the departure station, there is no one. Shen Ye found a place by the window to sit down, and he looked at the scenery outside the window. I have to say that the scenery of the city of Autumn is not generally beautiful, even the least developed outer ring, with red maple leaves and quaint buildings interacting, full of ancient charm and historical vicissitudes. As the empty rail train moved forward quickly and soon arrived at the next station, more and more people came up. Soon the whole train was overcrowded, and after that, more and more people came up. The consequence is that Shen Ye was too squeezed to stand in the position, his face was almost stuck to the glass, there were really many people. Don't squeeze. Shen Ye couldn't help but vomit. Boy, you think I want to? An aunt leaned Shen Ye, rubbing her from time to time. Shen Ye's face was green, he had the urge to shoot her to death. Nima, this is not regarded as being licked. After a long time, Shen Ye escaped from the empty train in embarrassment. It was really unlucky. Forget it. Shen Ye picked up his phone, opened the map, and started searching for the location of the Academy of Autumn. Quickly fixed the location, only more than 1,000 meters away from him, not very far, Shen Ye walked over according to the instructions. Along the way, I also began to see many beautiful figures, whispering there. Have you heard that? I heard that Senior Xiao has successfully advanced 4 stars. Really? That's amazing. As expected of my idol. Is that my idol? Senior Xiao is not only strong, but also handsome and gentle. It's a pity that too many people like him. Yes, yes. At this time, several girls wearing red short skirts, beige tops, and a maple leaf-shaped brooch pinned to their chest, walked past Shen Ye together with talking and laughing. Shen Ye knew that they were students of Autumn Academy just by looking at it. It may be the result of touching the scene, Shen Ye muttered disdainfully. Cut, what's so great? Isn't it 4 stars? I will be able to reach it later. Of course, the mouth gun is the mouth gun, and Shen Ye will not forget the business. Not long after, Shen Ye came to the main entrance of the Academy of Autumn. At the gate, 2 10,000-year-old trees with intertwined branches and leaves form the natural school gate, which looks extremely magnificent and shocking. The gate is full of students coming in and out in groups. Many of them, holding textbooks in their hands, are talking and laughing about various matters. Is full of vitality and thriving. Autumn Academy, the iconic representative of the Autumn Star. Anyone who can enter this academy for further study is basically considered to be a genius in every region. Every student who graduated from this college is a talented person from all over the world, and it is full of gold. Maybe he didn't pass the exam. Shen Ye felt a little bit emotional and regretful in his heart. After all, Shen Ye still yearns for this kind of campus life, and has listened to his brothers and sisters to talk about it since he was a child. Hey! Shen Ye sighed helplessly, adjusted his mentality, and walked inside with a calm expression. As a result, he had just walked to the gate, and a hand stretched out to stop him. My friend, I'm sorry, this is a sacred place where people are not allowed to come near. A strong uncle wearing a security uniform with explosive muscles all over his body blocked Shen Ye's path. I am not waiting for someone, I am going in to find someone. Shen Ye raised his head, looked at the uncle who was 1 head higher than himself, and said with twitching corners of his mouth. Call up. I don't have a phone. No phone, report the name, class, age of the person you are looking for. I don't remember this well, but I know it, uncle help me, let me go in. Shen Ye started to talk nonsense, joking if he had that information, wouldn't it be easy to handle? Still need to go in for inquiries? There is no door. I knew it from the first glance that you came to our academy with no good intentions. You must be trying to get close to the future flowers of our academy, deceiving their young hearts, and go quickly. Uncle drove Shen Ye unceremoniously. I remember her name. Shen Ye was also dumbfounded, and he was about to be driven away, so he quickly spoke. Are you sure? Don't want to fool me, I'll give you 1 chance. Uncle looked at Shen Ye suspiciously. I'm here to find classmate Ye Han. Shen Ye replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the uncle in front of him was taken aback and looked up and down Shen Ye. Shen Ye was overjoyed in his heart, it seemed that there was a drama. The next second, a noops sound rang. Shen Ye was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. What happened to Nima? The students passing by, burst into laughter. You said that that person is funny, it's not good to find someone, but I just said that I want to find Sister Ye Han. It's really taken, and it's our senior sister who picked up a girl, but fortunately, it's Ye Han's senior sister. Yes, yet, how many people is this month? The 100 or so person, how else would he be thrown out? Haha. Shen Ye got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and said angrily to the security guard. Isn't it just a broken school? What's so great? I haven't entered yet. Chapter 20. The uncle gave Shen Ye a fierce look. Shen Ye saw something bad, so he drove off quickly. Nima can't afford to provoke him and can't hide? Cut. But this trip was not completely unproductive. From the reaction of the uncle security just now and the conversations with the people around him, Shen Ye can basically determine one thing. Ye Han should be still studying in the college, and she is also very famous. If this is the case, it would be easier to handle. But how can I return things to her silently without causing any commotion? Judging from the reactions of everyone just now, the woman named Ye Han seems to be quite famous. Forget it, don't worry about it, you have to think of a way. In addition, I can be sure that Ye Han's current situation should be quite good, at least there is no problem due to lack of medicine, and the time is not so urgent. Xiao Li, don't leave. How can I live without you? At this time, there was a wailing sound like a pig in the distance. Shen Ye regained his consciousness and looked over. It seemed very lively in front of him, and the voice sounded a little familiar. So he walked over and took a look. Chapter 26 Recruitment. As a result, Shen Ye saw a scene of incomparable dog blood, and saw Tang Hao pulling the corner of a young and beautiful woman and crying. At this time, a super cool sports car stopped by a sudden brake. The handsome guy in the car blew a kiss to the girl. The girl pulled directly back to the corner of her clothes, got into the car with a smile on her face, and both drove away. Xiao Li, don't go, give me another chance. I will find a way to buy you a bag, I will buy you skincare products, lipstick. Shen Ye walked to Tang Hao and squatted down, and said helplessly. I said people are gone, what's the use of you still crying here, wake up, you have been abandoned. Impossible, Xyli is impossible to abandon me, we said that each other, I promised to buy a lot of things for her. How much money do you have? Shen Ye sighed helplessly. I still have $1,000, but what about that? Xyli is not the kind of person who is greedy for money and vain. Shen Ye almost didn't mention it in one breath. This fat man brought $1 million when he came. It has only been a few days. Shen Ye didn't love this guy, but the money. There is no one who licks the dog. Hey, I said you were sucked dry after only a few days? What did you do? I didn't do anything, so I bought some bags and cosmetics for Xyli. You were slaughtered, hurry up and wake up, she won't be back, you also see that she ran away with someone. You're talking nonsense, Xyli was forced to get in that car. I know she has troubles. It is really unfair for her to agree to the request of the scumbag for her seriously ill mother. I believe that one day, she will come back to find me, we have agreed to fly with wings. Hey, it's up to you. Shen Ye shook his head, there is no cure. Forget it, he doesn't care about his own affairs anyway, he is just looking at a fate to remind him, who can blame if one wants to fight and the other wants to suffer. Shen Ye picked up the phone and checked the time. It was already past 3 o'clock, and he had to buy time. So he picked up his mobile phone and searched the nearby wholesale market for daily necessities. Soon he searched for the wholesale market, and he hurried over there. In the evening, Shen Ye walked out of the station, dragging a large sack of purchases, toward the tavern. It's not that far, it's just a bit strenuous. In order to save some freight, Shen Ye also worked hard. There is no way to know when the subsidy will come down. Recently, there are more and more places to spend money, and if he doesn't plan carefully, he will run out of money in a while. Dragging, Shen Ye stopped suddenly, squinting his eyes and looked around. In the end, nothing was seen, and there was no suspicious figure. On the evening street, only a few pedestrians were walking in the distance. But Shen Yezu felt that something was wrong, as if someone was staring at him. Illusion? Shen Yi's expression changed for a while, and then he quickly pulled the purchased items and left. Just when Shen Ye walked to a place not far from the tavern, the sky was completely dark. Suddenly, Shen Ye saw a cruel figure fell on another figure in the alley next to him. The figure that was thrown down, constantly heard the sound of struggling in fear, but it was a pity that his mouth was covered. Shen Ye just glanced at it, and quickly continued on. Can't control it, don't look at the star of autumn here. But here is the outermost ring and the most chaotic area. It's not nice to say, even a guard on patrol can't see it. You must know the inner ring, wherever you walk on any street, you can see the guards, and even the star warriors patrolling, and there are occasional night bearers here. Soon after, Shen Ye returned to the tavern, started sorting out the things he bought, and spread all the sheets that should be covered. After tossing for a long time, Shen Ye sat at the bar and started business. Shen Ye looked at the empty tavern, how awkward he looked. I always felt that something was missing, so he quickly made a decision, hiring. Just do it. Shen Ye took out sheets of blank paper and pen from under the bar, and wrote a simple recruitment notice on it. Recruiting. This pub is newly opened, now recruiting staff for all positions, regardless of gender. Requirements are as follows. 1. Good looks and temperament, white skin and beautiful appearance. 2. Able to bear hardships and stand hard work. Can work and rest time upside down. The specific salary is negotiable in the pub. Looking at the written recruitment notice, Shen Ye became more satisfied with the look, and maybe he could recruit some eye-catching girls. It's also okay to find some handsome guys as bartenders. By the way, I'm restocking some goods and have a big deal. Shen Ye cheered for herself. You can have a business under no circumstances, and when everything is ready, it is not a good fortune. Then he took out his phone and opened the tavern app. Start placing an order on it, and buy another batch of goods, this time buy better. This high ginseng wine is good, and this flaming red lip wine is also good. Do I have to refresh the newcomers' benefits? G03 Portable Thunderbolt? I want it, I want it. Shen Ye started to be crazy about it. The more he bought, the happier he was, as if he saw a glorious future. However, when Shen Ye finished checking out, the balance text message popped out, and the whole person was stunned. Dear Mr. Shen Ye, your balance is 15,210 stars. Shen Ye suddenly woke up, and he had overbought it. He looked at the order on the phone, heartbroken. Forget it, I bought it, it's nothing great, anyway, I can earn it back soon. After self-comforting, Shen Ye walked out of the tavern and posted the recruitment notice on the door. Everything was done, waiting for the good news. It's a pity that sometimes, it's just what I want to do, and it's not as good as I imagined. Time passes day by day. There is no one for a day. There was no one for 2 days. There was no one for 3 days. 7 days no one. Shen Ye sat in front of the bar like petrified, with a dull expression on his face. Pit Dad. What about the automatic door-to-door business? Made him open even this afternoon, but the result is still the same. Shen Ye now has an impulsive idea, wanting to beat Director Bai violently. That guy is simply so silly that he has no friends. Just when Shen Ye picked up the phone to make a call, suddenly the door was pushed open, and Shen Yexin raised it nervously. Coming for business? I saw only a middle-aged woman who was dressed in a normal dress and looked normal came in. What do you want? Shen Ye cleared his throat and asked. I don't want anything, I'm here to apply. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and replied. Shen Ye looked up and down the middle-aged woman, and asked. What is your name and how old are you? My name is Zhang Hua, I am 46 years old this year. I am here to apply for the supervisor. Are you sure you are here to apply for the supervisor? Shen Ye looked dazed. That's right, beauties like me who love people and bloom in flowers, of course, are here to apply for the supervisor. The guy calls your boss out and pours me a good drink. When I apply for the job successfully, I will treat you well. Zhang Hua continued to win over Shen Ye. Chapter 27 Catwoman. Shen Ye took a deep breath and replied with a smile. Sorry, I am the boss, and I think you are not suitable for the position of supervisor. If you say that you are applying for cleaning, I think you can talk about it. Are you insulting me? Are you looking down on women? Believe it or not, I went to the security bureau to complain about your discrimination. Zhang Hua put her left hand on her waist, her right hand stretched out her fingers, pointed at Shen Yi's nose, and squirted wildly. Shen Yi remained expressionless and self-suggesting. Calm down. After a full 10 minutes, Zhang Hua finally vented her anger. However, just when Shen Yi thought she was going to shake her hand and leave, she suddenly said, "How much is the cleaning salary?" 2,000 stars. Shen Yi's mouth twitched and replied, "Get out." Cock wire. Zhang Hua left annoyed, leaving behind a messy night. Shen Yi just came to breathe out slowly, the door was pushed open again, and a burly man walked in. "Business is here." Shen Yi's eyes lit up. The burly big man walked up to Shen Yi, did a standard bodybuilding exercise to show the biceps, and then said to Shen Yi, "Boss, do you want a professional thug? I am good at supporting scenes and watching the scene." Shen Yi's face twitched fiercely, and he recovered for a long time and said, "Oh, are you here to apply for a security guard? It's almost there, that's what it means." Chapter 21. Then what is your expected monthly salary? Shen Yi took a sip from the water glass and asked in shock. Although this guy has no star power fluctuations, he still looks very bluff. It's good to be a security guard. As for the masters to apply for, that's fine, star warriors are very expensive. If you don't talk about it, you have to earn more than 10,000 a month, so let's 50,000, said the big man in front of him. Shen Yi sprayed out directly. Next. Not to mention, the next one will come in. I don't know what to do today. There are so many people who come to apply for the job. Until the evening, the applicants gradually disappeared. Shen Yi touched his forehead. My head hurts. This afternoon, he inexplicably entertained more than a dozen people, all of them crooked, and even the old man with the back of his ears ran in. Shen Yi is a bit suspicious, is it not clearly written in his recruitment notice? Someone tried to fix him on purpose? Shen Yi really has no strength to complain. At this moment, the concealed door was pushed open again a little bit. Well, can I come in? A soft and timid voice came in. Shen Yi immediately became energetic when he heard the sound, and looked up at the door. Looked very surprised. I saw a cute-looking lowly girl wearing grey clothes, red cheeks, watery eyes, and a pair of furry cat ears. She stuck her head in fearfully. Mutant. Shen Yi reacted immediately, although he rarely saw mutants, but this did not hinder him. Shen Yi knew their existence. It's really rare to see mutants so close. Is mainly because you usually want to see it, but you can't see it. Basically, most mutants are in a grey area and their identities are very embarrassing. The Catwoman was standing at the entrance of the tavern, but she did not dare to come in for a long time without getting Shen Yi's confirmation reply. Come in. Shen Yi thought for a while and said calmly. Hearing Shen Yi's words, Catwoman's hopeless eyes lit up and walked in hurriedly. Sit, what would you like to drink? Shen Yi picked up a glass and placed it in front of Catwoman, just like a normal person. Catwoman shook her head in fear. No need. What's your name? What's the matter when you come here? What Shen Yi thinks, the other party doesn't seem to come to consume. Mainly, the clothes she wears are very old, and they don't look rich. Out of basic politeness, Shen Yi picked up a bottle of juice from below and poured a glass for her. My name is Chen Luyun, I am here is the host of you. Find me. Shen Yi is very surprised. He has thought about many situations, but hasn't he thought that she is looking for him? Question, he has never met Chen Luyun, and this is the first time he met today. Chen Luyun plucked up the courage and nodded. Okay, then what are you looking for me for? Shen Ye can barely accept her statement. Well, my lord, can I ask you a question first? Chen Luyun's little hands on his knees curled up nervously, raising his head to look at Shen Ye. Go ahead. There is no business anyway, and Shen Ye is also boring. My lord, what do you think of mutants? When Chen Luyun finished asking this question, the eyes of Shen Ye were extremely nervous. When Shen Ye heard this question, she was a little bit embarrassed. In fact, he hadn't really thought about mutant people, and didn't have much prejudice, but he couldn't talk about being close. Besides, there is a mutant person sitting in front of me now, and it seems too ugly to say that it is not appropriate. After thinking twice, Shen Ye said to Chen Luyun, I don't have much opinion, just like a person, there are good and bad. Hearing Shen Ye's answer, Chen Luyun's eyes burned with hope. She stood up, bowed to Shen Ye, and said with courage, Please protect us, your lord of the museum. Hearing Chen Luyun's words, Shen Ye was completely stupid. What's the situation? Chen Luyun lowered his head, not daring to look up at Shen Ye, for fear of being rejected by him. The atmosphere was a bit cold for a while. Shen Ye reacted, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Okay, why do you need my shelter? My lord, we really didn't do bad things, we have always been honest, please trust us. Chen Luyun explained eagerly, his eyes were red. It's not a question of disbelief, why did you want me to shelter, who did you provoke? Shen Ye's thoughts are very clear at this time. In fact, during this period of time, he has always felt that something is wrong. Especially now that a mutant seeking asylum suddenly appeared, it made Shen Ye aggravate this feeling. That's it. I am a mutant living nearby. We were sheltered by the Master Yanning in the early days to avoid being attacked by other more brutal mutants. But later Master Yanning disappeared, so we lost. Asylum is often attacked, so I specifically asked the Master of the Museum for asylum. Wait, you said you were sheltered by Yanning? Yes. Chen Luyun nodded nervously. Then have you been sheltered by the back museum owner? Shen Ye asked calmly. No, the next two museum owners will not accept us. Chen Luyun shook his head and answered truthfully. Shen Ye muttered in his heart, even if they wanted it, it was useless. Because they are hard to protect themselves, they belch in a few days. At this moment, Shen Ye finally understood one thing. That's why his business is so bad. It's not because of his bad position here. But this area has become a mess, everyone is hiding, where is the hairy business? There is another thing that Shen Ye remembered. If he guessed correctly, the attack he saw yesterday should not have attacked each other among ordinary people, but should have attacked and killed mutants. Shen Ye remembers that when he was studying in the family, his family mentor once taught them. Mutant people are very dangerous, because their nature has changed. In a sense, they are more inclined to monsters. So they are very easy to lose control and become cruel. Once they lose control, they will attack people or other mutants, devour their flesh and blood, and evolve. There is another point, in the body of a part of mutant people, something called metamorphic crystallization will be produced. This kind of thing is extremely valuable, of course, the specific function is not clear to Shen yet. Chapter 28. Therefore, mutant people will still be targeted by malicious people. The most cheating thing is that this kind of abnormal crystals does not have a law at all. Therefore, any mutant has a probability of being produced, so I often hear about the corpse of the mutant that has been dismantled. I'm sorry, I can't shelter you, you don't have to waste time here. After thinking about it again and again, Shen Ye said to Chen Luyun faintly. After Chen Luyun heard Shen Ye's answer, his small face was full of disappointment, and he slowly stood up, like a kid who did something wrong, bowed to Shen Ye and left the tavern. Shen Ye looked at the back of Chen Luyun leaving, and shook his head slightly. It's not that Shen Ye doesn't want to shelter her, the question is what shelter does he take? He also burst into tears in his heart. He is a 1-star 4-stage star warrior sheltering a 2nd-tier Catwoman, so it's so funny. But then again, raising a Catwoman, isn't it a dream of many people? Thinking of this, Shen Ye also regretted it a little. Just when Shen Ye was secretly tangled, a figure walked in and sat in front of him. Shen Yexin was overjoyed, and the face of the person who had just raised his head when he saw it suddenly became tense. Yeah, isn't this Director Bai? I'm here to join in again. They are my own family members, of course they came to join in. Director Bai smiled, and replied familiarly, not at all embarrassed. What do you want to drink? Shen Ye is more or less accustomed to this guy. Director Bai looked at the wine cabinet behind Shen Ye with a brighter smile. The business is good, I have bought a lot of new goods. Compared with the empty one last time, it is more stylish now. If you don't mention business, it's okay. Now that you mention it. Director Bai, don't you feel blushing? I have been in business for almost 10 days. Except for the first day there were guests, Mao Ying didn't see it. Are you sure this? You said you don't have to worry about no customers? You don't have to worry about the 2 people who came to the business before, are you looking for a trust? Shen Ye squinted at Director Bai, making him look a little unnatural. How is it possible, am I the kind of person who asks for trust? But then again, this is not well managed, in fact, it is more of your own problem. Let me tell you this, all the taverns under the Star Tower are profitable. The number of people can account for 99%. There is almost no loss. This is a lucrative business. It can only be said that you still need to work harder. Director Bai explained to Shen Ye earnestly. You are right. Shen Ye didn't refute anything, but thought in his heart, I believe you a ghost. But forget it, let the question of whether to make money aside first, he has more important things to ask. By the way, Director Bai, I want to ask you something. Why can't I see a few people in this area? Who says no one? The entire Autumn Star has the highest population density in this area, which is higher than the central area. Director Bai replied without even thinking about it, but as soon as he finished speaking, he felt the bad food and was taken in. Since the population is so large, but I haven't seen it at all, Director Bai, you should be very clear about the inside story, right? Shen Ye opened a bottle of red wine, poured a glass for Director Bai, and rarely poured himself a glass. Director Bai said after seeing it, it was no big deal, so he took a sip of the red wine. That's because the area is chaotic to death. There are mutants and lawless people everywhere. Everyone is in danger. Who would go out without incident and think that his life is too moist? There are many mutants living here. Shen Ye raised his head and looked at Director Bai. Director Bai raised his hand and stretched out 5 fingers. Chapter 22. 5,000. Shen Ye frowned slightly and replied. Director Bai shook his head. 5,000. Shen Ye replied with a slightly moved expression. Director Bai shook his head again. 500,000, how come there are so many? Shen Ye almost didn't jump up when he heard this number. I think you asked the wrong person in this sentence, and you should know it best. If I remember correctly, you are not an aboriginal of the Autumn Star, you are from Qiyun country. You know so much, have you dug up all the 18th generations of my ancestors? Shen Ye didn't reply in kind. Don't say that, it's all routine. Director Bai responded with a smile, saying that it is not good to say, if Shen Ye's background is not clean, how can he succeed the position of the Master of the Star Tower? This position is not something anyone can think of. I don't care about you, just talk about the important points. Think about it, what kind of attitude do you have towards mutants? Disgust, not to be seen. Shen Ye immediately reacted, Qiyun Kingdom's attitude towards mutants is indeed very poor. You're afraid that what you said is not comprehensive enough? I told you that if you just don't wait to see, it will be the same everywhere. But this year, the outside country has begun to secretly clean up mutants, so most of the mutants are crazy. Flocking to the Four Seasons planet, to put it bluntly, this is a neutral area. Director Bai explained that he was not salty or indifferent. Shen Ye heard that his brain was a little painful, he rubbed his temples, and it turned out that things were not that simple. Suddenly Shen Ye thought of something and looked at Director Bai suspiciously. I said just now, did you see the mutant enter my tavern? Yes. I saw it. Director Bai replied with a sparse expression. Aren't you curious? If you are curious, you just want you to shelter them. You know. What's so strange, although it is a neutral zone? But I haven't seen anything better than outside. Most of the mutants were smuggled here. Do you think they will have legal documents? There are 9% of them. People in the 15th year are all illegally entered. No one cares about their life or death. It is very common for big fish to eat small fish. You must know that mutants themselves can easily get out of control. After they swallow the flesh and blood of their compatriots, it will only become stronger. Director Bai replied without any suspicion. After hearing the answer from Director Bai, although Shen Ye did not move on the surface, his heart sank to the bottom. Something is wrong, I guess I was fooled by this guy again, it's probably not that simple to be the owner of the tavern. You, as the head of the Nightbearer here, don't care about the mutants who cause trouble? If you cause any serious trouble, it won't be bad. This is out of my control. Director Bai did not even want to answer. It's not yours, is it mine? I remember you didn't say that I only need the person in charge of receiving the Star Tower? You won't fool me again, will you? Shen Ye looked at Director Bai, who didn't change his face, thinking that it was exactly the same as he had guessed. How can it be? Normally, it's yours. But you can choose to leave it alone. Anyway, the chaos outside has nothing to do with you, it's just that there is less business. Chapter 29 Zhao Lan. It's easy to say, it's messy here to die, and the above can't trouble me. No, I won't care about it. Well, even if I don't care about it, then I live in such a dangerous place. Isn't my life not guaranteed at any time? Shen Yi's face turned black. Don't worry, they don't dare to attack you, but the Star Tower is standing behind you. Which guy is tired of attacking you? When the Star Tower is furious, countless Nightbearers will take action and cramp it in minutes. If you want me to say, it should be that they see you like a ghost. Director Bai was a little excited and kept explaining. Are you sure? How did the former 3 curators die? Shen Ye said. Director Bai seemed to choke, paused for a few seconds and replied with a smile barely. It's all accidents, accidents. The one who killed them caught. Don't worry about this, it's all solved. Director Bai scolded himself inwardly. He was really asking for trouble, so why didn't he mention it? Really? The smile on Director Bai's face almost couldn't be stretched. Although Shen Ye didn't believe him at all, he didn't continue to talk about this issue. Because if you continue to pull it off, it is estimated that this guy is going to stray again. Don't talk about that, you said that my business here is so bad, you don't give some advice, if I go bankrupt, you can't find someone to pick up this mess. Director Bai saw that Shen Ye did not continue to ask those things, he sighed in relief, and replied with a smile. You are asking the right person. Although this tavern is indeed very profitable, it depends on the people. Oh, do you have any good suggestions? Shen Yexin raised it. Although he was very worried about his own safety, as Director Bai said, there was a Star Tower behind him, and no one should be asking for trouble. But making money is now a big trouble. He really doesn't have much money on his hands now, and sometimes it's even more terrifying to be poor. Well, let me write you a letter of introduction. You can go to another pub in the city to visit and learn. The lady boss Zhao Lan of that pub knows me very well, and her business is very good. I will ask her to give you a suggestion. Director Bai said to Shen Ye with a smile. Shen Yi's eyes brightened. It was not easy, this guy finally gave some substantial help, it is very necessary to visit and study. No problem, but are you sure you are familiar with her? Don't be embarrassed when people ignore it. Director Bai patted his chest and promised, there is absolutely no problem, I will write you a letter of introduction. As he said, Director Bai took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote on it. Shen Ye said quickly, when you write down our relationship so that she will pay attention to it. Okay, you don't have to be afraid, I will write that you are my brother, that's fine. Director Bai simply replied. As expected of Director Bai, I have written down this love. Shen Ye is also happy, and quickly picked up the wine bottle and poured him a glass. Little meaning. Director Bai took a sip from the wine glass. The two of them sat together, drinking and chatting. In the evening of the next day, in the city of autumn, colorful streets, there are many beautiful figures everywhere, and all kinds of holographic advertisements are constantly playing on the surrounding buildings. The most dazzling thing is in the central area, the tallest building. In the holographic display, a girl with long pink hair and an angelic face danced gracefully while singing, attracting many passing pedestrians to stop. Shen Ye repeatedly looked at the address of the letter of introduction and was sure that he had not found the wrong place. Is also the city of autumn, this level of prosperity is completely incomparable. He is like a ghost town, really envious. If he drives here instead, he still needs to learn. Lie down to pick up guests. Forget it, it's important to do business, time is limited, and you have to return to the pub to open later, and the perfect attendance award is still needed. So Shen Ye walked into the middle path between the two buildings. Despite the remote location, there were still many people passing by. A few minutes later, Shen Ye stood in front of an inconspicuous pub. Tianlan Pub, that's right, it's here. Shen Ye looked at the signboard and muttered to himself. He raised his foot and just wanted to walk up, then stopped. Let me think about it. This is a rare opportunity to learn. It can't be messed up. How can I get closer to the Master Zhao Lan? By the way, since she and Director Bai are good friends, then it is clear. She likes Director Bai's character very much, as long as she follows Director Bai's standard routine, it's absolutely fine. Shen Ye made up his mind, stood there for a while, and walked in after finishing his thoughts. Pushed open the door of the tavern, and suddenly became clear. Regardless of the inconspicuous decoration on the outside, the inside is exceptionally luxurious. The floor is covered with red silk carpet, and all the tables and chairs are made of red leaf wood. Is a blue crystal lamp above her head. Although there are not many people in the tavern, everyone is very popular, and they didn't care that Shen Ye came in. They only lowered their voices and communicated with the companions sitting together. At this time, a young man with handsome features wearing a white shirt and black tuxedo, the gentleman walked up to Shen Ye and greeted him politely. Sir, are you here for the first time? It looks a little strange. Shen Ye glanced at the young man in front of him, his eyelids jumped. The breath of this guy is so strong, he has reached 3 stars, less to say, he even serves as a receptionist. Yes, this handsome guy. Shen Ye nodded and replied with a smile. Oh, let me entertain you. No need for this, I'm here to see Miss Zhao Lan. Shen Ye smiled back. The handsome young man was also slightly surprised, came to see Sister Lan? Before he could speak, there was a crispy voice behind him. Let him come over. On the bar counter, a woman with an enchanting face and long golden wavy hair, wearing a red evening dress, with a deep white ditch on her chest, is bottomless, which makes people infinitely dreamy. Please. The handsome young man made courtesy to Shen Ye. After seeing the so-called Sister Lan, Shen Ye's expression was still as calm as ever, but the drool in his heart almost drained. He walked to the bar, took out a letter of introduction and handed it to Zhao Lan, with a smile on his face and familiar self-introduction. Hello, Miss Zhao Lan, I am Shen Ye, the new owner of pub number 4444, and Director Bai introduced it. Hello, Lord Shen Ye Guan, I'm glad to meet you. Zhao Lan took the letter of introduction handed over by Shen Ye and opened it and took a look. Sure enough, it's not as well known as meeting. Miss Zhao Lan is not only extraordinary, but also very beautiful. Hee, my mouth is so sweet, and I can talk. It is worthy of being introduced by Director Bai, and my mouth is exactly like him. What I say is from the bottom of my heart, and there is absolutely no trace of moisture. I believe this. I don't know what is your reason for coming to see me, Lord Shen Ye. Zhao Lan looked at Shen Ye with a smile. It's not that I just took over the number 4444 tavern. I don't know much about management. So I came to ask you for advice. I heard Director Bai said that you are very good in management. Shen Ye flattered while expressing his intentions. It's not too good, I can only say that it's okay, but since you were introduced by Director Bai, I would be happy to give pointers or two. Zhao Lan is very talkative, and doesn't make things difficult for sinking into the night. Thank you so much. Shen Ye was also happy in his heart. He was originally worried that things would not go so smoothly. Chapter 23. Director Bai is finally reliable once. Chapter 30. Good. You have just taken over the position of the curator. The primary purpose is not to make money, but to do everything possible to get a positive. Zhao Lan gave an answer that surprised Shen Ye. Correcting. Shen Ye is also confused? That's right, only after you turn to the right, can you unlock the many functions of the tavern app and begin to experience the benefits of being a tavern owner. How can I quickly turn to the right? Shen Ye's expression is also a bit awkward. Continuous purchase, and in the shortest time possible, sell the goods to the passing Star Tower personnel as much as possible. The faster the cycle, the more honor points you will get. By the way, you can also send information to the Star Tower, as long as if the value of intelligence is large enough, it's not impossible to turn right at once, and you can also choose to eliminate all unstable factors in the area, but I don't recommend you to do this. Because every area often hides incredible people. They are good and bad, maybe they will be killed if they hit the gun. Okay, thank you Sister Lan for your teaching. Shen Ye responded with a smile, and he felt helpless inside. Lao Tzu was here to ask how to manage and make a fortune, and it would not be possible to achieve a full-time conversion at all. And he doesn't have much money anymore. He doesn't want to make money anymore. He really wants to drink Northwest Wind. This is because the tavern does not require rent and utility bills, otherwise it will really go bankrupt in minutes. But I also know that the main purpose of your visit this time is to learn how to run a tavern and make money. Although money is tacky, no one dislikes it. Zhao Lan suddenly changed the subject, and Shen Ye's interest instantly aroused. Yes, Sister Lan is right. Shen Ye's ears are pricked up. As the tavern of the Star Tower, although we don't have to worry about no business, there is a difference between good and bad business. However, it all depends on the Star Tower personnel who come to consume, whether it is a night bearer or a star hunter, or even a heretical trial. Tuan, they are all human beings, and they have personal emotional preferences. In other words, if they are good with you, they will come to you to consume. If they are not good with you, naturally they will not come to you to consume. So you need to try to build a good relationship with any Star Tower member who enters the tavern, and try to develop them into your own old customers or even friends. Zhao Lan really started to teach Shen Ye. Shen Ye nodded secretly. Zhao Lan was really right. In fact, in addition to this, there is another consumer group in our tavern, that is mutants. Because mutants are not easy to consume anywhere, but we are willing to accommodate them. But mutants are also the source of trouble. You can measure it yourself. Yeah, I see. Shen Ye was very humble and listened to Zhao Lan's explanation experience. Although Zhao Lan talked about some basics, it was also regarded as opening a door for Shen Ye. Soon Zhao Lan finished the explanation. This is the general method. You still have to make your own decisions on how to manage it. After all, the business philosophy and beliefs of each tavern are different. Sister Lan is right, the master leads the door to practice by herself. Hehe, it's a very appropriate description, but I am not your master, we are all colleagues. Look at what you said, Sister Lan, you are so beautiful, how can I call your master? This is not to call your age big, you are at most 18 in my heart. Shen Ye said with a smile. That's great, I like you more and more. Zhao Lan was also said to be very happy. She accepted Shen Yi's praise in full. At this time, the phone vibrated in Shen Yi's pocket. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. There was a spam text message, but it seemed that it was late, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. I didn't expect time to pass so fast. Sister Lan, it seems to be late, I have to go back to open business, that. Shen Ye is planning to say goodbye. Zhao Lan instead interrupted Shen Yi's words and said seductively. Why are you walking in such a hurry? It's rare to come to my sister's tavern. Don't wait a while. My sister sells a lot of good things here. Shen Ye was also taken aback, this is doing business, did he get on his head? Sure enough. He couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up. What good thing? Zhao Lan stretched out her right hand and snapped her fingers. A small burst of smoke exploded on the surface of the bar. After the smoke dissipated, 3 delicate boxes were placed in front of Shen Ye. These 3 boxes contain new products that have just arrived recently. It's rare for you to come over and enjoy it. Shen Ye couldn't help but swallowed and spit, and said inwardly, this chick was definitely deliberate, is this a show-off in disguise? That's not good, isn't it? There is nothing bad, just open it and have a look. Zhao Lan said with a smile. Shen Ye stretched out his hand and opened the first box. His eyes straightened. Inside was a dismantled heavy sniper rifle. The whole body was shining with black gold and engraved with complicated circuits. He liked it at first glance. And you don't have to touch it, you can see how good the texture is from the gloss of the surface. Soon, Shen Yi's eyes fell on the label on its surface. Tier 4 Treasure, Rolander's Trial. Price, 500W stars. Remarks, Class 4 Dangerous Control Products. Shen Ye swallowed with difficulty, standard good things, Tier 4 treasures themselves are very precious, not to mention treasures in the form of hot weapons, which are more expensive. Don't look at the Star Warriors who look down on the science and technology country, and don't bother to use their weapons. That's because the weapons of science and technology countries are powerful, especially the kind of hot weapons that can bless the power of the stars. They are more powerful, have a low threshold for use, and have a probability of killing people at higher levels. Caused most Star Warriors to be very unbalanced. The fruits of their hard work were easily trampled under their feet by others, and it would be uncomfortable for anyone to change. Those who are weaker than them can easily threaten them with this weapon, so they unknowingly begin to resist hot weapons. Shen Ye then opened the second box, and a heat wave rushed towards him. There is a sword about 80 centimeters long lying in the box. Its body is ruddy, as if it is about to burn at any time. The hilt of the sword is inlaid with a red strange stone emitting a blue star, and a label is also placed next to it. Tier 4 Treasure, the First Embrace of Fire. Price, 800W stars. There is no note that this weapon is a controlled product, but the price is more expensive than the first weapon. Because this weapon is made of strange stones of the tool stone type, it is not a little bit stronger than weapons of the same level. All the treasures that are made of strange stones of the tool stone type are all very expensive. This equipment makes Shen Ye even more dry, but unfortunately he can only be greedy. How about it? Zhao Lan looked at Shen Ye with a smile and asked. Very good, not average, but the price is also very good. Shen Ye smiled a little embarrassedly. Even if he sold him, he couldn't afford it. Chapter 31 Digging. There is another box, why don't you continue to look at it? Look, it's rare to see such high-quality equipment. Shen Ye said as he stretched out his hand and opened the third box. There are 2 weapons lying in the box, one is about 70 centimeters long, and the whole body is inscribed with complicated star power circuits. The 2 sides of the sword are in one body. The sword is tough and sharp, and it is matched with a black wood grain scabbard. Under it, there is also an inconspicuous grey automatic pistol. However, if you carefully observe the automatic pistol, you will find that its hidden area is inscribed with the star power circuit, and the overall gun body is a point larger than an ordinary automatic pistol. It is not easy at first glance. In addition, the standard price here is much more friendly. This is the normal equipment price. Tier 3 Treasure, Shen Lujian. Price, 400,000 stars. Tier 3 Treasure, Grey Fang, Automatic Pistol. Price, 80W stars. Remarks, Class 3 Dangerous Products. Shen Ye raised his head to look at Zhao Lan and asked, "Can I pick it up and try it?" "Of course there is no problem." Zhao Lan replied very generously. Shen Ye picked up the grey pistol and turned around to make gestures to the tavern no one in the direction. After trying it, it felt very good. Zhao Lan was also a little surprised. This kid holding a gun gesture is completely an old hand, it really is not that simple. She didn't know that Shen Ye was a stranger. After he tried hard to practice in the family to no avail, he began to secretly touch hot weapons and secretly practice shooting skills. As a result, his father discovered that he was almost beaten up, so how could Shen Ye dare to touch these things at home later? Shen Ye tried, noticing that there was a mechanism on the side of the grey tooth gun handle, he subconsciously pressed it with his finger. A sharp short blade popped out from under the barrel, protruding from the muzzle, and in an instant the whole automatic pistol became a short blade for close combat. Seeing this mechanism, Shen Ye also had a heartbeat, a very practical function. But then again, although this weapon is good, it is still expensive and scary. Is also a tier 3 weapon. Grey Fang is more than twice as expensive as Shen Lujian. From this point, it can be seen how popular the hot weapon that can be blessed with star power is privately. Then Shen Ye put Grey Fang back, and picked up Shen Lujian. The texture is very good, the weight is moderate, and the sword body is cold and shimmering. Although it is not made of strange stones, it is tough and sharp enough. Zhao Lan looked at Shen Yi's love for Grey Fang and Shen Lujian, and said with a smile, "How do you like it? If you don't like it, how about buying it? The price on this is my purchase price, it's not expensive at all." When Shen Ye heard Zhao Lan's words, he suddenly woke up and bought a ball. There are only more than 10,000 left in his pocket, not even a fraction. But then again, as the owner of the museum now, although no one dares to attack him under normal circumstances, it is not ruled out that in case, he really needs a self-defense weapon. But no matter how much Shen Ye likes, he really can't afford it. At this moment, a thought flashed through Shen Yi's mind, and then he said to Zhao Lan with a big smile on his face, "Sister Lan, discuss something with you." "Oh, discuss things, as long as it's not about the price, everything is easy to talk about. My price is already very low, you can go to other places to ask if you don't believe me." Zhao Lan replied with a smile. No, the price is fair." "Oh, do you want to buy it, Master Shen?" "I really want to buy it, but you also know that my tavern just opened. The entire tavern is going to be renovated at once and has to be restocked. For a while, I feel ashamed. I dare to ask Sister Lan if you can let me take it on credit." Shen Ye asked without blushing and heartbeat. After hearing what Shen Ye said, Zhao Lan smiled more brilliantly. "How much do you want on credit?" Shen Ye licked his face and said, "If possible, Can you give me Grey Tooth and Shen Lujian on credit? At this moment, standing next to Zhao Lan, the handsome guy in the tuxedo who was waiting couldn't hold back his expression when he heard Shen Yi's words. If it wasn't for his professional quality, he probably would have wanted to yell at him, and his face was not so thick. What do you think? Zhao Lan asked Shen Ye with a smile. Shen Yi's eyes lit up, as if a little drama. He hurriedly hit the iron while it was hot, and said to Zhao Lan. Sister Lan, listen to me, I have a very good relationship with Director Bai. The two of us are no different from our brothers, just like we grew up wearing a pair of pants. You have also seen the letter of introduction written by him. We have a strong relationship. If you give me a credit, I will definitely not fall back on the account. And we are the owner of the museum. There is a saying that you can run away from the monk but not the temple. You say yes. Haha. After Zhao Lan listened, she looked at Shen Ye with a smile, and saw that he was a little retreated. Chapter 24. Shen Ye was actually taking a gamble. Director Bai should have a good relationship with Zhao Lan, and brushing his face might have some effect. And this is called Li Shangxiang Lai. That guy digs a hole for himself every time, now it's my turn to dig a hole for him. It makes sense, okay, then I'll give it to you on credit. Zhao Lan suddenly changed her style and agreed. Shen Ye suddenly felt a little weird, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Real? Why don't you believe me? No, thank you so much, let me write you an IOU. Shen Ye tried his best to suppress the inner ecstasy. Zhao Lan smiled and replied, You said, you and Director Bai are brothers, how can I ask you to write an IOU? You can just take the things, and when you have more money, you can return it to your sister. After listening to Zhao Lan's words, Shen Ye was rather uncomfortable. This is also great, it won't be tricky. Sister Lan, how much interest I should pay to you is appropriate. I can't make you lose money. No interest. The smile on Zhao Lan's face is even brighter. Shen Ye became more uncertain about what Zhao Lan wanted to do, this pie was too big. However, adhering to the principle of not eating white and not eating, he directly responded with a cheeky face. Well, thanks Sister Lan so much, then I will take it away. After speaking, Shen Ye stretched out his hand to close the box, lifted it up, turned around and wanted to leave. A series of actions flowed smoothly. And many more. At this moment, Zhao Lan suddenly shouted. Shen Yi's body stiffened slightly, and he groaned inwardly, knowing that it's not that simple. He turned around and asked with a smile on his face. Sister Lan, what's the matter? What are you doing in such a hurry? I still have one thing I haven't given you. Zhao Lan looked at Shen Ye playfully. Shen Ye said unnaturally, Sister Lan, you have given me so many things on credit, isn't it good to give me more things? It's not that I gave it to you, but it's yours in itself. As he said, Zhao Lan took out a set of folded outer robe from under the bar, and placed a special badge on it. This is... Shen Ye is also slightly surprised. Clothes for him? This is the clothes that the Star Tower gives to each museum owner, and it is also a symbol of status. Take it back and wear it if you want to wear it. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? Isn't this dress very ostentatious? Hehe, you're afraid it's confusing one thing. Our tavern really wants to be low-key. But we are not a shameless organization. We are serious public officials, and you can wear it if you want to wear it. And others see it. You are wearing clothes and you have to give up 3 points. Originally, I planned to send this suit to Director Bai and let him pass it on to you. Since you are here, just take it away. Zhao Lan took out a paper box from under the bar, put the clothes and badges into it, and handed it to Shen Ye. Thank you Sister Lan, then I'll go now. Shen Ye was secretly relieved, it turned out that he was overpowered. No thanks, come and sit down often when you have time. Sure. Shen Ye nodded heavily, then turned around and left quickly. Zhao Lan looked at the back of Shen Yi's departure, with a deeper smile on her face. Chapter 32 Autumn Rain. The young gentleman in a tuxedo standing next to him couldn't help but ask. Sister Lan, you just gave him such a large sum of money on credit. Wouldn't it be too sloppy? After all, we are not familiar with him at all, it is a disadvantage. Xin, guess why I did this? Zhao Lan calmly took a bottle of champagne from the wine cabinet behind, opened it, and poured himself a glass. Xin was speechless for a while, and asked after thinking about it. Is it because he is also the curator? If it is the owner of another area, what you said is correct, but unfortunately he is not. He is the owner of base number 4444. That base has been dead for 3 consecutive times. What do you think? Then you can't lend him any more. If he also dies, Sister Lan, your money won't be squandered. Xin frowned very badly. It's okay, I'm looking at Director Bai's face and lent it to him. Zhao Lan didn't care at all. If he is really good with Director Bai, it doesn't matter. But it feels weird. I haven't heard Director Bai mention this person before. It's normal that I haven't heard of it, because he was not someone from our system who came to take office. Base number 4444 has died for 3 consecutive times. Now it's a curse in the circle of these museum owners in our group. It's because of its number, no one would be willing to take over, but the Star Tower's stronghold is unlikely to be vacant for a long time. Naturally, someone will have to go up, and this unlucky person is him. This. Xin was a little bit speechless in shock. What are you thinking about? Why do I give him credit when I know these? I said that it is for the face of Director Bai. Have you ever thought about one thing? Why did Director Bai write him a letter of introduction? Bai Xiong, this person is very savvy. When did he write a letter of introduction to someone? He also strongly recommended him to come to study with us instead of going to other taverns to study. We must know that our tavern has nothing to learn. Because we mainly operate it as contraband and weapons. To put it bluntly, Bai Xiong means let us give him something on credit, so that he can protect himself and not be easily killed. Why does Director Bai take care of him like this? It's not that he wants to take care of him, but because of necessity. There have been 3 consecutive deaths of the museum owner, and the high-level faces of the Star Tower are already a little uncontrollable, even furious. As the supervisor of the Nightbearer in that area, Bai Xiong, he has an unshirkable responsibility. He has received a severe warning from the Star Tower. Otherwise, how big is the area where the White Bear is responsible? How could he have been paying attention to the tavern, and even recently he moved his company to the tavern. Just to look at the tavern in person. I see. Xin only reacted at this time. Of course it's more than that. There is another reason why Director Bai is so caring. He has always been stubborn about Yanning's death. To put it bluntly, he has been staring at the tavern just to find the murderer to avenge him. But I haven't heard of it. What is the relationship between Director Bai and Yanning? Xin has some doubts. Yanning is Bai Xiong's concubine, otherwise Yanning alone will take over such a remote tavern with an orphan and widow. You can immediately make a profit in such a short period of time and make so much money, not to mention buying so many Panlokani. So, do you really think she is so powerful? It's nothing more than relying on the White Bear. She is quite good at picking people. Although the White Bear and us are both 4-star martial artists, he is a 4-star high-ranking player, and he is most likely to break through to become a 5-star clinging. The existence of the upper echelons of the night. At this point, Zhao Lan's smile has faded. Sister Lan, you are right. Xin nodded. But that Yanning is not a good bird, she is using the White Bear, otherwise, how could she keep hanging the White Bear, and she deserves to die. Zhao Lan hummed coldly, very unhappy. Xin was also taken aback, thought about it, and asked hesitantly. Sister Lan, what you said is true, but you don't need to credit such expensive weapons to him. Just give him something on credit. This way, we can save the face to Director Bai, and we don't have to bear such a big burden. Risks of. Zhao Lan smiled dumbly and raised his head to look at He Xin. I just gave him expensive credit on purpose. He Xin was also taken aback, and then reacted. What kind of quality weapons and equipment come out depends entirely on Sister Lan, otherwise the kid wouldn't even be able to see the equipment, so there would be no chance for them to be expensive. But why are you doing this? That's because only if the credit is expensive, someone will react and think of me. Zhao Lan's expression turned cloudy for an instant, and her smile was extremely bright. Sister Lan is wise. He Xin suddenly understood after hearing the end. On the other side, after Shen Ye left the tavern, he walked straight to the public platform. At this time, it was getting late, and the breeze was blowing over. 1 drop, 2 drops of autumn rain fell on Shen Ye. Hey! It's going to rain. Shen Ye muttered to himself. Autumn star is in autumn all year round, and the air is relatively humid, so it often rains in autumn. At this time, many pedestrians on the bustling streets quickened their pace. The hazy drizzle soon fell down. Although the rain is generally not very heavy, it will not stop in a short time. Shen Ye stopped, looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, there was a convenient and free public umbrella retrieval facility, so he walked over quickly. There were also many citizens who took umbrellas in the past, and everyone quickly reached out and took the first one. Soon there was only one umbrella left on the shelf. Shen Yeden carried the box in his hand, the paper box under his arm, and reached out to grab the last umbrella. At this time, a white hand also stretched out. Shen Ye was slightly surprised, turned his head to look over, and saw a beautiful girl with black hair in a white cashmere sweater standing next to her. Shen Ye stretched back his hand subconsciously and said politely, "You take it first." "Thank you, no, take it." The girl's eyes were very clear, not like pretending to be dodge. Shen Ye hesitated, the rain seemed to be heavy, and he asked, "I don't know where are you going, miss?" "I go to the empty rail station and take the empty rail back to school." "That's right, I want to take the empty rail too. Why don't we go together, otherwise the rain doesn't seem to stop for a while." Shen Ye sent an invitation to him. "Well, okay, thank you." The woman in front of her hesitated for a few seconds and nodded slightly. So Shen Ye took off the umbrella. Just as he was about to open the umbrella, the girl next to him stretched out his hand. "Let me do it." "Thanks." Shen Ye paused slightly before handing the umbrella to the girl. The girl opened the umbrella and held Shen Ye, and the two walked side by side towards the empty rail public station. The atmosphere is a bit subtle, and neither of them spoke. Chapter 33 Miscellaneous. After a long time, the two came to the empty rail public station. Because it was the evening rush hour, there was a lot of people on the platform. Almost every empty rail stopped, and everyone rushed up. Soon the two got on the same empty rail. It seemed that they were going in the same direction. Shen Ye coughed and asked, "I don't know which station you want to sit at, miss." "I will get off at the stop of Autumn Academy." "That's pretty close, are you a student of Autumn Academy?" Shen Ye chatted with him. "Yes, are you from Autumn Academy too?" The girl looked up and down Shen Ye. "No, I already work." Chapter 25. Shen Ye replied with a little emotion. "Are you a night bearer?" Why do you say that?" Shen Ye was a little surprised. "Is it written on his face?" "There is a star tower mark on the carton in your hand, and when you passed the security check just now, the staff did not check the box in your hand. Generally speaking, only night bearers get this treatment. I thought you it's a senior who graduated from Kaihuzi Academy, but you are really young." The girl thought for a while and explained. "Ahem, it's a night bearer. Shen Ye replied with some embarrassment. Senior, can I ask you a question? The girl raised her head and looked at Shen Ye. Of course, sister, he is not a young lady, you don't need to call me senior, just call me senior, just ask if you have any questions. This predecessor also yelled deep into the night, and his whole body was comfortable. Sure enough, the feeling of being called by a girl is different, especially a beautiful girl. It's such a senior, although I am still studying. But I am also preparing for the evaluation of the Star Tower. My dream is to become a night bearer. I want to ask the senior, is the evaluation of the Star Tower difficult? Shen Ye was also in trouble for a while, and didn't know how to answer, his own Mao had gone through the test. Inexplicably on top. The girl looked at Shen Ye, her bright eyes full of expectation. Of course it's simple, little meaning. Shen Ye smiled brilliantly, anyway, it's very simple, just sign a contract and it's done. Really? That's great. I've always been worried about failing to pass. I heard that many of our seniors went to the exam and they all failed. After listening to Shen Ye's words, the girl was full of confidence for a while. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Akinagakuin Station. Passengers who are going to get off, please prepare in advance. That senior, I'm here, I'm leaving now. The girl bowed to Shen Ye. Go slowly. Shen Ye nodded in response. Just as the girl was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, turned around and put the folded umbrella in Shen Ye's hand, and got out of the car in a hurry. Shen Ye looked at the umbrella in his hand, and just wanted to thank him. He got out of the car. It's good to be young, full of vitality. Shen Ye's eyes showed a trace of envy. Don't look at his mouth and say that Kaihuzi Academy is just like that. In fact, it was because he couldn't get up at all, so he comforted himself. As long as you can pass the exam, you can still work hard here, and go to the college early to make a girl. Late at night, Shen Ye walked toward the tavern holding an umbrella. He was in a very good mood. Not only was he harvested very rich today, but he also met a beautiful girl and had a good chat. Just when Shen Ye walked near the tavern, he suddenly stopped. The cool autumn rain kept falling. Under the eaves of the tavern, Catwoman Chen Luyun squatted there alone, her thin body curled up, and her clothes had been wet by the autumn rain, and her face flushed with cold. Hey! Shen Ye shook his head helplessly, glanced squintly, and walked towards the tavern in the dark corner on the other side. When Shen Ye walked to the front of the tavern, Chen Luyun raised his head eagerly, and the moment he saw Shen Ye, Wushan's eyes became more hopeful. However, Shen Ye didn't care about her. Instead, he opened the door of the tavern and walked straight in. The door was not closed and the business started. Chen Luyun stood at the door, hesitated, and finally walked into the tavern nervously and came to the front of the bar. Shen Ye boiled a pot of boiling water, took out a glass from behind and placed it in front of Chen Luyun, and then poured a glass of boiling water for it. Drink it. Thanks. Chen Luyun replied gratefully. She carefully picked up the glass and took a sip. Shen Ye sorted out the bar to prepare for opening, and said lightly to Chen Luyun, I know what your purpose is here. You don't need to waste any time on me. I won't protect you. You understand what I mean. Chen Luyun was drinking boiling water, Shuoling's eyes were reddish, his body trembled slightly, and his face was full of loss. After a while, after drinking the water in the glass, Chen Luyun bowed to Shen Ye, turned around and walked out lonely. At this time, Shen Ye said lightly while wiping the cup. It is impossible to shelter you, but I lack a messenger here. Chen Luyun was stunned when he heard Shen Ye's words, and then reacted, turning to look at Shen Ye, his small face full of surprises. Is it okay? What's not allowed, including food and accommodation, but the salary is very low, there is a lot of living, do it or not. No problem, no problem. Chen Luyun showed a heartfelt happy smile. The corners of Shen Yi's mouth rose slightly. In that case, from now on, you will be from my tavern. Well, the owner, I will go back to pack my things and come to work. Chen Luyun replied very happily. Go, take the umbrella on the table. Shen Ye continued to wipe the glass in his hand. It was useless for a long time, and it was a little dusty. Thank you, the owner. Chen Luyun took the umbrella and left the tavern happily, and walked towards his den. And when she walked halfway, away from the tavern, a dark figure trailed up behind her. The cat ears on Chen Luyun's head twitched slightly, she keenly sensed the danger, her small face showed a flustered expression, and she ran away. The shadow trailing behind was exposed, and he rushed out without hesitation. Chen Luyun ran away in a panic when she saw it, but no matter how fast she ran, the shadowy figure behind her was faster. She couldn't get rid of it at all, and Chen Luyun began to feel a little flustered. Unknowingly, Chen Luyun rushed into the alley, trying to use her agile advantage to get rid of the opponent. After a frantic chase, when she ran to a corner, she found that it was a dead end. She just turned around and wanted to run, and ran into the figure. What? Chen Luyun let out a horrified cry. Boom! At this time, there was a thunderstorm in the sky, and lightning flashed across the sky. Chen Luyun saw clearly who was stopping him. A middle-aged man in a sloppy dress, half of his face twisted and rotten, his hands were alienated into sharp claws, and his mouth showed sharp fangs. Sweetheart, she can run. I think where are you going to run? The mutated man in front of him stretched out his tongue and licked his mouth out of breath, his eyes flushed with bloodthirsty desire. Don't come here, otherwise. Chen Luyun backed away in fear, but unfortunately there was a dead end behind him, and there was no way to go back. Otherwise, you shouldn't be naive to think that the trash museum owner will really shelter you, it is impossible for him to save you. The mutant middle-aged man approached step by step, his eyes became more and more fierce. Boom! A huge gunshot broke the silent night. How is it possible? The mutated, sloppy middle-aged man looked down at his chest and punched a hole directly with blood flowing. Hasn't waited for him to react. What? A sharp blade pierced directly from the back of its head. The mutated sloppy man fell to the ground. Chapter 34. I saw Shen Ye with cold eyes standing behind him in the dark night, pulling out the sword in his hand. Give me a few more punches without saying a word. Click! Click! The blood flowed violently, mixed with rainwater, and flowed away. Then Shen Ye drew out his sword, kicked at the corpse, and said coldly, Okay, we can start talking now. Who told you that Lao Tzu is useless, and who told you that I didn't shelter? Come on! Tell me to listen, don't say I don't give you a chance to defend, you just say it. At this time, Chen Luyun's eyes widened, and he said to Shen Ye a little startled. My lord, he is dead, and there is no way to answer your words. Oh, it's dead, then, let's go. Shen Ye didn't care at all, and said inwardly that Lao Tzu is the standard way of fighting, clean and tidy. Normal people who have a lot of BB words in a fight, first go to death, and then slowly BB. Well, my master. Catwoman happily followed. Only dead bodies are left. And that mutated middle-aged man, his face is full of incredible expressions, when he died, he didn't know how to die. At noon the next day, Shen Ye opened his eyes, sat up sleepily, stretched and yawned. Since opening this tavern, Shen Ye feels that his whole person has changed, and his entire schedule has been messed up. It's not like this before. When I was at home, I would get up and go on a morning jog with my brothers and sisters. There were still small platoons. Hey! Shen Ye sighed, and washed a little bit. Pushing open the door and stepping out, he stopped, wiped his eyes, then stepped back and closed the door. Then opened the door again, and Shen Ye finally confirmed at this moment that this was his tavern. But this is too clean. Except for the accident in the master bedroom, all the outside was cleaned spotlessly. Shen Ye walked towards the tavern hall in surprise, but as soon as he stepped in, he saw Chen Luyun wearing an apron, scrubbing hard. If the tavern used to be broken and dirty, now it is just a bit old and very clean. Master, you are awake. Chen Luyun greeted Shen Ye very happily when he saw Shen Ye walk in. Well done, all the cleaning is finished. Shen Ye looked everywhere, pretending to ask casually. It's all finished, the owner can check it. Chen Luyun said very confidently. After checking, I still believe in your abilities. Go make some food. Okay. Chen Luyun rushed to the kitchen excitedly. Shen Ye saw her going to cook, sitting at the bar, and blooming happily. Haha. It's so cool, where to find such a good labor force, and it's quite eye-catching. Finally, I don't have to eat instant noodles anymore. Thinking of this, Shen Ye burst into tears with excitement, and finally boiled his head. Chapter 26. After a while, Shen Ye sat at the bar opposite Chen Luyun. Shen Ye looked at the plate in the middle, which contained dark, charred food. Chen Luyun lowered his head, playing with his little fingers, with a very guilty expression. I'm sorry. Your master. Shen Ye sighed. Never mind. Real. Chen Luyun raised his head and looked at Shen Ye happily. What else can I do? Shen Ye helplessly took out 2 boxes of instant noodles from below. Shen Ye could cook a little food. The problem is that he always thinks that cooking is a troublesome thing. No accident, the 2 ate instant noodles. The hard days still have to go on, Shen Ye muttered in his heart, waiting for money. You must hire a better cook, preferably a seductive girl, who will produce delicious and thirsty food. Thinking of this, the instant noodles in my mouth seem to be more delicious. The concealed door was pushed open severely. Chen Luyun turned to look over like a frightened kitten. Director Bai walked in angrily, but he didn't even have a smile on his face. Luo Yun, go upstairs and clean up a little bit. Okay. Luo Yun left in a panic. Of course she knew Director Bai. No one of the mutants in this area didn't know him, and no one didn't fear him. Oh, isn't this Director Bai? Why is this so angry? Who has offended you? After seeing Luo Yun leave, Shen Ye greeted Director Bai with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened. You are so embarrassed to ask, but who else can you have? Director Bai was also annoyed. Me? I didn't do anything. I followed your guidance to ask for advice and study religiously. Did you go to study, then what? Oh, then I just took a credit for something. You also know that I, a bun, came to the city and have never seen the world. When did I see so many good things, so I couldn't help it for a while, hee. But still. Don't tell me, the relationship between Sister Lan and you is really iron. If you don't say anything about your face, you can give it to me on credit. When Shen Ye said this, he almost laughed, still holding back. It's that Director White's face is almost purple. Are you on credit for a little bit? Would you take a credit of 1.2 million stars? Director Bai is about to vomit blood, the money is not so good. Isn't it just 1.2 million stars? As you said, I run such a big tavern and I absolutely make money, and I will return you at that time. When will you earn 1.2 million and pay me back? Don't worry, I still have a subsidy if it doesn't work. You only have 3 years of subsidy, which is only 300,000 stars. How can it be enough? Director Bai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Why is it not enough? Didn't you tell me that the subsidy will go up by then? When I get a higher subsidy, I will definitely pay it back. Besides, you said it by yourself. It's your own family. You're welcome. You know that I just took over the position of the tavern, and there are so many dangers here. If I don't have a handful of self-defense weapons, how sad you should be if something happens. Shen Ye almost burst into laughter in his heart, and finally let him find a chance to come back. You. Director Bai couldn't speak for a long time. He really said this. He originally wrote a letter of introduction to Shen Ye, but he had thought that with this guy's thief-like character, Gu would definitely have more or less credit. But I didn't expect him to be so cruel. With so many credits at once, it's almost like shooting yourself in the foot. Okay, if you're saying it makes sense, hurry up and make money for me. Director Bai's chest was blocked in panic. He had never planted such a big caterpillar before, and he really underestimated this kid. Don't worry about this, it must be fine. Shen Ye replied loudly. At this moment, Director Bai's expression suddenly stiffened. Wrong. How could Shen Ye touch such a high-level weapon? Could it be that Zhao Lan deliberately cheated him? Thinking of this, Director Bai immediately reacted and turned to leave. Don't go, sit down for a while. I will arrange it at noon. Shen Ye saw that Director Bai was about to leave, so he hurriedly asked to stay. After all, it takes such a big advantage, so I always have to eat a meal, meaning it. Chapter 35. It's a pity that Director Bai didn't hear Shen Ye's shout. He walked faster and faster, and left the tavern in a blink of an eye. When Shen Ye saw Director Bai left, his sullen face burst into laughter, and his mood was extremely refreshing, sweeping away the gloom before him. Unfortunately, Shen Ye soon became unhappy. Because the tavern was still deserted for the next 3 days, there was no business. Shen Ye and Chen Luyun sat opposite each other, staring at them with big eyes. Shen Ye sighed, chatting with Chen Luyun in every way boring. Luo Yun, how did Yanning manage it before? Is her business so bad? No, when Sister Yanning was here, the pub never lacked customers, and it was almost always open until the early hours of the morning. No way, how does she attract customers? Think about it. Shen Ye asked curiously. Chen Luyun tilted his head and fell into the memory carefully, then his eyes lit up and said, Sister Yanning is sitting in the tavern, and the guests are all coming. Who? Shen Ye took a deep breath. Forget it, don't ask, she's just such a cute little head, and it's normal that she can't see the problem. Otherwise, he would not be sold into a tavern, and he would be happy and motivated all day long. Master, what did I say wrong? Chen Luyun asked suspiciously. Yes, it's okay, I went back to my room to practice, here you watch. Shen Ye stretched out, planning to go back to the room for a practice session. Recently, due to the pain of idle eggs and no business, Shen Ye is practicing almost in his idle time, and his star power has really risen so much. Okay. Chen Luyun nodded obediently. Shen Ye just got up from the bar position, beeping. The pocket phone vibrated, and Shen Ye took out the phone from his pocket and took a look. Bear's haunt. There is no doubt that this phone number belongs to Director Bai, and the remarks were also given to him by Shen Ye. Shen Ye touched his chin. It was rare, this guy would call him, there must be nothing good. No answer? It doesn't seem to work. I just finished pitting him a few days ago. If he doesn't answer the phone at this time, he will probably be scolded to death. Shen Ye answered the phone and greeted with a smile on his face. Director Bai, what's the matter? Shen Ye, listen to me. I'm in a meeting in the Star Tower. A team of investigation teams came down. You gave me delicious treats. By the way, cooperate with their actions. Don't make any more baskets. Listen. Do you understand? Director Bai explained things simply and neatly, and did not forget to shout at the end. Okay, it's okay to entertain. Why are you all guests, or guests in groups? I'll definitely entertain you. But you also know that my pub is just open, so how can I have any money? Where can I get it? Something entertains. Don't raise money with me. When you raise money with me, I will be anxious with you, and you will find a solution by yourself." Director White's conditioned reflex face turned green. "Okay, okay. I get it," so I hang up. Shen Ye took the phone away from her ear, and after covering her ears, she hung up the phone. He let out a long sigh. It seems that the last time Director Bai was painful, but it is normal. The world's stars are super valuable, 1.2 million stars, not a small number, even if it is a night bearer. It's been painful enough for a while. As for that Zhao Lan, she is different. She is a veteran curator and has a solid family base. The owners of other pubs, it is estimated that few are as wealthy as her. The owner. Chen Luyun blinked his small eyes and looked at Shen Ye. Shen Ye recovered, coughed, and took out 10,000 yuan star coins from his pocket. His face was also a little painful. He only took this out yesterday. He was thinking about buying some decent clothes and daily necessities for Chen Luyun with 2,000 star coins, and the rest was used as a spare. After all, this is almost his last possession, and the thousands of dollars left on the card must be immovable, otherwise he would really drink Northwestern. I didn't expect that the money would come in handy so quickly. There is a saying that is good, I can't bear to let the child not catch the wolf, fight it. So Shen Ye handed the money to Chen Luyun. You take the money and buy more high-end ingredients. Chen Luyun tilted his head and looked at Shen Ye, and asked suspiciously, but we can't do it. That's because you can't do it, it doesn't mean I can't do it, I just don't bother to do it. Shen Ye replied confidently. The owner of the museum is so amazing. Chen Luyun looked at Shen Ye with a look of worship. Since the moment Shen Ye rescued her, Shen Ye's image in her heart is extremely stalwart, almost omnipotent. Don't praise me, go buy it, and I will entertain guests later. Shen Ye said cheerfully. Okay. Chen Luyun happily left the tavern with a bamboo basket. Shen Ye hummed a little tune, and began to prepare. He started to unpack a few more boxes of wine and put them on the counter. It was rare that a team would come over. This time he could talk back. A little bit of time passed, and soon it was evening. Shen Ye is also a little puzzled, what the is going on? Why hasn't Luo Yun come back yet? He walked to the door and looked out, but he did not see Luo Yun. But it seemed to be noisy in the distance, I don't know what happened. Shen Ye frowned slightly, as if something had happened. Without hesitation, he turned back to the bar, took out his weapon from below and pinned it to his waist, and hurriedly left the tavern. Shen Ye walked towards the chaos far away, only to see it as soon as he approached. A star warrior wearing a black suit brutally kicked the houses along the way, and violently blasted out a ragged, sloppy mutant from the inside. Those mutants were all driven to the street and squatted on the ground. There was a famous nightman standing on both sides of the street, and they watched all this coldly, without any intention of interfering. Shen Ye frowned slightly, what's the situation? Is this a census? It's not like a census. Everyone knows that 99 out of 100 mutants living here are illegal. Shen Ye suddenly reacted, shouldn't this group of people be the investigative team from above that Director Bai said? Chapter 27. Are they here to investigate things? But no matter how you look at it, the people inside are not right. In addition to the Night Holders, there are many Star Warriors who have no status. Those guys are not like Star Hunters or heretical judges. I saw only a man with a cold face, walked to a group of mutants squatting on the ground, and said coldly. You cockroaches, I'll say it again, whoever has dirty hands and feet stole something that shouldn't be stolen, come forward quickly, otherwise I will let you know what regret is. Unfortunately, no one responded, most of the mutants lowered their heads. Seeing this scene, the cold man's eyes became fierce. Okay, very good, don't you say it. Suddenly the cold man kicked a mutant man who was squatting on the ground with grey hair all over his body without warning, kicked it out, and slammed it against the wall of the house behind him. Say, is the thief your accomplice? The mutant being kicked into the air lay on the ground holding his chest, shaking his head in fear. The cold man turned his head to look at another ugly mutant whose face was covered with scales. "It's not him, that's you." The mutant in front of him shook his head in fear, but it was a pity that the cold man did not intend to let him go. Raised his foot and stepped on his back, and stomped it heavily on the ground. "It's not you, then you should know who did it, right?" "My lord, I don't know." The ugly mutant replied in pain, unable to breathe for a while. The cold man raised his foot, stepped directly on the back of his hand, and squeezed it left and right with the toe of his shoe. "Ah!" The ugly mutant screamed in pain. It's a pity that he didn't say anything like this. After the cold man lost interest, he walked forward. Wherever went, the mutants shivered, for fear that they would be stared at. Chapter 36 Entertainment. Among the mutants squatting in a row, Chen Luyun held the vegetable basket and lowered his head, his thin body shivering uncontrollably. "Cockroach, raise your head." An indifferent voice rang in Chen Luyun's ears, and she tremblingly raised her head slightly. I saw the cold man standing next to Chen Luyun, but he was speaking to a tall mutant man next to Chen Luyun. The mutant raised his head and looked at the cold man, with an angry expression on his face, and stood up abruptly. "You are a cockroach." Before he finished speaking, the cold man reached out his hand very quickly, directly pinched his neck and pulled off the ground, just like catching a small animal. The mutant was struggling in pain, and stretched out his hands to break the hand that was holding his neck, but it was a pity that he couldn't move. Then suddenly let out a howl of pain. "What?" There were red spots all over his body, and then they burned. I saw a red strange stone emitting a purple light on the cold man's hand lit up. The captain of the Nightbearer standing by, frowned slightly and walked up when he saw this scene. "Zhang Kun, is it a bit too much for you to kill people so blatantly and directly?" "Oh, did I murder? They don't have ID cards. They can be called people without ID cards? And as you have seen, this mutant intends to attack me. I'm just in self-defense." Zhang Kun sneered, and then threw the charred body on the ground. "I advise you not to do anything, otherwise everyone will not look good." "Haha, can I understand that you are overflowing with love? Don't forget, how many people die every year because of mutants. Have you ever thought about and sympathized with them? They are really innocent? Put away your kindness heart." "Hey, I don't need you to teach me yet." The Nightbearer captain also looked a little ugly, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Kun did not care about the captain Nightbearer next to him, but continued to investigate. At this time, his eyes fell on the terrified Catwoman. "Yeah, there is also a good-looking mutant, dressed so shabbily. The basket seems to be full of things. Let me guess, are you dirty with hands and feet?" Catwoman shook her head in fear. "I do not have." "I think you are lying." A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Kun's mouth. She didn't lie. At this time, a sudden voice interrupted Zhang Kun, and Shen Ye walked over calmly. "Is there any? It's not what you said, and who are you?" Jiang Kun looked slightly unhappy, turned his head to look at Shen Ye. "Oh, I am the owner of this area, and she is mine. It's impossible for her to steal your things. She just came out to buy groceries, but also to entertain you later. If you don't believe me, you can look at her in the basket. And if you continue to hold her here, it is estimated that you will only be able to drink gruel that night." Shen Ye smiled lazily and replied. Hearing what Shen Ye said, Zhang Kun's expression squirmed, and his face twitched slightly. "Well, since it's the owner of the museum, it must be no problem. You can take away the people, but you can't say that the mutants here are all yours, right?" "Oh, that's not the case, it's mine alone, Luo Yun, let's go." Shen Ye replied lightly. Zhang Kun was not stupid enough to ask for trouble, and went to offend the curator of the Star Tower. Because basically none of the owners of the Star Tower eat plain rice. Don't look at how he tortured these mutants. The night-bearer next to him didn't say a word. Once he had a conflict with the owner of the Star Tower, these night-bearers would definitely stand on the opposite side without saying a word. At that time, it will not be possible to ask for a bit of cheap, not to mention the delay of the adults above. Chen Luyun stood up and walked towards Shen Ye. The mutants squatting all around, everyone's face is full of envy. This is the difference between sheltered and unprotected. Shen Ye probably glanced at the squatting mutants, each skinny wolfwood, all dirty and tattered. It can be as miserable as it can be. The bottom is so miserable. If this relationship can be good, there is no contradiction, then it will be a hell. Chen Luyun walked to the side of Shen Ye and followed Shen Ye to the tavern. After tens of meters out, Chen Luyun opened his mouth, just about to say something. If you want to go home, let's talk about it. There are so many people here. Shen Ye interrupted Chen Luyun in a low voice. Chen Luyun nodded obediently. A moment later, the two returned to the tavern. Shen Ye concealed the door of the tavern, and then said to Chen Luyun, "Now you can talk. The owner of the restaurant, I followed your instructions to buy vegetables, but I ran into them on the road as soon as I bought them. The man named Zhang Kun who took the lead was so ruthless. Many mutants died in his hands." "Understood, I thought you were going to say something. No need to explain, I am not blind, I also watched there for a while." Shen Ye smiled and said. "Apart from this, the owner, I know what they are doing." Chen Luyun breathed a sigh of relief, then tilted his head and said for a while. "Oh? Do you know what they are doing?" "Well, when I was arrested just now, I heard them say that it seems that an adult has lost something. And it is a very precious strange stone. The person who stole the thing seems to be a mutant, and the mutant escaped the area near us." Chen Luyun told Shen Ye the news he had gotten. Shen Ye was also taken aback. So that was the case. This is probably the matter that Director Bai asked him to assist, that is, catching the thief to find something. Afterwards, Shen Ye reacted from speaking to himself. Hehe, just their attitude, even if you find it, it won't be returned to them. "My lord, are you looking for it too?" Chen Luyun asked Shen Ye curiously. "Ahem, searching must be what you are looking for. There is no other way. There are instructions on this." "Well, if the owner wants to investigate, I can help you ask. Here, some of my friends, their news is still very good, maybe they will know something." Chen Luyun volunteered. "Yes, but this matter will be postponed temporarily. We will prepare food and drink first. The group of people is expected to come in a while. The investigation team is partly night holders, and some are not night holders at all. For example, the guy named Zhang Kun is more like someone's dog legs in a sense. Let's watch the changes first. It's probably not that simple." Shen Ye said rationally. "My lord, you are right." Chen Luyun nodded heavily. In her eyes everything Shen Ye said was right. Soon Shen Ye and Chen Luyun started busy preparing. When the night was completely dimmed, the open door of the tavern was pushed open. The gang of star warriors and many night bearers walked in. Shen Ye was also slightly surprised, because he saw a familiar face, Wang Qi, and he was the leader of the night bearer. The corner of Shen Ye's mouth raised slightly. He thought that this reception would be troublesome, but now that it is an old acquaintance leading the team, it would be easier to handle. It would be a bit troublesome if it was purely the leader named Zhang Kun. Then Shen Ye greeted Wang Qi with a smile on his face. "Hi! We meet again." Chapter 37 Arrangement. When Wang Qi saw Shen Ye, his face was sullen, he was really unlucky, and his teeth were stuck between drinking water. A high-level night-bearer in his dignity will be forcibly arranged to search for thieves. Originally this was fine, but the problem was that Zhang Kun, a group of foreign guys, were also arranged to intervene. This is obviously not trusting them, and this Zhang Kun is not a good bird, slaughtering mutants wantonly, so that he doesn't know how to explain it. It's better now, even if you come to rest in the tavern, you can meet this cheating boss. It's nothing, he wonders if he is cursed by bad luck. The boss is you. It's really a coincidence. Wang Qi smiled and reluctantly replied. Zhang Kun, who was standing next to him, saw the two greeting each other. Although there was no response on the surface, he became more sure of his previous judgment in his heart. Sure enough, the owner of every tavern is not a fuel-saving lamp. Such a remote owner even knows Wang Qi. It is not easy to know Wang Qi identity. This is called destiny. Shen Ye squinted and replied in a happy mood. Okay, don't talk nonsense with you, we are going to live here, all the rooms are needed, by the way, this time there will always be bedding and supplies. Of course there is peace of mind, but so many of you probably won't be able to live. If you can't live, just sleep on the floor casually. Wang Qi replied nonchalantly. My lord, the conditions here are terrible, should we live in a different place and find a better hotel? At this time, a subordinate respectfully said to Zhang Kun. Chapter 28. Zhang Kun's expression is also a little uncertain. The furnishings of this tavern are so old and there is a vague smell of musty. Close your eyes and think about it. The room here is definitely not much better. At this time, Wang Qi turned his head and said angrily, I advise you to rest here obediently, and don't think about other places. Don't look at you being weird during the day, put all mutants on the ground, and you will be alone at night. Go out and try, I promise you will be pressed on the ground one by one. Only the tavern outside the city of Autumn is safe. Even if something goes wrong, the Star Tower can be there as soon as possible. You just live outside, in case something really happens. It takes a lot of effort to find your position. I see, just live here. Zhang Kun simply said to all his subordinates. Yes. Give us some food. After Wang Qi demolished Zhang Kun's subordinate station, he felt much better. Now I will get it for you, but it is very expensive for me to consume. Shen Ye smiled back. How expensive it can be, take the best and bring it up, we don't need money. Zhang Kun interjected coldly. No problem. Shen Ye smiled happily. Not long after, Chen Luyun came up with plates of boiled food. Boiled beef, spine, mutton, cabbage. It's all cooked anyway. Wang Qi's face sank when he saw it, but he still underestimated how broken Shen Yi's tavern was. Are you sure you let us eat these? There is no taste at all. How can it be tasteless? Shen Ye squatted down, took out a box of soy sauce from under the bar, placed it on the bar, and neatly tore the wrapping paper on it. Use it as you like, dip it with soy sauce, it tastes great. Forget it, I don't care about you. Wang Qi was too lazy to complain with Shen Ye, but he was a little bit too close to eat at least, unlike the last time he ate instant noodles. Zhang Kun just said coldly. Take out all the wine. Even these guys still dare to drink. The night bearers generally don't dare to drink during the mission, for fear of delaying things. There are only 1 or 2 cans of low-alcohol dark beer. No problem, Luo Yun will take it for them. Of course, Shen Ye will not have trouble with money. Okay. Luo Yun walked over with a box of wine nervously, she was still a little scared of Zhang Kun and the others. For a time, the deserted tavern became extremely lively. On the bar counter, Shen Ye watched Wang Qi leisurely eating. Why are you looking at me all the time? I tell you, if I hadn't had to do it, I would never come to you to consume, so don't get me wrong that I came to take care of your business on purpose. I know, but then again, you brought so many outsiders this time and went down and searched with great fanfare. What happened? Shen Ye asked with interest. What are you doing so much? It's not a good thing. Wang Qi replied angrily. In his eyes, it was just a muddy water. If you get on this matter, you will make yourself a slapstick. Shen Ye watched Wang Qi's eyes change a little, so good. This guy doesn't want to see himself so much, he doesn't mean to cheat him, it's a bit interesting, it seems that this guy is still a bit principled. It's not that I want to take care of it, it's that I have asked me to cooperate with you and assist you. But if you say that, then assume that I haven't said it before, and I happen to be happy. Shen Ye pretended to shake the pot easily. Wang Qi's expression was stagnant, and he immediately realized that this guy is the owner of this area, which is equivalent to the ground snake in this area, and he is more familiar with this place than their group of people. Under normal circumstances, I should get the help of the owner, but I don't want to see him. Will I be wrong? Wang Qi's face twitched, he should admit it or he had to admit it. If the task is not completed, it is the most cheating. That's right, let's talk about it. Shen Ye has an unusually bright smile on his face. Wang Qi squinted, Zhang Kun sitting in the corner eating, lowered his voice and said. The group of people I investigated with me are not the night holders. I can see it, who are they? That group of guys are Chen Weisai's subordinates, and the leader is Zhang Kun. That guy is a ruthless character, a 4-star and 8-stage star warrior, nicknamed a hyena. Chen Weisai is the one who lost the thing this time, so they are most anxious. There is no bottom line. Who is Chen Weisai? And what did he lose? Shen Ye became more interested. It is said that it seems to be a very precious luxury item, priceless. As for Chen Weisai, that guy is amazing, aristocrat of the alliance government. Noble? Why am I still a big man? Ahem, you are awesome. Wang Qi choked directly. He looked at Shen Ye like an idiot. Just kidding, liven up the atmosphere. The joke is not like that. This thing was originally ugly, and I don't know who stabbed it out. Now there is a lot of noise on the internet. The supervisor above means to find things quickly and solve theft at the same time. The mutant, we searched and surrounded it all the way, and came to your area, the situation is probably like this. I probably understand. By the way, the mutant has already escaped from the city of Autumn? If you escape, you will not be busy. You don't have to worry about this. We are professional. I can even tell you with confidence that the mutant is hiding nearby. But he can't escape. This area is already surrounded. You can't find him. It's a matter of time. Wang Qi said confidently. Oh, it turned out to be like this, then there is nothing wrong with me. Shen Ye said with a smile. What does it mean is nothing to do with you? It's true that it will be sooner or later that I caught it, but it is also divided into who caught the thing and who retrieved the thing. You can tell me quickly, see if there is any clue? Since that guy is escaping to you, it is very likely that you are a mutant living here. Wang Qi looked at Shen Ye with expectation. Actually, I am the curator of this area, I have a full budget, and it has only been a month, I don't know so much. Shen Ye replied solemnly. After speaking, he himself wanted to laugh. Chapter 38 Finding. Wang Qi was stunned for a long time, unable to speak a word, his expression was unusually wonderful. If it weren't for a large number of subordinates behind, and Zhang Kun's gang were also there, he would definitely scold the cheating guy in front of him. Seeing that Wang Qi seemed to be about to run away, Shen Ye quickly said with a smile. But don't worry, I will cooperate with you all the time during your search, and I will take care of everything in the tavern. Wang Qi stood up and went straight upstairs to rest. He dared not speak a word, because he was afraid that once he spoke, he would not be able to control it. Nima next time he believes the owner of the museum, he will write his name upside down. In the early morning of the next day, Wang Qi, Zhang Kun, and others left the tavern very early and continued to search for suspicious mutants. Shen Ye slept until almost noon before getting up. He washed up and went to the tavern lobby. The hall that was originally messy was almost cleaned up. Luo Yun's small body was really not covered, so he picked up a stack of plates higher than himself and walked to the kitchen behind. When passing by Shen Ye, Luo Yun still did not forget to say hello to Shen Ye. "My lord, are you awake? I will finish cleaning immediately. Don't worry, do it slowly." Shen Ye leaned against the wall and said with a smile. "Okay." Luo Yun's little head nodded, replying very vigorously. After a long time, Luo Yun packed up the tableware and walked into the tavern hall. Shen Ye waved to Luo Yun and motioned for her to come over. "My lord, what's the matter?" Luo Yun ran over gently. Go to your friend and ask for clues." Actually last night, Shen Ye didn't sleep much. He thought about it all night and finally decided to take this muddy water. Although there are some risks, if you really find the thief earlier, there may be a real probability that you can get the lost thing, and the income will be absolutely reported. There is a saying that it is good, and the wealth are in danger. "Okay, my lord, come with me." Luo Yun nodded. Then Shen Ye and Luo Yun left the tavern. Because there were searched night bearers and star warriors everywhere, and Shen Ye was also very clear about his own strength, he did not deliberately hide his traces. After all, on his own turf, what he does is compliant, and hiding is even more suspicious. Under Luo Yun's guidance, Shen Ye walked into an alley and turned around inside. Going deeper and deeper, there is rotten garbage everywhere, and the air is filled with a smell. No one would believe that this place turned out to be part of the City of Autumn. Walking on a narrow road, Shen Ye Keen could detect that many eyes were secretly staring at them in the dark, and it was not known whether it was kind or malicious. "Coming!" Luo Yun took Shen Ye to speed up his pace and walked in. It didn't take long before they came to a dilapidated building. Luo Yun walked up and knocked on the door, knocking a total of 5 times. Soon the door opened, and a pair of vigilant eyes looked through the door. After seeing Luo Yun, the door opened immediately. A mutated young man with white hair on his face and hands exclaimed excitedly. "Luo Yun, why are you here?" "Little Ha, I brought the master of the museum over, I want to ask you something," Luo Yun said to Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha only noticed Shen Ye at this time, shivering all over, instinctively backing away in fear. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Ha, the host is very nice." "Oh, come in then." Xiao Ha hesitated and nodded. Shen Ye followed Luo Yun into this dilapidated building. The space inside was much larger than it looked outside, and there were very small rooms. But it was messy and dirty, and the air was filled with a mixed smell and a hint of blood. Xiao Ha shouted, "Everyone, come out, Luo Yun is here." The originally quiet building immediately moved, almost all the doors of the room opened, and mutants of different varieties walked out. They all came around excitedly. "So much?" Shen Ye was also a little surprised, keenly aware of some problems. These mutants have many disabilities, most of them tend to be weak and have little combat effectiveness. Some of the mutants are still injured, and they are still wrapped in dirty bandages. This is how the smell of blood in the air comes from. It can be seen that the mutants here do not survive very well. It's no wonder that when Shen Ye often saw Luo Yun cleaning the table these days, he carefully packed up the leftovers. Chapter 29. Luo Yun, you are here. The mutants who came out greeted Luo Yun one after another, and it can be seen that Luo Yun is very popular. "Everyone, please be quiet," Luo Yun said to everyone. The noisy crowd soon calmed down. "Let me introduce, this is the master of the museum," Luo Yun introduced to everyone. As a result, after listening to Luo Yun's introduction, everyone backed down subconsciously. Shen Ye is a little embarrassed, is he so fierce? As for, don't be afraid, the host is very good. And thanks to him, otherwise I would have died long ago. He is a very reliable person, and everyone can trust him. Luo Yun said that we can believe it, then we believe it. Many mutants present nodded one after another. "Thank you everyone, now the owner of the museum has something to do. I want to ask everyone, I hope you can help." You said, as long as we can do it, we will definitely help. Everyone replied. Do you know who the culprit of this theft is, or know some clues? Luo Yun asked. Everyone at the scene looked at each other and shook their heads. At this time, Xiao Ha said to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, we really don't know who stolen the thing. This happened without warning. We also found out after the fact because of the search and investigation, so I am afraid I will disappoint you. Luo Yun was also a little lost, and it seemed that he couldn't help the master of the museum anymore. She turned around and said to Shen Ye, sorry. Master, my friend doesn't know who did it. Shen Ye didn't feel any disappointment after listening. If he could get the clues so easily, there would be no need for so many night bearers to be dispatched. In addition, if they really knew something, they probably wouldn't be able to escape the relationship, maybe they would have been caught by Zhang Kun long ago. It's okay, it's good to have clues, but it doesn't matter if you don't have clues, thank you. Shen Ye thanked him politely. Xiao Ha shook his head, and replied with a sincere expression, Master, you don't need to thank us. Luo Yun is our best friend. As long as she asks us for things, we will do it for her without hesitation. Shen Ye heard this and looked at Xiao Ha a few more times. This guy was also polluted by the cat monster like Luo Yun, but it seemed that the pollution was deeper, and the hair on his body had grown. Chen Luyun saw that Shen Ye had been staring at Xiao Ha, and quickly explained, My lord, Xiao Ha is my best friend. He is amazing. There are very few things in this area that he doesn't know, so I was the only one. Think of him for a moment, because his nose is very good. Shen Yi's eyes moved slightly, looking at Xiao Ha. Your nose is very good. Actually, Shen Ye would like to ask, are you a feline variant or a canine variant, and how good can your nose be? I dare not say anything else. In terms of smell, no one can beat me. Xiao Ha is full of confidence. Very good, then we won't bother, Luo Yun, let's go. Shen Ye faintly praised, turned, and left. Luo Yun waved his hand at Xiao Ha, and hurriedly caught up with Shen Ye. Chapter 39. Xiao Ha saw Luo Yun following Shen Ye and wanted to call her, but finally opened his mouth and closed it again. Luo Yun's current situation is quite good, and at least there is a place to stay with that person, so he doesn't have to worry about being afraid all day long. Many of the partners beside were also full of envy when looking at Luo Yun from the back. After all, I followed the owner of the museum. If I was lucky, I might have a chance to get an ID card. Then I can really live in the sun. On the other side, Luo Yun followed Shen Ye towards the street. Luo Yun saw that Shen Ye didn't speak, he didn't know what he was thinking, and he was a little nervous. In fact, the reason why she volunteered to bring Shen Ye over to ask her friends was to expect that Xiao Ha and others could provide some valuable information, and might be appreciated by the host, but unfortunately everything was not as satisfactory as imagined. Master, where are we going now? Go back to the tavern, prepare for the evening reception, if you have money, don't make money and expire. Shen Ye replied easily. Okay. Luo Yun followed closely. In the tavern late at night, Shen Ye sat in front of the bar, tapping his fingers on the table slightly. Luo Yun sat aside, looking tired, almost falling asleep. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning, and Wang Qi and the others haven't finished the search, which was a bit unexpected for Shen Ye. If they didn't guess wrong, chances are they have made progress in the search. Maybe you just caught the thief directly. At this time, a noisy footstep interrupted Shen Yi's thoughts, and there was no accident that the door of the tavern was pushed open. Wang Qi walked in full of anger, and the night holders following him lowered their heads. Why are you so angry? Shen Ye smiled and asked Wang Qi, who had walked to the bar. I almost caught that guy today and ended this incident. The result was good, but the guy escaped directly. The search range suddenly expanded again, and the search may not be over tomorrow. Why do I still think about it? It's only the 3rd day after tomorrow, so what to do in such a hurry? Take your time. The longer the time, the easier it is to make changes. When the time comes, there will be more and more troubles. Forget it, I'm lazy to talk to you. Wang Qi didn't reply angrily. By the way, why did you come back? That Zhang Kun didn't seem to come back. That guy is more angry than me, and he is still leading people to search. Get me something to eat, I haven't eaten for a day. Let's do it, tomorrow is dinner time, I will bring you food. Oh, my conscience found it. Wang Qi looked at Shen Ye somewhat inconceivably. Isn't this to make more money? You don't come to eat, it's not me who suffers. I knew you were not so kind. Then you eat. Eat. Wang Qi leaped back. Go, I'll get it for you. Shen Ye walked towards the back kitchen. After a while, Shen Ye and Catwoman walked out carrying the warmed meal and placed them in front of Wang Qi and others. Wang Qi sighed and said, I said, brother, can't you hire a chef? I have no strength to complain about this taste. Among so many pubs I have eaten, you definitely rank top. There is no reliable person, do you dare to use it casually? What if you have problems with it? Okay, there is some truth to what you are saying. Then eat or not? Eat. Eat. Wang Qi was also hungry and tired at this time, too lazy to talk with Shen Ye. At this moment, Zhang Kun and the others walked in, his face even more ugly, as if someone had been stripped of his ancestor for the 18th generation. Shen Ye looked at Zhang Kun's expression and touched his chin, as if something was wrong. According to Wang Qi words, if you can't find it today, it will be tomorrow at the latest. Just this moment, so angry? This may be a bit tricky, it seems to be getting more and more interesting, and Shen Ye feels more and more that this is not a simple ordinary theft. If it is a premeditated theft, it is estimated that catching the thief is enough. Bring me delicious food. Zhang Kun walked to the bar and said coldly. Okay. Shen Ye doesn't care about his attitude at all, the customer is God. He immediately asked Luo Yun to prepare. In the wee hours of the morning, the dim sky just started to light up. Wang Qi and others all set off after a short rest and continued their search mission. Shen Ye stood at the door and looked at the back of them leaving. After thinking for a few seconds, he spoke. Luo Yun, go call Xiao Ha over. Luo Yun looked up at Shen Ye in a daze. Shen Ye raised his hand and tapped her little head, and said with a smile. Why are you still stunned? Go and call over. Luo Yun's confused little face showed a very happy expression. Okay, I will go now. Shen Ye stood on the spot, his eyes constantly changing, thinking that it would be a shame not to intervene in such a good opportunity. After all, opportunities are not available every day. An hour later, Luo Yun took Xiao Ha to the entrance of the tavern. Luo Yun walked in first and shouted. Master, we are back. Come in as soon as you come back and stand at the door and do something. Shen Ye sat at the bar and replied. Little Ha, the master of the museum let you in. Luo Yun shouted happily. Xiao Ha walked in somewhat restrained, but he didn't want to be ashamed in front of Luo Yun, so he tried his best to maintain a calm expression. But when he walked in front of Shen Ye, his body was still honest and unnatural. Master of the museum. Xiao Ha bowed to Shen Ye. Don't be so cautious and polite, Luo Yun always mentioned to me that you are one of her best companions and you are trustworthy. Shen Ye said with a smile. That's for sure, we grew up together. Xiao Ha nodded heavily. Okay, then I don't talk nonsense. Luo Yun once said that your sense of smell is very powerful, I want to know how powerful it is. Chapter 30. As long as it is something that smells, as long as you let me smell it, I will never forget it. In terms of tracking skills, I dare say that I am stronger than those who hold the night. Xiao Ha slapped his chest and said vows. This is true. When Xiao Ha hadn't mutated before, his nose was very good, and he often helped people find lost things. Later, we were attacked by monsters and mutated after surviving, but his sense of smell was not only lacking. Become weaker, but become more sensitive. Shen Yi's eyes lit up, and it seems that he has picked up the baby. What about tracking people? There is no problem at all, but the interval can't be long, and the smell will disappear completely after a long time. Xiaohua explained. Oh, how long can the longest interval be? Shen Ye asked, very interested. It has something to do with the environment. For example, here in the Star of Autumn, it often rains. As long as it rains, the taste will be almost destroyed, and the time will be shortened, which is only a few hours. But under normal circumstances it is 3 days, unless the smell on the other person is heavier. Xiaohua explained to Shen Ye very professionally. Talking about his talents, he suddenly became very confident. Very well, would you like to do something for me? Shen Ye asked directly. On the contrary, Xiaohua was stunned in place, a little at a loss. Luo Yun happily said to Xiaohua, don't agree quickly, if you do well, maybe the owner of the museum will be willing to take you in and let you stay in the tavern. Xiaohua reacted and hurriedly said to Shen Ye. I do. Very good, from now on you follow me, you can do whatever I ask you to do. Shen Ye said lightly. Okay. Xiaohua responded excitedly. Chapter 40 Checkout. At noon, Shen Ye took Xiaohua and Luo Yun, holding the prepared lunch in his hands, and walked towards the night bearer who was searching. From a distance, you can see those night holders and Zhang Kun standing vividly. What's the situation? The two gangs are actually facing each other? As soon as approached, I heard the quarrel. My lord, things seem to be a bit wrong, shall we go there? Luo Yun asked a little worried. It's okay, it's impossible to do something to us, let's go and see. Shen Ye replied indifferently, but he had a strong hunch that something must have happened. The night bearer and Zhang Kun's people on the peripheral guard saw someone coming, and they wanted to stop it. But after seeing that the person who came was Shen Ye, there was no obstacle in tacit understanding. The main reason is that night holders would never stop them, and Zhang Kun's people were not qualified to stop them if they wanted to. After walking in, he saw Wang Qi glaring at Zhang Kun, and there was a corpse lying beside them at the feet. He was an ugly and old mutant with big eyes when he died. What do you mean, I'm asking, you will kill someone? If you don't give me an explanation today, this thing won't pass so easily. I also missed it for a while. This guy was stubborn. He just refused to hand over the stolen things, and he was full of nonsense. I kicked him angrily for a while. I don't think he is so weak and he died when he touched him. Zhang Kun replied indifferently. You hit the heart with one kick, can you not die? Wang Qi is not a fool. In fact, he doesn't care if a mutant is dead, let alone a thief mutant. And the things are not theirs. It is reasonable to say that it would be better to kill them. Anyway, regardless of their affairs, it is Zhang Kun and the others if they are urgent. But the problem is that this mutant is obviously tricky, and it will take some time to find him. But this guy unexpectedly jumped out by himself and was caught by them, not to mention that he didn't find any missing things on his body or where he was hiding. This is obviously just throwing into the net, wanting to say something. There was no accident, but Zhang Kun was killed. Even if Wang Qi is an idiot, he knows that this guy is killing people. If you die, you will die. There is no way. I am more anxious than you. Who made this guy's mouth so hard that he wouldn't give up what he's stolen? It's easy to say, now that people are dead and the clues are broken, how can I find the missing things? Continue to search, the lost things are invaluable, and I must find them back. Zhang Kun replied coldly. You killed the people of Trademark, and you cut off the clues. Now you tell me to find things back. Wang Qi flushed with anger. At this time, Shen Ye took Xiaohua and Chen Luyun to walk up. Shen Ye motioned to Xiao He with his eyes, to let him remember the smell of the corpse. Xiaohua nodded slightly after seeing him. It's so lively. When Shen Ye approached, he said to Wang Qi and Zhang Kun. What are you doing here? It doesn't seem to be your business. Or do you want to say that dying this mutant is also related to you? Zhang Kun replied that he didn't give face at all, he was already very disgusted and despised of these mutants in his heart, and naturally he didn't have a good impression of Shen Ye who sheltered the mutants. I think you can't get rid of it, right? Before Shen Ye had fry the pan, Wang Qixian was angry. Master Wang Qi, please pay attention to your words, otherwise I don't mind complaining to you. You. Wang Qi's face suddenly sank. In his opinion, isn't this the disgusting person who sued first? Okay, stop arguing, I'm here to bring you food, of course, if you don't want to eat it, you can. Shen Ye said to Zhang Kun. Humph. Zhang Kun snorted coldly, and said nothing more. Shen Ye gestured to Xiaohua and Chen Luyun. They put the basket in their hands on the ground and opened it. The basket was filled with lunch boxes. We are gone, you are free, remember to ask someone to send me the basket back. Shen Ye put his hands in his pockets, turned around and left. After walking away, Shen Ye asked Xiaohua in a low voice. How do you remember? Remember. Xiaohua replied very confidently. What you need to do now is very simple, that is, to find out the dead mutant, all the route maps to escape from the center of the city, and the place to stay. And your time is very limited, from that guy fled to the present it's almost 3 days, and the smell will disappear soon. It's up to you. This is a test for you. After all, this matter is said to be dangerous and dangerous. If it is neither dangerous nor dangerous, you should be more careful. Stop being followed. I understand, I'm going. Xiaohua left a little excited. My lord, what are we going to do now? Chen Luyun looked at Shen Ye suspiciously. Do nothing, go back to the pub. Shen Ye was in a very happy mood. Now that the thief is dead, Wang Qi and Zhang Kun are in conflict again. It is estimated that this joint investigation operation will not take long. Even if it doesn't succumb, suspicions will appear, and the follow-up investigation is estimated to be choking. In short, the water has become more and more turbid, and the water is turbid, so it is good to fish in the muddy water. After a while, after Shen Ye took Chen Luyun back to the tavern, he asked Chen Luyun to look at the tavern and ran back to the room to sleep by himself, as if nothing had happened. In the evening, Chen Luyun was sitting in the main position of the bar, holding his chin with both hands in a daze. Suddenly the door of the tavern was directly pushed open. Chen Luyun was startled and almost fell off the high chair. She raised her head to see Wang Qi and Zhang Kun walking in, her small face showing a trace of panic. Call out your curator. Wang Qi said impatiently. Yes, my lord. Chen Luyun resented like a frightened kitten. No need to bark, I'm here. I said you don't stare at me like that. She is very courageous, so it's not good to be frightened. Shen Ye stretched and breathed and walked over. Stop talking nonsense, we are here to check out. Wang Qi replied that he was not in a good mood. Zhang Kun, who was standing on the side, also had a cold expression, and it seemed that the joint investigation between the two of them had been shattered. Oh, are you going back so soon? Is it settled? Shen Ye asked curiously. When Wang Qigong was about to return to Shen Ye, Zhang Kun said coldly, I said the curator, this seems to be none of your business. Just check out quickly, where there is so much bullshit. Okay, it's none of my business, I'll check it out for you. Shen Ye took out a simple calculator and list from the bar, and quickly calculated. Is just a few minutes, and Shen Ye has finished calculating, he said to Wang Qi. You spent a total of 22,114 Singapore coins, and a fraction of it will cost you 22,000 Singapore coins. After Wang Qi listened, his face twitched slightly. It's really expensive. This guy is still black-hearted as always. He took out 22,000 yuan star coins from his pocket and patted them on the table. Chapter 41. When Shen Ye saw the money, his face almost bloomed with laughter. It's really profitable. Hurry up, I have limited time. Zhang Kun urged impatiently. No problem, you spent a total of 72,120 Singapore coins, and just give you a fraction of 72,000 Singapore coins. Shen Ye replied with a smile. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Kunyan's fierce face suddenly became angry, staring at Shen Ye with fierce eyes. You black me? How could it be so expensive? You must know that in this world, the consumption power of star coins is very strong, and 7W multi-star coins is not a small sum. I didn't hack you, you said it yourself, you brought up both delicious and good drinks. You also know that the minimum standard for our accommodation here is 1,000 stars per night, so many of you slept for 2 nights, although it's a floor shop, and the money still has to be accounted for. I'm still looking at your face and it's cheaper. If I settle the account honestly, it won't be the money. Shen Ye has a very innocent expression. Count you cruel, let's go. Chapter 31. Zhang Kun took out a stack of 1,000 yuan star coins, took out 72 pieces from it and patted them on the table, turned around and took his subordinates to leave. When Wang Qi saw this scene, the pain on his face disappeared cleanly, and he gave Shen Ye a thumbs up. Awesome! It's okay, okay, is it possible that he can bite me or not? Shen Ye replied indifferently. He can't bite you no matter how mad, but you will know when you look back. But I still want to thank you for helping me out of my breath, and I'll go now. Then Wang Qi left with his subordinates. Shen Ye rejoiced, put away the star coins on the table, and made a fortune. Earned 94,000 stars in 2 days. The wallet that had been deflated immediately swelled up again, and it turned out that the owner of the restaurant was profitable, and he received the investigative team casually, and the turnover was swayed. Chen Luyun, who was standing next to him, was also dumbfounded. He actually made so much money. She remembered that Zhang Kun's group of people didn't consume a lot of things, and the price was not very expensive, mainly because the store did not have expensive drinks for them to consume. Shen Ye looked at Chen Luyun, who was in a daze next to him, and generously drew 3,000 yuan star coins from it and handed it to her. For you. Thank you, my lord. Chen Luyun recovered, and happily took over the star coins, just like a child with a lollipop, very happy. 3,000 stars is already a high salary for her. Because they don't have an ID card, they basically can't find a job, and can only survive by picking up nearby. No thanks, this is what you deserve. I'll go back to catch up. You look at the tavern. If someone comes or Zioha comes back, call me at the back. Okay, the curator. Chen Luyun replied happily. After Shen Ye returned to the room, he did not really rest, but sat cross-legged and began to practice. His current strength is still too bad, and he must improve as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if there is a star tower as a backing, it is not strong enough, and the position of the owner of the hall is not easy to sit. Shen Ye now a bit likes to be the curator, because this position is really profitable. Soon Shen Ye entered the cultivation state, and the free star power in the surrounding air penetrated into his body little by little. Although most of it was absorbed by his original strange stone, that is, 0, some residual star power still survived. The original immobile cultivation base has made a little progress. For other cultivators, it may be the progress of the scum, which is not worthy of happiness, but it is indeed a great improvement for Shen Ye. He cherishes every breakthrough. As for the name 0, it was also given to it by Shen Ye, which means that nothing is left and nothing to do. The next morning, Shen Ye lay on the bed and fell asleep. He didn't fall asleep until midnight during the practice yesterday. Ding ding! At this time, the phone rang a harsh ring tone. Lost in the night, stretched out his hand and grabbed the phone. Hello? Who are you looking for? Who are you tall? How did I tell you? Director Bai's roar sounded on the phone, and Shen Ye immediately woke up and took the phone away from his ear. Muttered in his heart, is this guy's menopause? With such a rage, the image is almost gone. Didn't you ask me to entertain the investigation team? I have a good hospitality. Director Bai suddenly laughed angrily, let's not say whether you're taking good care of this question. Are you in a tavern or a dark shop? You dare to sell a bottle of dark beer for 100 star coins, so you can just grab it. So you said this. That Zhang Kun is not a night keeper. I remember that the rules of the tavern are not only for people in the Star Tower. I beg you to be a man, everyone has complained about the Star Tower, and I will be scolded to death. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. There is another next time. Okay, no more. I beg you, don't mess with things anymore. The money is not made like this, you can think about it and you will know that Zhang Kun can come down with the Nightbearer investigation team, the background is definitely not simple. Shen Ye breathed out, put the phone away, and said back from time to time. Okay, got it. I didn't worry about Director Bai's scolding at all. If you have money, you won't be able to make any money and you'll be invalidated when you make a complaint. Actually, it's not that Director Bai likes to manage Shen Ye, but because he is Shen Yi's guarantor now, that is to say, the two of them are on the same boat. There is no difference between complaining about Shen Ye and complaining about him. It's strange that he is not angry. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. Shen Ye stretched out and sat up. He picked up the phone and said to Director Bai. Okay, that's it, I have something to hang up first. Did you listen to what I said? I know, that's it. Hey hello. Shen Ye hung up the phone, went to the door and opened the door. I saw Luo Yun and Xiao Ha standing at the door of the room. Xiao Ha looked a little excited and reported. I figured out all the routes the person took before the smell dissipated. Well, you draw it, and I will verify the accuracy. If the accuracy is good, then you are really good at it. Even if you are qualified, you can stay in the tavern in the future. Of course you can also during the verification period. Living in a tavern is considered a trainee. Shen Ye said to Xiao Ha. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Ha said very gratefully. In his eyes, the master of the museum basically agreed. You don't need to thank me, if you really get it, then you can get it by your ability. Luo Yun finds a piece of paper and a pen for him. Shen Ye instructed Luo Yun. I will look for it now. Luo Yun left happily. Soon after, Xiao Ha drew a short version of the road map, and also indicated some areas of stay. Shen Ye took the route map and said to the two of them. You go and clean the tavern, buy some lamb by the way, and cook the hot pot in the evening, which can be regarded as a catch for the two of you. Thank you, my lord. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha replied very happily. After watching the two leave, Shen Ye walked into the room and closed the door. Quickly opened the mechanism and came to the secret room. Chapter 42 Disguise. The entire secret room had been cleaned spotlessly by Shen Ye long ago, and Shen Ye directly pasted the paper in his hand on the wall of the secret room. Sat in a chair and looked at the circuit diagram on the paper. Touched his chin and began to analyze. The starting point of this route map, extending straight to the end, is Roland Street, the central area of the City of Autumn, that area of wealthy people. It seems that things started to be lost here. After stealing things, that mutant ran all the way out. The escape route was straight, and then he ran to Yonghe Street and stopped. From here, it was the outer area of the City of Autumn, which was a rather chaotic area. As a mutant without an ID card, he couldn't use any means of transportation at all, that is to say, he stopped here and should want to take a break. But soon he continued to flee in a straight line. If he didn't guess wrong, he should have felt danger and someone was chasing him behind him. Things were revealed. The road map continued to stretch forward, and when he was approaching the edge of the Autumn City, he turned back again, which should have been blocked. So far, the entire road map is irregular V-shaped. After turned back, he stopped. If I think about it in another way, I am the thief, and I will feel more uncomfortable, and the things in my hands will become very hot. The first time I think about finding a place to hide things. Also said that he started looking for a hiding place, either hiding in place or hiding nearby. As expected, the line deviated again and stopped. Shenya picked up a black pen and hit an X at this place. This is the most suspicious and most likely place to hide. Because next, that mutant man tried his best to stay away from the suspicious point. The route further down is completely messed up, there is no rule to speak of. After the analysis, Shenya took a deep breath and pressed the excitement in his patience, because he couldn't get it yet. Judging from the virtues of Zhang Kun's group of people, the mutant thief died, and the matter would not end so easily. The end of the joint investigation should be because the Night-Bearer no longer wants to participate. He can search things slowly. If there is no accident, Zhang Kun's people should be searching frantically now. There should be people looking for all the places where the mutant has fled. If you join in this knot, there is a certain probability that you will fall in love. So I just gambled on Zhang Kun and they couldn't find anything. I just have to wait for the storm to pass, and then look for it. This method is the safest. Everyone is happy if the bet is won, and it doesn't matter if the bet is lost. It's nothing more than a waste of work. After making a decision, Shenya let out a long sigh. Just when he was about to leave, his eyes swept over the medicine in the corner. He touched his chin, and he didn't seem to have much to do lately, or he would send the medicine and tokens to Yehan first. Soon Shenya made up his mind and sent it. It is one thing to solve one thing first, and it is uncomfortable to press too many things. It's just that the Academy of Autumn doesn't seem to be easy to enter. The security guards at the door are more than a cow fork. How can I go in naturally and then see Yehan? Judging from the situation in front of him, this person named Yehan is not easy to see. She seems to be relatively well known in the Academy of Autumn. I can't cause any commotion by myself, and I have to make sure that the things are delivered to Yehan, which is indeed a bit difficult. Suddenly Shen Yi's eyes lit up, and he thought of an excellent way. Send express. Just pretend to be a courier. Of course, it is impossible to do it with my own face. It is easy to be spotted and noticed afterwards, so it must be transformed into another person's appearance with kaleidoscopic fossils. Who is intended to be transformed into? Shenya is also a little bit awkward for a while. Just imagine one. It seems okay, but it's a bit boring. Correct. It can be transformed into that person. There is a saying that it is good, and there is a specialization in the art industry. Shenya became more and more excited, and just did what he said. He concentrated on mobilizing his meager star power and injected it into the zero of the strange stone, using this as a medium to activate the ever-changing fossils. A burst of light flashed. Chapter 32. A handsome and elegant gentleman appeared in place. Shenya picked up the phone, adjusted it to the selfie mode, and looked at the handsome face that made people jealous in the camera. Tisk tisk, it really succeeded. It's just to blame kid's face, I guess it's easy to go out for a soft meal. Ahem, I'm a bit off topic, I still have a backbone. I just don't know what it will be like to become a girl. Can everything become the same? No, I can't think about it, or it's crooked, and it's in trouble. In the evening, the gate of the Autumn Academy. A young courier wearing uniforms and caps walked to the gate with a strong package. The guards, with torch-eyed eyes watching every figure coming in and out, saw the courier stop him directly. What are you doing? Hello uncle, I'm here to deliver the express. Just send the courier and let the doorman go. How come you walk in? Sorry, this express is a valuable item, and you must sign for it in person. Who's courier? let him come out, and which company's courier are you? Uncle Security looked at the courier up and down. I am a courier that works everywhere. As for customer information, it is not convenient to disclose. The young courier in front of him, although his expression did not change, his heart kept beating. This way I can't let you in. The security in front of him is not accommodating. It works everywhere, let's go in. At this time, a security captain walked over and waved his hand directly to let the people below let him go. Captain, but... The uncle security guard still chased and asked. It's a pity that the security captain interrupted before finishing speaking. Okay, let him in. Shen Ye didn't say much when he saw this, and quickly walked in. He was right. This express delivery is definitely not an ordinary express delivery, and the security captain of the Academy of Autumn just now definitely knows this express delivery company. After entering the Academy of Autumn, Shen Ye showed a hint of excitement on his expression, and finally let him enter this institution of higher learning, into the place he had longed for. We must know that the top members of the Shen family each year are sent to the 4 top academies on the 4-season planet for further study. Don't look at Shen Yi's seemingly indifferent, in fact, it doesn't matter how it really doesn't matter. It's a lie to say that he doesn't envy him, mainly because he is carrying a drag oil bottle, so he can't pass the test at all. The university life in the past life has left many precious memories to Shen Ye. Unfortunately, I missed this life. After entering the college, the road under my feet changed from a concrete floor to a blue stone ground. A lot of grass grows on the cracks of the blue stones, and the paths that branch out are all paved with irregular stones, full of ancient charm. The environment is totally absent, it's very beautiful. The sky is getting darker and darker, and the bronze lights on both sides of the road are lit up. Chapter 43 Farce. The more Shen Ye walked in, the more envy in his heart. Deserves to be known as the existence of top universities. Walking along, Shen Ye passed by a beautiful maple grove on one side, and the breeze passed by. The sound of screaming is very nice. Suddenly, Shen Ye heard a vague voice coming from the woods. He was a little curious for a while. Could it be that it was like a TV show, someone hiding in there to practice secretly? After all, many outstanding and studious students find a quiet place to immerse themselves in training at night. Just as Shen Ye got closer, the voice that came out became clearer and clearer. Hama! I hate it, tap! It's crooked, crooked! Impressive! Hurry up! What? Shen Yi's whole body is petrified in the same place, and the 3 views are almost destroyed. He silently raised his hand, pressed the cap down, and continued to walk forward. He said to himself in tears. It seems that the schools in any world are the same. My youth, I knew I should have worked harder to be strong, sad. At the entrance of Academy of Autumn Maple Leaf Building, a group of young male students gathered together, cheering for a good-looking man in a suit with gold silk rim. In order to create an atmosphere, these male students also erected a holographic image device and projected it in mid-air. A super big love appeared, and a line of words was projected on the love, Goddess Yehan, love you forever. At the same time, romantic music is played, which is full of atmosphere. Brother Lei, come on! Come on! Come on! The young man named Lei Ji, holding a large bunch of white flowers in his hand, knelt on one knee. Miss Yehan, I love you from the bottom of my heart. Be my girlfriend. In front of this lay brother stood 7 women wearing red maple leaf school skirts with outstanding looks and temperament. And behind them also stood a group of women, the 2 groups each forming a semicircle and facing each other. Sorry, I don't have any thoughts of falling in love, my goal is only to learn. Among the 7, a woman with a very gentle expression and a super good figure, with a red maple leaf uniform on her body, was not able to cover her beautiful body, and her black hair fell to her waist. Her eyes were very firm and she refused. Wu Lei, you should just give up. Yehan is the pillar of our Autumn Remembrance Heaven group, how could he follow you? The 6 sisters next to each other spoke out. No, Goddess Yehan, I am sincere, don't refuse me. The man named Lei didn't mean to give up at all. More and more people watched, and even a very interesting scene appeared. Several boys took the opportunity to rush up too, wanting to break through. Miss Yehan, I love you too. Miss Yehan, I love you too. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed forward, he was blocked by a huge woman. He stretched out his hand just like catching a chicken, catching the boys who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and threw them out one by one. You are also worthy to molest Sister Yehan. No way. Why others can pass, we can't. Wu Lei is also a celebrity in the academy, is it possible that you think he is better than him? Not everyone can pass my level. The extremely strong woman in front of her snorted coldly, squeezing her fist. Then why can he pass? The man who was thrown out shouted unconvincingly. I saw Shen Ye holding the courier and saying a few words to a few girls who were blocking the way, and then walked through the wall. The extremely strong woman turned her head and gave a punch to the screaming people. Idiot! That's for express delivery. Yehan is the most outstanding beauty of the Academy of Autumn and the title of Cultivation Genius. It has always been admired by many students in the college. Coupled with her average background, many people feel that there is an opportunity and just want to see if she can be in the position. These crazy suitors have never stopped pursuing all kinds of things. Yehan, who has tasted all kinds of sadness, is very determined, and he doesn't care about all kinds of pursuits at all, and he doesn't care about it. It's just that this senior named Wu Lei is in trouble. He comes from an aristocratic family in the alliance government. He is also very good at cultivation. He is also generous. There are many classmates who follow him. He has been entangled, and Yehan is also very helpless. This is not the first time Wu Lei has blocked her. Other harassers can be easily solved by her sisters, and it is a little bit powerless for Wu Lei. Just when Yehan was a little difficult to end, a warning sound that was neither salty nor weak. Wu Lei, if you don't want to wait until it's too ugly to end, it's best to take your people and leave quickly. Yehan is my person. If you want to pursue her, you have to ask me if I agree. Don't think I don't know. What little abacus did you make? A tall, an arrogant woman wearing gold wire glasses walked in and stood in front of Yehan. Seeing the woman coming in, Yehan's white face showed a happy smile. Sister Shat, you are back, Akradine, you actually broke through. I just broke through, Sister Yehan will talk again later, you just need to stand behind and leave the rest to me. After Gulisha said to Yehan, she turned her head to look at Wu Lei, who was a little tangled. It looks like you are not convinced. Sister Shat, although I can't beat you, you can't stop me from pursuing Yehan. We are all students of the Academy of Autumn, and we are all equal. I am true to Yehan. You can't beat the Mandarin ducks. What? Wu Lei, I don't think you can shed tears if you don't see the coffin. I don't bother to care about which girl you usually lie to, but you stupidly stare at Yehan. Sister Shat, you can just say this. This is a slander against me. In the entire college, who doesn't know that Wu Lei has a very good moral character and I never get ambiguous with a girl? You can just ask about it. Really? 3 months ago, in the 6th class of the 3rd year of the art department of the Spring Academy, a woman jumped from the clock tower, don't you know? Gulisha said as she drew closer. Wu Lei's face was very ugly, and he stepped back subconsciously. At this time, Shen Ye took the courier and walked towards Yehan, because most of his attention was on Sister Shat and Wu Lei. Even if he saw Shen Ye walking over, he subconsciously ignored the clothes on his body. Then Shen Ye walked to Yehan and said calmly. Hello, are you Miss Yehan? Yes. Yehan replied instinctively. Here is a copy of your private courier, please sign on it. Shen Ye handed Yehan the package and pen in his hand. Yehan took the package and pen subconsciously, and looked at the courier in front of him with a slightly surprised expression. The face of this courier is so good. Thank you for signing. Shen Ye smiled back. Sorry, sign immediately. Yehan lowered his head and signed on it. When signing, Yehan was also slightly surprised that there was no information on this express delivery slip. She realized that she hadn't bought anything recently. Chapter 33. She subconsciously raised her head to ask the courier, but suddenly found that the courier had disappeared. At this time, Wu Lei was embarrassed by Gulisha's questioning, and turned around and fled directly. The people who followed him also left in shock. A farce is over all at once. What's wrong, Sister Yehan? After solving Wu Lei, Gulisha walked up to Yehan and asked her with a somewhat puzzled expression. Chapter 44 complete. No sister, I just received an anonymous courier, I don't know who sent it to me. Yehan explained. Anonymous courier, give me the courier, and I will open it for you. Gulisha said very cautiously that receiving an anonymous courier at this time is not necessarily a good thing, but what dangerous goods may be contained in it. You must know that Yehan has been on the cusp of the storm, and some people are jealous or uneasy. Good. Yehan trusted Gulisha very much, and she handed her the package in her hand. Sister Shat, or let's come. The other sisters next to her volunteered. No, it's just a package, it's impossible that I can't solve it. Gulisha raised her hand, the pure star power covered her hand, and gently waved it a few times. The whole package was opened without any suspense. A box of discs, Kanashu, came into the eyes of Sister Shat, Yehan, and others. Yehan was also stunned, with so many disciples of Kanashu. Gulisha's indifferent expression was also moved, and someone even gave Yehan this medicine. To know that Yehan is a mutant, almost no one knows, and only the core members of their heavenly group know. I think there was an accident in Yehan's house, and there was no medicine to take. It was the money she led all the sisters to pool together and spent all kinds of relationships to buy medicine. There seems to be another letter. Looked at a sister, noticed it with sharp eyes, and reminded her. Gulisha pulled out the sealed letter stuck in the corner of the box. The letter reads, Dear Yehan. This. Yehan saw the familiar handwriting, tears straight down his cheeks. What happened to Yehan? The sister next to saw Yehan crying, and they were immediately anxious. Gulisha did not expect that Yehan had such a big reaction when she saw this letter, so she handed it to Yehan. Don't cry, read the letter first, we have everything. Yehan tremblingly accepted the sealed letter. She opened the letter and looked at the contents. Tears were even more uncontrollable. At the end, Yehan cried holding the letter. Gulisha stepped forward, stretched out her hands to embrace Yehan, patted his back, and said softly. It's okay, if you have something to tell your sister will always be your strongest backing. Sister, this is a letter from my mother to me. Yehan choked out. Gulisha heard this and said softly, Isn't this a good thing? Does it include your mother's whereabouts? Yehan slowly controlled his emotions, and then said to Gulisha. No, this letter only says let me take good care of myself. It's like saying goodbye, sister, do you think my mother will really have trouble? Don't worry, your mother has been missing for so long. At this time, there is news that she may be alive. No matter how bad it is, at least there is now a clue as to who gave you this courier. Gulisha suddenly remembered and asked. Speaking of this, there are many sisters present, and they all look everywhere. It seems to be a young courier, who was here just now. Gulisha looked at Yehan, then looked at everyone and said, Which one of you can see the appearance of that courier? I really didn't pay attention to this. He was wearing a peaked cap. We were all focused on Wu Lei at the time, and we blamed that guy. The sister next to complained. I can see clearly, he is a handsome young man, his age should be about the same as ours. Ye Han reacted immediately, wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes and said, Sister Shat, I remember his express clothes. It seems to say that you can express everywhere. At this time, the big and strong woman walked up. Duji, are you sure? Sure. Duji replied very surely. The special delivery staff of Star Tower, if they were to deliver this package, it would be normal. Sister Shan nodded. Sister, how can we find the courier? Ye Han asked Sister Shan nervously. Sister, don't worry about it. I'll ask someone to find out about this. It's a bit weird. The person who came to deliver the goods may not really be a courier who works everywhere. Look at the express delivery slips on the surface. This is a forgery. Gulisha soon noticed something wrong. I understand, sister. Ye Han quickly adjusted her condition, she knew that it was useless to worry about herself. In the middle of the night, Shen Ye left the Academy of Autumn and walked on the bustling street. Mixed in the dense crowd, walking around, inadvertently he lifted the disguise and turned. Shen Ye is in a particularly good mood, although the commission has not been completed yet, at least the most important medicine and tokens have been delivered. All you need to do is to look back and find a blue quality fire attribute stone and send it back, and then it will be over. And it's almost the same now, it's time to go back to the pub. Although I made a small fortune before, I can't just sit back and eat, I still have to work hard to make money. Shen Ye is also a little looking forward to what permissions will be unlocked after he becomes a regular member. I heard from Zhao Lan before that there is still a big gap between the authority of the Master of the Internship Hall and the Master of the 8 Classics of Zheng'er. In other words, it should be easier to make money after becoming a regular. Thinking that Shen Ye is full of fighting spirit here, he quickened his pace and walked towards the empty rail public platform, and went back to open the business early to make money. Maybe another visitor comes to the door and you can make another windfall. After a while, Shen Ye came to the public platform, with a rolling display screen in front of him. Shows that it is 10 minutes before the next train arrives. Shen Ye let out a breath, looked around boredly, only to see the station advertising screen. All the news was refreshing. A reporter is interviewing a plain old man. Mr. Kui Duo, is it true that we heard that the auction of the Heart of Water mirror is about to begin? I heard that the funds obtained from this auction will be used to rescue the poor mutants at the bottom, right? Yes, I can understand your urgency, but this charity feast still needs a little bit of time to prepare. Only in this way can Miss Sylvie's instructions be fulfilled to the fullest, and for all the struggling mutant compatriots at the bottom. You mean you are almost ready? Yes, just wait and see. Mr. Choi Duo, who was interviewed, replied kindly. Mr. Kui Duo, the reason why this matter has been postponed continuously is it because of rumors. I heard that many unscrupulous criminals are eyeing the necklace. It's inconvenient to reveal this. Shen Ye glanced boredly, and then paid no more attention. At this time, the empty rail train slowly entered the station, everyone squeezed upwards, and he hurried to follow. After a long time, Shen Ye returned to the tavern. The door of the tavern was half open, Luo Yun and Xiao Ha opened the tavern according to Shen Ye's orders. Shen Ye opened the door and walked in. Chapter 45 Registration. At this time, Luo Yun happened to see Shen Ye coming in, and bowed to him very happily. Welcome the master of the museum back. Shen Ye looked at Luo Yun, who saluted him, and his mood was also happy. Although Luo Yun is not that kind of beauty, he is also a cute type. Sometimes being served on, it feels different, and it feels comfortable. Of course, it would be better if I had more. It seems that I have to work harder. Very good, are there any guests? No one has come here yet. Nothing is not urgent, we have to be patient, it is enough to open once every 2 days. Shen Ye said in a very good mood. Yeah, the owner of the museum is right. Luo Yun echoed the road. Shen Ye walked to the bar, sat on it, and waited for the guests to come. 1 day. 1 week. 10 days. Half a month later. Shen Ye sat on the bar, the corners of his mouth twitched, and there was no business. He is going crazy. Xiaohua and Luo Yun were sitting next to them, looking at Shen Ye with a bewildered expression. They didn't expect that there would be no business in the tavern. Shen Ye couldn't sit still, he began to wander around in the tavern with his hands on his back. One circle, another circle. Can't go on like this. The problem is that one has no connections, and the other has no friends, so I can't find someone to help. The only person I know is Bai Xiang. The problem is that I still owe him money. And just as he looked at the search, it was impossible to spend much money. Xiaohua asked Luo Yun a little worried. Luo Yun, we have been out of business for half a month, will the tavern go bankrupt? We are not going to be on the street again. Chapter 34. No, the owner of the museum is very powerful. Luo Yun does have a blind worship of Shen Ye. Shen Ye got more and more irritable as he walked away. At this time, his pocket phone vibrated. He took a look at it, and it turned out to be a floating advertisement that was broadcast live by the whole people. Shen Ye's eyes lit up when he saw this advertisement. Luo Yun, come here, Xiaohua. Hearing Shen Ye's shout, the two hurried over. I've thought about it, we can't just sit back and wait, we have to take the initiative. Well, my lord, do you mean, do we want to go out to distribute flyers and advertise soliciting customers? Luo Yun looked at Shen Ye with full expectation. Ahem, these methods are too common, meaningless, am I that kind of ordinary person? Of course the owner of the museum is the most powerful, what do you think we should do? Luo Yun looked at Shen Ye with admiration in his eyes. I've decided, we want to start a live broadcast. What? Luo Yun and Xiaohua are dumbfounded, start the live broadcast? Why is there a problem? No, no problem, just live broadcast can make money. Luo Yun asked without understanding. No problem, with my talent, absolutely no problem. Shen Ye is also full of confidence. In any case, he hasn't watched the live broadcast less in his previous life or in his current life. He still has some experience in this area. All right. Luo Yun and Xiaohua didn't quite understand either, and Shen Ye was just what he said. Just do it. Shen Ye began to work on the national live broadcast software, and the first one was to register as the anchor. Maple Leaf City Center by the Maple Leaf Lake, in a very luxurious villa covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. Jiangkan stood in the living room with a nervous expression. The walls of the living room are all decorated with luxurious grey crystalline rock, and the furniture is all special mahogany. There is a soft carpet of monster fur on the ground. At this time, a blank-faced white-haired housekeeper walked out and said to Jiang Kun, "My lord is waiting for you in the study." "Yes." Jiang Kun nodded and walked in. Not long after, he walked into a spacious room, in which stood a figure wearing a gorgeous blue robe. Jiang Kun respectfully bowed his head in greeting. "Master Chen Weisai." The figure turned around, a middle-aged man who showed the elegance of the upper-class nobles in his demeanor. He was wearing extremely precious gemstone rings, and his eyes revealed the inherent arrogance. "How are things going?" Jiang Kun knelt on one knee and said to Chen Weisai. "Sorry, my lord, although the dirty thief was found, but the night-bearer was also there at the time. The thief seemed to want to say something to the Star Tower. I remembered the Lord's previous instructions and killed the person if it didn't work. I hurt the killer and killed the dirty thief. It's just that the missing box and necklace were not found, but the subordinates have already made a full search. You can rest assured that the subordinates will find the things back. Just kill someone." Chen Weisai walked aside, opened a bottle of red wine, and poured 2 glasses. "Pass a cup to Jiang Kun." Jiang Kun took the wine glass with both hands, and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir, you can rest assured that I will strengthen the search for lost things. Search this matter, first pause, you can let a few people watch it in secret, and wait until the matter on my side is over. Chen Weisai drank the wine glass in his hand and replied faintly. Zhang Kun heard this, his sullen face also showed a very surprised expression. My lord, this. You must know that when things were lost in the safe of the office building, Master Chen Weisai was extremely angry and killed 2 guards on the spot. Isn't the missing thing important? Impossible. In fact, when the incident happened, Chen Weisai wanted Zhang Kun to deal with and catch the thief alone, but it was a pity that the thief touched the network security device of the safe. This matter was known by Star Tower, and Star Tower immediately dispatched night bearers to deal with it, so the matter was aroused. Chen Weisai interrupted Zhang Kun. Just execute my order. Yes. Zhang Kun replied respectfully. Chen Weisai raised his hand and patted his palm, when the closed door was opened. The housekeeper walked in, followed by a girl with a very nice face and a thin layer of veil behind her, with her attractive carcass looming. After these girls walked in, they lined up in a row. Each girl's face was full of fear, and her body couldn't help shaking. Zhang Kun, you did a good job this time, I will reward you too. Chen Weisai said blankly. The butler standing next to him directly pushed the 2 girls up. Zhang Kunyan was a bit agitated on his face, but he didn't expect to have a reward. It didn't cost him a lot of money to trace this mission. He was also hacked. He said to Chen Weisai, thank you, my subordinates must do their best for the adults, and you will die. Very well, you can go down first. Yes. Zhang Kun respectfully retreated with the 2 girls. Chen Weisai went up directly to embrace the 2 beautiful girls, lay down on the sofa, and said comfortably. Are anyone here? Coming. The butler nodded. Let him come in. Chen Weisai replied lightly. Yes. The butler went out. It didn't take long for the butler to lead an old man in plain clothes to walk in. The old man in front of him was no one else but Mr. Kui Duo, who was interviewed on TV. Master Chen Weisai. Kui Duo greeted politely. Come, pick a few and have fun together. Chen Weisai was very interested in the invitation. It's a pity that Kui Duo's mind is not on this right now. He said with a heavy weight, Master Chen Weisai will play again later, let's talk about business first. Chen Weisai didn't say much when he heard this, and waved his hand. You go out first. The woman next to her was about to be amnesty, and she hurriedly bowed her head and walked out. Chapter 46 Messy. Soon, Chen Weisai and the other 3 were left in the room. How are things going on your side? Did you get the things back? I can't stand it anymore. Kui Duo asked straight away. Don't worry, I'm more anxious than you. If you know, Sylvie asked me to auction it. I know, the problem is that things are missing now. The thing has not been recovered yet, but it does not matter, the thief who stole the thing is dead, we can start execution according to the original plan. Are you sure that the thief is dead? I do things, don't you rest assured? As for the loss of the heart of the water mirror, it is purely an accident. Chen Weisai's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but in fact, when he mentioned this matter, his heart was very annoyed. If this is the case, the original plan can still be carried out as usual. It's just a pity that the heart of the water mirror is really lost. That's a really good thing. Kui Duo's face is also full of pity. Of course I know that it is a good thing, and only that stupid woman will be auctioned, and I want to donate it to those dirty mutants. It really makes me sick. The look of disgust on Chen Weisai's face did not hide anything. It's just that, I'm still a little uneasy, can Star Insurance go over there? You won't be aware of the problem, right? Kui Duo thought for a while, still a little worried. Star Insurance Company is an insurance company directly under Star Tower, with extremely strong capital and strength. Don't worry, we laid the groundwork for this matter very early. Few people know what the heart of water mirror does. I just let people reveal a little bit of information to tell everyone that the heart of water mirror can treat alienation pollution. The ability of those stupid thieves began to move around, and the effect was very good. As long as the thieves present are real thieves, that's fine. Chen Weisai sneered. That's right, I'm afraid that Xing Bao's director will find faults and trouble. Kui Duo is still a little uneasy. After all, it was auctioned at his auction. If he makes a mistake, it is tantamount to smashing his own auction sign. So he is also very cautious. Chen Weisai didn't feel impatient with Kui Duo's concerns, he just raised his head and glanced at the housekeeper. The butler walked out consciously. Chen Weisai comforted Kui Duo, I know your concerns, it's okay. You won't have any concerns after a while. Kui Duo is also a little surprised, Chen Weisai is so confident. Good. Just a few minutes later, the door was pushed open again, and the old housekeeper walked in with a bald man in a white shirt and blue overalls. Seeing the bald man coming in, Kui Duo's eyes showed a very surprised look. Isn't this Zhang Yi, the director of Star Insurance, who is in charge of this policy? Hello, Master Chen Weisai. Zhang Yi greeted respectfully with a faint sweat on his forehead. It can be seen that he is very nervous and under great pressure at this time. Don't be nervous, it's all your own. Chen Weisai stretched out his hand and patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Yes, yes. Zhang Yi wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. This action needs to rely more on Master Zhang Yi. Don't dare to call an adult in front of Master Chen Weisai, you are killing a villain. As for what you are going to do this time, I actually want to help you, an adult, from the bottom of my heart, but... Just what? It's just an illegal operation, it's easy to be spotted. Chapter 35. You think too much, I didn't let you operate in violation of the rules, you just need to review everything in accordance with the rules and regulations, as long as you don't doubt it. Chen Weisai's smile became brighter and brighter. He had already done everything, otherwise he would not let Zhang Kun pause his search. The noise would be too loud and easily caught by the people of the Star Tower. If this is the case, no problem, no problem. No problem at all. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. Chen Weisai picked up the bottle, poured 3 glasses of red wine, took 2 glasses and handed them to Kui Duo and Zhang Yi. I have done it together, I wish us a happy cooperation. Zhang Yi and Kui Duo took the glasses, and the 3 of them touched each other. In the tavern, Shen Ye has been tossing for a long time and finally registered his account. Nima, this application for the anchor of the national live broadcast is really not an ordinary trouble. And its trouble is not the same as others. It is not the trouble of reviewing the data, but the waiting time is too long, because there are too many applicants. Start live broadcast. Shen Ye clicked the live broadcast button. Suddenly a live broadcast title box popped up for him to fill in, and it was all of a sudden that Shen Ye was embarrassed. My lord, what title should we fill in, and what content do we broadcast? Luo Yun looked at Shen Ye full of confusion and perplexity. What's the problem, isn't it the title? Of course, the title is the more attractive the better. It's best to attract infinite reverie. It is called a passionate night. As for the live content, I will talk about it later. Shen Ye entered the title and clicked to confirm. The broadcast was successful. A prompt popped up. Shen Ye was very excited after seeing this prompt. He coughed a few times and started to prepare. However, the whole live broadcast room was empty and there was no one. The time passed every second, and after an hour, there was still no one. Where are people? Shen Ye kept smiling and stiffened. The owner, there seems to be no one, this method doesn't seem to work. Luo Yun touched his head and said. Whoever says no, I have confidence. Shen Yi's face is also a little uncontrollable. In fact, he is broadcasting the live broadcast. On the one hand, he is thinking about whether he can make some money. On the other hand, he is thinking about whether he can rely on this platform to develop something. After all, if I want to stay in this tavern for a long time in the future, I still need to diversify and develop so that I will not be eliminated by the times. It is a pity that ideals are the most beautiful, but reality is skinny. The three of Shen Ye continued to wait. He didn't believe in evil anymore, and no one would come in. Another hour passed. Shen Ye almost closed his eyes. It was so boring that no one came in. At this moment, a prompt appeared on the public screen. Uncle Wu entered the live broadcast room. The owner, someone has come in. Luo Yun reminded excitedly. The sleepy knight immediately cheered up and warmly welcomed. Welcome to Uncle Wu. As soon as the welcome message was spoken, people left the live broadcast room. The atmosphere in the tavern fell to the bottom in an instant, and the smile on Shen Yi's face was completely stiff. Aside, Xiao Ha swallowed hard and spit, for fear that the owner of the museum would be furious. After a while, Shen Ye took a deep breath and turned off the national broadcasting. Luo Yun, Xiao Ha, you two are looking at home, I'll go out to get some breath. Yes. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha replied cleverly. Shen Ye took a bottle of white wine and took a few sips depressed. I walked out of the tavern silently, and there were almost no figures in sight on the street late at night. Chapter 47 Acting. At this time, Shen Ye felt a trace of coldness on his face. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a few drops of rain fell on his palm. It's raining soon. Shen Yi's face changed for a while, his eyes flashed with determination, and he walked away. When he passed a shadow, he disappeared, and when he came out, he was replaced by an inconspicuous old man. After a long time, the old man came to the west side of Nyalan Street. He leaned on an inconspicuous house and looked at an abandoned wasteland in front of him. I saw that there was nothing on it, not like a place to hide things. Shen Ye squinted his eyes, his expression constantly changing. Could it be that he had made a wrong prediction? Uncertain. Is an instant, Shen Ye denies the inner shake. This is so empty. Under normal circumstances, if I were a thief, I would never stay here. Since Xiao Ha named the other party and stayed in this position, then there must be a demon if something goes wrong. His gaze fell on the open space in front of him, and he searched carefully, without missing any traces. In the end, his gaze fell on an inconspicuous sewer entrance. It seems that there is no other place but to hide there. Because the ground hasn't been turned at a glance, it is impossible to hide. After confirming the target area, Shen Ye didn't act rashly. He squinted to observe other areas around him, and occasionally he could see several drunks walking together. Everything looks normal, without any problems. Then Shen Yi's eyes fell into some dark corners, looking for suspicious existence. He was very vigilant. It was not that Shen Ye was overly cautious, but that this action was not as simple and easy as imagined. For the past half-month, don't watch Shen Ye squatting in the tavern every day. In fact, he has not been idle. He tried his best to search for information of Chen Weisai on the internet. The information obtained on the surface is nothing but praise. One of the model noble representatives of the coalition government, charity ambassador, lifeguard, peace representative, is as bright as you want. Of course, Shen Ye didn't believe this at all. If he was really so good, Wang Qi wouldn't have dismissed Zhang Kun's attention. So he continued to search for information on the internet. Not to mention anything else, it really made him find a little bit of a complaint that was not cleaned up. And the content of the accusation made Ye Shen be frightened. How could such a hot person give up lost valuables easily? There is only one possibility. He switched from looking in the open to looking in secret. So maybe it's not a strange thing that there are minions staring around here. Time goes by little by little. At this time, the drizzle is getting bigger and bigger, and the streets are empty and deserted. At this time, Shen Ye moved. He pretended to be a drunkard, holding a wine bottle in his hand, staggering towards the empty underground waterway entrance. Squinted around with the peripheral light in his eyes, and his heart thumped. I don't know why, he has a feeling of being a thief, and his nerves are tense. Soon he came to the sewer opening, which was an open sewer opening that was in disrepair for a long time. There was stinky sludge under it, which was already blocked. Pump! Oh! Shen Ye pretended to drank too much, fell prone to the sewer mouth and vomited. The whole person can't vomit well, and his hands still hang naturally in the drain. His wrists kept groping in the foul-smelling mud, but it was a pity that he didn't touch anything. Well, did I guess wrong? You shouldn't guess wrong. Wait a minute. This seems to be a blocked sewer entrance, that is, it is not flowing. It is no better than this hiding place to flee in a hurry. And the hidden things should not be washed away, there is only one. It's possible that it's sinking to the bottom of the sludge. Thinking of this, Shen Ye squirmed forward as carefully as possible, and his entire arm stretched into the mud. In the end, I really felt something. Shen Ye looked overjoyed and touched it carefully. A beer bottle. Depend on. Shen Ye didn't believe in evil anymore, so he continued to touch. It didn't take long to touch a pile of garbage. Just when Shen Ye wondered if he had guessed wrong, and wanted to give up, suddenly he touched a boxy thing with a plastic bag outside. Shen Yexin trembled slightly, pretending to wake up, shaking his head, and taking the opportunity to look around. Seeing no one was around, he hurriedly took out the moving thing and put it in his arms. Found it! Plop! Shen Yi's heart beats fast, he left here without hesitation. If there were no accidents, Chen Yisai's minions would never find the missing things again. After a long time, Shen Ye returned to the original shape and returned to the tavern with a strained face. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha saw Shen Ye with a tight face, thinking that he was still angry at the damage to the live broadcast plan, and they both lowered their heads and dared not look directly at him. Close the door early today, you all go and rest. Shen Ye stopped when he walked to the back door, turned his head and said to the two of them. Yes, my master. Chen Luyun and Xiao Ha hurriedly responded. After returning to the room, Shen Ye immediately locked the door, then opened the mechanism and entered the secret room. Shen Ye took out a very luxurious black wooden box from his pocket. The texture was cold and thick, and he knew it was a very precious wood at first glance. He opened the box carefully. The orange starlight lit up the dim secret room in an instant. A luxurious and eye-catching blue gemstone necklace lies quietly in the box. An expression of ecstasy appeared on Shen Yi's face. Emperor. Based on the orange starlight emitted by the blue strange stone, Shen Ye can be quite sure that this is an imperial weapon. Got rich. Really made a fortune. Of course, it's not just a term for making a fortune. This thing is not a simple luxury item or decoration, it's still an extremely rare piece of equipment. Not right, Shen Ye suddenly reacted. Didn't it mean that the lost stone was a strange stone? How did it become an imperial weapon? Chapter 36. Although it is said that this imperial tool is also made of strange stones, most people would not call it that way. The rumors are wrong? And if I lose such a luxurious and precious imperial weapon, I won't be mad, I'm sure I can't wait to dig the ground and find things too. It's even more impossible to deliberately kill the thief who was finally caught, and at the same time suppress the matter. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon, there must be a demon. Forget it, it doesn't matter to me, I can't return it. Shen Ye said to himself in reply. Then Shen Yi's attention fell on this necklace. He was a little bit ready to move, wanting to test whether he could use the imperial weapon. Such advanced equipment, this is the first time Shen Ye has seen each other. You know, it's rare for him to even want to look at the treasure. He carefully put this beautiful necklace around his neck, then picked up the phone and adjusted the camera to self-portrait mode to see the effect. The overall look is very good, but this necklace is known to be a female necklace at first glance, so it looks weird to wear. Shen Ye didn't care about that much. He began to try to mobilize the star power of his body and inject it into the necklace. He is also a little uncertain whether he can activate this imperial weapon. Any weapon cast with a strange stone of the tool stone type, except for the user, must be strong enough, but also need to have a certain degree of fit. Of course, it is much easier compared to the fit of the strange stone of ability. At the moment when Shen Ye penetrated the star power into the necklace, the whole necklace lit up slightly. Ness, it works. Chapter 48 Plug-in. Shen Ye was extremely excited, but in the next second, his face was suddenly ugly. The star power from his body was quickly extracted, and the star power was like a drop of water poured into the river as deep as bottomless. In just a few seconds, Shen Ye lay on the ground with a pale face, his star power drained. The activated necklace dimmed again. After resting for 10 minutes, Shen Ye sat up and took off the necklace from his neck. Looked scared, he was really swollen, and he wanted to use the imperial weapon in a crazy way. Fortunately, this necklace belongs to the moderate type, otherwise it would be a big trouble. I definitely can't use it anymore. It's really a pity that it's so good equipment. Of course, it is not realistic to sell it. As long as the sale of this necklace is noticed, you will definitely be the first one to be unlucky. Shen Ye just wanted to put the necklace back into the box, but suddenly stopped. A thought came to mind. Can't go away no matter what. His expression is constantly changing, seeming to be very tangled. However, the entanglement did not last long. Shen Ye's eyes became very firm. He pulled out the grey teeth on his waist and bounced the hidden short blade. I'm sorry. Shen Ye frantically pried out the strange stones embedded in the necklace. If you let others see this scene, you will definitely fight Shen Ye desperately. This is simply a violent thing. You must know that the birth of every imperial instrument is the work of a master. Click. No accident, Shen Ye successfully lifted the strange stone out. He stretched out his hand and took it up, holding his hand into a fist. A few seconds later, Shen Ye stared at his fisted hand, holding his breath, and letting go of his palm a little bit. When seeing the empty palm, Shen Ye showed an expression of ecstasy on his face, winning the bet. The strange stone was absorbed by Zero. Sure enough, Zero can absorb all the masterless strange stones, whether it is the strange stone of ability or the type of tool stone. Is just a strange stone that has been turned into equipment, it can't be absorbed directly, and it must be removed. Shen Yeqiang held back the joy in his heart. He took out 1,000 yuan star coin from his pocket, extracted the star power from it, and quickly recovered his star power. Soon his body star power was replenished to full value again, and he began to try to move the strange stone through Zero. A strange feeling floated from the bottom of my heart, and inexplicable information appeared in Shen Ye's brain. He immediately obtained the legendary level strange stone information and all his abilities, as if that strange stone was just like his natural one, and he could naturally master it 100% proficiently. See Blue Stone, Artificial Stone. 1-stage unique ability, Water Body, can be constructed as a water entity clone, and gain part of the body's strength. The existence time and distance from the body depend on the power of the body. 2-stage unique ability, Condensate Shield, use a water-free structure to resist attacks. 3-stage legendary ability, Jinghua Shuiyu, the body can be switched with the clone. Shen Ye tried to use the clone skill without saying a word. A very strange feeling came to his heart, and he slowly stretched out his hand. In the air in front of, countless free water molecules began to gather and then formed. A clone identical to him appeared in front of him, and the two looked at each other. Two visions immediately appeared in Shen Ye's mind. This feeling was very strange. He tried to use consciousness to control the formed clone, let alone the clone actually moved. It's just that the action is very jerky, not as easy as imagined. Shen Ye was like discovering a new continent. His face was very excited. This clone ability must be practiced well, so that in the future many things don't have to be risked personally, which is equivalent to an extra layer of protection. After Chen Ye tried for dozens of minutes, feeling that Xingli was a little weak, he cancelled the clone. The entire clone turned into a burst of water and dissipated. Is really cool. I didn't expect to get 2 super extreme strange stones after coming to the Autumn Star. This was an opportunity that no one else would get in his entire life. He finally realized the feeling of the protagonist in the novel opening up. It was a flying experience. At this moment, Shen Ye has already figured out some of the functions of his original Strange Stone 0. It can make itself compatible with various strange stones, while reducing the requirements and costs of using various strange stones. It is simply the existence of bug. In addition to the shortcoming of constantly sucking in his own star power, other aspects are simply too powerful. Shen Ye took a deep breath, calming down his excitement. His eyes fell on the necklace and the box. This imperial instrument is almost ruined, but the remaining body of the necklace and the box have to be dealt with. To be found out casually is not only a troublesome thing, but a fatal one. Although Shen Ye got 2 super extreme strange stones, it was a pity that none of them belonged to the combat system, and there was one point that he was not strong enough. Once someone stares at him, it is easy to lose his life. He hasn't swollen himself to the point where he can't even see the reality. Shen Ye picked up the necklace and the box, and he was also a bit difficult to deal with these 2 things. Although this necklace has been scrapped, the remaining part is still very beautiful, and the craftsmanship value is very high. As long as you find a good gemstone and insert it, it can be sold as a luxury item. Of course he couldn't do this, it was too risky. So I can only think of a way to melt it. It is very precious to know its own materials, but this is nothing compared to safety. As for this box, Shen Ye took a closer look and decided to destroy it after careful consideration. This black wooden box was too conspicuous. As soon as he said nothing, Shen Ye started to dismantle the box with a short blade on his grey teeth, ready to tear it apart and burn it. Take it apart, take it apart. Click. The box was split in half, revealing a mezzanine, and a mini memory card was stuffed in the mezzanine. Memory card. Shen Ye took out this memory card somewhat unbelievably. This sudden unexpected harvest caught Shen Ye a bit by surprise. He didn't expect that this thing was still hidden in this box. Also, this is not an ordinary memory card. This kind of memory card is very advanced. Generally, it is a one-time write and cannot be copied. Is usually used as an orphan carrier. Of course, it does not mean that it is impossible to copy at all. For example, you can pick up the mobile phone to read the data and take a photo. Shen Ye became more interested in this storage card. After a while, Shen Ye came out of the secret room, and he inserted the memory card into his computer to read it. Soon a piece of audio was played. Master Jakesy, the person has been taken away by the investigation team above. What should we do now? If that guy confessed to us, it will be in trouble. What are you afraid of? He won't have the opportunity to speak. When he hangs up, naturally all the pots will be borne by him. How about committing suicide in fear of sin? Does this work? After all, this involves the Autumn Star No. 7 storage site, a huge deficit in all strategic reserve materials. Chapter 49 Warning. Why doesn't it work? It doesn't look good to anyone if this is a big deal, and it will be over if someone backs the pot. That's great, you deserve to be Lord Jakesy. Don't worry about flattering, it's time to clean up everyone involved, sometimes it's time to stop. Shen Yi's face was twitching when he heard it. This seemed to be evidence. After listening, he pulled out the memory card. Looking at the memory card, Shen Ye was also very entangled. Forget it, let it go. The next afternoon, Shen Ye came to the tavern hall with a breath of breath. He was so excited yesterday that he couldn't sleep. Even if he fell asleep later, he was confused. At this time, Xiao Ha and Chen Luyun are chatting. Is this true? I guess it's true. Many people have sneaked into the center of the city. That's not going to make things happen. Shen Ye heard the two chatting, and immediately lost sleep. He asked. What are you talking about? My lord, you are here. Chen Luyun and Xiao Ha hurriedly stood up and greeted. What are you talking about? Shen Ye walked to the bar, took out a bottle of soda and opened it, and asked with a sip. That. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha didn't know how to answer Shen Yi's question for a while, and seemed a little hesitant. Shen Ye looked at the expressions of the two, becoming more curious. What can make the two hesitate? Why, is there anything else you can't tell me? No, no. Luo Yun was like a cat panicking, waved his hand to indicate no. Xiao Ha's head almost shook into a pendulum. Don't be so nervous, I'm just curious, I won't eat you again. Shen Ye smiled dumbly when he saw the reaction of the two of them. My lord, we are discussing the recent charity auction. Charity auction? I seem to have heard it somewhere, my memory is a bit bad. It is the charity auction that is about to open at the evening bell auction, when a very precious treasure will be auctioned. The money obtained from the auction will be donated to all the mutants at the bottom without an identity. This is the great philanthropist Sylvia initiated. When Sylvia was mentioned, Luo Yun's face was full of admiration. This is a good thing, why conceal it? Shen Ye asked in confusion, although he would not donate or anything, but this did not prevent him from admiring others. The problem is that the auctioned baby is too good. It is said that such a baby has the effect of healing mutants, so. Chapter 37. Luo was hesitant to say something. So what? Shen Ye asked puzzlingly. So many mutants are ready to steal. Xiao Ha directly explained to Shen Ye. This is not for your welfare? Then you still want to steal, is this not appropriate? Shen Ye was also a little surprised. Xiao Ha and Luo Yun lowered their heads one after another, and they also felt a little embarrassed. Shen Ye watched the two lower their heads, and realized that he seemed to have said a little too much, even though it was the case. In addition, Shen Ye finally knows why the two of them hesitating, they are also afraid that they will have a bad impression of them because of this incident. I didn't say anything about you guys. What are you guys doing with your heads down? When the forest grows, there are all kinds of birds. What's so strange? When Luo Yun and Luo Yun heard what Shen Ye said, they were like forgiven children, rejuvenated and looked at Shen Ye very happily. But how do you know that someone is going to steal the auction item? Because in our area, several mutants with the ability to steal have left. You don't know how tempting things can heal us for us. We all dream of being able to get rid of mutants. Identity. When Xiao Ha talked about it at the end, his eyes were full of enthusiasm and desire. Shen Ye looked at their longing eyes, and was also a little moved. As expected, this world has never been fair. Some people live so well that they don't want to live anymore, some people are running around for life, and some people are working hard to become normal people. Don't be envious, do it well in the tavern, one day you may realize your dream. Shen Ye said to the two. Real. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha are full of expectation in their eyes. When did I lie to you, but now is not the time to discuss these things. It is time to get up and work hard, and welcome our new day. Yes. Master of the museum. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha were immediately mobilized and went to work. Shen Ye sat on the bar, picked up his mobile phone and started the live broadcast. He stopped believing in evil. He can't handle this thing. It's a pity that the reality is cruel. He fiddled for a long time and the result was the same. Only one or two people came in for a long time, and they didn't speak, and left without staying for a few seconds. Shen Ye sighed, leaning back in the chair bored in every possible way. Squeak! The tavern door was pushed open, and Shen Ye's eyes immediately lit up when he heard the sound of pushing it open. It's a pity that he just raised his head and saw the person coming in, and the smile on his face disappeared for a moment. Sure enough, there will be no business at this point, and the person who came is not someone else but Director Bai. What's your face, don't you welcome me? Well, I just think it's weird, what day did you blow you here today? Shen Ye replied with a smile. It doesn't take much time, how can I say I am your biggest creditor? I come to see if you are still alive from time to time. When you look back, you hang up my money. Director Bai sat down opposite Shen Ye and replied in an angry tone. Ahem, don't worry, I'm not living well. Shen Ye's smile was also a bit stiff, and he yelled inwardly. I couldn't spit out any kind words when I rubbed this guy, so I cursed loud as soon as I came up. Bring me a bottle of dark beer. Give. Shen Ye quickly took a bottle to Director Bai. Director Bai opened the dark beer and drank half of it in one breath. Shen Ye's eyes are straight when he sees it, this guy's alcohol volume is absolutely unreasonable. No wonder the last time I invited him to drink, I drank it in the end. How does Director Bai think you are in a bad mood? Stand on you, do you think I can be alright? Director Bai spit out angrily. Look at what you said, I will cheat no one to cheat you. Come on, I'll go to the Star Tower for a meeting, you almost didn't cheat me. It's all small things, don't care. Do little things, I don't care about you, recently you gave me peace of mind. Director Bai didn't bother to continue talking with Shen Ye, this guy was better able to pretend than himself. What happened? When Shen Ye heard Director Bai say this, he became more curious. This guy has been in meetings for so many days, so nothing will happen. What can be done, but not those things, everyone is insecure. Director Bai replied irritably. You just came back, did you hear about it? Shen Ye can't help but take a high look to Director Bai. Isn't this guy really a vegetarian? Listen to what? Director Bai looked at Shen Ye for a moment. Shen Ye immediately reacted, feeling that they are not thinking about the same thing, he immediately said haha. No. Director Bai exists like a human being, how can he believe Shen Ye's words? But forget it, he has no time to be nosy now. The signal leaked from the Star Tower meeting is not very good. Chapter 50 Joining the Fun. At this time Director Bai's phone vibrated, he picked it up and took a look, then stood up. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm leaving. Remember to run the tavern well and don't cause trouble. No problem. But you won't sit for a while. Shen Ye still intends to confuse Director Bai's words, this guy can't let himself settle down recently for no reason, something must have happened. I still have things. Director Bai left without turning his head. After watching Director Bai leave, Shen Ye said in a very angry voice. Have you two overheard? Then Luo Yun and Zioha's small heads stick out from the corner next to them. He, number, the master of the museum. Next time you want to listen, just sit by and listen. Don't hide in the corner to listen. I can find it. You really think that Director Bai can't? Shen Ye reprimanded helplessly. We are not worried about Director Bai. Luo Yun said hesitantly. Worry that he is here to clean up the restless mutants? Don't worry, he is not so free yet, so let's go to work in peace. Okay. The two left quickly. Shen Ye tidied up the countertop a bit, and threw the empty dark beer bottles into the trash can, as if he was all right again. Being bored and idle, Shen Ye picked up his mobile phone and searched about the charity auction. It turned out that a bunch of information popped up after a search, which seemed very popular. The Evening Bell auction will open the pre-warming exhibition, and the countdown will be 14 days. The great philanthropist Miss Civil generously donated the heart of the collection of orphan water mirrors, and it is estimated that the price of the auctioned objects will exceed 100 million yuan. At that time, all will be used openly and impartially to rescue charities of the bottom mutants. The heart of the water mirror. Shocking secrets. The heart of the water mirror actually possesses the magical power that can heal mutants. Shen Ye opened it curiously, and soon he figured out the whole thing. This auction turmoil all originated from Sylvia, a very noble lady who Shen Ye was looking at. Sylvia is quite remarkable. She comes from an aristocratic family in the alliance government, and she has been very kind since she was a child. She has been dedicated to helping the bottom of her life, and she has done it herself. And she is still an extraordinary star singer, sought after by thousands of boys and girls, can be described as a shining star of the alliance. Shen Yeleng did not find any negative comments about her under any post, and they were all praises. Due to year-round charity, Sylvia's remaining wealth is not much, and his body is exhausted from the fundraising of the tour. So she could only take out the most beloved water mirror heart necklace for auction and donate it to charity. It is said that this is still her favorite necklace, and she will take it on every tour, which shows how much determination she has made. After a long time, Shen Ye put down the phone and fell into thinking. I can be sure that this charity auction is a good thing, but it seems that it will not go smoothly. The auction items are too good, and there are too many greedy people, especially for the struggling mutants. It is even more fatal. Maybe it will really be stolen by the mutant, and it will be troublesome then, and it will be difficult to finish it. The status of the low-level mutants was already embarrassing, and it would only be worse then. For example, a rat would ruin a pot of porridge. Shen Ye pondered, a wicked smile appeared on his face suddenly. He suddenly thought of a very interesting plan. Just can try the newly acquired ability, but to implement this plan, you need to practice a lot. Nothing to do recently anyway. Shen Ye turned his head and shouted. Luo Yun! Here, the curator. Luo Yun hurried over. In order to train you and make you grow better, I decided one thing. Shen Ye carried a meaningful expression on his back. What's the matter? Luo Yun and Xiao Ha blinked, looking at Shen Ye in confusion. From today, you two will watch the tavern. I entrust you with full authority to receive guests unless there is something special. Don't bother me at other times. The museum mainly retreats for practice. The period is half a month, yes. If you do well, there is still a commission. Really? Of course, as the owner of the museum, when will I say nothing? Very good. Xiaoha and Luo Yun jumped up happily. Thank you, the owner. Chapter 38. Shen Ye watched the two of them react with satisfaction, and could temporarily become a handshaker, freeing up time to do things. Besides, he is not worried about what will happen between the two of them. It is estimated that there are not many people coming here. He has bought the goods, and sells them if they need them, and they won't sell them if they don't. After confession, Shen Ye walked towards the backyard and went back to his room to practice Avatar. Half a month later, in the southern area of the City of Autumn, a medieval-style circular fortress built from ancient giant rocks, with colored stripes and balloons hung everywhere. In the parking lot in front of the gate, luxury vehicles stopped. The luxurious red carpet is spread under the car. Many brightly dressed upper-class people got out of the car. Not far in front of them, 3 strict security inspection channels were set up. All those who enter are required to hold invitation cards to verify their identities one by one. What is the bell auction this night? An exhibition before the auction is so cumbersome that you have to verify your identity one by one. I heard that it is because the heart of the water mirror is going to be auctioned this time. It is not just a luxury item, but an invaluable treasure. Therefore, it is not enough to be targeted by some inferior guys. It is normal for the security to be strict. As expected, my dear, you know so much. It seems that the heart of the auctioned water mirror must be very good. I just lack a necklace. You will buy it for me. Let's take a look. You can buy it for me. A young woman dressed up in gorgeous clothes is holding an old man, acting like a baby while walking towards the security gate. Hello sir, do you want to buy flowers? Before the inspection, a girl in ordinary clothes, holding a flower basket in her hand, mustered the courage to ask. "When is there a hawker in the way? Get out of here!" The woman in front of her was acting coquettishly and asking for something, so she was naturally very annoyed when she was interrupted. With a flick of his hand, the girl in front of her was pushed down directly, and the flowers in the flower basket fell to the ground, and then the two walked forward. When the girl in front of her got up and was picking up flowers in a panic, a figure squatted in front of him. "I want these flowers." The girl's flustered expression turned into joy. She raised her head and was about to speak, but she was stunned. She saw a very handsome and sunny face. "How much?" 50 star coins. "Here, no need to look for it." The young man in front of her handed her a 100 yuan star coin, then picked up the flowers that fell on the ground and left. In a moment, the handsome young man was standing in front of the checkpoint not far from the checkpoint, holding flowers. Watched a security guard carefully check the identity of each person entering the venue. "Except for the entrance in front of me, all the other road junctions have been closed, and there are security guards patrolling everywhere." In the secret room of the tavern, Shen Ye sat on a chair, his mouth twitching slightly. "How do I get in here?" As expected, there is still a gap between ideal and reality. Chapter 51 Warm-up. It used to be super easy to see others mixing in, but it was so difficult to get to him. No accident, the young man outside the evening bell auction was born as Shen Ye, and at the same time he blessed his ever-changing fossil abilities and changed his appearance. Shen Ye originally thought that he would be finished when he got to the place, but no one knew the door would be difficult to get in. This is troublesome, after all, maintaining the clone is very strenuous. If it hadn't been for this half a month, Shen Ye had broken through another stage, reaching 1 star and 5 stage, otherwise it would be very difficult to maintain. But Shen Ye still couldn't bear it. From time to time, he picked up the 1000 yuan star coin beside him, and extracted the star power from the star coin to maintain his clone. This kind of behavior is a typical Krypton Gold, Burning Night, and extremely painful. But now that it has started, there is no turning back to work. He concentrated his mind to control the clone and continued to observe at the scene. Soon he found the target, the security supervisor at the door. The supervisor was originally standing in the middle of the security supervision, supervising the security. Then he answered the phone and chatted, then left his post and walked in towards the auction. Shen Ye controlled the avatar holding flowers and walked to a blind area where no one was. A burst of white light flashed. Shen Ye turned into the security chief, and he swaggered towards the other security checkpoint, avoiding the one that the supervisor had walked before. The security guard at the security check saw the supervisor hurriedly cheered up to work. No accident, Shen Ye got into the evening bell auction smoothly. Walked through the auction gate that was 10 meters high, and entered a corridor made of white patterned glass bricks. On both sides of the corridor, there are various art paintings of different colors, all of which look very precious. There are luxurious chandeliers hanging above his head. Many of the invited guests stopped and stayed to admire the famous paintings hanging on the walls. Shen Ye walked in, a lot of divergence appeared on both sides of the corridor. But every turnout is closed, and there are special security guards guarding it. Is equivalent to saying that the person who enters can only go straight forward. Not long after, Shen Ye and many visitors all arrived at the huge circular exhibition hall. However, the exhibition hall was circled by a lot of security, and the periphery was crowded with people watching, and there was no place for it. The people who kept coming in began to be diverted to the upper floor. There are 3 floors in the entire circular exhibition hall, except that one floor can be viewed up close, so you can see it more clearly. Shen Ye, who was in the crowd, found a safe place with no people, changed back to the appearance of a handsome young man, and followed the crowd to the 3rd floor. At this time, in a luxurious lounge in the auction house, Chen Weisai calmly sat on a chair, and Zhang Kun stood respectfully on the side. At this time the door was pushed open, Kui Duo walked in and asked Chen Weisai nervously. Everyone is almost here, are things ready? I said, Old Kui, don't be nervous, what kind of friendship we have, you still don't understand me, am I the kind of unreliable person? I brought things naturally. Chen Weisai waved his hand. Zhang Kun took out a box, opened it, and put it on the table. The heart of the extremely luxurious and dazzling water mirror in the box lay quietly inside, emitting a faint orange starlight. Kui Duo's old face showed a red tide of excitement, and he carefully picked up the box and looked at the necklace placed inside. It's so alike. It's so alike. It's exactly the same. Chen Weisai said with a smile. How about it? Great, without further ado, let's start the exhibition. As long as the exhibition is over, we can start the auction in 3 days. Kuida is also full of confidence at this time. Very well, let's start. Chen Weisai has a satisfied smile on his face. In the exhibition hall, the invited guests were chatting. Why hasn't it started yet? How long is it from the expected opening? It should be fast, it started at 2 o'clock, and it is already 1:55. Wait then, but then again, why did you invite so many people? Can everyone afford it? It's impossible for everyone to shoot. They invited so many people from the upper class to come over, just to build momentum and want a better price. This routine is really good. There's nothing to care about. The evening bell auction is shrewd, and it doesn't mean that the people who come to the invitation are all fools. In fact, many people are willing to come, basically for Miss Silva. Other venues can be ignored, the place must be won. I don't know if Miss Sylvie will come in person. Impossible, I heard that she has been in poor health recently and has been recuperating at home. It's really a pity. Shen Ye stood aside, lowered his head slightly, quietly listening to the chatting of the people nearby. His eyes became firmer and firmer, and he admired this Miss Silva more and more in his heart. She was really compassionate and kind. Although Shen Ye thinks that he is not a good person, it does not prevent him from admiring this kind of person. It's a pity that in the end it's hard for a good person to be rewarded. As for why she said that, according to her current situation, it is very suitable for this urine sex. So Shen Ye decided to help her so that her charity would not deviate from the original expectations and help her fulfill her dream. Of course, there is also a little factor for the 2 stupid little guys in his family. You must know that the relationship between the world and the mutants is inherently tense, and it is hard for someone to stand up and want to relax. If something is stolen at this time, then the relationship will not only not ease, the contradiction will only become more and more serious. At that time, the explanation is not clear. Sometimes this is how the grievance and hatred come, so he has to cut it all by himself. But then again, why haven't we started yet? I can't stand it anymore. The cheating Zero absorbed the star power more and more fiercely. Even if he has been burning money now, he is almost unable to withstand it. If this does not start again, he will really be finished. At this moment, there was a commotion below, and the crowd of onlookers gave way. I saw Chen Weisai and Kui Duo walking towards the exhibition stand with the support of many people, and we could see Chen Weisai holding a luxurious box in his hand. The security guard at the edge of the exhibition stand gave way to an entrance. Chen Weisai and Kui Duo stepped onto the exhibition stand alone. In the center of the exhibition stand was a raised pillar with a reclining tray on top of the pillar. The exhibition booth Kui Duo had a kind smile on his face and bowed to everyone present. Hello everyone, I am the president of the evening bell auction. First of all, thank all the distinguished guests. I took time out of my busy schedule to be invited. I am honored to be able to host the exhibition and subsequent auctions of the Heart of Water Mirror. The reason why I say that is not because the Heart of the Water Mirror in the exhibition is very precious, but the significance it represents at this time is extremely important. It is Miss Silva's new hope for the mutants suffering from the suffering at the bottom, and she also extends on behalf of all kind people. Hand of Hope. Our evening bell auctions adhere to the principle of responding to all humanity. I hereby announce that we will exhibit and auction the Heart of the Water Mirror free of charge, and no formalities will be charged. Hearing Kui Duo's speech, there was very warm applause. Chapter 52 Disruption. Kui Duo raised his hand and smiled to signal everyone to be quiet, and the warm applause gradually disappeared. I believe you have been waiting for a long time. Some can't wait to see the charm of the Heart of the Water Mirror. Then we have to invite Master Chen Weisai. Chen Weisai walked up and said to everyone with a smile. Hello everyone, thank you all for your support to Miss Silva. I believe that Miss Silva will be very pleased if she sees this scene. Unfortunately, her physical condition is not very good. Although she tried her best to accomplish this by herself. The second charity act is helpless. So I can only ask me to accept this glorious and arduous task. I am also honored to be entrusted to stand here on behalf of Miss Silva for the exhibition and auction of the water mirror. For this charity, I officially announce the start of the exhibition. Slap. Amidst the applause, Chen Weisai handed the luxurious box in his hand to Kui Duo. Kui Duo carefully held the box and opened it in front of everyone. The bright orange stars overflowed. The eyes of the people watching were straightened, and their hearts were lifted into their throats. Kui Duo took out a luxurious and eye-catching blue gemstone necklace from the luxurious box, placed it on the tray on the pillar, and then pressed a button next to it. The pillar rises up with a special transparent energy cover to protect it. Chapter 39. So beautiful. So beautiful. It's just like the stars in the sky. In an instant, the crowd watching was boiling, and all kinds of praises kept coming. Shen Ye looked at the necklace on the exhibition stand, frowned slightly. No matter how familiar, it was not like the one he got. But Shen Ye quickly dispelled his worries. The abilities of the two are different. The other party's necklace can heal mutations. Anything that has something to do with the healing mutations will be doubled in value. It is not comparable to my own, although the quality is the same. There was a sudden tremor in his body, interrupting Shen Yi's thoughts. Damn, the clone is starting to be a little unstable. Do it. Shen Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam, and then he began to climb the glass wall in front of him. The observers standing next to Shen Ye were also stunned by the sudden movements of Shen Ye. A girl with linen hair and a little freckles on her face subconsciously reminded Shen Ye. Mr. Danger. Shen Ye, who climbed up the glass wall, turned to the girl who reminded him, raised his hand and made a shushing motion to his mouth. When the girl saw Shen Yi's face, her eyes fell. Shen Ye stood up swayingly, looking at the exhibition stand underneath. It was so high. Although the exhibition hall has only 3 floors, the height of each floor has been increased. Damn! Bad dish! He took out a similar envelope from his pocket, but when he was about to do it, his avatar was unstable for a while, and his hand shook. The notice fell directly and floated directly on Chen Weisai's forehead without any partiality. Facing sudden changes, Chen Siwei swiftly grabbed the falling envelope from his head with his claws. At first glance, my face turned black. Notice. The heart of a beautiful lady is really rare in the world, and I am very excited. We'll steal the auctioned item, the Heart of Water Mirror, at 20 o'clock in the next 3 days. Kid, the strange thief. Chen Weisai and Kui Duo raised their heads and looked up. Everyone who was watching the Heart of the Water Mirror on display saw the strange scene, and they all raised their heads and looked up. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Shen Ye, who immediately became the most eye-catching focus of the audience. The face of the security personnel at the scene suddenly became angry. No one thought that someone was really involved in the trouble, and everything moved. Zhang Kun and others guarded Chen Weisai's side vigilantly. They were completely careless just now. If the thing that fell is dangerous, then Master Chen Weisai is in danger. He was all in a cold sweat behind his back at this time, and if Master Chen Weisai blamed him, he would be done. Shen Ye touched his forehead, but also looked helpless, as if it was messed up. Forget it, since he wants to play, just play it. Anyway, his strength is almost unstoppable. Thinking of this, Shen Ye was heartbroken, and the body suddenly drew out a handful of star coins and sucked hard. Shen Ye, standing on the glass protective wall, suddenly grabbed the clothes on his body and tugged, changed into a pure white clothes and cloak, and wore single glasses. Dear ladies and gentlemen. Hello everyone. I am the Thief Kid. I hereby declare that I will steal the heart of the water mirror at the moment when the charity auction officially opens. After the announcement, everyone present was in an uproar. At this time, a security guard rushed up towards Shen Ye. The magic begins. As soon as the voice fell, Shen Ye jumped down for life. Be careful, sir. Zhang Kun and other masters hurriedly protected Chen Weisai and others, and Chen Weisai and others subconsciously went back. What? Everyone was surprised to see someone jumping off the building. Bang! At this time, the falling Shen Ye burst into the air suddenly. The petals are covered with dew, and the notice is falling down. Wow! Everyone present stretched out their hands to catch the falling notice letter. The scene was all messed up for a while. The security guards who maintained order at the scene were all at a loss. Chen Weisai and Kui Duo's expressions are hard to read. No one would have thought that this kind of moth would happen, they were so bold. In the secret room of the tavern, Shen Ye sighed deeply and finally got it done. His mood is extremely happy. It turned out to be so exciting to get involved, and I can be considered as an experience. After being so confused by myself, Shen Ye didn't believe it anymore. Who would dare to steal it? Can also be regarded as suppressing those mutants who are ready to move. And the guys at the auction have all got such obvious prompts. If you still don't know how to prevent it, or cancel the auction, just find someone to sell it. That's so stupid to have no friends. But having said that, Shen Ye also liked the ability of clone more and more. Is simply the best substitute for unlimited demon, and he doesn't need to take risks. Shen Ye now finally understands why so many people like to test frantically on the edge of death. Sure enough, it is happy to die, and it is always happy to die. After a while, Shen Ye walked out of the room and walked towards the lobby of the tavern. During this period, except for the need to go out, he almost squatted in the rooms and secret rooms to practice troubles. He admires that he can stand loneliness. When Shen Ye walked into the lobby of the tavern, Xiaohua and Luo Yun saw Shen Ye, each with a bitter face squeezed, and they did not dare to look directly at Shen Ye. What's the matter with you? Why are you so expression? Shen Ye asked in confusion. Luo Yun hesitated for a long time, lowered his head and said, My lord, our performance for the past half-month is 0. Hearing Luo Yun's words, Shen Ye's smile stiffened. So in the past half-month, his income was 0? And Shen Ye suddenly remembered one thing: in order to be a demon, he burned 2 W star coins. Chapter 53 Diffusion. In an instant, his heart was bleeding. I thought I couldn't do this again next time, or I would really go bankrupt. I see, there is no psychological burden, failure is the mother of success, and performance will come slowly, and there will always be something. Shen Ye squeezed an ugly smile to comfort the two of them. Thank you, curator. The two nodded desperately like an amnesty. Okay, cheer up and prepare to open at night. Shen Ye cheered the two of them, and also cheered himself. City of Autumn Center by the bank of Maple Leaf Lake, inside a very unique courtyard villa. A young girl in a purple shirt was lying halfway on a wicker chair, covered with a soft silk blanket, her bright purple hair scattered, her beautiful face, revealing an ethereal atmosphere, just like an elf falling into the world, but his face was a little pale, and his thin lips didn't have much blood. Stood beside him, a man with piercing eyes and an elegant and handsome manner in his demeanor. At this time, a maid walked in and said respectfully to the girl, Miss Sylvie, Master Chen, and they are here. Invite him in. Sylvia made a sound like a natural sound. Not long after, Chen Weisai and Kui Duo walked in, came to her, and greeted them politely. "Miss Sylvie, are you better?" "A lot better, thank you Uncle Chen and Mr. Kui Duo for your concern." Sylvia responded politely. "It's better, I'm in a hurry this time, and I forgot to bring you some supplements. By the way, why did you suddenly think of me, Miss Sylvia?" Chen Weisai responded with a smile. "I'm sorry to find Uncle Chen in a hurry. Actually, I want to ask about the preview of The Heart of Water Mirror." Sylvia asked with some concern. Hearing Sylvia's words, Chen Weisai's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he inadvertently glanced at the handsome man standing next to Sylvia. He closed his eyes and knew that it must have been the stabbing dog. Otherwise, how long did it take to happen? Miss Sylvia has been resting, how could it be known immediately? There is indeed something wrong with the Heart of Water Mirror exhibition. An extremely arrogant thief appeared on the scene and issued a notice of theft in broad daylight. It was almost unprecedented. I was just about to tell you about this. I'm afraid that it will delay your recuperation. If you are interested, Miss Sylvia, you can read it. This is a notice letter." Chen Weisai's expression remained unchanged, and he took out a notice letter from his cuff and handed it to Sylvia. Sylvia looked at the notice curiously, and saw a cute cartoon character pattern on it, "Gestures of Love." Couldn't help but laughed out, it was the first time she saw such a funny thief. "Very special notice, and bold." "It's very special, don't worry, it's just grandstanding." Chen Weisai hurriedly explained with relief, wanting to expose the matter. On the side of Kui Da's wrinkled face is tight. If anyone knows him, Kui Da is in a state of high tension now. This is not necessarily grandstanding. As far as I know, after making such a big disturbance, the thief retreated all over his body. This is not something ordinary people can do. It can be seen that the strength is very good. It's a bit dangerous. The man standing next to Sylvia said with great concern. Chen Weisai and Kui Duo heard the man's words, their hearts slowly sinking. "Wang Yu, what do you mean?" Ziweir raised his head and looked at Wang Yu. "That water mirror necklace is your favorite jewelry. You take it out for a charity auction. I have nothing to say. After all, it has always been your wish and dream. But now the situation is different. The thief is eyeing it. It's easy to go wrong. I think it's better to cancel the charity auction temporarily. Of course, I know Silver, you care about those poor mutants and urgently need to auction the necklace to get money. In order not to embarrass Miss Silver, I am willing to do everything in my power to buy that necklace." Wang Yu is sincere and proud of himself. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Kui Duo's old face couldn't help but slapped fiercely, and his heart was almost anxious. Although Chen Weisai hasn't changed on the surface, but his heart is furious. This idiot is so stupid that he wants to buy the necklace at all costs. If it is really bought, it will be a big trouble, not to mention that all his plans are ruined. The most important point is that the necklace has been lost. What did he give back to Sylvia? Was discovered at that time and tore his skin. It was tantamount to saying that the image that was hard to maintain in the past has completely collapsed, and the previous efforts have also been abandoned. "Mr. Wang Yu, you are really sincere to Miss Sylvia, but you can't do this. I don't think Miss Sylvia would like to see you give everything to her and silently resist all suffering." Chen Weisai said righteously, "Don't look at him on the surface to refute Wang Yu." But Wang Yu was very happy when he listened to Chen Weisai's words. Chapter 40. Because this is tantamount to complimenting herself in front of Miss Sylvia. "Mr. Chen Weisai, thank you for your kindness, but for the sake of Miss Sylvia, I am willing to give everything, even my life, let alone these extraneous things." Wang Yu looked generous. Chen Weisai's heart was gloomy, and she had the urge to smoke this guy, and her heart sank, and she definitely couldn't make Miss Sylvia change her mind. At this time Silver shook his head and said, "Wang Yu, I appreciate your kindness, but Uncle Chen is right. How can I impose pain on you for my own ideals and make it difficult for you? In addition, the reason why I auction my necklace is the aspect is indeed to raise money, but it is not just raising money alone, there are more important reasons. That is, I hope that I can use my own actions to call on more kind people to join the charity industry, for all the bottom people bring new hope. Wang Yu didn't give up because Sylvia refused, he said from the bottom of his heart. Miss Silver, you don't have to worry about my side, I don't care about those. You think about my proposal. That thief is not an ordinary thief, and you know it is very powerful at first glance. Chen Siwei quickly interrupted Wang Yu's words. Mr. Wang Yu, what you said is wrong. We have done a lot of publicity and preparation. The world knows that Miss Silva is going to auction the necklace. At this time, she changed her mind. The thief. That's good. When did our city of Autumn allow such arrogant thieves to exist, and dare to publish a notice publicly, and really treat ourselves as a person? This is not a blatant provocation to our security bureau. Does it take us as heir? I want to see. See what he can do to steal things. A majestic voice came, followed by a steady pace. Ziweir and others looked up in surprise, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a guard uniform with scars on his face and revealing murderous intent, walking in with a group of guards. Qian is Director Kun, why are you here? Ziweir greeted politely. Of course it came for the thief who issued the notice. Don't worry, Miss Silva, we are here. When the auction day, our security bureau will definitely be there. Qian Wei Kun said with a trace of anger in his eyes. Chapter 54 Procurement. Since the thief publicly released the theft notice, their security bureau has been pushed to the forefront of the storm. They have never lost such a big person. How can I admit it at this time? There are still us, we can also help. Suddenly two abrupt voices came from behind, and Wang Qi and Tang Su walked in. Qian Weikan frowned slightly. Is it necessary for the Star Tower to participate in this matter? Even the heretical judges have come. You may have misunderstood Mr. Qian. We happened to be on vacation nearby. When we heard about this incident, we came to help. Mrs. Qian would not mind you, right? Tang Su replied politely. If you mind if it's not what I said, you should ask Miss Silva. Qian Weikan is a bit unhappy in his heart, but he who has been in the workplace for many years, how could he make stupid low-level mistakes and veto both of them? Although the two of them are nothing in themselves, they represent the Star Tower. Miss Silva, don't you mind? Tang Su smiled and looked at Miss Silva. Chen Siwei stood aside, without saying a word, the sweat on Kui Duo's forehead almost came out. Silver shook his head slightly, and said sincerely to everyone, everyone is for Silva. Silva is here to thank you all, everything is up to you. Good. Everyone replied in unison. After a long time, Kui Duo followed Chen Siwei back to his home study. Kui Duo said to Chen Siwei with a very ugly expression, this time the trouble is big, people from the security bureau have intervened. It's not right, not just the people from the security bureau, but also the night bearers and heretical judges of the Star Tower have also stepped in. N.S. Chen Siwei took out a bottle of good wine from the wine cabinet in no hurry. Opened with a beep. 2 cups were poured, and 1 cup was handed to Kui Duo. Took a sip for himself, and said faintly, are you scared? How could I not be afraid? I would never have thought that such an accident would happen, Where the thief came out of this is because of him, now the Security Bureau and the Star Tower are involved. When the time comes, if we are it's all over when it's discovered. Kui Duo's old face showed a trace of fear. Chen Siwei shook the red wine in his hand, and said without a smile. Do you think we have a way out? We are now in the same situation as the arrow is on the string, and we have to send it. But there is nothing wrong with the ginseng from the Security Bureau and Star Tower. I don't think this is a bad thing, but a good thing. Chen Siwei suddenly said something amazing. Kui Duo looked at Chen Yisai with an incredible expression. Are you crazy? How could I be crazy? Have you ever thought that it would be better for them to participate in it? Then they will be our best witnesses. The auction is our site. Is it possible that you can't even guard and steal? Let's do it. May I ask who can find out? And that arrogant thief, isn't he the best backer? After we have done everything, we just planted our brains on his forehead. Is there a better excuse than this? Chen Siwei sneered. This. What the hell? Could it be that you have no confidence in your own nest or in the plan we have drawn up? Okay, spell it. Kui Duo's expression changed for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said fiercely. The next day, in the afternoon, Luo Yun and Zioha were wiping the tables and chairs. Although there were no guests, they would wipe them every day. Shen Ye walked out in the hall owner's trench coat and clapped his hands, and said to the two of them. Stop it all! Luo Yun and Xiao Ha stopped when they heard, looking at Shen Ye with some bewilderment. What's the matter with the owner? Take a rest this afternoon. You follow me into the city. I will take you shopping to buy supplies, and buy you some clothes by the way. The clothes you wear are really bad, it's too shivering. Shen Ye touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Very good. The two jumped up very excitedly. Soon Luo Yun and Zioha followed Shen Ye out. Because they didn't have ID cards, they couldn't take public transportation. In addition, Shen Ye doesn't own a car, so he can only walk. Their destination is also very close, which is a relatively prosperous life circle 7 kilometers away, which is under the jurisdiction of another museum owner. 7 kilometers is still a distance for ordinary people, but for mutants like Luo Yun and Zioha, it is pediatrics. If they run at full speed, it won't take long for them to arrive. Walking on the road, there are still few figures along the way. But Shen Ye was keenly aware that many figures gathered in the corner and talked in a low voice. That bastard! It's just crazy! This is a hot water! But when Shen Ye got closer, the figures in the shadow closed their mouths one by one, and looked at Shen Ye from time to time. Their eyes were full of contradictions and complexities. Shen Ye didn't care about them either. These were all mutants, but in other words, Shen Ye felt that they were weird today. Luo Yun, why do I feel weird today? What happened? What are they discussing? Why are they avoiding me? Master, don't you know what happened? Luo Yun's little face was very surprised. I don't know what happened. Shen Ye also had a baffling expression. Don't you know about the charity exhibition held at the evening bell auction the day before yesterday? I heard that a super thief appeared and publicly issued a notice saying that he was going to steal something during the auction. This matter has already become a big deal. They're all talking about this. Because after that thief has done so, who would dare to steal, they could only give up. They all want to find the thief and take care of him. As for this kind of thing, of course they can't. I let you hear it, my lord, do you know who the thief is? Luo Yun became more excited as he spoke. After hearing Luo Yun's words, Shen Ye also looked embarrassed and said haha. I don't know, what's the matter with him? Let's hurry up, otherwise it will be dark in a while. Yes, my master. After a long time, the three of Shen Ye came to Chongning Street. After stepping into this street, everything changed. The streets are full of passers-by who come and go, and on both sides of the street are very beautifully decorated shops. The ground was also spotlessly cleaned, and there was no trace of rubbish. It's not nice to say, here in the area of Shen Ye are two worlds. But when people on the street saw Xiaoha and Luo Yun, they subconsciously moved away, and the disgust in their eyes made no secret of them. Even the guards patrolling the road approached, but after seeing Shen Ye, they dispersed again. Luo Yun and Xiaoha didn't care about the eyes of others at all, they were used to it a long time ago. Chapter 55 The Trouble. They looked at everything around them in a novel way, not that they hadn't seen these, but that they rarely looked at all of them with integrity. They usually come to this area, they all come by taking advantage of the night, wearing windbreakers, and leave as soon as they finish their work. Shen Ye walked on the street, looking at the shops everywhere, and didn't mean to stop. Xiaoha and Luo Yun are a little puzzled, what kind of store the owner of the museum is looking for, and there are many clothing stores on the way. Not long after, Shen Ye stopped at a store, showing an expression of interest. This is it. Luo Yun and Xiaoha raised their heads and looked at the storefront in front of them, both of them were a little sluggish. A very luxuriously decorated storefront, through the transparent window, you can see rows of delicate clothes hanging inside. The big sign at the entrance of says Heart Love. What are you doing in a daze? Come in. Shen Ye stepped forward and opened the door, turned his head and shouted at the two people who were stunned. Then walked in. Welcome, sir, hello, what clothes would you like to see? A coquettish and mature woman greeted her and greeted Shen Ye very enthusiastically. I don't look at the clothes, I plan to pick 2 sets of work clothes for them. Shen Ye pointed to Luo Yun and Xiaoha who followed, and naturally said his needs. His idea is simple. Give them 2 clothes that can be used on the stage so that they can be photographed even during the live broadcast. To put it bluntly, he still didn't give up the live broadcast, but still wondered if he could make some money from it, otherwise he would be desperate just relying on customers to come to the door. In addition, he has an immature plan that still needs Luo Yun and Xiaoha to implement. The woman's gaze fell on Xiaoha and Luo Yun, and then she looked at Luo Yun first, and kept looking up and down. Luo Yun was a little at a loss. It's rare to see such a cute cat woman, sir, what kind of work clothes do you need? I run a pub, you can recommend it. Shen Ye was dazzled when he looked at the clothes present. Of course there is, and it's very suitable. You like it? At this point, the mature woman in front of her blinked at Shen Ye, making Shen Ye feel weird. Chapter 41. Let's take a look. No problem, there is a sofa next to it, you can wait there for a while. The glamorous woman turned around and left directly. Shen Ye walked to the sofa and sat up comfortably. That's right. Clearly living in a highly civilized world, but life seems to fall back. Is the clothes of the owner here too expensive? Luo Yun asked ceremoniously. It was the first time that she had come to such an advanced place, and she was totally uncomfortable. Don't worry, I have my own measures. Shen Ye waved his hand, so that Luo Yun didn't have to worry about this kind of problem. All right. Luo Yun saw that Shen Ye was so sure, so he didn't continue to say anything. Soon the glamorous woman came over, holding a set of maid outfit and waiter outfit in her hand. How about these 2 sets? Shen Ye looked bewildered, so the waiter did not pretend to mention it. This maid costume? What's the situation? My lord, this is not suitable, right? Luo Yun's head was lowered, and his face was slightly red. Xiaoha scratched his head. He thought the waitress clothes were pretty good looking, but he didn't know if the price would be too expensive. Don't worry, I believe my vision is absolutely appropriate. I have chosen the size for you. If you don't believe me, let them change it. The coquettish woman blinked at Shen Ye. Shen Ye recovered, coughed, and said directly, no need to try, I think these 2 sets are also suitable for pubs, there is nothing inappropriate. How much money? Not expensive, a set of 1,000 stars. So expensive. Xiaoha and Luo Yun were dumbfounded. 2 sets are the same. Shen Ye happily drew out 4,000 yuan star coins and handed them to the woman. It is rare to see such a refreshing boss. You are really lucky, and you are willing to spend money on you after following a reliable boss. Shen Ye was a little embarrassed to be praised. After a while, Shen Ye walked out with Luo Yun and Xiaoha. Now that I have finished buying clothes, the next step is to go to the supermarket to make a big purchase. Luo Yun, who was still bowing his head, immediately raised his head and responded happily, full of vitality again. Just when Shen Ye was about to go forward, he found that the front was extremely lively, and a lot of people gathered in the past. Hey? What's going on over there? Why are there so many people? I don't know. Zioha's heads shook like a rattle. Let's take a look. Shen Ye brought up a trace of interest and gathered in the past. After the result passed, Shen Ye was dumbfounded. In front of the crowd was a building, and news interviews were being broadcast live on the surface of the building. I saw the reporter interviewing a girl with linen hair and a little freckles on her face. This lady, I heard that you were the first witness and saw the strange thief with your own eyes. Can you describe to us what he looks like? He has a super handsome face, he looks better than any star I have seen, and he is full of gentlemanliness, it is perfect, and I almost fainted. The woman interviewed was very excited and praised. In the split screen next to the video, the scene at the time was also shown. Immediately after the screen transition, a reporter can be seen interviewing a group of girls. Have you heard about the incident of Kaito Kid? What do you think of what he is about to steal? I think he is super cool. I have seen his video, it's not just cool, it's so cool. Although stealing things is wrong, I support him. Who makes him so handsome? A group of nymphomaniacs shouted excitedly at the camera. The screen turns again. The reporter was interviewing a group of boys, and the situation changed drastically. What do you think of the notice letter issued by Kaito Kid? Hey! I dared to get involved with Miss Sylvia's things, as long as he dares to show up, we absolutely want him to look good. Yes, we support Miss Silva. We are here to call on Miss Silva's support fan group to work together in crowdfunding. We must buy that necklace for Miss Silva. Is it really that good looking? I don't think it's bad, it's absolutely nonsense. A man who was watching the live news said unconvincingly. Just finished speaking, a few girls next to them furiously came up and blamed them directly. What did you say, dare to slander our idol? I am what I am. You look like this, and if you have the courage to evaluate others, we are all embarrassed for you. Standing aside and sinking into the night, watching the passers-by who were torn apart, the whole person was petrified in place. Nima. What's the situation? It seems that things are getting more and more wrong, I just want to make a spoof, why things are getting bigger and bigger. This time, it was very troublesome, and it hurts to be caught by someone above me. Of course, these are not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Shen Ye finally understands at this moment how important it is to have a handsome face, Nima. That face is so popular. My God! If Lao Tzu grows up like him, there is no need to struggle, just wait for it, and eat hard. Isn't that fragrant? Chapter 56 begins. When night fell on the third day, the magnificent building of the evening bell auction was brightly lit, and the door was heavily guarded. A guard and a security guard in 3 steps, 1 post, sealed off the entire auction. And only set up a passage entrance, and set up the most advanced special security equipment, as well as 3 special demon dogs. The whole scene is like an enemy. Not to mention, the situation is really messed up, the strange thief hasn't seen the trace yet. There were a lot of people watching the bustle, and the whole evening bell auction was crowded with crowds who came to watch the bustle, and almost all traffic around it was paralyzed. In the evening bell auction house, an invited guest entered in an orderly manner. In order to ensure safety, the evening bell auction will dispatch a large number of security personnel to serve the guests who enter the venue one-on-one. At the same time, in the auction venue, a large number of reporters were broadcasting real-time video, and everyone was very excited. You must know that tonight's traffic and ratings are beyond imagination. Look at everyone, we are now in the evening bell auction venue. From here you can see that the invited guests are already entering the venue. The on-site security measures have reached an unprecedented level. It can be seen that the Evening Bell auction house paid a huge manpower price for the smooth progress of this auction. We also look forward to the smooth progress of the on-site auction. After all, this is about the mutated compatriots who are suffering. In the corner of, Wang Qi and Tang Su stood together. Tang Su stared at every guest who entered, trying to find suspicious persons from inside. It's a pity that I haven't gained much for a long time. In fact, don't worry. The entire Evening Bell auction house is heavily surrounded by people from the Security Bureau. The Evening Bell auction house has also strengthened a lot of security. Even Star Insurance has sent a professional team to guide security. If I were that a thief, he won't show up even if he is killed. Wang Qi said to Tang Su confidently. Not necessarily. Since he dared to send out the notice, he naturally expected that security would be strengthened later, and it is unlikely that he would give up like this. Isn't this slapped himself in the face? You're right, but I guess he must have not expected that things would be so violent. You must know that even Kundu's money from the Security Bureau came in person, and he was running wild under his nose. Isn't that looking for death? Beat yourself? Your face is better than lifeless. What you said is not impossible, but we'd better be careful. Miss Schwer is right, but you can rest assured that I am here. Even if that guy is looking for death, he won't be able to make waves. Wang Qi patted his chest and boasted. In the monitoring room of the Evening Bell auction house, Qian Weikan frowned and looked at the monitoring of various areas. At the same time, messages popped up continuously in his mobile phone. The first team area is normal. The 7th team area is normal. Qian looked at the watch in hand for Kun, only 1 hour left before the auction started. Everything is very normal up to now, there is no trace of abnormality, this should be a good thing in the first place. I don't know why the money has been uneasy for Kun. It went so well. Is there really no problem at all, the other party has already given up? Or, is it that you have overlooked something, and the other party has sneaked in? Big brother, everything is okay, that guy must be persuaded. A capable man said with a smile. Don't be careless, people walking by the river, there are no wet shoes, don't get somersault on it. You must know that this matter has been stabbed to the cusp of the storm, how many reporters are reporting, and how many eyes watching. We are not terribly embarrassed. We are afraid of embarrassing the Security Bureau. Qian reminded Kun solemnly. Big brother, you are right. The capable man hurriedly responded. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps, the door of the monitoring room was pushed open, and a very young guard hurried in. Brush! Qian Weikan and others all turned to look at the guard. What happened? Chapter 42. The guard was also taken aback, his expression stiffened, and he quickly explained in a panic. Nothing happened, everything is normal. Nothing happened, Zhang Dong, what are you doing in a panic? I told you to be prudent. Don't mind everyone, he is new here. At this time, an older guard captain walked up, patted Zhang Dong's head, and hurriedly opened his mouth. No, it's not. It's not something. The old captain wanted to kill this kid, so he said nothing. Let's talk, what's the matter? Kyun Wei Kun asked indifferently. Just received the notice, Miss Silva is coming to watch this auction. Zhang Dong said with difficulty. Hearing his words, the expressions of everyone present changed. Qian Weikan asked immediately. Where are people? I heard that it is coming soon, but I am not sure. For such an important matter, if you don't have to say it quickly, you are really going to be killed. Zhang Dong's captain almost passed out. Qian Weikan immediately said to everyone, notify everyone to strengthen their guard, absolutely not allow incidents that impact the auction house, and be careful not to let the thief enter in troubled waters. Clear. All the guards moved instantly. Qian Wei Kun's eyes became sharper, he felt more and more pressure, and Miss Silva appeared on this knot. Not only invisibly gave them a little more pressure, but also easily caused riots. You know she has a lot of fans, and there are many diehard fans in it. This is tantamount to increasing the difficulty of security for them. Not long after, a small spacecraft began to land in the dedicated docking area in the Evening Bell auction house. Chen Weisai and Kui Duo are already standing in the docking area and waiting. Kui Duo lowered his voice and said to Chen Weisai, "Why did Miss Sylvie come here in person? Didn't you say that she didn't come?" "Yes, she does not come under normal circumstances, but I tried to convince her." The corners of Chen Weisai's mouth rose slightly. "Why do you want to do this? Isn't this adding to the chaos? If there is something wrong with this, my career will be over, and you will not be better off." Kui Duo suddenly became anxious. "Don't be nervous, her appearance will only make the scene more chaotic, which is only good for us, but it is not harmful for us. Relax, everything is business as usual." "I see." Kui Duo's old face was crossed, gritted his teeth and replied, "Now he can only go one way to the dark." Boom! The small spacecraft successfully landed with a shake, and the exit hatch opened. Ziweir wore a thick plush cloak and walked down accompanied by Wang Yu. "Miss Silver, you are here." Chen Weisai and Kui Duo stepped forward to warmly welcome. "Sorry. Two people, came here in a hurry, didn't you trouble you?" "No, Miss Silver, you are here to participate in the Evening Bell auction. This is our greatest support. On behalf of the Evening Bell auction, I would like to express my sincere welcome to you." Gentleman Tredo saluted Silver. Chapter 57 Surprise. Silver bent slightly and responded gracefully to Kui Duo. "Thanks." Chen Weisai smiled and suggested, "I think it's almost time, and we should almost enter the arena." "Good." Sylvia nodded. So the group of them walked towards the auction. In the tavern, Shen Ye lay on the bar with a breath, almost falling asleep. Because of long-term lack of business, Shen Yi's biological clock just adjusted back to normal, practicing during the day and dozing off at night. When is the end of these boring and moneyless days? There was a sound of knocking on the tabletop of the bar. Shen Ye raised his head cleverly for a while, only to see Director Bai standing in front of the bar without knowing when. "Fuck, you are a ghost? There is no sound when you come in." "What nonsense, I walked in directly, you don't know what you are in a daze." Director Bai responded in an angry voice. It's on, I know, what's going on this time?" Shen Ye replied listlessly. Director Bai shook his head and didn't say much, but put a document in front of Shen Ye. "This is the latest notice from Star Tower, please check it out when you have time. Don't doze off, try harder." Okay. "Hey, I'm leaving." Director Bai shook his head helplessly and left. Shen Ye picked up the notice and took a look, then put it aside, and continued to lie down, thinking that there was an important notice. The result was just a notice to strengthen intelligence collection. The intelligence rewards were raised for a very simple reason, such as the unstable situation or something. Just when Shen Yi's eyes were almost closed and fell asleep. Squeak! The concealed tavern door was pushed open again, and Shen Ye said weakly, "What's the matter?" Excuse me, can I come in?" A nice voice penetrated into Shen Yi's ears, and Shen Ye immediately woke up and looked at the door. Stood a woman in a black trench coat at the entrance of the tavern. "Please come in." Shen Yi's first reaction was that it was great to have a guest, and he was able to make a black stroke again. After getting permission, the woman walked into the tavern and took off her trench coat, revealing a pretty face. Shen Yi's heart twitched fiercely, he tried his best to control his expression, not showing any strangeness. It's just that his heart is already like a river, unable to calm down. What the hell, Ye Han would actually be here. Is there something wrong with the delivery of the express? Shen Ye quickly recalled everything and every detail, and then everything was okay. "This lady, what do you need?" Shen Ye tried his best to maintain a calm expression, just like treating an unknown stranger. Ye Han did not answer Shen Yi's words, but looked at the familiar and unfamiliar furnishings around him, sinking into past memories. It used to be her most beautiful and warm haven, but everything changed later. When Shen Ye saw that Ye Han didn't speak, her heart was up and down. Which one is she singing? But having said that, this Ye Han is really not so pretty. If you think about it, you can guess that Ye Ning is not much different. No wonder there was no shortage of business in the past. After a long time, Ye Han recovered and said apologetically to Shen Ye, "Sorry, I was a bit distracted for a while. Bring me a bottle of dark beer." "Okay." Shen Ye took out a bottle of dark beer from the counter behind and handed it to Ye Han. Ye Han opened the dark beer and drank it silently. Shen Ye wiped the glass pretending to be nonchalant, and the chaotic heart gradually calmed down. He thought about it carefully, and there must be no mistakes in what he did, so don't worry. Not long after, Ye Han raised his head and looked at Shen Ye and said, "Sir, you should be the owner of this tavern." "Yes, is there any problem?" Shen Ye stopped to wipe the glass and looked at Ye Han. "No, I just want to ask you something." Ye Han knew very well that the young man in front of him should be the new curator appointed by Star Tower to succeed her mother. "You are not from the Star Tower, and I am not obligated to answer any of your questions. In addition, even if you are from the Star Tower, I don't have to answer your questions for free." Shen Ye had an idea and declined to say. Ye Han did not accidentally answer Shen Ye. She silently took out a wad of star coins from her pocket and placed it on the bar. "The owner, I know this is not compliant, but the thing I want to ask is very important to me. Please tell me the owner." "Go ahead." Shen Ye collected the money quietly. There was no way that it was too poor, it should be collected or it had to be collected. "I want to ask you, have you ever seen a woman who looks very similar to me come here?" Ye Han asked eagerly. "I can tell you responsibly, if someone who looks good like you appears in front of me, I will remember it very clearly." Shen Ye replied blankly. Ye Han was very disappointed after hearing Shen Yi's answer. There was only a glimmer of hope and it was lost. She went back to the tavern at the risk. The contact person of Star Tower sent her a pension and the news of the accident, and seriously warned her not to come here again. From then on, Ye Han never dared to approach this tavern again. And Ye Ning had been teaching Ye Han long before the accident, once she had an accident, never return to the tavern, and don't try to find her or try to avenge her. Before you are strong enough, stay in the Academy of Autumn as much as possible, because it is the safest place. Ye Han has always followed his mother's teachings, and has hardly left the Academy of Autumn in the past few years. Because of this, Ye Han was able to live safely to the present. If you say which place in the City of Autumn is the safest, then the Academy of Autumn is recognized. For at least 100 years, I haven't heard of anyone who dared to make trouble in the Academy. Thanks. Ye Han stood up very disappointed. Looking at Ye Han's lonely and sad expression, Shen Yi's expression moved slightly and then he spoke. "If I see it in the future, I will tell you. This is also a return for the reward you just paid." Ye Han's eyes flickered, and she turned and bowed to Shen Ye. "Thanks." Shen Ye didn't say anything, and continued to lower his head to wipe the glass, then Ye Han turned and left. Chapter 43. Evening Bell Auction. With the entrance of Miss Silver, the atmosphere inside and outside the auction reached its climax. As Qian worried about Kun, some crazy fans are already trying to come in. Normally, this is fine, because they can't rush in. The problem is easy to create confusion and give the thief a chance to sneak in. In the monitoring room, Qian gave Kun a wave of his hand and decisively issued an order. "Close the channel port." "But sir, there are still some guests who haven't entered the venue." An accompanying security captain was directly dumbfounded. There was still a while before the opening. "Then count them as late and can't enter the venue." Qianhuiqan is very tough, and there is no room for doubt. I can't do this, so I immediately asked Master Kui for instructions. The security captain hurriedly picked up the phone and walked to the corner to call Kui Duo. After a few words, the security captain came over and nodded to Qianhuiqan. Money waved Kun's hand. The order was passed on quickly. Chapter 58 Bidding. In the evening bell auction venue, Chen Weisai and Kui Duo personally escorted Silva into the venue. Just entering the venue, the guests present saw Silva entering the venue and applauded spontaneously. In their eyes, Silva is worthy of respect. In the crowd, there are many well-dressed young people with very excited expressions. They hold high the fluorescent sign of Silva's name. These are all fans of Silva, and their goal here is very simple, they are all for the necklace. But it seems that they are not all in a group. Of course, this is also normal, Silva has a lot of support groups. But all are spontaneously organized, there is no official, every initiator is a loyal fan. But they are in a competitive relationship with each other, so naturally they won't hold together. Sylvia bowed to everyone to express his gratitude. After all, many people came to her for the sake of her face at night. Go forward, your position is at the forefront. The Master Kui Duo smiled and guided. I have work. Sylvia responded. After a short while, Silva and the others moved into the front row. Kui Duo said with a smile. The time is almost up, the auction is about to begin, I will prepare for it, and I will be adjourned first. Thanks for your hard work. Ziweir nodded slightly. Kui Duo left, and soon after he walked onto the auction stage from the backstage, various lights began to turn around, all focusing on him. All reporters started filming and broadcast in real time. Kui Duo saluted everyone, then said with a smile on his face. On behalf of the Wanshong Auction House, I sincerely thank you distinguished gentlemen and ladies for coming. I hereby announce the official start of the auction. Slap! In the warm applause, the door of the auction hall slowly closed. Qianhuiqan and others also withdrew into the auction hall. They scattered to various locations in the auction hall. It can be said that the entire auction hall was like an iron barrel. In addition, in this auction room, Qianhuiqan had already been carpet checked, including all the light bulbs on his head. There is absolutely no problem. I believe everyone is very clear about the item in this auction, and that is Miss Silva's beloved necklace, the heart of the water mirror. And all the money from this auction will be used for charity. For this reason, Miss Silver deliberately rushed come to the auction site. I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. The evening bell auction will uphold the spirit of humanity and will provide services free of charge without charging any fees. Now I have the heart to ask the water mirror. After Kui Duo started the game very briefly, he waved his hand. In the center of the auction platform, a special metal pillar slowly rises. Then the head of the metal pillar began to split, and the heart of the water mirror kept inside was exposed, and the huge blue gem in the center gave off an orange star. The entire heart of the water mirror is protected by a transparent energy cover. Don't underestimate this metal pillar, this pillar is one of the big treasures of the Evening Bell Auction House. It is also made of high-grade strange stones of the type of tool stone. It has super protective ability and can be immune to many. The effect of strange stones. Wow! The people present exclaimed one after another, it was indeed very beautiful. I can see from everyone's exclaims that you are still very satisfied with such a treasure. I believe you are already impatient. So I am not talking about tedious nonsense. I announce the official start of the auction of the Heart of Water Mirror. The reserve price is 5000W, and the minimum price increase is 100W, and there is no upper limit. However, malicious bidding and failure to pay the order are prohibited. Kui Duo speeded up the process. Of course, this decision was not made by himself. He had also discussed the decision with Qianhuiqan and others. After all, the longer the delay, the easier it is to change. 5,000 W. Wang Yu was the first to raise his hand to bid. Mr. Kui Duo said with a smile on his face, "Thank you Mr. Wang Yu for his generous support, once every 5,000 W. 5,100 W. Someone spoke soon. 5,200 W. 7,000 W. 100,000,000. A famous noble and rich person raised their hands one after another, and even the representatives of the fans joined in. The competition is fierce for a while, as if money is not money. 130 million. Is there anything higher than this? Kui Duo asked in a loud voice, his wrinkled face was very excited. 1.5 billion. At this time, a voice shocked the entire auction venue. Everyone at the scene looked over. A greasy and rich middle-aged fat man raised the sign in his hand with a smile on his face. Mr. Weikai bid 150 million. Is there anything higher than this? It's too expensive, we don't have enough money, hey! It's over budget. Suddenly the whole auction hall fell into a whisper. The high price has made most people retreat. You must know that the purchasing power of Starcoin is very high. Is no one taller? Kui Duo patrolled everyone present, but unfortunately no one said anything. Wang Yu, who was sitting next to Silva, sighed. It's too high, I'm sorry, Miss Sylvie, I couldn't buy it for you. Silva shook his head and said to Wang Yu, it's okay, you shouldn't have cost you money. As for the auction to such a high price, I didn't expect that the general price of the 6th order auxiliary imperial weapon is about 100 million stars. Wandering. Now the price of the auction is the highest, and this is thanks to all the adults who came to participate in the auction for giving face. Actually, in my eyes, that necklace is priceless, because it is your beloved thing, and I only hate my limited ability. Wang Yu has a very self-blaming look. Wang Yu, you are wrong. It is my beloved thing, but it can be exchanged for so much money to rescue those low-level mutants who are suffering. I am also happy for it. Sylvia shook her head, her eyes very firm. 150 million stars once. 150 million stars twice. 150 million stars 3 times. Concluded. Congratulations to Mr. Weikai for his successful purchase of Underwater Mirror Heart, and thank him for contributing to charity. Kui Duo announced with a big smile on his face. Slap. There was warm applause at the scene. Thank you everyone. Weikai's bloated body stood up and waved to everyone in response. At this time, countless shots are directed towards Mr. Weikai, and almost all the families of Autumn Star are watching. Seeing this result, the corners of Chen Siwei's mouth rose slightly. At this time, an auction director took the payment machine and walked to Weikai. Weikai took out his bank card on the spot and swiped the card directly to pay. After showing successful payment, Kui Duo enthusiastically shouted, I would like to ask Mr. Weikai to come to the stage to receive the auction item. While everyone was watching, Weikai walked up to the auction stand happily. Wang Qi said to Tang Su, let me just say, that thief must not dare to come out, the general situation is sure that there will be no problems. After listening to Tang Su, he didn't say anything. It seemed that he should be fine. Of course, it is not entirely possible to say that the other party is sensational, maybe it is more to retreat. Chapter 59 Lost. On the other side, Jian Weikun's heart gradually settled down. Basically there is no problem, the other party should have given up. Of course, Jian Weikun will not relax until the last minute. He has been sitting in this position for a long time, and he hasn't seen anything. The last thing the car overturned is often seen. At this time, Weikai boarded the auction stage, and Kui Duo motioned him to stand still and wait for a while. At this time, 3 auction security directors walked out of the backstage. They walked up to the metal pillar and stretched out their hands to press on the special metal pillar. The metal pillars emit a special halo. Kui Duo also stretched out his hand and pressed it on it. It takes 4 people to open the metal pillar, and no one can open it without it, so it is impossible for Kui Duo to open it alone. As soon as the permission recognition passed, the energy screen of the metal pillar disappeared. Suddenly all the lights in the auction hall went out. A puff of smoke erupted from the auction stand. For an instant, the whole audience plunged into darkness. There was a panic on the scene. Qian gave Kun a fierce cheek, and he shouted immediately. "Don't move everyone, Li Kikui lights it up." Soon a white ball of light rose up, illuminating the dark auction room. Chapter 44. Qunwei Kun and Tang Su were the first to react, and immediately rushed to the auction table. Just when they rushed to the auction stage, the smoke had dissipated. I saw that the tray above the metal column was empty. Something is missing. Kui Duo looked at the disappearing necklace, his old face showed a look of horror, and said in fear. "Item, lost necklace." Immediately passed out. President. The supervisor next to hurriedly helped Kuita, who had passed out. Qunwei Kun's face is ugly, his entire left hand is shaking slightly. He clenched his teeth, and if he couldn't find the necklace today, the security bureau's face would be completely lost. Tang Su stood on the auction stage, looking around. There is no suspicious person on the stage. If the thief came up to take it when the light was off, then where did he hide? It's so weird. Really lost. Wang Qi reacted and ran up hurriedly. Tang Su said to Wang Qi, "Lost it." At this time, the security staff also rushed up. They looked at the missing pallet and didn't know what to do for a long time. "What should we do, Chief?" Qian gritted his teeth for Kun and said, "Search, everyone searches. Oneself also searches. Things must be in the auction room." "No, Director, if we really search, then the consequences will be serious," a team member reminded anxiously. "Just kidding, all the people who come here to participate in the auction are upper-class people. How can they search casually? When the time comes, complaints will not be piled up. And if it is found out, it's okay. If it doesn't come out, it's called detiao." How could Qian Weikan not understand this truth? Now he has no choice at all. "Search me." "Yes." In the tavern late at night, Shen Ye held his chin with one hand and breathed. He regrets it a bit. He knew he shouldn't give Zioha and Luo Yun a vacation at the same time. As a result, the two of them went upstairs to rest, making them watch them alone. But forget it, today I finally smashed another sum of money. I have to say that Sister Yehan is quite generous in her action. She gave 10,000 stars as a reward, and finally got some blood back. The bored Shen Ye took out his mobile phone and prepared to play. As a result, the boss eyes stared, with the expression. "I saw a random news pop up on the phone, all about Kai Pai Kid. The mysterious thief shocked the sky to steal the heart of the water mirror. Is it moral depravity, or the strongest thief in history is born? The shocking thief was born." Shen Ye shook his head, and he was completely awake. He hurriedly clicked on the news, browsed one by one, but the more he looked at it, the darker his face became. The night bell auction really went wrong. The heart of the water mirror necklace was lost when the auction was completed. The security bureau at the scene forcibly searched everyone, but was surprised that the water mirror necklace was not found. Shen Ye opened a video, and saw the president of the evening bell auction, pale and weak, sitting on the sofa and speaking to the reporter. "I am really sad. I didn't expect that the thief who issued the notice was so rampant that he would publicly provoke the security bureau and steal the heart of the water mirror." "Chairman Kuide, do you mean that the heart of the water mirror stolen this time is the thief who issued the notice?" "It's not him, who has such great ability. This is simply crazy. Even Miss Silva used to steal the necklace for charity." Shen Yi's face gets darker as she looks at it. "What's the situation?" "The basin is directly on his forehead." "And many more." Shen Ye suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly retrieved the photo of the missing heart of the water mirror necklace from the internet. Look carefully. The more I look at the result, the uglier Shen Yi's face becomes, and a very bad premonition keeps emerging. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Shen Yi hurriedly began to inquire about the causes and consequences of the auction of the heart of water mirror. Miss Silver has been doing charity all the year round, and has few remaining assets, so she put out her beloved necklace, the heart of the water mirror, for auction. In order to maximize the auction price and promote the development of charity, she specifically asked the philanthropist Chen Weisai to take charge of the auction. Chen Weisai is very familiar with President Kui Duo of the Evening Bell auction. Through President Kui Duo, he will send things to the Evening Bell auction for publicity and auction, and save the handling fee. As soon as he saw Chen Weisai's name, Shen Ye immediately gave initiation and immediately understood what was going on. That water mirror necklace was lost a long time ago. It was the one in his hand. Chen Weisai had done all this. It's a pity that I figured it out. Shen Ye Club can't stand up and blame him now. Let alone whether anyone believes it. What good is it if someone really believes it after a 10,000 step back? The most important thing is that the missing water mirror necklace is really in his hands. But what is this for? How did they fool everyone's eyes? Shen Ye is also angry and funny now. This black pot hit his forehead, let alone really hit the person, not at all wronged. 3 days later, a large number of people were sitting in the conference room of the Evening Bell auction. Kui Duo, Chen Weisai, Ziweir, Wang Yu, Wai Kai, and the director of Star Insurance Company Zhang Yi sat in the front row. The atmosphere on site was very solemn. Kui Duo sighed and broke the silence first, and he bowed to Silver. Miss Silver, on behalf of the Evening Bell auction, I apologize for this incident, but don't worry, our Evening Bell auction will be responsible for this matter. Sylvia shook his head and said tiredly. Mr. Kui Duo, you are serious. Thank you for your understanding. Kui Duo turned his head to look at Wei Kai and bowed again. Mr. Wei Kai, on behalf of the Evening Bell auction house, I also apologize to you. We did not expect this to happen. Don't talk about anything else, I have already paid for that necklace. According to the process, the thing is mine, and now the thing is gone. Don't think about it and let it go. Wai Kai replied very annoyed, with an aggressive look. Chapter 60 Negotiation. I understand this, you can rest assured that we will give you a satisfactory explanation. There is no proof, I will get the result now. Either you get the necklace back to me, or follow the rules of the auction house and refund 1 for 3. Wai Kai said angrily. Hearing Wei Kai's words, Kui Duo's face was very ugly. Even Star Insurance and the others couldn't sit still, Zhang Yi said quickly. Return 1 and pay 3? This is too much. Let's discuss it together. Don't be so angry. Anything to discuss, the rules are like this. Wai Kai was completely unmoved. The discussion was deadlocked for a while. At this moment Miss Silver stood up and said to Wei Kai. Mr. Wei Kai, can you hear me say something? I don't listen to other people's words, but of course Miss Silver's words must be heard. I admire you very much. Wai Kai saw Miss Silver speak, her attitude changed 180 degrees. I believe that no matter who it is, I don't want to make this happen, and the auction has done my best. Mr. Wai Kai, I hope you can look at my face and don't get angry and negotiate. Silver said to him sincerely. Since Miss Silver has spoken, then I am not the kind of unreasonable person. So let me take a step back. Even if the transaction I paid is successful, I won't let you return it. You should pay I pay her for Miss Vale's money. As for what you can't hand over, that's what happened between me and your auction. According to the rules, you have to compensate me at least 3 times the loss. This is the bottom line, and I will never back down. Wai Kai said strongly. After listening to Kui Duo, he discussed with the other directors of the auction. After a while, Kui Duo said to Wai Kai, Thank you, Mr. Weikai, for your understanding. You can rest assured that our evening bell auction will definitely pay you this amount as promised. Okay. In that case, you can settle the rest by yourself. After saying that, Weikai stood up directly and left with someone. Kui Duo then turned to look at Star Insurance Company Zhang Yi and said, Mr. Zhang Yi, you have also seen that the heart of the water mirror is indeed lost. And it seems that it will be impossible to find it in a short time, and all the people in the Security Bureau now, you can verify the real situation with them. Our evening bell auction will hope that your Star Insurance Company can perform the insurance compensation as agreed. Because the heart of the water mirror was covered by a huge amount of insurance before it was auctioned off. Zhang Yi said to Kui Duo with an ugly expression, Mr. Kui Duo, things are indeed lost. Under normal circumstances, we do have to compensate. But you are also at fault for this matter. From the moment the notice is issued, you are actually the risk should have been considered, and the auction has been suspended. Mr. Zhang Yi, we have considered the risk. The problem is that at that time, no one knew how much the thief had. At the same time, we also strengthened security. For this reason, people from the Star Tower and the Security Bureau participated in the security, and the overall risk was taken. Responding. Yes, it did happen in the end, but it cannot be said that it was our responsibility. From the point of view of legal obligations, we did not have a major fault. There are no major faults and there are minor faults. Zhang Yi didn't mean to back down. Well, we can't say that our evening bell auction is not at fault. Our evening bell auction is also willing to provide 150 million Sing coins as compensation. We hope that Star Insurance will provide 300 million Sing coins as compensation. Compensate Mr. Weikai. Kui Duo proposed a compromise solution. Zhang Yi turned his head to discuss with the colleagues behind him and said, I went out to ask my superiors for advice. After all, this matter is a bit serious, and it's not something we can call the shots. Good. Kui Duo didn't say much. After all, the insurance amount involved more than 100 million yuan. So it is normal to seek the opinions of superiors. Zhang Yi walked out of the conference hall and made a call at the door. After a while, Zhang Yi walked in and said to Kui Duo and others, I have reported the entire situation to the senior management of Star Insurance. The meaning of the above is very simple. After all, this auction was held by Miss Siweer. In the charity auction, how can you give Miss Sivel a face? After all, this is a good deed. So since Mr. Weikai is willing to make a deal as a deal, you don't have to give it back. And Miss Sivel can also get the money for charity. At the same time, the evening bell auction is also willing to take a responsibility, and Star Insurance Company will not say anything. We are willing to fulfill our obligations and compensate 300 million stars. Of course, we will also urge the Autumn Star Security Bureau to do its best wanted for the instigator this time, and at the same time looking for the lost heart of the water mirror. This is the end of the matter. Thank you, Master Zhang Yi. After Kui Duo listened, his old face was also relaxed. Then let's go first. Zhang Yi was not staying either, and left with someone. Kui Duo turned around and bowed to Silver, with an apologetic expression on his face. I'm sorry, Miss Silver, let you watch a joke. I can see that you have tried your best. In fact, it is me who really should apologize. After all, this happened because of me, and you are also purely voluntary to help. And anyway, I also got the auction money and can continue to do charity activities. Generally speaking, I owe you all, thank you very much. Miss Silva is serious. This is all within our ability. It is our honor to be able to serve you. Chapter 45. Then I won't say anything anymore, we have to leave too. You go slowly. Kui Duo replied respectfully. Chen Weisai said to Wang Yu, then Mr. Lao Wangjia will send Miss Ziweer back. I will stay to help President Kui Duo and deal with the follow-up matters. This is natural. Wang Yu replied happily. After a while, everyone in the meeting room left, leaving only Kui Duo and Chen Weisai. The corner of Chen Weisai's mouth raised slightly and said to Kui Duo, "Look, it's seamless as I planned. Although the matter has come to an end, I am still not at ease. Qian Weikan and the people from Star Tower are still searching for clues. I am afraid of 10,000 things just in case." Kui Duo replied hesitantly. "What are you afraid of? Things are already lost." "This is true, the risk has been reduced a lot. I would rather not lower. According to the original plan, the money is ours, and the things are ours." Chen Weisai said this, his eyes flashed with violence. Kui Duo was also frightened by Chen Weisai, although his expression did not show, his heart trembled secretly. Then Chen Weisai's expression changed 180 degrees, showing a bright smile, reaching out and patted Kui Duo on the shoulder. "Don't worry, your share of money is indispensable. When the limelight passes, I will let Weikai break into your anonymous account." "Thank you, Chen Weisai." Kui Duo hurriedly responded. "No thanks, we are all our own, regardless of each other." The smile on Chen Weisai's face is also a little hairy. "Yes, yes. Okay, the rest is up to you, I believe you should know how to deal with it." Chen Weisai turned around and left after beating Kui Duo. Chapter 61 Hand Disability. A few days later, Shen Ye in the pub kept refreshing the latest developments about the Heart of the Water Mirror with his mobile phone. Soon after, he got updated headlines. The guard hall fought continuously for 72 hours, and it is still at a loss to this day. Searching the whole city, no clues to the Kaito kid were found. The strongest thief in history is born. Best news. Star Insurance Company and the Evening Bell auction will issue a sky-high compensation of 450 million stars. When he saw the news about compensation, Shen Ye frowned and said to himself, "There are too many compensations. Under normal circumstances, the compensation is 1-to-1. It is 3 times the compensation. If there are no tricks, I will write the name upside down." Shen Ye took a deep breath, tapping the bar lightly with his fingers. Then he used his cell phone to find out who took the picture of the Heart of the Water Mirror. Soon he found out that the Heart of the Water Mirror is the chairman of the Dalalo Group, Weikai. This guy is not a nobleman, but a very well-known wealthy businessman whose main business is real estate. Can be regarded as a very rich guy, but this guy's reputation is not generally bad. This kind of person will support charity, take the Heart of the Water Mirror at a high price, and even kill Shen Ye will not believe it. All the information gathered, the truth is very clear. If the necklace was exposed early and lost, the money belongs to Miss Silver. If the transaction is successful and the money is lost afterwards, the money will go to the buyer. Obviously, all of this was planned by that Chen Siwei alone, but it was that really happened to hit his forehead. Thinking of this, Shen Ye also tickles his teeth. Of course he is still very rational, because his current strength is too weak. This piece ends here in advance. Wait until I have a little plump wings, and then find the place. After making a decision, Shen Ye turned off the news and stopped paying attention, and reading it on would only make herself worse. I was idle and bored. Shen Ye opened the tavern app again, and a prompt box popped up as soon as he opened it. The year-end benefits, a 50% discount, and the countdown starts in 5 minutes. Shen Ye gave a sneer. When I'm an idiot, the ghost will be fooled by this kind of low-level marketing. A few minutes later, Shen Ye frantically pointed at the phone, and the screen was almost broken. "Yeah!" Then the phone rang with a crisp sound of gold coins, and the purchase settlement was successful. "I've been single for 50 years at the speed of hand. Who is stronger than me? Wow haha!" Luo Yun and Xiao Ha, who stood not far away, looked at Shen Ye who was laughing with a dull face. They all felt that the owner was bored to the point of insanity. "My lord, are you?" Luo Yun asked with some worry. Shen Ye turned the phone screen to Luo Yun and Xiao Ha. Look at how many things I grabbed, tisk tisk. Luo Yun looked over and exclaimed. These drinks are so cheap. That's 50% off. Buy it and earn it. Shen Ye laughed loudly. Anyway, the Star Tower family has a lot of business and it is absolutely impossible to deceive people. It is definitely a 50% discount, but it is a pity that it is not a 10% discount. Museum, your lord, you have a text message. What kind of text messages can there be? It must be harassing text messages. No, the text message says that your balance is only 500 stars. Luo Yun raised his head, his bright eyes blinked at Shen Ye. Shen Ye's face stiffened with a smile, twisted the phone, looked at the numbers on it, and suddenly felt bad. You must know that yesterday, in order to prevent himself from doing the stupid thing of burning money to extract the power of stars, he deposited all the cash on his body in the bank. Now there are only 500 stars left. It's over this time. The owner. Luo Yun kept shouting at Shen Ye in a daze. Shen Ye shook his head to recover, coughed, and said to Luo Yun. Little things, and money will soon be available. Let's all go to work. We will definitely welcome spring in our tavern. All right. Luo Yun replied dubiously. The Star of Creation, in the 100-meter-high domed glazed hall, the light is very dim. 4 figures dressed in loose general robes sit around a transparent and luxurious crystal table. Just then, the closed door was pushed open. Another figure in a loose general's robe walked in, and the air was unnaturally distorted wherever it passed. Rock, you are late. I know I'm late, but I bring a shocking news. Rock sat in the vacant position and said lightly. Interesting, is it possible that someone broke the sky? A burly general made a rough voice, full of interest in his words. Raimondo, don't you fear that the world will not be chaotic? Rock retorted in a cold voice. Since the sky hasn't broken, what can be shocking? We sit in the galaxy array. As long as the sky hasn't broken, everything is trivial. Raimondo replied with disdain. Rock doesn't care about Raimondo, just say anything if you want. We have our own judgment. At this time, a soft voice came from another thin figure. Rock didn't intend to keep hiding, either. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. You have heard more or less about the events of the Autumn Star charity auction, right? I thought you were going to say something, isn't it just an arrogant and limitless thief? Is there anything worth going on? Raimondo snorted coldly. Not necessarily. The security measures for the Evening Bell auction have always been very good. Although the guards are not very good, they are more or less powerful. And under the strict guard, they quietly steal, although it's not a big deal. But I told him in advance, which shows that his courage and strength should be good. The thin figure softly expressed his opinion. Making a big fuss. According to my opinion, maybe it's not how powerful the thieves are, or maybe it's those clowns who are guarding and stealing. Raimondo sneered coldly. This is the same as I guessed before. When I heard the news, I paid special attention to it. It felt very interesting. But the things that were lost later were a little weird. I also considered Raimondo's guess. I said, Rock, what do you want to say? Raimondo tilted his head to look at Rock, and asked in a deep voice. No matter how stupid he was, he could hear the problem. What I want to say is that I was just too busy to do anything, so I went to visit Master Xingyun's sacrifice. By the way, I begged Master Xingyun's sacrifice to fortune the missing water mirror necklace. I originally wanted to see which one is so powerful. The thief, who dare to openly provoke the alliance government to steal the necklace, or which dirty beam-jumping clown guarded and stole it. As a result, guess what I saw? Rock said with a hint of excitement in his voice. The other 4 people present showed varying degrees of movement. For such a small matter, you went to ask the Lord Xingyun's sacrifice for divination, are you crazy? Sometimes things go wrong, there must be demons, I just try my luck, I didn't expect to really run into a big fish, haha. Rock responded with a smile on his face. What is the result of divination? Raimondo changed his former ease. Chapter 62 Forced by Life. The result is that the heart of the water mirror is really lost. And the person holding the heart of the water mirror, Master Xing Yuji, cannot see his appearance, only a fuzzy shadow can be seen. Rock said something shocking. How is it possible? The divination technique used by Xing Yun to sacrifice to the Lord is unparalleled in the world. This is how few people in the world are immune to his divination. When will Autumn Star appear? Said in amazement that soft voice. So I said I ran into a big fish. I see, you mean that there is a new and powerful strange stone in the Star of Autumn. And there are people who get this strange stone, and they are making waves with that strange stone. Raimondo looked at Rock excitedly. Yes, that's what it means. Who do you think is appropriate to send? Chapter 46. Rock replied very surely. Who else will I send to deal with it? To give that guy nourishment to grow up? I will go down in person and shoot him to death. Raimondo stood up directly, his burly body like a mountain, with a terrifying thunder light all over his body, like a catastrophe of the world. At this moment, a slender thigh with jade-like skin straddled directly on the table in front of Raimondo. An enchanting voice came from a figure of Meow Man. Raimondo, are you planning to cross the boundary? The Star of Autumn is my place, when do you need to intervene? You, Raymond was speechless for a while, and finally let out a cold snort. The figure of Meoman stood up and said to Rock and others. I'll take care of this, so I won't bother you. After talking about that, Meoman figure walked towards the gate. When he stepped out of the gate and came to the outer hall. There are 5 rows of chairs in the outer hall, each with 2 vertical rows, and an extraordinary general is sitting neatly and upright. At the moment that Meoman's figure came out, 2 of the vertical rows of generals brushed and all stood up neatly. Go! The figure of Meow Man took the person and left directly. Autumn! Shen Ye sneezed fiercely and woke up his nose with a piece of paper. Is really unlucky, drinking cold water to dry between the teeth. Let's not talk about the fact that the previous orders emptied his savings, let's take the goods delivered by Star Tower as an example. Is simply cheating. The shelf life is less than 3 months. No wonder there will be a discount sale. In fact, it's not a big deal if you just change to a better business tavern, it won't take long for it to be digested. The problem is that this is a big trouble for Shen Ye, and now it makes him want to cry without tears. No matter how clever people in this world of my mother are, their routines are more silly than a play. There is no such thing as a bit stupid and cute. I even forgot the pit of the expiration date. My lord, are you better? Luo Yun put a cup of hot water in front of Shen Ye, looking at Shen Ye eagerly. They still have no business until now. If the owner of the museum becomes ill at this time, it will be over. Fine. After Shen Ye took a sip, his eyes still shed tears of regret. My lord, will we go bankrupt? Luo Yun's pitiful face is full of worry, you must know that the tavern is their home. Ahem, how could it be possible, when have you seen a pub close? Shen Ye choked directly. That's true too. Luo Yun smiled immediately after listening, indeed he had never seen the tavern close down. But she didn't notice Shen Ye's guilty expression at all. Shen Ye muttered inwardly, maybe it really goes bankrupt, even if it doesn't go bankrupt. I'm going to drink Northwest Wind soon. All his money has been put into the tavern, and the only 500 star coins left have also been taken out, almost spent. It's been half a month since the last purchase. There was no business for half a month. I wonder if there will be no business in the future. No, I must find a way to save myself. Originally, Shen Ye had also thought about it, first borrowed some money from Luo Yun and Xiao Ha to support him, but in the end he dispelled the idea. It's not that Shen Ye couldn't hold his face or something, but he found something. These 2 second goods have used all the money they earned to support other friends, and their pockets are cleaner than themselves. At this moment, Shen Ye finally realized what it means to bow his head for the sake of life. Shen Ye raised his head and took a long breath, raised his hand and slammed the table. Slap! Luo Yun and Xiao Ha were also taken aback, staring at Shen Ye intently. I have decided, let's start the live broadcast again. Shen Ye announced solemnly. But the owner, we have opened several times and no one has watched it all the time. Luo Yun Cc reminded. This time is different. I have already summed up the reasons for the failure. I will make major adjustments. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success, so this time I will definitely succeed. How to adjust? I decided that you will be the anchor this time. Shen Ye stretched out his finger to Luo Yun. What? Luo Yun was also dumbfounded. I can only sacrifice you for the tavern. But I can't. Don't worry, I will, let me teach you. Shen Ye said confidently, the previous anchor failed to set up, and the truth is that he is a man, if he is changed to Luo Yun, there is absolutely no problem. Just do it, after a while tossing over. Luo Yun changed into a maid and walked out of the bathroom, and Xiao Ha also changed into a waiter's clothes. Shen Ye looked at the two and nodded very satisfied. As expected, they depended on clothes and horses on saddles. After changing the clothes, it really felt different. Come on, Luo Yun, stand in the middle, looking at the phone camera. You listen to me, as long as someone comes in, you can kindly call out to welcome brother XXX or sister XXX to the live broadcast room. After that, just start chatting. It's okay if you don't, I'll stand by and give you a hint. Shen Ye specially prepared a writing board and pen for reminders. Good. Luo Yun plucked up the courage and nodded, and walked to the middle of the camera. In order to help the curator, she also gave it up. That started. Shen Ye clicked the screen of the phone, and the live broadcast started. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. The 3 heads of Shen Ye were almost in front of the screen of the phone, and Nima was still unoccupied. This traffic is too bad, right? Shen Ye prayed silently in his heart, hurry in and some people, or else he would really drink northwest wind. I don't know if Shen Ye's prayers have worked, or whether it's turning around from time to time. In the next second, someone really came in. I saw on the public screen a tourist named Open the Door and Send Express entered the live broadcast room. Haha, a fish came in. Shen Ye and Xiaoha quickly stepped back, Luo Yun shouted in a hurry. Welcome to Open the Door to deliver the courier to the live broadcast room. Followed by a line of response words popped up on the public screen. Wow, the anchor is so cute. Luo Yun's little face became even more red, and his little hand was so nervous that he didn't know where to put it. Chapter 63. Shen Ye quickly raised the writing sign. Thank you for your compliment, Brother Express. Luo Yun hurriedly responded. At this moment, a firework bounced out instantly. Luo Yun looked dumbfounded, so now is the gift? Oi! Shen Ye made an excited gesture, a firework 200-star coin, deducted the platform rake and got 100. There is food for this week. At this time, another message popped up. Does the girl have any talents? What? Luo Yun then looked at Shen Ye with his eyes asking for help. Shen Ye met Luo Yun with his eyes and motioned to her not to panic. He wrote a few words on the writing board. Small, what I do, you follow me, absolutely no problem. Luo Yun read the words written by Shen Ye, and was immediately full of information. Since the master of the museum said that, there must be a way, so she said. Have. I saw Shen Ye walking behind the erection, facing Luo Yun. Then began to demonstrate for Luo Yun. For the cost of living, Shen Ye also worked hard, taking out all the hottest moves that I saw in the short video in his previous life. I saw Shen Ye take a deep breath, put his left hand on his hips, lift his right hand, and then began to twist left, right, and buttocks again. Went on to blow a kiss. Luo Yun immediately flushed to the extreme when he saw it, and Xiao Ha was shocked to stay where he was. But soon, Luo Yun still twisted with Shen Ye. Don't say it. Luo Yun was already petite and cute, plus cat ears and a maid outfit on his body. Is simply extra points to the extreme. It's jerky, but it's still very good looking. Just when Luo Yun followed in circles, Shen Ye suddenly noticed a problem. Luo Yun didn't seem to grow a cat's tail yet. He couldn't help but stared at Luo Yun's to see if he was wrong. If it doesn't grow out, it means it hasn't been completely demonized yet. Luo Yun inadvertently noticed Shen Ye's eyes, his neck was red. Cute. So cute. A group of balloons immediately appeared on the public screen. Balloon *1. Balloon *2. Chapter 47. Looking at the screen gift, Xiao Ha shouted excitedly. Swipe it, so many gifts. Shen Ye was almost laughing and blooming. He recovered and continued to demonstrate the following actions to Luo Yun, twisting even more. Hey! Turn your head to the right, raise your chest deeply, and raise your hips back. Not to mention, it's really enchanting enough. Squeak! There was a sound of pushing the door that made people sour their teeth. Xiao Ha turned to look at the door, looked at the people who came in, and said to Shen Ye very happily. My lord, a guest is here. Shen Ye heard Xiao Ha's shout and twisted his face with a smile, and then the whole person petrified in place, and the smile on his face suddenly became uglier than crying. I saw a burly man with thick eyebrows and vertical eyes standing at the entrance of the tavern with an oversized suitcase in his hand. He looked at Shen Ye angrily, his muscles swelled in a state of rage. Shen Ye. Second brother, listen to my explanation, I am. Shen Ye suddenly felt the world go round and round, so unreal. His second brother Shen Kui unexpectedly appeared in the tavern suddenly, and he was hit, it was over. That's it. Luo Yun, who was live streaming, also stopped inexplicably, and Xiao Ha also looked confused. Ah! After a while, Shen Ye, beaten into a pig's head, knelt on the ground, holding his head in both hands. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha also knelt beside them. Look at what you are doing. Didn't you come out to start a business? Where did you start your business? When you started dancing openly, you created this business. It's a shame. Skin. Second brother, I was wrong, you must not tell your family, or I will be finished. Shen Ye replied with a sad face. When you are afraid that you will do it like this. You can't call home if you don't have money. You have to do all these messy things. I am not dedicated to art. Also art. Come home with me immediately. Don't you brother, in fact, what you see is only the surface. Art is only a small part of my entrepreneurial venture. I actually have a serious job. You see, I run such a big pub. And it's still a star tower. A certified tavern, no matter how big or small it is to be a public official, this is a legitimate job. Tavern owner? Just your little body. I think you feel too moisturized to live. Shen Kui shouted at Shen Ye. Shen Ye's ears are almost deaf, as for the reaction so intense. Second brother, you can't say that, I am the real master of the Star Tower. Shen Kui darkened his face, took a deep breath, calmed down the urge to beat Shen Ye violently, and said to him. I don't care if you are the owner of the museum or not, in short, don't do it and come home with me. You see how you are mixed up, it is better to squat at home and accept family arrangements and work. More than 10,000 stars a month, isn't the salary fragrant? The Star of Autumn is a first-class star, and it is also the 4 neutral areas of the alliance government. The salary of the people here is the same as the top salary. The consumption here is expensive, and the consumption of our Qun Empire is very low. What else do you have? Dissatisfied? Okay. If you are really dissatisfied, the big deal is that I will tell your elder brother, and you can also put you in him, let him arrange a better position for you, and double your salary. Is this strong? Don't, brother, don't tell your eldest brother. I won't go back, I'm fine here. Shen Yi's head is shaking like a rattle, joking, although it's messy here, it's a bit dangerous to be the owner of the museum, but the opportunity to leverage. Not to mention, he now understands the role of his original zero, he needs to collect a lot of strange stones, go home and make a fart. Xiaohua and Luo Yun watched Shen Kui's scolding at the curator, but they didn't dare to say anything, and they trembled at the side. They could clearly feel the explosive power from Shen Kui's body, which was instinctive fear. More than an hour later, after Shen Kui and Shen Ye stalemate to no avail, Shen Kui could only give up temporarily and said angrily, "Get up!" Shen Ye got up like an amnesty, ran behind Shen Kui for a while, pinched his shoulders and laughed. "Thank you, second brother, I know you are the best, won't you secretly sue me? You don't want to tell me, just go home with me." I said, "Second brother, didn't you go around again? I said I won't go home anymore. I never agreed that you will not go home." Shen Kui replied unceremoniously. "I know your second brother is the best. By the way, second brother, my eldest brother didn't come, right? Your eldest brother is very busy, how could he come over in time?" Shen Kui replied sullenly. Hearing this, Shen Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the eldest brother did not come, otherwise he would be finished, with his violent temper. If you know this, you won't be able to explode. Although they all love me, they started their hands in a rage. They broke their hands and went to the hospital and saw ghosts alive. By the way, second brother, why did you come here suddenly, and how did you find me? Shen Ye suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the second brother very confused. He had never heard of him coming over before. Chapter 64. I'm here to do something on the Star of Autumn. As for what is the difficulty in finding you? I have a brother who is in the Star of Autumn who specializes in intelligence. Shen Kui said nonchalantly. That's the case, it's rare for your second brother to come, live with me first, I'll let Luo Yun tidy up the room for you. Well, that's it for now. Shen Kui didn't say much. Shen Ye turned to look at Luo Yun and Xiaohua who were kneeling, and asked with a dazed expression. Why are you kneeling with you? My second brother is not training you. Oh, yes, the curator. Luo Yun and Xiaohua quickly got up. Go and tidy up a cleaner room for my second brother, and then you can go to rest. After tossing all night, you are also tired. Shen Ye said to the two. Okay. Luo Yun and Xiaohua nodded in response, and then hurried to clean up. Shen Ye hurriedly asked the second brother to sit down, and he went to the bar and picked up a bottle of Galdlon spirits, which was also the most expensive wine in his purchase. 50% off will cost more than 1,000 stars. Shen Ye poured a glass for the second brother, and then took out some peanuts. Hey, most of the night, and nothing to eat, that's all. I said, you kid, when did I pay attention to these? Shen Kui didn't care at all, he picked up the wine glass and took a big sip. Shen Ye consciously picked up a bottle of dark beer and drank it. I said, brother, I don't quite understand. Why do you have a good day at home, but you have to go outside and mix? You and your second brother will tell you the truth, if you are wronged, your second brother will help you. Shen Kui still feels bad about Shen Yi's business. In fact, it's okay. I really came out to start a business for my dream. I can't stay at home and grow old every day. Shen Ye explained helplessly. What's wrong with being old? You are not the only one in the family squatting and gnawing. Hey, you still don't tell the truth to your second brother, but even if you don't tell me, I know what's going on. You must be because of the marriage. This is also a headache. Your marriage is indeed a little bit fixed. It's too much, and the situation is very embarrassing now. The Qun Empire imperial family is not easy to say because of the face of the Shen family. After all, they licked their faces and asked for it. When the Qun kingdom's 7th princess was born, it's not surprising. But you are different. You didn't cry or make trouble when you were born. Later, it's even more remarkable. It's just like a monster, and you have opened your mind very early. Don't say that you are far ahead of your peers, even if you are an adult. They may not be as good as you. The family has confessed you as a genius, and everyone is envious. Ah, it's a pity. I don't know if it's a jealous talent or something. When it comes to cultivating, it will start to have problems. You will not be able to cultivate. In fact, this is nothing at all. After all, people can't be perfect, everyone. I've thought that it's not a big deal if the qualifications are not good. After all, your IQ is absolutely outstanding. But it will be worse later. As time goes by, your IQ will not increase and become extremely mediocre. Don't say that the family can't accept it. I wonder if you have changed another person, the gap is too great. Shen Kui shook his head and said while drinking, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. The corners of Shen Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and the smile on his face was also a little stiff. In fact, he wanted to vomit inside. MMP Lao Tzu's original stone squatted there. It was if I could practice well, and I didn't know how to use the original stone at the time. As for IQ, there is no problem at all. He has adult intelligence from birth, of course it is an evildoer. After growing up, of course it's just so-so. The intelligence of this world is generally stronger, so make a hammer. Also came down to a better family, without the large-scale family fights of other novels, and at best it was just gossip. Otherwise, I guess I don't know how tall the grass grows. Second brother, I don't care, what do you care about? Shen Ye interrupted quickly. Can you not care? I now doubt whether the doll you ordered has killed you. I have given your luck to the 7th princesses of Qun Kingdom. The 7th princesses, who were originally ordinary, look like after opening Huizhen, the longer the person gets, the more beautiful he is, and his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds, and he directly enters the key class of the Academy of Autumn for further study. Shen Kui has of a face. Shen Ye smiled even more embarrassed, and he couldn't explain the real situation. As for the adoption of luck, it is pure nonsense. Those 7 princesses are normal geniuses. Who knows everything at 1 year old? Then it's not called a genius, it's called an evildoer, and it can be killed directly. Don't worry, I'm not doing well now. You don't need to explain to me, I know. The main purpose of your coming to the Star of Autumn is not to see if there is a chance to approach her, I understand. I understand all of them. But brother, you don't need to do this. The family and the Qun imperial family decided that it was not so easy to dissolve. To dissolve was to hit the Shen family in the face, and also the royal family's own face. I had heard the family elders say before that the patriarch intends to continue this marriage. After all, it's a marriage, even if the 7th princess doesn't want to, she must be willing. Don't worry, we will support you. You can wait for the beauties to return. When the time comes, you can cook rice and cook mature rice. Shen Kui patted his chest and said to Shen Ye. Shen Yi's head hurts even more, and he can't laugh or cry. Did his second brother misunderstand something? The ghost knew that she had also come to Autumn Star to study. He really didn't come here for her. Second brother, it's not what you think. Shen Kui drank the spirits in the glass and said to Shen Ye. You don't want to say, I won't force you, but if you listen to what the second brother said, turn around and follow me. Don't talk about this, second brother, you drink more. Shen Ye quickly hit haha. The next morning, Luo Yun woke up in a daze. She looked outside the window, and the gloomy sky was slightly bright. Tug! Tug! The noisy voice kept coming. Luo Yun rubbed his eyes, a little confused. Who had gotten up so early? It was her that usually appeared in the tavern. The owner and them all slept until about noon. Even if there are special things to get up early, it will be more than 9 o'clock at the earliest, but now it is estimated to be more than 5 o'clock in the morning. Not long after, Luo Yun followed the voice and walked to the backyard of the tavern. The boss who had dim eyes in his pajamas. I saw Shen Kui bare upper body, horse stance, and fists full of explosive power. Punch after punch. Shen Ye stood by and followed Zama, but his legs were shaking. Before Zama step, he had already run more than 20 laps around the yard. Very good, the warm-up is over, the next step is the passionate actual combat. After Shen Kui finished speaking, he turned to face Shen Ye. The two bowed to each other. Then Shen Kui rushed up. Chapter 48. Luo Yun raised his little hand to cover his eyes, even a little afraid to look. Chapter 65 Life. 2 hours later, Shen Ye and Shen Kui were sitting at the dining table. Shen Ye kept rubbing his arms. Nima was in pain. Thanks to the second brother's measure, he hadn't greeted his face yet, otherwise he was estimated to be him. Already lying in bed, unable to move. He invited Shen Kui to drink last night, except to catch the wind. In fact, there is a deeper abacus, just thinking of getting my second brother drunk, don't pull him for devil training the next morning and early in the morning. The result is obvious, the plan has fallen through. Zioha and Luo Yun set up breakfast. Eggs, rice porridge, vegetables, pickles, big buns. Looks very rich, but in fact it is very ordinary. According to the customs of the Shen family in the past, how can a cultivator eat so lightly? You must have fish and meat in your meals, and you have to eat a big bite, so that you can grow muscles and be strong. Shen Kui also saw that Shen Ye was in despair, but he didn't say anything. People are good looking. Shen Ye said to Zioha and Luo Yun, sit down and eat together. Is it okay? Luo Yun was a little afraid, after all, Shen Kui was sitting opposite, she instinctively feared him. If there is anything wrong, my brother can just say yes. Shen Kui didn't care about this. Although the environment in which he lived since childhood was very particular about these messy and tedious etiquette and rules, but after he finished his studies in the academy, there were not so many things. Luo Yun Zioha sat down a little hesitantly, and the four of them started to eat. At the dinner table, Shen Ye asked Shen Kui tentatively. Second brother, how long do you plan to stay here this time? If you ask so much what to do, I will naturally take you away when I finish the work. Ahem, when I didn't ask. Shen Ye hit haha in response. That is, in a few minutes, Shen Kui will have finished eating. The whole bowl was cleaner than the face, and the buns on the table disappeared. Shen Ye has long been used to it. He has always eaten the slowest one, and his appetite is the most normal. It's that Luo Yun and Zioha's mouths can't close together. It's the first time they have seen someone eating so fast. This is an extra large bowl. There are so many buns on the table that have also been wiped out. Hurry up and eat, I'll take you to buy some things after eating. Shen Kui looked at the three of Shen Ye with his arms folded, and said without any doubt. Yes, yes. Not long after, Shen Ye and the others went out to buy together after eating. Shen Kui's goal is very clear, which is the largest supermarket in the nearby area, and he trot over with the three of Shen Ye. It didn't take long to arrive at the gate of the supermarket, and there was a lot of people flow here. Shen Kui said to the three of Shen Ye. Today we are going to the supermarket. You can move as many as you can. I will pay for all of them. You don't have to be polite to me. Is it okay? Luo Yun and Xiao Ha are a little dumbfounded. Shen Ye reminded them with a smile. Don't thank my second brother yet, this is a rare opportunity. Don't be polite with him, he is much richer than me. Thank you Lord Shen. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha reacted and thanked them very excitedly. The four walked into the supermarket. A few hours later, with a full shopping bag hanging, he walked towards the tavern. We buy so many things, we can eat for several weeks. Luo Yun said excitedly, because in the past, apart from entertaining guests, she had bought so many things for the first time. If you save some food for a month, it's okay. Xiao Ha very happily echoed. What a week, this is a 3-day meal. You don't have to be polite. Eat as much as possible. You will grow meat if you eat too much, and you will gain muscles if you grow meat. A man with muscles is a real man with explosive power. Shen Kui carried a whole slaughtered cow with one hand, and corrected Luo Yun's thoughts. Master Shen Kui is amazing. Both Luo Yun's eyes appeared to worship the little star. Shen Yeden held a shopping bag full of daily necessities in his hand, and pinched the corner of his eye with the other hand. The egg hurts. It is estimated that in a while, Luo Yun and the others will be replaced. Shen Ye wondered if the second brother came here to demolish his stage. Of course, he would not say such complaints. Don't worship me, as long as you are like me, eat more meat and exercise more. You will become as strong as me. Master Shen Kui, can we exercise with you? Xiao Ha said admiringly. Of course it's okay. The best plan for a day lies in the morning. We get up early every morning and exercise hard, so that we can continue to strengthen ourselves. We will become stronger. Shen Ye shrugged helplessly, but fortunately, he will have 2 more companions tomorrow. Suddenly Xiao Ha, who was chatting with Shen Kui, froze, and the shopping bag in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. I saw a litter of mutants in the distance surrounded by groups of people holding various weapons. They were constantly beaten and tortured, and there were several dead bodies lying on the ground. Xiao Ha's eyes reddened suddenly. Stop it! He rushed up a little irrationally. Little Ha! Luo Yun yelled to Xiao Ha anxiously, wanting him not to be impulsive. It's a pity that Xiao Ha completely lost his mind at this time and rushed towards the confined crowd. Shen Yexin sinks secretly. He recognized at a glance that the group of people who banned the mutant was not someone else, but Zhang Kun's group. They suspended the search for necklaces before, it should be just to avoid the limelight, so the auction went on as scheduled. Now that the wind has passed, they will naturally continue to search for the lost necklace. And unfortunately, these guys found Xiao Ha in their nest. Of course, the search is not a big deal, the problem is also a murder. Several minions saw Xiao Ha rushing towards him, and waved his hand sharply towards him with a vicious face. Xiao Ha dodges the attacking sharp blade dexterously, hits one minion in the face with a punch, and kicks the other minion back and forth. In an instant, several minions were thrown to the ground, moaning in pain. At this time, a man with scars on his face was holding a dagger, and he quietly touched it from behind Xiao Ha, and at the moment he approached, he raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed him toward his neck. There was a crisp gunshot. Blood spattered. Xiao Ha was startled and turned to look back. I saw the man with scars all over his face fell down with an unwilling expression on his face, and a shocking hole was punched in his back. The minions rushing up all around had a pause and stopped. They looked at the scarred man who fell on the ground in horror. Zhang Kun, who was torturing the mutant, stopped and walked over with a gloomy face. He was seeing the scarred man in a pool of blood. He raised his head and looked at Shen Ye, the culprit, his eyes full of irritation and fierceness. Master Shen Pavilion. Oh, isn't this Zhang Kun, I said, who is such a big show? Shen Ye walked to the side of Xiao Ha, and pressed Xiao Ha's shoulder to signal him to retreat. Master Shen, what do you mean? You actually killed my man. I should ask you, what do you mean? Who allowed you to search here? Chapter 66 Face. Hey, we are under the order of Master Chen Yisai to search for the missing thing. Master Shen, you should be very aware of this matter. I know very well, but the search is searched, who made you kill? This is just a bunch of dispensable mutants. Yes, but you killed the person I sheltered. Are you not allowed to fight back? The mutant behind you is looking for death. I also think your people are looking for death. Very well, it seems that you did it deliberately. You killed my person today. If you don't give me an explanation, no one will want to leave. Zhang Kun showed a fierce face all over his face. Since you say that, there is nothing to say. Shen Yi's expression also went cold. Okay, let me see how good you are. Zhang Kun was so angry that he laughed back. Of course, he didn't mean to despise Shen yet. After all, he was the curator of the Star Tower, and he still had some skills. In an instant, a purple strange stone embedded in the back of Zhang Kun's right hand lit up, bursting out with a bright light. His whole body was burning with raging flames, and in an instant transformed into a burning Raksha ghost. When the minions around saw this scene, they all stepped back in fear, how far away they were. Jiangkan leaned down slightly, slammed on the ground, and rushed towards Shen Ye very quickly. Second brother. Shen Ye pulled Xiao Ha back behind Shen Kui without saying a word. Shen Kui shouted violently. The whole body was shocked, and the clothes on the upper body were directly torn apart. A grey strange stone embedded in his chest lit up, emitting a purple light, and his whole body hardened in an instant. Zhang Kun was approaching the moment, his claws swept across. Shen Kui lifted his left hand and hardened it directly. Zhang Kun was also very surprised in his heart, but he didn't have to think about all this, he felt the danger coming. The fist mixed with the violent wind has already smashed over. Zhang Kun's agile body crooked. Shen Kui's fist fell directly to the ground. Click! The whole ground collapsed. Chapter 49. Xiaoha and Luo Yun both looked dumbfounded. Jiangkan's eyes were full of gloom, and the dark road attacked fiercely. If it was hit, it would be choking. But I want to hit him with this speed, naive. As expected, Shen Kui's fist slammed into Zhang Kun like a storm. But Zhang Kun dodged very quickly, and then he jumped back and pulled a distance. Suddenly, the whole person was like a ghost, spinning around Shen Kui, and all the ground burned up wherever he passed. Layers of fire circle surrounded Shen Kui. Shen Kui stood still on the spot like a mountain, like a lamb to be slaughtered, but his eyes were firm without any fear. Shen Ye watched this scene and took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kun was so strong, his heart was also secretly mentioned. Be afraid of fear, but it's too late. Zhang Kun made a distorted sound, and all the flames in the circle of fire suddenly rose, rushing towards Shen Kui. Boom! The flames in the sky are like ocean waves drowning Shen Kui. Wait until the flames disperse. Everyone saw an amazing scene, and Zhang Kun appeared in front of Shen Kui. The sharp claws of the flame hit the solid claws on his Shen Kui's body. Clang! The claws are like claws on a tough rock, but the claws have burn marks. How can it be? Zhang Kun said blankly. Unfortunately, before he could react, Shen Kui's fist slammed Zhang Kun's face and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The ground of the street collapsed centered on it. Zhang Kun directly withdrew from the flamed state, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to get up. Shen Kui raised his foot and stepped directly on him, stomping him to the ground. Jiangkan had an expression of disbelief. It was obvious that both of them were star warriors in the early stage of the 4-star stage, and the use of strange stones was also of purple quality. In the same way, he lost without a killer. And he still lost so thoroughly, this guy is simply perverted. Second brother, let him go. Shen Ye walked up and said lightly. After hearing what Shen Ye said, Shen Kui let go of his foot and took a step back. He originally wanted to speak for Shen Ye to deal with the aftermath, but when the words came to his lips, Shen Kui swallowed it back. If Shen Ye does not go home with himself, he will need to deal with all kinds of things completely independently, and it is impossible for him to rely on someone every time. So Shen Kui wanted to see how Shen Ye would respond. Zhang Kun got up from the ground embarrassedly, his eyes were sulking at Shen Ye. Master Shen, if you don't give face to Master Chen Weisai, you won't have a good life in the future. You are afraid that you have made a mistake. I don't give face to Master Chen Weisai, or you don't give me face. Shen Ye replied without fear. Zhang Kun was also taken aback when he heard this. Shen Ye gave a cold voice, and said to him, First, you really think you and Master Chen Weisai are the Star Tower or the Alliance government, and you want to search? This is your back garden? The reason why you were able to search last time was that because the Night-Bearer of the Star Tower is with you, otherwise what qualifications do you have to search? Think about your identity. Zhang Kunyan's fierce face can't stand it. And here is my sight. When is it your turn to go wild? I open one eye and close one eye to let you search here. This is enough to give you enough face. But you are good. If you don't search well, you can't move. Just kill. May I ask if you don't give face to me in the Star Tower, or I don't give you the face of Master Chen Weisai? Or when are you Lord Chen Weisai so courageous to ignore the existence of the Star Tower? Do you want me to talk to the Star Tower? Shen Ye asked coldly. Zhang Kun heard this, his face became more ugly, and fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Jing Shen Ye said that, he was indeed too much. But Master Chen Weisai's things are indeed lost here. I didn't say not to let you search. I will still give you the face of Chen Weisai. But I hope that you will search, and if there is no evidence, you will not kill people at every turn. Although they are mutants and do not have any human rights, it's not that you can massacre at will. Understand? Shen Yi's mind was extremely calm at this time. He definitely couldn't drive away Zhang Kun and the group and prevent them from searching for the missing things. Otherwise, no matter how abundant one's reasons are, it will be easy for him to be spotted by the other party, and he will be in big trouble then. So even if he is upset, he still has to let the other party continue to search. Zioha raised his head and looked at Shen Ye. The master. There is no place for you to speak here. Shen Ye reprimanded Xiaoha coldly. Xiaoha couldn't help but lowered his head, and stopped speaking. Okay, Master Chen Weisai of that generation thanked the owner of the Shen Ye pavilion. Zhang Kun's expression changed for a while and he replied, as long as he can continue the search, he really does not care about this matter. If you find something, it's okay. The problem is not found now, and then a lot of things will happen. Master Chen Weisai may not let him go. And this guy named Shen Ye was able to be the master of the first hall at a young age. As he guessed, it was not easy. Chapter 67 Divine Art. If you are not mistaken, it should be a member of a large family, and it is not something he can easily offend. Let's go. Shen Ye said blankly, then turned around and took Luo Yun and the others away. Zioha and Luo Yun looked at their compatriots who were squatting on the ground. Although their eyes were distressed, they still obeyed Shen Yi's words and left. In any case, Shen Ye can be regarded as helping them out. Although the search is still going on and will be treated more or less violently by the other party, at least the other party will not kill people at every turn. The atmosphere became very low along the way. Zioha and Luo Yun both lowered their heads and dared not say anything. Shen Kui had no expression on the surface, and his heart was slightly touched. Shen Yi's performance far exceeded his expectations. Originally, Shen Kui thought, in this fight, Shen Ye would definitely not be able to stay here. After all, he offended one party. It is impossible for him to squat here every day to help him finish. Unexpectedly, Shen Ye said that the other party was speechless, and at the same time he gave the other side a face. Let the other party continue to search when you are right and in a good position. In this case, it is hard to find any trouble that the other party wants to find him. The way to deal with things is indeed very old and amazing. Not long after, Shen Ye and the others returned to the tavern. Xiaoha and Luo Yun lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Shen Ye, just like children who did something wrong. Shen Ye smiled dumbly at the expressions of the two. What are you doing with your head down? The owner of the museum was wrong. Xiaoha and Luo Yun replied quietly. Oh, where did you go wrong? Why didn't I see it? Except for the lack of vision at the end, where did everything go wrong? Shen Ye replied with a smile. My lord, we are the one who caused you trouble, don't you blame us. Xiaoha lowered his head reproachfully and said. I blame you for what you are doing. The world is cold, so why are you wrong? What's more, it's your companions who died. It's strange to be angry and angry. If you don't respond, I think you have it. The problem, people are not machines, they must have emotions. If my partner lay there, I definitely tried to kill him. If you really say that you have something wrong, then the fault is that you are too weak, you even survival is all a question, so there is no right to take care of them. Shen Ye said to the two seriously. Xiaoha and Luo Yun nodded seriously. Good point. It seems that you are a little bit better when you come out to start a business. Shen Kui said with satisfaction. Haha, it's true. The second brother, you see that I have grown, so you can leave with peace of mind. Can I continue to stay here? Shen Ye looked at Shen Kui expectantly. It has been a long time since he was praised by his family. This feeling is simply so cool. No way. Shen Kui replied without hesitation. Hey! Shen Ye had a very boring expression, as expected, there is no such easy thing. Shen Kui twisted his neck and said to the three of Shen Ye. You have also seen that danger is everywhere. Only by being strong can you be able to deal with everything. Starting tomorrow, I will start training you formally. Shen Yi's face turned black, and she twitched and said to Shen Kui. Second brother, I have been trained since I was a child, or I'll forget it. No way, you have neglected a lot of cultivation since you went out to start a business. I want to watch you redouble your cultivation and come back. Shen Kui didn't give any face. Shen Ye was about to faint, he was a little bit eager to cry without tears. In fact, in a sense, part of the reason why Shen Ye left the family business was to avoid the devil-style training every day. That is simply a nightmare existence. Xiaoha and Luo Yun responded very excitedly. No problem, Master Shen Kui. Is exactly like a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. That's it. Let me lead you to an exciting life. Shen Kui's statement full of fighting spirit. 1 day. 3 days. In 15 days. Shen Ye, Xiaoha, Luo Yun and the three of them are in a row, struggling. Shen Kui stood in front of them and said to the three of them. We are the strongest creatures in the world, even if we are physically inferior to any monsters. The reason why we don't seem to be as strong as monsters is because we have been slack in refining since we were born. Powerful, only refining. After finishing talking, Shen Kui violently yelled. Click! His whole body top burst open. Xiaoha had an expression of worship, and Luo Yun was already dumbfounded. She asked Shen Ye with some worry, Master of the museum, Master Shen Kui has torn another piece of clothing. Is it okay for him to do this? Wouldn't he wear it without clothes? Hehe, maybe there is no clothes to wear? When my second brother came, did you not pay attention to see him carrying an oversized box? Does this exist? What's in that box? Of course it's all clothes, otherwise his clothes are torn every day. Chapter 50. Ah! This is fine too. Of course it does. This is a very well-known divine art of our family, called broken clothes divine art. For all cultivation and fighting, a piece of clothing must be shattered. In this way, you can show your aura and determination, so as to shock your opponent in spirit and momentum. In addition, the stronger the combat power, the more clothes will be shattered. If I change to my eldest brother, it usually shatters until only a pair of underwear is left. Actually, before Shen Ye came out, he also thought about one thing. His first business plan at that time was to open a clothes shop, right at the door of the family. Only after careful consideration, he decisively gave up the idea. Everyone in the 10,000 family came to get the clothes, and then they didn't give money, or took credit. That's not even the minute the clock is down. Ah, your master, is your family so strong? It's not so strong until now, but it doesn't make a difference in my eyes, it's all for body training anyway. But master, why do you feel that you are so weaker than Master Shen Kui? Luo Yun looked at Shen Ye curiously. Every time he trained, Shen Ye was beaten so badly. Ahem, nonsense, this is called a specialization in surgery, and my direction of cultivation is different from them. Shen Ye couldn't hold her face anymore. He, I just asked casually, the master of the museum, don't be angry. Luo Yun covered his mouth and laughed. Anna Shen Ye shrugged unhappily. By the way, your master, aren't you from the same family? Then why don't you exercise? Luo Yun became more and more curious. That's not the same, I'm a genius. How can I take the old-fashioned road? Regardless of my poor physique, there is absolutely no problem with my strength. It turned out to be like this, the curator is so amazing. Luo Yun rekindled a trace of worship in his eyes. At this time, a stick knocked on the foreheads of Shen Ye and Luo Yun. Be attentive when practicing. Double-mindedness is never allowed. Shen Kui reprimanded loudly. Shen Ye and Luo Yun quickly corrected their attitudes. I don't know how long it has been, Shen Kui finally announced. The morning exercise is over. Shen Ye sat on the ground, gasping for breath. How can there be any demeanor? Chapter 68 Brothers. Xiaoha and Luo Yun are also very tired, they are the first time to receive this kind of system training, even if they have a partially demonized body, they can't bear it. Took a rest for about half an hour. I saw Shen Kui appearing at the backyard entrance of the tavern carrying an oversized iron pan. The iron pot was full of hot broth, and the fragrant smell directly shocked the three of Shen Ye. Dinner's ready. Shen Kui directly shouted the iron pot at the three of them. Time to eat. Xiaoha and Luo Yun got up happily. Even Shen Ye jumped up right after listening. Regardless of his two brothers are brute force type, the talent of cooking is simply a leverage. One is better than one, but unfortunately, I didn't inherit this talent at all. At the dinner table, the four of Shen Ye filled a bowl of broth full of beef and lamb. Pork. Also added several different mushrooms in it, the taste is very delicious. Good to eat. Delicious. The source of strength is food. Only by eating more can you be strong, and you have to eat this pot. Shen Kui nodded with satisfaction when watching the three of them eat. After a while, Shen Ye hiccuped, and the whole pot was empty. I'm full, I'll take a rest. Shen Ye took a long breath. No. Shen Kui rarely spoke in denial. Hey? Why? Shen Ye also had a dazed expression. He usually went to rest for a while after eating, and the second brother never cared about it. I'm going to meet a friend, you go with me. Shen Kui suddenly said to Shen Ye. Shen Ye was very surprised, but he didn't ask much, and replied casually. Good. Then Shen Ye turned his head and said to Xiaoha and Luo Yun. Today you two looked at home. At 12 o'clock, if I haven't come back, you will open the business. I entrust you to open the tavern with full authority. Don't let me down. No problem, my lord. The two responded confidently. Shen Kui led Shen Ye out of the tavern, and they walked towards the empty rail public station. Shen Kui didn't speak much along the way, and he seemed very formal, making Shen Ye a little nervous. Soon the two got on the empty rail train, and the direction of the train was towards the center of the city. Second brother, where are we going? Shen Ye asked in a low voice. I went to meet a very good friend, I met at the Academy of Autumn. Shen Kui replied. Shen Ye became more and more curious. He just wanted to continue to inquire. The train stopped at the next station, and a lot of passengers poured in. Suddenly the carriage became crowded, and he could only give it up. More than half an hour later, Shen Kui took Shen Ye down from the air-track train. His goal is very clear, and he walks quickly. Shen Ye has been following closely, making him feel a strong sense of urgency. He kept wondering who the second brother would like to meet. If there are no accidents, he should be a big shot. After all, he could easily find him for the second brother in the huge autumn star. This is awesome. It is important to know that the information of each tavern owner under the Star Tower is confidential. Just when Shen Ye was thinking about it, Shen Kui, who was walking in front, stopped, and Shen Ye didn't notice that he bumped into his back. Arrive! Shen Kui said. Shen Ye rubbed his forehead, the second brother's muscles were too hard, just like rocks. He raised his head subconsciously and looked around. How did he feel a bit familiar here? It seems to have been here before. At this time, Shen Kui walked towards an inconspicuous storefront in front, and a familiar store name caught Shen Ye's eyes. Inquire about intermediary offices. Shen Ye was stiff in place, unable to speak a word for a long time. 10,000 grassy horses ran past in his heart. What are you doing in a daze? Come in. Seeing that Shen Ye hadn't followed, Shen Kui turned his head and shouted. Shen Ye's face kept twitching and followed Shen Kui into the store. The situation in the store is still the same as before, very narrow and old. Oh, brother, here you are. Bao Cheng walked out of the back room and saw Shen Kui who walked in. He stretched out his hands and prepared to embrace him very happily. Just as he approached, he saw Shen Ye following behind him, and Bao Cheng's smile suddenly stiffened, and he was obviously at a loss. Shen Kui didn't think so much, he directly stretched out his hands and hugged the package, and said very happily. I rushed over when I received your message. By the way, I will introduce you. This is my brother Shen Ye, who I asked you to help find. Third brother, I will also introduce you, this is Bao Cheng, my brother in the same dormitory at university. No need to introduce, I know this stuff. Shen Ye replied with a twitching corner of his mouth. He finally understood why the second brother would be able to find him when he first came to the Star of Autumn. Of course Bao Cheng knew where he was, so he thought he was a great character. Shen Kui's expression is also very surprised. It is impossible for Shen Ye to know Bao Cheng. In order to verify what Shen Ye said, Shen Kui turned to look at Bao Cheng. Bao Cheng had a very embarrassed expression, scratching his head and wondering how to explain to Shen Kui. He didn't expect Shen Kui to bring Shen Ye over. Do you really know each other? Shen Kui glanced at Bao Cheng's expression, and basically confirmed that 9 out of 10 two people really knew each other. More than acquaintance, I was almost killed by this guy. Brother, are you sure this is your brother? Not a superficial brother, Nima is simply a fake guy. Shen Ye spit out angrily. Shen Kui raised his hand and knocked on Shen Ye's forehead. How do you say it? How could Bao Cheng be a fraud? Ahem. Brother Shen Ye, listen to my explanation. I really didn't know before. You and Shen Kui are brothers. When we two went to school together, he had mentioned that he had a younger brother, but he didn't. What's your name? I didn't think you were his brother. Oh, you mean, people who don't know can pit it. Shen Ye didn't reply in kind. Wait, if you say that, I have to have a good theory with you. My reputation in the industry has always been leveraged and never cheated. If you don't say that you are my brother's younger brother, I will not cheat. You, even if you are a stranger, I will not cheat you. Customers are gods in my eyes. I believe you a ghost. Oh, don't you believe it, Don't you just think that my finding a house for you pitted you? Let's talk about finding a house. After listening to Bao Cheng, I was still unhappy. Okay, then let's talk. Shen Ye is also excited. Your budget is just that little, and the stars of autumn are just a few inches of gold. I will show you everything that is cheap and can be seen, but your money is not enough at all. What you said makes sense for the time being, let's not talk about those, let's talk about the house you sold to me. Is there a problem with the property right of the house I found for you? Is there a dispute? This is not true, but the house is not that simple at all, okay. Chapter 69 The Black Market. Then I told you too, this house is dead, and you said you don't care. And that house is so big. The cheap price and the price of cabbage, you should know it. Then you didn't tell me that it was the contact point of the Star Tower. As soon as I stepped in with my front foot, someone put a knife on my neck on my back foot and grabbed the strong man. Chapter 51. How can Shen Ye be fooled by Bao Cheng so easily? I didn't tell you that it was the contact point of the Star Tower, but I didn't cheat you. You have to keep a little bit when doing business, and you can completely refuse to be the owner of the Star Tower. I refused a fart, the others' knives were all on my neck. How can the night bearers hurt people casually? They maintain order and are not robbers. If you are unwilling to live or die, it is possible that they can force you to fail, and I am still doing it for you. According to what you said, I still have to thank you. Shen Ye was a little bit dumbfounded. Brother, you really thank me, and you have to be thankful that you met me, not someone else. Bao Cheng turned upside down. Ah! I still have to thank you? Okay, then you say so. Shen Ye was also happy, he wanted to see what this guy could say to justify it. You should have seen how messy the outer ring of the autumn star is. I don't think it sounds good. If you do business in the outer ring, if you don't have enough skills, you probably don't know where the corpse was thrown. It's also because of you. Only when you become the owner of the tavern can you be safe and sound. Do you dare to say that there is a problem with what I said? Ask yourself what would happen if you were not covered by a star tower? Do you still have to thank me? Bao Cheng said to Shen Ye very seriously. Shen Ye was also taken aback. If you say so, it seems that you are really right. Shen Kui standing aside, after listening to the conversation between the two, he roughly understood the cause and effect. Shen Kui said to Shen Ye, Bao Cheng is right. Don't think that the Star of Autumn is a first-class star. It is the 4 neutral stars under the alliance government. It is very prosperous. Behind its prosperity is extremely chaos and danger. When I was studying here, I never went to the outer ring area. Because that was a very stupid behavior. You are indeed a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Thank you Bao Cheng. After Shen Ye finished listening, he couldn't speak for a long time, and his expression became very weird. He was also speechless for a long time. He still has to thank Bao Cheng. This is not considered boring, but Shen Ye soon adjusted his mentality and thanked Bao Cheng. Thanks. In fact, putting aside subjective factors, from an objective point of view, the package process can indeed be done. After all, he didn't know himself at the beginning. For an unfamiliar customer, he can't let him come up and dig his heart out. This is unrealistic. Bao Cheng can do this very well. Don't be so polite, I have said that every customer is my god, let alone you are my brother's younger brother. Bao Cheng replied with a smile on his face. After receiving the incident, Shen Kui asked seriously, okay, just let the matter go, this matter will pass first. Has the package process progressed? Yes, I worked a lot and asked a lot of people to inquire, and finally I found it. That's great, where is it? In the black market of Ogulans, a black businessman called Black Dog has what you want. Bao Cheng explained. It shouldn't be too late, let's set off right away. Shen Kui said without hesitation. Go, Get in my car. Bao Cheng understands Shen Kui's temperament very well, and he also talks more nonsense. Before Shen Ye had time to ask what was going on, he was confused and followed them into the familiar old car. But this time the package is quite reliable, not so fast. In the car, Shen Ye asked curiously, "Second brother, are you looking for something? I'll tell you when the matter is over." Shen Kui didn't have much mood to explain. The Bao Cheng who was driving said, "Brother Shen Ye, let me remind you first. When you get to the black market in Oglands, you must follow me and don't walk around. Don't talk to strangers, no matter what you see. Reasonable things must be treated as unseen." "Where is that place?" Shen Yejing Baokeng said that he was also very interested. "That is one of the 4 markets in the city of Autumn. It is specially used to trade areas that are not visible. There are all kinds of messy people. And these guys are dangerous. In short, it is not a good place, but it is normal. Under the circumstances, it is still very safe there. After all, the owner of the black market is still strong enough. No one dares to do things on the bright side, but it is only limited to the bright side." Bao Cheng explained to Shen Ye. "I see." Shen Ye nodded and replied. After a short time, the chartered car drove the car to the outer ring area of Autumn City and turned into a street. The bustling streets around the area gradually disappeared, replaced by messy and dirty houses and roads. But it is quite lively here. The streets are full of idlers, and some mutants who look quite vicious, and there are feasting shops on both sides of the street. A group of people sat together along the road, staring at strange faces and cars passing by. The eyes are not very friendly. Shen Ye subconsciously looked at the location on the map on the phone, and was surprised to find that this area was not far from the area under his jurisdiction. He asked about the package. "Oglands' black market won't be far from me, will it?" "Of course not far. The 4 black markets are located in the 4 directions of the Autumn City. Think about it. If I can sell you the tavern house, it means that I am here. The black market I am familiar with is naturally also here. Many things seem to be coincidental, but in fact there are reasons." Bao Cheng gave Shen Ye a detailed explanation. "Understood." When Shen Ye heard this, he didn't say much. It was indeed the truth. Just then the car stopped. A group of people with fierce eyes squatted in the street in front. They blocked the way forward. 2 strong men came up. Bao Cheng rolled down the window and handed out a grey card. The other party took the card and took a look, then opened the grey sheet into his pocket, and winked at the person blocking the road. The group of people gave way, chartered the car and drove in. There was a large parking lot with lots of cars of all kinds. There are many super precious luxury sports cars. Occasionally, some people can be seen coming off the car. These people don't look like ordinary people, and the breath on their bodies makes people feel very dangerous. Shen Ye doubted if it was a slum area. "Go, here we are." The package ride jumped out of the car. "This is the black market." Shen Ye looked around strangely. Chapter 70 The Sky-High Price. Out of the parking lot and walking along the street, all the stores within 1 kilometer are on the black market. In fact, on the surface, this is a street of Autumn Star, but it's entrenched and sold something special. Bao Cheng said as they walked forward. "Brother Bao, what is the grey card you handed him?" "That is the admission ticket. I bought it from a snakehead. A 500-star coin, and one can be used by a group of people." "I see." Shen Ye nodded. Not long after, Bao Cheng took Shen Ye and Shen Kui out of the parking lot and entered the black market street. As soon as he stepped into Shen Ye, he obviously felt a lot of eyes on them. A few teeth were almost lost. The sloppy man leaned over, opened his outer jacket, and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, I have good things here. Would you like to take a look? I will satisfy you." The package program doesn't kill them at all, and they don't even bother to talk back. so they keep going. But even so, more and more people are approaching, some of them are selling things, some are asking their needs. Is like a dog skin plaster, you can't shake it off. But there is a good point, they will not pull or block your way, it is estimated that this is the unspoken rule. Shen Ye took a close look at the pedestrians on the street, and there were not many people visiting the black market. Basically, most people have a fast pace, and they seem to have specific goals. In addition, the shops on both sides of the street were not normal. After such a short walk, he saw no less than 10 kinds of contraband. At this time, Shen Yi's body suddenly trembled. When he was sneaking a glance at a store, he saw a pair of suffocating blood-red eyes. Shen Yi retracted his gaze decisively, not looking at the shops around him. Shen Kui naturally noticed Shen Yi's vision, and he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought it was like this the first time he came to the black market that year. This is also a kind of experience, which is why Shen Kui wants to bring Shen Ye with him. Not long after, Bao Cheng took Shen Ye and the others into an unremarkable dim storefront. As soon as he entered the store, Shen Ye asked a very pungent stench. It was not a normal stench, but a smell of mixed medicine. The shop is not big, just a counter. Sitting on the counter was a man with acne and cunning eyes. Mr. Black Dog. Bao Cheng walked up with a smile on his face. Are you the charter that the kid Cabu introduced? He Go looked up and down Bao Cheng's 3 people, his sly eyes flashed with a gleam, and then his eyes fell on Bao Cheng. Yes, I am a charter. Bao Cheng responded with a smile. I've heard your name, you can be regarded as a small name in this area, okay. Seeing that you still have a bit of face, you can barely treat you as my guest, and tell me what you are looking for. The black dog's eyes eased slightly. Mr. Black Dog is really happy, I'm here to buy something from you. What? Pan Luo Kanashu. Bao Keng directly explained the intention. Hearing a sly smile on the black dog's face. I knew that Kid Kabu introduced you to me, so I don't have any peace of mind. I really do have Kanashu. Shen Kui's expression moved slightly when he heard this, but he quickly restrained it and showed no strange expression. He didn't speak rashly, so as not to disturb the bargaining of Bao Cheng. Shen Ye was also bewildered when he heard the name Pan Luo Kanashu. What did the second brother look for? What does he want this medicine for? That's great, you can make a price. Bao Cheng asked with a smile. It's not impossible to sell it to you, but you should be aware of the package. The demand for this dish of lokanasu has exploded recently, but it is a hot thing. Are you sure you can buy it? Don't worry about this, I still have some financial resources for the package, but Mr. Black Dog hopes that you will see Kabu's face and sell it to us a little cheaper. Chapter 52. Okay, since you said that, you still have to give this little face. Then a box of 600,000 stars. Black Dog directly bids the price. Hearing this price, Bao Cheng's smile disappeared suddenly. Shen Kui's drooping hand could not help but clenched into a fist, and the blue veins on his arm appeared. Shen Ye almost didn't jump up, he really didn't know the price of other things. This plate of Luo Kanashu, Shen Ye had studied it in order to figure out what it was. The price of this thing in the black market is only 20W stars for a box, this 60W stars, robbery. Mr. Black Dog, are you kidding me? Bao Cheng asked with a stiff smile. Who is joking with you? It's the price, do you want it? The Black Dog replied unceremoniously. Mr. Black Dog, I really came here sincerely, but your price is too outrageous. Bao Keng suppressed the anger in his heart, and negotiated with the Black Dog in a good voice. What's outrageous? You don't know how popular this thing is. How many people want to buy it, but there is no way out. It seems that it is not good for you to be an intelligence background. I tell you that you don't buy it, and some people buy it. I put it here and sold it in a few days. It's impossible to reduce the price. Don't even think about buying this medicine if you don't have money. It's a pity that Hego doesn't give him any face, but ridiculed him instead. Shen Kui was furious in an instant. He raised his fist and said to the black dog. What did you say? Say it again if you have the ability. Bao Cheng hurriedly pulled Shen Kui. If there was a conflict, it would be troublesome. Who are you and what do you want to do? You think that a little power is great, but here is the black market of Ogolans. I still said that, at this price, do you want love? The black dog is not afraid at all. Shen Kui slammed a fist on the counter, and said viciously. We won't buy it from you if we kill you, wait for it to be rotten in your hands, let's go on a chartered trip. Bao Cheng also had a helpless expression. As soon as Shen Kui said this, there was no more to talk about it. But forget it, the other party offers such a high price and has such a tough attitude. So Bao Cheng didn't say much. Don't buy it if you can't afford it. You don't want to buy it anywhere you go out of this door. The black dog shouted at Shen Ye and them disdainfully. After a while, the three of Shen Ye returned to the car. Shen Kui was full of anger. If he hadn't restrained him rationally, he would have used that profiteer a long time ago. Bao Cheng picked up a bottle of water and handed it to Shen Kui. Brother, calm down. It's too much to offer such a high price. Shen Kui opened the mineral water and took a sigh of relief, angrily replied. I also know that the price is ridiculously high, but the other party obviously killed us and we needed this thing, so we can sit on the floor and start the price. We can't have a way to get him. In fact, brother, you are still a bit too impulsive. If I was really impulsive, I would have gone up in him. Chapter 71 Relatives. In fact, if you don't buy it, you won't buy it. You don't have to put on the last words. Panlukanisu is really different from other things. This thing has been very popular. Especially in recent years, it has become more popular. It's really possible that the price can be blacked out to people who are in desperate need, but it's not easy to sell. The problem is that this medicine is basically sold out on the black market. Maybe you have to go to him in the end. Bao Cheng also had a headache, but now it's done well. Shen Kui has blocked the road. Then I can't ask him to buy it, he was at a sky-high price. Originally, the official guide price of Kanisha was 1,000 stars. The black market generally recognizes that the price is hovering at 20W. 60W is too exaggerated. It is really a star coin. It's paper. Shen Ye suffocated his stomach and could finally speak. The official guide price is for mutants with distinguished identity cards. Don't even think about it. The 20W star coin is indeed the market price. The problem is that this thing is very tense now. The big giants who sold this thing on the black market have reduced shipments, or even stopped selling, but every day the demand for people is soaring, and it is impossible to buy it at all. Bao Cheng Dan replied with pain. Shen Kui heard that the mood here was a little calmer, and he spoke to Bao Cheng. Brother, listen to me, I really can't afford this price, because I don't want 1 or 2 boxes. I understand, let's go, I will send you home first. Then I will think of a way to find out where there are more for sale, don't worry. Just wait in the tavern, and I will notify you as soon as I have news. You. Bao Cheng comforted Shen Kui. Okay, then I will ask you brother for everything. Shen Kui nodded. What are you polite with me? Your business is mine. Bao Cheng promised, patting his chest. Shen Ye couldn't help but take a high look at Bao Cheng. He suddenly discovered that this product was actually quite reliable. A moment later, Bao Cheng sent the two Shen Ye to a street near the tavern. Shen Kui was not in a very good mood, and he was going to buy something to eat nearby. According to his words, he turned his anger into appetite. There is nothing that can't be solved by eating. If you don't have a meal, you can eat another meal. After Shen Ye accompanied Shen Kui to purchase a bunch of ingredients, the two walked towards the tavern. Shen Ye on the road saw Shen Kui's expression much more relaxed, and he asked, "Second brother, what do you do with Lokanasu? This thing should be more or less right in the house. What else? The family territory has been attacked by an alien, and the medicine has run out. Which house has been attacked? It wasn't okay when I left. How long is this? What's so strange? Being attacked is not a common occurrence. It's nothing more than serious and non-serious. This time it was because of a pilgrimage ceremony held by a neurotic group. The result resonated and attracted a big guy. And that group? Everyone went to on the spot, just leaving a lot of trouble. How are mom and sister?" Shen Ye asked uneasy. "Nothing, don't worry. That's good." Shen Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, "Just fine. But why don't you care about your father and your elder brother?" "What should I care about if my eldest brother is so strong? He is the strongest in our family now. As for the old man, he should be fine, but Zhang is still hot." Shen Ye replied a little puzzled. "You are right, but the old man may not be all right." Shen Kui's conversation suddenly changed. "What's the matter with daddy?" Shen Ye asked urgently in shock. "Hey, it's not because your father agreed with you to start a business, which irritated your mother. Recently, the contradiction has continued to rise, and it almost broke out. You have time to call your father more. You must know that father is only a 4-star star warrior, your mother is a 5-star star warrior, so maybe it's a bit uncomfortable." Shen Kui sighed and replied. "Ahem." Hearing Shen Ye here, the corners of his mouth twitched, "Haha. I know. Shen Ye was also full of confusion. He remembered his father told him about his previous heroic history. Thinking that when he saw his mother in danger, he jumped out of the hero to save the United States. The last two people came together because of this incident. But it feels a little weird. Mom is not a little bit better than dad. Now dad is only a 4-star and 7-stage star martial artist, and my mother is already 5-star and 2-stage, and it's not of the same level at all. What did dad use to save the United States as a hero? Isn't it because of my mom?" Shen Ye is also puzzling. At this time, Shen Kui continued to persuade. "So, when the matter is over this time, come home with me early. Don't say that dad is uncomfortable, and it's not safe for you to stay here. I won't go back. You see, the family has been attacked, and it is not 100% safe. I may be safer to stay at the Autumn Star. At least there will be no large-scale attacks here, so you don't need to worry too much." Shen Ye shook his head and refused like a rattle. "Autumn Star is safe? Not under attack? I am afraid you are too naive. Although Autumn Star is a first-class star, it is one of the 4 neutral areas. The level of chaos here is higher than you think. The frequency of attacks here is more frequent than outside. The planet is hundreds of times higher. It's just that you can't turn over any waves, and they are quickly wiped out. In addition, the area where you are staying now is the main city of Autumn Star, the main city of Autumn, and there are hundreds of cities outside the city of Autumn, those are as chaotic as they are." Shen Kui explained to Shen Ye very seriously. It's okay, isn't there a star tower behind me? Who dares to trouble the star tower? Don't worry. Okay, let's not talk about it, the second brother's house is fine. Why are you buying those medicines and who are you using them? Of? Who won the bid? Shen Ye hurriedly changed the subject. The scale of the attack was quite large. Many people in the Shen family were injured and many people were contaminated by foreign races. There is not enough medicine in the family. This is not your son of the 29th uncle who won the bid, please. When I went to Dad asked me to come and buy a batch of medicines to go back. Uncle 29. Shen Ye scratched his head, some can't remember who it is? No impression. Shen Kui's face was black, and he raised his hand to appreciate a chestnut on Shen Yi's head. Whoops! Pain. Shen Ye clutched his head. Are you floating? I don't even remember your 29th uncle. Shen Kui hates iron and steel and wants to smoke Shen Ye. Second brother, I can't blame me. Let's say nothing else. We belong to the branch of the clan now, right? Daddy is the brother of the current patriarch's father, right? But there are more than 50 brothers in this generation alone. Sister. Not to mention the brothers and sisters of the former patriarch, that is, they are side by sides. There are hundreds of people who count less, ghosts remember. I can remember only 5 or 6, that is still these 5 or 6 uncles are often active in the family. Shen Ye replied helplessly. There is no way to sync. Knight's communicative ability is still not very good, and there is no ability to remember. In addition, the family is too big, how can I recognize it all? Chapter 72 Great Courtesy. Take this 29 uncle as an example. Shen Ye only has a slight impression, as if he had visited the house a few years ago. Those uncles whom Shen Ye is familiar with say that they are more active in the family, but in fact they are stronger and mix well. And this kind of impression is basically definitely not very good. If something goes wrong, I can only ask other people for help. Think about it and know what's going on. As for Shen Ye's own home, it is actually considered to be a better mix in the side branch, which is mainly due to his mother and elder brother. Both are 5-star warriors, especially the eldest brother, who is 5-star and 3-tier at a young age. Can be regarded as one of the pillars of the entire Shen family. Therefore, the side branch that sinks into the night has risen with the tide. I told you to walk with relatives more often. You are lazy, and you don't even know your uncle. You can't make people laugh when you say it. Shen Kui reprimanded angrily. Ahem, second brother, you are sure you know all of them? Joke, how could my uncle not know him? Shen Kui replied sullenly. Where are the cousins who are a little bit outside? Shen Ye asked curiously. Shen Kui seemed to be stumped. He thought about it carefully and said, some know some are too far away, not all of them. That's right. You can't blame me. You often don't recognize them when you deal with them. I don't know all of them. I don't know how to say it. If you fight on the road, you probably don't know that it is your own family. Shen Ye began to say nonsense. I won't talk nonsense with you. Chapter 53. Shen Kui was also annoyed. By the way, brother, how much money did you bring with you this time? How many medicines are you planning to buy back? Shen Ye asked curiously. Hey, I actually know that the thing is expensive, and it will definitely increase in price. So I brought some extra money. I brought a total of 800 stars. I am going to purchase 30 boxes and go back. I know that guy is so dark. It's not a little price increase, but doubled upwards. Shen Kui's teeth are itchy when he talks about it. How many people from the 29 uncles family won the bid, want to eat so much? Shen Ye was also a little stunned. 3. The problem is that I am running out of time. They are almost out of the medicine now. I must buy them quickly and send them back, otherwise the treatment after the delay will be troublesome. Then what will happen if you delay? What are the consequences? Just like the 2 little guys in your tavern, they become non-human and non-human. They are mutants. It will be troublesome if they want to be treated at that time. When they were just polluted in the early days, they were more good treatment. Except for certain highly polluted ones, they can basically be treated well. But if it changes completely, then there is no cure, because my race has changed. That's all for me. I want to remind you that if the 2 little guys change completely and lose their minds one day, remember not to be soft-hearted when you do it. Shen Kui said to Shen Ye in a deep voice. Shen Ye chuckled after listening, and said with a smile. I see. Not long after, Shen Ye and Shen Kui returned to the tavern. Luo Yun and Xiao Ha happily greeted them. Master Shen Kui, Master, you are back. Shen Ye looked at the smiles on the faces of the two of them. He didn't know why, and his heart was a little heavy, but Shen Ye didn't show it. He asked sparsely. What's going on today? No, since the owner of the museum left, no one came to the door. We originally thought that the owner of the museum would not come back at night, and we were discussing when it would open for business. Luo Yun talked about today's affairs very lively. Well, that's good. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, I've eaten it. Then I will hand it over to you on duty today. Okay. The two responded in unison. Shen Ye followed Shen Kui towards the kitchen, helping out. After a while, Shen Kui was ready, and the two sat facing each other to eat. Shen Ye watched the second brother eating there with a lot of thoughts, and suddenly felt that the rice in the bowl was a bit unsavory. After hesitating, Shen Ye asked. Second brother, are you still worried about the medicine? Didn't Bao Cheng say that he would find another channel? It's not that easy to find new channels. After all, that thing is really popular. I really regret it. I was too arrogant and messed up today. Shen Kui rarely admitted his mistake. No. I think you did a good job today. How can you let the other party sit on the floor and raise the price? The problem is that I can't buy medicine. How can I explain to my father and my uncle 29 when I go back? Your 29 uncle has been unhappy all these years, and this time I'm going to show you this thing again. If it can't be cured, you will. It's even worse. When Shen Kui said this, his expression became more and more serious. Shen Ye silently picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass for Shen Kui, and didn't say much. 7 days later, Shen Ye stood on the edge of the yard with a suit of clothes in his hand, looking at Shen Kui, who was practicing desperately, and constantly punching the air, as if he was venting his anger. Shen Ye touched his forehead. It seemed that this matter had become more and more difficult. The news from Bao Cheng was very unoptimistic. It is said that the number of incidents of attacks has been on the rise because the void race has become more active recently. Recently, more and more people came to the 4 planets to purchase medicines, which eventually led to the rising price and demand of medicines, making it more and more difficult to buy. After finishing a set of punches, Shen Kui exhaled for a long time. Clothing. Shen Ye threw the clothes over. Second brother, how about I prepared hot pot tonight? You eat it yourself at night. I'm going to see a package trip to discuss the next things. It is estimated that I will be back late, so you don't have to wait for me. Okay, the second brother, slow down your journey. Shen Kui sorted his clothes and left the tavern. Shen Ye walked to the tavern lobby. After a few minutes of thinking, he said to Xiao He and Luo Yun on the side. I will give you a holiday today. Really, that owner, we will go out to find friends, and we will be back tomorrow. The two are extremely happy, they are about to visit their friends. Since the last conflict, Shen Ye hasn't let them go out, and can finally go out today. Go ahead. Shen Ye waved his hand to approve. Soon Shen Ye was left alone in the tavern. He wandered in place for a while, and finally picked up his mobile phone and called out. Toot! What's the matter? The sound of painful white bear eggs rang in the phone. What can I do? I haven't seen you for a while. I miss you. Are you free? Come over and have a meal. Shen Ye asked with a smile. The sun came out from the west, would you invite me to dinner? Bai Xiang's words are full of suspicion. Speaking as if I would not please, am I that kind of petty person? Okay, just have that heart, I won't go there, I'm busy at the company. Bai Xiang directly refused Shen Ye's invitation, it seemed that he was really busy. Chapter 73 To please. Don't, or else I will bring some good wine and go to the company to find you. Shen Ye was also a little surprised, so unfortunate. Well, that's all right. Bai Xiang thought for a while and replied. By the way, where is your company? Shen Ye asked quickly. After doing it for a long time, you don't even know where my company is? You are too careless. It's on the street east of your tavern. The white bear replied irritably. It's so close, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Shen Ye suddenly blossomed, he took 2 bottles of good wine from the counter, then closed the tavern door, and opened it later today. In fact, it makes no difference whether it is open or closed. Anyway, no one checks the post. As long as no one complains, the ghost knows that he is closed. Shen Ye followed Bai Xiong's instructions and walked to the east side street. As a result, he didn't go far and he really saw the company in charge of Bai Xiong. Is a very eye-catching store with a big sign that says Bear Moving Company. Shen Ye was also a little puzzled, when there was such a new company here, he didn't even notice. The lights in the store door are on, and the goods piled up at the door are packed. Seems to be really busy. As soon as Shen Ye walked in, he ran into 2 tall and thin young men head-on. He recognized at a glance that these 2 guys were the ones holding the knife on his neck, that is, the night keepers under Director Bai. It's you. The 2 young people in front of them also recognized Shen Ye, with a weird expression. It's me, why don't you still want to put a weapon on my neck? I am the owner of the museum now. Shen Ye stood still and ridiculed the 2. The 2 young people in front of them were also a bit at a loss, not knowing how to answer, and the atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. Shen Ye suddenly felt dumb, stretched out his hand and patted the shoulders of the 2 of them. The 2 brothers are joking, don't mind. Everyone will be a family from now on. The 2 young people in front of them were also relieved when they heard this. At this time, Director Bai walked out of it, and when he saw that Shen Ye had already arrived, he spoke. Han Zi, on Wednesday you 2 will go and load all the finished goods on the truck, and deliver them to the customer at dawn. Clear. Han Zi nodded in response, and then walked out. I said you ridicule what they do when you come up, okay? The 2 of them are much more honest than you. Next time, don't get rid of them. Director Bai came up and said angrily, seeming to have heard everything. Isn't it rare for me to see acquaintances and make a joke to liven up the atmosphere? Okay, you came specifically to find me, and you took gallon spirits so generously, you know at first glance that there is nothing good. Don't say that, you make some hard dishes, let's talk while eating. Shen Ye changed the subject decisively. It's inside. Director Bai walked in with Shen Ye and came to a small room. There is a small table in the room with a few home-cooked dishes. Shen Ye was not polite at all, sat down familiarly, and poured a large glass for the white bear. The 2 touched their glasses and took a sip. Cool, sure enough, the more expensive the wine, the more powerful it is. Director Bai drank half a glass of strong alcohol in one breath. Shen Ye also took a sip, and then asked. I said you are not short of money, why are you so economical? You must know that every time this guy comes to the pub, he basically only orders cheap wine. There is also this company, which looks pretty good on the outside, but the decoration on the inside is not so good. Even the furniture is very poor, you can see how much Director Bai has saved. What do you know, who says I am not short of money? There is no one in this world who is not short of money. Director Bai replied with disdain. That's true too. Shen Ye took a bite of the dish and replied in agreement. I said, what the are you looking for me? You don't need to hide it, can you fool me with your careful thinking? I know I can't hide it from you, I really have a little trouble, I want to ask you for help. Chapter 54. Shen Ye said with a smile on his face. Say it first, and borrow money to avoid talking. Director Bai said nothing, he blocked the road first, and he still knew how many pits Shen Ye had. No problem, it's definitely not borrowing money, it's just a little busy. Small busy? Are you sure? Of course I am sure, it means nothing to you. Wait, the more you talk about it, the more I feel the bottomless. What do you tell me first? Director Bai put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Shen Ye vigilantly. If he believed Shen Ye, then his head was kicked by the donkey. I want to buy Lokanasu. Shen Ye didn't continue to hide and tuck, and said straightforwardly. Director Bai's face sank immediately, his face twitched, and he exclaimed annoyedly, I knew you were uneasy. This is a trivial matter? You don't know that Panlukanasu is a controlled drug, it is impossible to get it. Did you arrive? I know, I didn't tell you to help me figure out the clear version, the Alliance Government public sale version, or the black version, the black market circulation, ... Shen Ye has never expected to get the Ming version. The Ming version of Panluokanashu is only for mutants recognized by the Alliance Government, and it is also a mutant with a distinguished identity card. They can buy it at a very low price, but they all want to eat it by themselves. Mutants recognized by other countries are not eligible to buy them at all, let alone those without identity cards. Someone once compared it like this. Every legal identity card of the Alliance Government is a strange stone comparable to the legendary level. Although it is a bit exaggerated in fact, it is not much different. According to the statistics, the government issued no more than 10,000 legal identity cards for mutants. It can be said that every mutant with a legal identity card has absolutely high status and status. The black version won't work either, I can't get it. Director Bai replied irritably, Panluokanashu is now a hot potato, it's too late to hide. Bai Xiong knows better than anyone, that things are good. But it is also a bomb. There is a good saying that everyone is innocent and guilty. This area is full of mutants who can't afford it. Buying this stuff, isn't it attracting hatred? Maybe it's really going to jump the wall in a hurry. And Shen Ye, this guy wants to buy low and sell high, right? Really can't get it. Shen Ye didn't believe Director Bai's words at all. Joke. Yanning was able to buy so many back then, how could it be possible that the white director, who is also in this area, couldn't buy it? I can only say that this guy is unwilling. Shen Ye sighed. It's really a pity. It's not a pity at all, it's not a good thing, you still run the tavern honestly, don't just think about the sidelines. The white bear scolded Shen Ye in an angry manner. I'm afraid it won't work. What can't you do? Director Bai frowned slightly. In fact, this is the case. I don't want this medicine. How can I have the money to buy it? This is what my second brother wants. The family was attacked by monsters and many people were injured. He just came over to buy some medicine. It seems that this posture should be bought. Not anymore. I sympathize deeply, but unfortunately I can do nothing. Director Bai doesn't eat Shen Ye at all. Hey, if you can't buy medicine, the injured people in the family can't be saved. The family has insufficient manpower. It looks like I'm going to be taken back to be a strong man. It's so pitiful. I believe you are a ghost, just your small body, there is a far to go back. Chapter 74 Promise. Don't believe me, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, check it out. The Qun Empire has been attacked by many monsters recently. I didn't lie to you. My second brother is a violent person. He dragged me home forcibly. Actually, it's no big deal when I go back, but there will be no one to run the tavern by then, and you will have to find someone to replace it again. Hey! Shen Ye, treat this as a playhouse. Just leave if you want. Director Bai was also anxious, and he cursed inwardly, damn. If this guy runs away now, as a guarantor, I won't be finished. Hey, it's not that I want to go, nor do I want to, but isn't it no way? Shen Ye showed a frowning expression, a look that I didn't want. You, Count you cruel. You want a few boxes, I will help you. Director Bai also served Shen Ye. When Shen Ye heard Director Bai let go, he suddenly smiled. I knew you were the most reliable, just give me 30 boxes. Director Bai just raised the glass of wine to drink, Before swallowing it, he sprayed Shen Ye on his face. He asked incredulously. How many? 30 boxes. I really. Director Bai wanted to choke Shen Ye to death. And Shen Ye was not angry at all, and said to Director Bai, I know you are the best, 30 boxes are a trivial thing to you. You're too big, forget it, don't care about you. Let me explain to you first, I can help you get it, but you have to prepare the money by yourself, and I can't afford so much money. Director Bai said to Shen Ye very seriously. You can rest assured that there is absolutely no problem, but Director Bai, you try to find reliable points, don't be too expensive. Shen Ye hurriedly reminded. I still use you to teach, I know it in my heart. Director Bai replied irritably. Thank you so much, I will pour you wine. Shen Ye picked up the wine bottle and filled it with Director Bai graciously. I really convinced you. I feel like I absolutely owe you all my life. It's okay, you owed me in your last life, I won't care about you anymore, don't pay it back. You can really push your nose on your face. Hey, kidding. At 10 in the middle of the night, Shen Ye returned to the tavern and sat on the bar and let out a long sigh. The wine was really strong enough to make his head dizzy, but the thing was finally done, and the rest is up to Director Bai to perform. Of course, Shen Ye is still very confident in Bai Xiang. Although that guy often cheats him, he still has nothing to say. The rest is waiting for time. Squeak. Just as Shen Ye was thinking about things, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Shen Ye raised his head and saw the second brother who walked in. His expression was tense. He closed his eyes and guessed, knowing that things must not go well. Second brother, you are back. Hey? Are you drinking? Shen Kui looked at Shen Ye somewhat unexpectedly. A friend came here. After a few drinks, how are things going on Baokeng? It's not going well, there are too many people who need that thing now in short supply. The package has made me mentally prepared, it's impossible, I might even look down on that bastard. Shen Kui was extremely annoyed when he said this, it was no less than slapped him in the face. Isn't it? This medicine is so nervous now. Shen Yexin also raised it, originally he wanted to tell Shen Kui that he didn't need to worry. Listening to what he said now, Shen Ye didn't have much confidence in Director Bai, and it would be embarrassing if he didn't get it. You don't have to worry about this, I will find a way, I'm going to rest. Seeing Shen Yi's worried expression, Shen Kui told him. Okay. Shen Ye didn't say much. The next day was just dawn, and I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Ding ding. The phone keeps vibrating. Indulged in the night, stretched out his hand and touched the phone. Who is it? He called so early, and Shen Kui hadn't even come to ask him to wake up to practice. Hey, who is it? What time do you still sleep? Who do I think? I said. Director Bai, are you confused? I am on the night shift. Night shift? Big brother. Shen Ye almost vomited blood. It's your business. I know with my eyes closed. There is no difference between business and non-business. It must be sleeping on your stomach. I won't talk to you anymore. I found you what you want. Remember to bring your money. I'll find you in half an hour. Director Bai said angrily. Fuck, the efficiency is so high, is it true? Fake a fart, you think I like to get it so aggressively for you, this thing is so popular now. And one price a day, if you don't get it quickly, you won't be able to get it later. What you said is that I will get up right away. Hurry up. Okay. Toot. After hanging up the phone, Shen Ye made a yes action fiercely. Cool. He quickly changed into his clothes and rushed to the courtyard. Sure enough, Shen Kui had already gotten up, and he was frantically practicing boxing in the courtyard with his upper body naked. The fierce fist wind blows up the dust on the ground, blowing sand and rocks for a while. Second brother, stop practicing. Shen Kui stopped and turned to look at Shen Ye. It's rare, you got so active today to exercise, come and join us. By the way, let me see if you have made some progress. No, I'm not here to practice. I quickly change into my clothes. My friend is coming over soon. He has found a new way to buy medicine. Real. Shen Kui is also very surprised. Some can't believe it. Oh, don't care if it is true or not, you will know if you go and have a look together. Good. Shen Kui is not a mother-in-law, so you will know after a glance. Not long after, Director Bai drove a delivery truck and parked at the entrance of the tavern and blew his horn twice. Shen Ye and Shen Kui walked out. Chapter 55. Director Bai looked up and down Shen Kui, his eyes lit up. When he saw Shen Kui's muscles, he knew that he was a master, and he was still a master. Let me introduce to you, my second brother Shen Kui. This is Director Bai. Shen Ye gave a brief introduction to both of them. Bai Xiong and Shen Kui stretched out their hands and shook them. The gaze in Shen Kui's eyes was also very surprised. This friend of Shen Ye was stronger than expected. Hello. Hello. The two greeted each other. Let's go, get things done first. Director Bai simply proposed. Okay, thank you. Shen Kui agreed, so the two got into the car, and the white bear quickly drove out of the tavern. How do you feel that you are going in a familiar direction? Where are we going? Shen Ye sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window and asked suspiciously. Where can I go? Of course it is to go to the black market. Here is a decent black market in Augalands, where to go if not? Director Bai simply replied. 2. Shen Ye nodded. Not long after, the three of Shen Ye came to the black market of Augalands again. Bai Xiong took the two of them all the way, and a very interesting scene appeared. After seeing Director Bai, one by one, after seeing Director Bai, no one dared to come up and sell. Chapter 75 Bargaining became very quiet for a while, making Shen Ye a little uncomfortable, and the contrast was too great. Walking, Bai Xiong took the two to an inconspicuous store. Bai Xiong took the two directly in. As soon as I went in, I saw a familiar face, Black Dog. Shen Kui and Shen Yi's expressions have become very exciting. What's the situation? They obviously don't enter the same store. But Shen Kui and Shen Ye decisively pretended to be nonchalant, as if they had never seen them before. They never thought that the two referrals were the same person. It can be seen from this that the black market must be running out of stock, and dead horses can only be used as live horse doctors. Give it a try. The Black Dog immediately smiled enthusiastically when he saw Director White coming in. Isn't this Director Bai? What brought you here? Don't be hippie smiling with me here. What do you know if I am looking for you? Director Bai replied unceremoniously. At this time, the Black Dog's eyes fell on Shen Ye and Shen Kui, and his heart sank to the bottom. It's just that the Black Dog has never seen the two of Shen Ye. The two sides are in a tacit understanding. Look at what you said, how do I know? Stop talking nonsense with me. I heard that you have a batch of Kanashu in your hand, sell it to us. Director Bai said straightforwardly. Shen Ye and Shen Kuoksan secretly mentioned that the main event was about to begin. Director Bai, you have spoken, how could it not be sold to you? How much do you want? The smile on the Black Dog's face is also a bit stiff. 30 boxes. Director Bai raised 3 fingers. So many, I don't have that many here. The Black Dog's face is about to collapse, and it becomes very ugly. Oh, your brat is fat, and you dare to pretend to be crazy in front of me. You just bought a batch a while ago, and there are at least 50 boxes. If you sell it, you can still have 30 boxes. Director Bai directly turned out the bottom of the Black Dog. Director Bai, who did you listen to? How could I be able to get so many goods? Don't pretend to be with me when you are done, it's not that I don't give money. Sure enough, Director Bai can't hide anything from you. Now that you have spoken, I will sell you all the remaining 30 boxes. Although Heiko said so on his mouth, he had already inquired about it a long time ago, knowing that Shen Kui wanted so much, and he kept it specially for a black stroke. How much is a box? Director Bai asked many questions with a softened expression. Shen Ye and Shen Kui took a deep breath. The most critical moment came. I don't know what price this guy will offer. A box of 30W stars. It's definitely a conscience price. The black dog gritted his teeth and offered the price. Hearing this price, Shen Kui's hand on his back couldn't help but clenched into a fist. Although the price is still very high, it is barely acceptable. Director Bai frowned, and said to the black dog, I said, Black dog, are you floating, giving me such a high price? Where is it, Director Bai? You can go to the black market and ask. This price is definitely the bottom price in the reserve price. I didn't make a cent. Do you think I haven't bought this item? This item is worth 20W. Director Bai, you can't say that. That was the previous price. How can I buy it at this price now? Black dog, don't fight with me, haha, don't you want to confuse? Believe it or not, I will find someone to have a good talk with you. Don't. I didn't mean that. Let's go for a box of 23W stars. This is really my purchase price. No matter how cheap it is, I will definitely lose blood. The black dog is also anxious. Okay, at this price. Of course, Director Bai would not believe the black dog's nonsense. Anyone who is in the black market wants to hear a truth from them. It is harder than going to the sky. It's just that the price is almost the same. If you don't make some money for this guy, he won't be able to sell it to death. Director Bai turned to look at Shen Ye and they said, pay. Shen Kui stepped forward, took out a bank card, and swiped it. Paid 6.9 million stars out. The black dog walked into the small room behind him in pain. After a while, he took out 30 boxes of pan kanashu. He originally wanted to sell it at a high price, but it was a pity that the plan fell through. You must know that this product is very difficult to sell. In the next 2 or 3 months, he will be out of stock here. Shen Kui carefully inspected each box of medicines. After all, these medicines are super expensive. If there is a box of fakes in, it will be hard for him to explain it when he goes back. The black dog didn't say much, and he couldn't be too cautious about trading in the black market. Therefore, the black dog would not look down upon Shen Kui's actions, but would think that this guy was quite clever. No problem. Shen Kui whispered after checking. Director Bai said simply, let's go. He is also reluctant to stay in the black market for too long. Good. Shen Ye and Shen Kui responded. Not long after, the 3 people left the black market and went to the outer streets. I have something to leave first. You should go back to the tavern as soon as possible, take medicine with you, don't stay outside for too long. That thing is honey, it will always attract flies. Director Bai asked. Thanks. Shen Kui is very grateful. If Director Bai did not take the shot, in fact, in all likelihood, he would still compromise to find a black dog to buy 3 times the sky-high price. After all, he has limited time and can't afford to wait. If the money is gone, you can make a new profit. If the person is not cured, you will be in serious trouble in the future. Shen Ye also followed with a hippie smile. Thanks. Director Bai didn't say much, waved his hand and left. Shen Kui and Shen Ye did not stay in place, and hurried back to the tavern directly. After returning to the tavern, Shen Kui went straight to the room to pack his luggage. Second brother, are you leaving now? So anxious? It's not enough. Shen Ye was also dumbfounded following behind. According to the planned itinerary, I should have gone back long ago, but things are not going well here. Now that the medicine is bought, I must send it back as soon as possible. Well, I thought you could stay a few more days. No, but before I leave, there is one more thing to confirm with you. Shen Kui suddenly looked at Shen Ye very seriously. Second brother, don't be so serious suddenly. Shen Ye replied with a stiff expression. Are you sure you won't come home with me? Thank you for your concern, brother, I really can't. Shen Ye shook his head seriously, and rejected Shen Kui's suggestion. Shen Kui fell silent for a while, and Shen Ye was also a little guilty of conscience. The second brother shouldn't be angry anymore. After a long time, Shen Kui stretched out his hand and patted Shen Ye on the shoulder. Through these days of getting along, I found that you have also grown up. You also have your own opinions. Since you don't want to go back, stay and build your karma. Real. Shen Ye looked at Shen Kui a little uncertain, wondering if his second brother had a cramp in his head today. Originally, Shen Ye was thinking that he must go through various hardships before he could stay. Chapter 76 The Harvest Festival. Of course it is true. You are better than I thought. Although you are a little weaker now. But judging from the various things that have happened recently, you can already be on your own, and it's really useful for you to come out to start a business and experience it. I can see that you have broken through the first and fifth segments. Before, you couldn't do any cultivation in the family. It didn't take long to come out, and you immediately broke through the 2 segments. I am proud of you. I seem to have seen someone who was once a genius. You are back. Shen Kui said from the bottom of his heart. Shen Ye is also a little embarrassed to be praised. Hey, this is better taught by your second brother. Okay, no need to say those things between our brothers. I have nothing to leave you, this card is for you, you know the password. Shen Kui handed Shen Ye the card he had bought before. Shen Ye took it in surprise, looked at Ka and asked curiously. Chapter 56. Second brother, how much money is there? I brought a total of 800W from home this time, and I spent the rest in it. If you don't have enough money, call us and stop doing that kind of thing. All right. By the way, if you really have to do that kind of thing, remember to wear a mask, otherwise I don't need to tell the family, someday the family will get it and you will be delicious. Shen Kui reminded in an angry tone. Yes, yes. What can Shen Ye say? Nod quickly and be sincere. Okay, I won't tell you more, I'm going to catch the interstellar flight tonight. If you have any trouble here, go find a charter. We are 2 brothers. He is a trustworthy person, you should have your phone number. Shen Kui asked Shen Yedao. Okay. Shen Yi's heart is also warm. Shen Kui stretched out his hands, hugged Shen Ye heavily, and then left the suitcase neatly. Shen Ye looked at the back of Shen Kui's departure, and was a little unwilling. But he knows very well that his way is not at home. But here, after all, the stage here is big enough. It's just that he is too weak now, he has to accumulate his strength slowly. Even if no one knows for 10 years, it will be famous all over the world. Shen Ye stood there for a long time. Zioha and Luo Yun stood in the back, watching the museum master not daring to say anything, they silently watched their farewells. After a long time, Shen Ye suddenly opened his mouth to break the silence. Why are you still standing there? Get ready, and start work early today. Yes, my lord. But my lord, don't we only open at night? Luo Yun and Xiao Ha showed delighted smiles on their faces. Who said it was going to be open? I was talking about live broadcast. It is time for the delayed star-making plan to be restarted. What? Maple Leaf City Center on the banks of Maple Leaf Lake, in a very luxurious villa with thousands of square meters. Zhang Kun reported the results of the search uncomfortably, sweating on his forehead. Chen Weisai leaned on the sofa, hugged 2 cool beauties to the left and right, suddenly stretched out his hand and swept away. Slap! The glasses on the coffee table in front of the sofa all fell to the ground and shattered. The two women in Chen Weisai's arms turned pale with fright, and their bodies couldn't help trembling. Zhang Kun couldn't help but lower his head. Chen Weisai said hoarsely, "I have given you so long, but you can't even find the same thing you lost. Are you eating plain rice?" "My lord, I have searched all the areas where the thief may be hiding. I really didn't find it. My subordinates suspect." "Do you doubt what?" "I suspect that the thief did not steal by accident, but was purposeful and made a comprehensive plan. He must have accomplices or people behind him to cooperate, otherwise he would not be able to hide things until we can't find them during the escape." "To the point," Zhang Kun hurriedly defended. Chen Weisai's dark eyes kept changing. "The whole room is terribly quiet." "You mean, someone is leading this time?" "Yes." Zhang Kun gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and said. "I see, you can go down first." Chen Weisai waved his hand. Zhang Kun ruling amnesty hurriedly backed out. In fact, Zhang Kun really talked about Chen Weisai's pain points, and he has done many things that are elusive in recent years. Although everyone is polite to him on the surface, Chen Weisai knows best in his heart that he has only a lot more enemies. The loss of things is indeed full of weirdness. He wants to see who it is, and dare to fight him. Don't take his skin off. A month later, at the entrance of the Red Flower Pub, Shen Ye shouted. "Okay. All right." Zioha and Luo Yun ran out of the tavern very happily, and they rarely changed into new clothes. Today is a special festival of autumn stars, Harvest Festival. This traditional day was originally to celebrate a good harvest, and at the same time pray for a good harvest in the coming year. As the times evolve, it becomes a celebration festival. Basically on this day, everyone will buy a lot of daily necessities, and then have a good meal with their families. "Master, Master, where are we going today?" Shen Ye looked at the time on the phone, and said with a breath, "Where else can I go? I have overslept. Now it's more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's too late on Chongning Street. Let's go to Huatong Street, south of the tavern. I heard that it's pretty good over there." "Greitong Street?" Luo Yun replied with a slightly surprised expression. "Why, is there a problem?" "No problem." Zioha and Luo Yun shook their heads quickly. In fact, they are very familiar with Huatong Street. Although the area was on the periphery, it was close to the gate of the city. It was relatively prosperous, and many mutants lived in that area. The three of them walked toward Greitong Street, and a cool wind passed by. Although there is no winter in the autumn star, the temperature has dropped recently as it is approaching the end of the year. But there are more people wandering the streets today than usual. There are many dilapidated storefronts, and it is rare to open their doors for business. It should be considered an alternative holiday. From a closer look, it can be seen that the clothes of the people walking on these streets are basically dark colors such as black and grey, and most of the people's clothes are very old. There are many begging people squatting on both sides of the road, and they smell very bad. On the whole, this area looks very shabby and chaotic. The eyes of those begging people are filled with apathy, like puppets with strings. In the dark corner of the street, squatting silhouettes, all of them crowded mutants. They look at everyone's eyes are full of alert and hostility. Shen Ye looked around the surroundings, frowning slightly, as usual. After a while, Shen Ye and the others came to the junction of Huatong Street. They felt different when they stepped in, and the street became much cleaner. Although the surrounding houses are still short, but at least the facades are clean. However, there are still many stores that are not open, at least more than half of them. Chapter 77 The Vulgar Incident. Shen Ye glanced at the signs of those stores, and immediately knew what was going on. All of them were nightclub KTVs and the like. There are so many, it seems that the nightlife here is very rich. Walking on the street, the pedestrians passing by, whether they are dressed or dressed, are obviously higher. From time to time, pedestrians passing by can be heard talking and laughing. Shen Ye feels a little weird. It's obviously the same city and the same area, but it's only separated by a street. Everything is different. The owner? The owner! Luo Yun cried out suspiciously. Well, what's the matter? Shen Ye recovered, pretending to reply as if nothing had happened. Here we are. Are there? Then let's go in. Shen Ye raised his head subconsciously, and there was a huge supermarket chain in front of him. Then Shen Ye took the two of them into the supermarket to make a big purchase. In the evening, the three of Shen Ye walked to the pub with bags of purchases. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance, and it was vaguely heard. Killed. Shen Ye's mouth twitched fiercely. What's the situation? It's so arrogant now that the sky is not completely dark. Although Shen Ye doesn't like to be in charge, this area is still his territory anyway. Thinking of this, Shen Ye took Zioha and two of them to take a look. On the street not far ahead, a group of men with fierce faces holding various sticks and knives. A group of them surrounded a pair of nice-looking mothers and daughters. The middle-aged mother wore a loose skirt and hugged her daughter with fear in her arms. In front of the mother and daughter, there were 7 or 8 mutants upside down. Each of them looked very angry, and their bodies were colored in many places. 2 other mutants dressed in messy clothes were dead, and the dark red sticky blood stained the ground. Zioha and Luo Yun saw this scene. Their expressions changed slightly, their small hands clenched into fists, but they did not move. Shen Ye naturally felt the difference between the two of them, but they were in a very good mood. These 2 little guys have grown up and learned smarter. Knows how to restrain his emotions, and didn't trouble him anymore. Boss Huo, just let us go. The middle-aged woman, who is still somewhat beautiful, pleaded with tears on her face. Hua Qing, you'd better take your daughter back with us obediently. My patience is very limited. Don't think that these dirty trash mutants can protect you. Boss Huo, I can go with you. I just ask you to let my daughter go. She is innocent. No matter what you want me to do, you are willing to do it. You are old. How much do you really think you are worth? If I say, she is worth some money. Boss Huo looked sarcastically, staring greedily at the girl in his arms and said. Sister Hua, we're fighting with him, you guys go quickly. A mutated person covered in wounds in front gritted his teeth and said. Just rely on you rubbish. Ha ha. Ha ha. The group of thugs in front of them seemed to hear very funny words. Shen Ye also leaned into the crowd at this time, looking at this scene, his expression was also bewildered. This plot is a match for TV dramas. Killing people in the street and robbing good women? Hey brother, who are these people, so arrogant? Shen Ye asked the men onlookers curiously. Chapter 57. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH, you'll be done if they hear you. These guys are not ordinary people, they are from the Tiger Devouring Gang, and the one who takes the lead is the notorious Huo Wu. The Tiger Devouring Gang? When is there such a vulgar gang? What do they do? What can you do? That's what you see. Don't ask me any more, I will be killed by you. The man on the side quickly moved aside. As for not? Is it such an exaggeration? If they do it so publicly, are they not afraid of calling the police to catch them? Shen Ye was also puzzled. Whoever wants to call the police so boldly, do you want to call the police? Or you? No. No, it's not me. Just as Shen Ye was chatting with the onlookers next to him, the man named Huo Wu came over with the tip of his ears. The onlookers who were asked hurriedly denied it in a panic, and some fled in a panic. Finally, Huo Wu walked up to Shen Ye and looked at him arrogantly and unlimitedly. Boy, is what you said to call the police. Shen Ye also looked dazed. What's the situation? Lao Tzu can eat things just by eating melons. Shen Ye twitched the corner of his mouth, coughing. I said, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Ha ha! Huo Wu and others laughed suddenly, as if they heard something very ridiculous. Zioha and Luo Yun took a step forward one after another, half blocking Shen Yat, for fear that they would be disadvantageous to Shen Yat. Shen Ye listened to the harsh laughter. Not only his expression could not hold back, but there was an inexplicable impulse in his heart, and he wanted to go up and give that disgusting face a hard shot. However, out of professionalism, he still maintained a calm expression, letting the opponent laugh. Who the are you? Suddenly Huo Wu's laughter stopped in shock, and he threatened Shen Ye with a hideous face. Oh, it smells so bad, can you speak well? Don't keep your mouth so close. Shen Ye stretched out his hand and slapped it, spitting out uncomfortably, this guy has a heavy tone and smells good. The mutants who fell on the ground at this time saw Zioha and Luo Yun shouting with joy. Luo Yun, Zioha, quickly help Sister Hua, they want to catch Sister Hua's daughter. Zioha and Luo Yun looked very embarrassed, they didn't know how to answer. Oh, who I said was so bold, dare to call the police, it turned out to be a group. Huo Wu looked at Shen Ye viciously, and the subordinates behind him surrounded him maliciously. It's not enough for a group, but don't you think it's too much? Shen Ye asked without changing his face. Haha, who do you think you are? Dare to tell us too much, don't you know whose site this is? Leading Huo Wu raised his hand and poked Shen Ye in the chest. I am no one, I am just the owner of the tavern in this area Shen Ye. Shen Ye answered Huo Wu very plainly. After hearing what Shen Ye said, Huo Wu also felt a little surprised, and he looked up and down Shen Ye. The owner of the Star Tower Tavern. He is the owner of the museum? Boss, I have heard that there is a new owner in this area, but I heard that he is a weak chicken and he has nothing to do. The subordinate next to said as if he suddenly remembered. Huo Wu had a brighter smile on his face after hearing the words of his subordinates. He said to Shen Ye, you are the weak chicken shop owner, disrespectful and disrespectful. You are the best, speak well. Shen Ye's expression did not change much, but there was still a slight change in his eyes. I speak well, but you still don't understand human words, haha. Haha. Laughed happily at the scene. Zioha and Luo Yun were full of angry faces, they even mocked the curator. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to act without Shen Ye's order. Shen Ye took a deep breath, his eyes closed, and said to Huo Wu, have you laughed enough? Chapter 78 Forbearance. Enough is enough. By the way, the owner of the museum, don't you want to call the police? Come here. Give him the phone. Huo Wu said to his subordinates arrogantly. The subordinate next to him quickly took out his own phone and wanted to pass it to Shen Ye. Shen Ye saw that they were so confident, knowing that it would be useless to fight with his eyes closed, and then said with a smile. Don't go too far in everything. I was too much. We didn't do anything. The bunch of people who fell on the ground are illegal mutants. They died and a pig died. There is no difference between them. As for the bitches, their mother and daughter owe us a huge amount. What's wrong with my debts? It's all right to say that I owe the debts to pay off the debts. Why do you want to stand up for them? Unfortunately, you can't control us. We are not mutants. We have citizenship cards. Do you dare to do it to us? Huo Wu directly put his face in front of Shen Ye, as if letting him beat him. Shen Ye stood indifferently, he still understood the rules of the Star Tower. It is strictly forbidden to attack civilians, otherwise they will be severely sanctioned by Star Tower. The original intention of Star Tower was to protect the people. If you don't dare to fight, you can roll if you don't dare to fight. Bah! Huo Wu vomited directly on the ground without putting Shen Ye in his eyes. Okay, if you are right, how do you like to drop? How do you drop? I just passed by and have a look. Shen Ye wasn't angry at all, just smiled back, nothing to do with him. Haha, isn't that right, haha. For a time, Everyone looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Then Shen Ye took Xiao Ha and left. Huo Wu sneered, waved his hand to the subordinate and said, "Take the person away." After speaking, his subordinates walked up and directly dragged walking mother and daughter up. Those mutants who fell on the ground just struggled, trying to stop them. Sister Hua shook her head with tears in her face and stopped. "Wa, you leave us alone." On the way, Luo Yun and Xiao Ha lowered their heads and followed Shen Ye, not daring to speak. Shen Ye stopped suddenly. "Oh!" Xiao Ha and Luo Yun looked up at Shen Ye suspiciously. "The owner. What? Do you feel very aggrieved?" Shen Ye looked at the two with an old-fashioned look, and asked with a smile. "Well, it's a little bit." "That's right, I will teach you another lesson today. People don't show hostility easily if they don't have enough ability and grasp. Because such behavior is not only bad for yourself, it will only attract infinite trouble. You must think twice before making a decision. Temporary retreat is not weak and incompetent, but the heart and the city." "Yeah, the owner of the museum is right." Xiao Ha and Luo Yun looked at Shen Ye with great benefit. "Let's go, back to the pub, it's late." Shen Ye walked forward with his hands behind his back. With a calm face, his heart was already so angry that his curses blossomed. "A group of bastards, waiting for me. Don't let Lao Tzu find a chance, if you don't kill you, Lao Tzu's name is written upside down." After a while, the three of Shen Ye returned to the tavern. Shen Ye went back to the room directly. He turned on the computer and began to search for information and materials of the Tiger Eater gang. He wants to see, who are these guys? I don't know if this group of people has always been so high profile, or what. It turned out to be very easy to find, and it didn't take long for the night to find it. Tiger Gully Gang is a group of professional thugs. As for who the boss behind them is, they have not found any information. But what did they do? I found it easily. They all mixed in the area of Huatong Street, mainly for the entertainment venues there. Depend on. Turned out to be a group of dog legs, no wonder it was so arrogant." Shen Ye cursed fiercely. Forget it for dinner." Shen Ye walked out of the room and headed towards the tavern hall. It turned out that the hall was empty, and Xiao Ha and Luo Yun were not seen. "It's almost time for dinner. Where did these two little guys go?" Shen Ye touched his chin and thought to himself. Shen Ye thought for a while, and walked out of the tavern. In an area where a lot of trash is piled up, a group of mutants gathered together. To say nothing, there were 50 or 60. Xiao Ha and Luo Yun were among them. Is a very strong mutant youth with a very angry expression. I don't need to repeat things. Although we are the existence of low-level garbage, we often sell everything for survival. But we also have a bottom line. Sister Hua is one of our bottom lines. We are not monsters, we are also emotional people. Kazant is right. Everyone regards us as monsters. Don't we think we are monsters? Yes, we are not monsters, we are also human beings. Very well, since everyone has said that, then I'll just say it straight. Sister Hua is now in a very dangerous situation. We will do it tonight to rescue people. I will talk about the ugly first. Voluntary. Because it's very dangerous, you might die in it. You should know better than anyone else how dangerous the tiger gobblers are. We are not afraid of danger. Yes, Sister Hua treats us like relatives, we are not afraid of danger. But after we rescued Sister Hua, what should we do if those people in the Tiger Gully gang are not willing to give up? Xiao Ha asked. What if they are unwilling to give up? When that happens, we only need to send Sister Hua to another area to hide. Will they still be able to find it? Kazant replied without hesitation. It can be seen that he had planned it a long time ago. Okay, then do it. At this moment an abrupt voice sounded. Little Ha, Luo Yun. Chapter 58. The mutants gathered on the scene suddenly changed their expressions and turned their heads to look over. I saw Shen Ye put his hands in his pockets, and faintly shouted. Xiaoha and Luo Yun were also taken aback. They didn't expect the master of the museum to appear here. Master of the museum. Luo Yun replied in a low voice. Why are you still stunned? It's time to go back to eat. Shen Ye said lightly. Xiaoha and Luo Yun replied hesitantly. Yes. Then Xiaoha and Luo Yun walked behind Shen Ye and followed him away. Some mutants in the room just wanted to call Luo Yun and Xiaoha, but they were interrupted by Kazant's hand. After Shen Ye and the others walked away, Kazant said to everyone, forget it, Xiaoha and Luo Yun will not go with us. How can it work? We are already short on manpower. Xiaoha and Luo Yun are not so greedy people who are afraid of death. Don't say it, they are in a different situation from ours now. We are destined to have no future. They are now with the curator of the Star Tower, and they will have a good time in the future, so they don't need to hide away anymore. Brothers and sisters in the field, there is no need to drag them into the water again, don't say anything, everything will proceed as usual. Kazant interrupted everyone and said. Understood. The mood of everyone is also a little depressed. Chapter 79. On the other side, Xiaoha and Luo Yun followed Shen Ye back to the tavern obediently. Just about to explain, he was interrupted by Shen Ye. No need to say anything, come and help me cook. Yes. Xiaoha and Luo Yun responded in a daze. After half an hour, the meal is ready. A table full of food is very rich. Xiaoha and Luo Yun helped to arrange the dishes and chopsticks. The two looked at a table of delicious food. If they changed to the usual, they would be very happy. But I don't know why, I just can't laugh today. Little Ha, Luo Yun. Shen Ye suddenly shouted. The hearts of the two of them jumped sharply, and they replied. The owner of the museum. I suddenly remembered something. I went out to do it. I don't know when I can come back. The pub will be left to you two to watch. Remember to open the door on time and not waste the food. Ah, yes. Luo Yun and Xiaoha hurriedly responded. Shen Ye went out with his hands in his pockets. Soon there will be Xiaoha and Luo Yun in the tavern. Luo Yun buried his head between his knees and asked Xiaoha, are there any dangers in Kazant's actions at night? There is nothing dangerous, and we can't help much. Xiaoha shook his head. Yes, I can't trouble the master of the museum anymore. Luo Yun nodded. Time goes by, and the night is getting darker soon. Just then the door of the tavern was pushed a little bit open, and a head came in. Little Ha, Luo Yun. Called a soft voice. Xiaoha and Luo Yun, who were lying on their stomachs at the bar, raised their heads and looked over, and said in surprise. Little Tower. Come on, everyone is waiting for you. Xiaoda shouted to the two. Luo Yun and Xiaoha shook their heads in embarrassment. We can't go. Why can't you leave? Are you really scared? At this time, 3 young mutants appeared behind the small tower and said. We are not afraid. Xiaoha replied angrily. I'm not afraid, why don't you go with us? You will not forget. When we had no food, who helped us? It was Sister Hua who helped us. Everyone thought she was dirty and exchanged money with her body, but we know qualifications, we have all been favored by her, you can't forget Ben. We didn't forget, but we can't go. Luo Yun replied in a low voice. Forget it, let's go, really, as other companions said, the two of them are different from us. Hey! Xiaoda sighed heavily. Then they left disappointed. Inside the tavern, Xiaoha and Luo Yun sat in a very depressed mood. They also wanted to help, but the owner of the museum asked them to look after the tavern, and they could not violate the owner's order. Luo Yun, what should we do? Sister Hua is in trouble, but we can't go. What else can we do? When the master of the museum comes back, we will ask the master of the museum to let us go out. Before that, we can't go anywhere. While diagonally across from the tavern, Shen Ye leaned against the wall, seeing everything in his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was in a very good mood. Zioha and Luo Yun performed very well and are trustworthy. Shen Ye picked up the phone from his pocket and dialed Director Bai's phone. What are you doing? What did you do? What did you do? What's the matter? Director Bai replied irritably. He was a little afraid of Shen Ye. This guy is simply a scam. There is no one day to stop. Every time you call, there is no good thing. Look at what you said. I can't just call you every day when I have something to do. I can't call you if I have nothing to do? Your situation is a bit small. Okay, count me wrong. Okay, what can I do? Please drink. So kind? Don't tell me it's okay. You just don't believe in people. I asked you to drink, just to thank you for your great help last time. Why don't you believe it? If you don't believe it, it's fine. Originally, I planned to bleed and treat you to a good meal. Forget it, I took so much effort to help you settle things, how can you not eat? Where to eat? Director Bai agreed without saying a word. Today is the Harvest Festival. It is estimated that the city is already overcrowded, so we can consume nearby and go to Huatong Street. Row. Director Bai responded. After finishing hanging up the phone, Shen Yi's mouth raised slightly, and he walked towards Huatong Street. It didn't take long before he came to Greitong Street, found a good-looking stall, ordered some barbecue and hard dishes, and took 2 cases of beer. Then send the specific location to the White Bear. That is more than half an hour. Director Bai came, and he just sat down. I'm waiting for you. Shen Ye enthusiastically passed a bottle of beer to Director Bai. Although the place Shen Ye looked for is not good, but the taste is not bad, at least he has this heart. I said you kid, now I just think of asking me. This is my fault. You helped me so much. I should have thanked you a long time ago. It's just that I have been too busy lately and it has been delayed for so long. It's not just that I just made room, so I came over to invite you right away. Well, Shen Ye said very modestly. I love to listen to these words, let's do it. Director Bai was in a great mood, and raised the bottle to touch Shen Ye. The two drank happily. 30 days after drinking, Shen Ye and Director Bai had red faces and red ears. Wine bottles were thrown everywhere on the ground. Shen Ye, let me tell you, your kid is a good fate and can work with me. That is, without your care, how could life be so easy? Come here and I will toast you again. Shen Ye picked up the wine glass and touched Director Bai again. Director Bai felt very happy when he heard that. Did this kid have his resuscitation today? You should know that in the past, every time he drank and ate with Shen Ye, he took a sigh of relief. Drink. Director Bai drank the wine in 1 cup very refreshingly. At this time, Shen Yi's gaze was squinted, and he saw a dark shadow flashing on the street corner in the distance. If there is no accident, those mutants should have entered the Greitong Street. Shen Ye looked at the phone, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. 2 cases of beer have basically been killed by the two. Shen Ye put the wine glass on the table, and said to Director Bai with an expression of inexplicable expression, look, the wine is almost finished. It's just that the place chosen today is not very good. It was my negligence that I didn't make you happy. Forget it, you only need to have this heart. Director Bai waved his hand indifferently. This is not good, how can it make you unhappy? You gave me enough face this time, and bought me so many precious medicines, so that I have face in the family. Let's go. Let's sing, I invite you go to the best place. Good. Director Bai is not hypocritical, in fact, he is a bit unhappy about his drinking. After all, he was drinking beer, and he was a high-ranking star warrior. This was not enough alcohol. As for Shen Ye, not to mention, he was born in that kind of family, and drinking is just like drinking water, but Shen Ye usually pretends that he can't drink enough. Boss, check out. After Shen Ye settled the bill, he brought Director Bai to the highest-end KTV shop in Huatong Street, talking and laughing. Golden Can Entertainment KTV Clubhouse. Chapter 59. The gate is very earthy, it is earthy golden color. How about here? Advanced enough. Shen Ye said to Director Bai. Director Bai, chirp, shook his head and said with a smile. So. Chapter 80, Hang. At this time, Director Bai is more or less drunk. After all, those 2 boxes of beer were not for nothing. Although they won't be drunk, their heads are also very excited. Well, yes, I actually want you to go to the more high-end places in the city center, but it's too late now, plus today is the Harvest Festival, there is no advance reservation, it is estimated that there are no big places in the city. The location is now. And here is the best shopping area near us. Let's make do with it. I'll ask you to go to a better place another day. Shen Ye looked very sorry. What you said makes sense, so let's go here. Director Bai said in a good mood. Go. Shen Ye took Director Bai to walk up. A slick-looking man greeted him and asked eagerly. Welcome, the 2 adults look very face-to-face, is there any code I can help? Can you please call your supervisor out to entertain us? There is absolutely no problem, if you have any needs, just tell me, I am Manager Guo here, you can call me Xiao Guo. Okay, you said. Give me the best private room, money is not a problem. Shen Ye waved his big hand, a sense of sight of a local tyrant. Of course, he doesn't believe that Xiao Guo is a serious manager at all. He is a man these days, so he just said he was a manager. Who wouldn't? This guy doesn't even know Director Bai, he is just a sales and soliciting. But it happened that Shen Ye was looking for him, and he was not willing to look for him if he changed to a real manager. Okay, let's make arrangements for you, please come with me. Xiao Guo's eyes lit up and he responded happily, and a big fish was hooked. Soon Shen Ye and Director Bai were arranged to a spacious private room. Although this private room was decorated a bit old-fashioned, it was still considered high-end. As soon as Shen Ye and Director Bai lay on the sofa, Xiao Guo immediately asked diligently. What would you like to drink, 2 adults? Shen Ye directly took out 3,000 yuan star coin bills from his pocket and patted it on the table. What is the best wine here? Xiao Guo standing in front of him, his face almost blooming with laughter, he is really a big fish. At this time, he didn't care when to wait, he quickly put away the tip on the table. 2 adults, we have Romanti low wine here. This is a pure imported wine, but the price is very expensive. A bottle costs 5 W stars. It's too expensive, there is no need to waste money like this. Director Bai waved his hand to Shen Ye, although the wine was good. But it was too expensive, and Director Bai was unwilling to let Shen Ye spend too much money, because he didn't need it. And after all, there is not much difference between my industry and a meeting place. I have never seen any good wine. However, Shen Ye replied as if he was drinking too much. What a waste of money, it depends on who you drink with. Drink with your eldest brother, let alone 5W. 50W is not expensive. This wine is less than a fraction of the price you helped me cut down, who told me that it was expensive, I be anxious with him and bring me 3 bottles. After hearing what Shen Ye said, Director Bai didn't say much, too. He saved Shen Ye so much money, and drinking some expensive wine is not too much. Okay, no problem, would you like some girls to cheer up? Xiao Guo enthusiastically suggested. This is unnecessary. Director Bai Yajang refused, he is not good at this. Since my elder brother said no, then don't use it. In addition, I will serve some delicious and fruit plates. Shen Ye ordered very simply. No problem, I'll let them do it. Xiao Guo hurriedly backed out. Let's order a song. Shen Ye said to Director Bai. Director Bai was also interested, and directly clicked on a song from the heart of the Wanderer, and the magnificent melody immediately rang. The atmosphere in the room will immediately rise, not to mention the quality of the equipment in the room is still very good. Shen Ye and Director Bai hooked up their shoulders, took the microphone and began to sing. Brave people, brave hearts. My heaven, my land. Two people sang very much. At this time, the door was pushed open, and the Xiao Guo walked in with a dining cart. I served some food and a generous fruit plate. Finally, I took out 3 bottles of Romanti L0 that were chilled in ice cubes. 2 adults, I will help you open wine and pour the bar. Open the wine and we will do the rest by ourselves. Shen Ye waved his hand, looking impatient. Okay. Xiao Guo Mali opened all 3 bottles, and then backed out. Shen Ye walked to the 3 bottles of Romanti XO, his eyes narrowed. He quickly picked up a bottle of Romanti low wine with a lighter color in the middle, and came to Director Bai. Picked up 2 glasses and poured them full. Shen Ye held a cup and handed it to Director Bai, speaking to Director Bai very formally. Brother, I know that I was ignorant when I came out before, and my mouth was open. But you were really good to me, just like a big brother. Today, brother, I will apologize for you. Let's have a drink together. Brother, you are a little bit out of touch, who are we with whom? Director Bai was very embarrassed when Shen Ye said. You must know that when he pulled Shenai into the water was purely a top package, it seemed that his own situation was smaller. The two touched their glasses and took a big sip one after another. Shen Ye frowned slightly after drinking. Hiss. What's the matter, bro? Is it because I have a cold and my mouth is not working well? Why does it feel that the taste of this wine is not particularly good? It seems something is wrong. Shen Ye looked confused. Director Bai took another sip after listening, and tasted it carefully. The taste is a bit wrong. Could it be fake? Shen Ye frowned, with an unhappy expression on his face. It shouldn't be enough, this golden clubhouse is not too small, take me to see. Director Bai also frowned. Shen Ye handed the wine bottle to Director Bai. Director Bai looked at the wine bottle carefully. He has touched various places all the year round, and he has never drunk any wine. He saw that there was a problem with the wine. No, I'll call over and ask. If you drink it with someone else, I finally invite you, if I get fake wine for you, that's fine. Shen Ye pressed the service button next to him annoyed. After a short while, the door was pushed open. Xiao Guo walked in and asked Shen Ye with a smile on his face. What is your command? This wine doesn't taste right. Shen Ye said with a deep expression. After listening to Xiao Guo, there was no change in the smile on his face, and he continued smiling. How come, my lord, you must be joking with me. This is our direct import from abroad, absolutely fidelity. Is the taste right? We know it in our hearts, if you don't believe it, try it yourself. Shen Ye held back his unhappiness, picked up another cup and poured a little for him. Chapter 81 Reasoning. Xiao Guo smiled and took a sip from the wine glass, and then said, 2 adults, this tastes very good, it is absolutely right. You don't want to use me. You mean I made trouble out of nowhere? Shen Ye asked fiercely. I didn't mean that, but you can't use me to open it. You have all 3 bottles of wine. You have a bad appetite, so you insist on saying it is fake wine. You can't afford to drink it, don't you shirk responsibility. Xiao Guo looks like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Will I give you this money? I want real wine. If you give us real wine, I will pay you exactly the same amount. Shen Ye said with a suppressed anger. I'm sorry, your words are not convincing, you settle the money first, let's deal with the problem you said, I suspect you can't pay the money now. Xiao Guo directly stretched out his hand, completely appalling him. Shen Yi's face turned black, and he directly poured the wine in the glass on Xiao Guo's face, and then smashed the glass on the ground. Snapped. Dog can't spit out ivory. Xiao Guo wiped his face with alcohol, and was also angry. The reverse, the reverse. I think you are here to find the difference. Let's find your MB's scumbag. Call your supervisor here. If you don't give me an explanation today, this is not over. Shen Ye directly scolded very badly. Xiao Guo became more angry in his heart, and his brain heated up and he directly picked up the walkie-talkie between his waist. Security Department. Security Department. Room 777 was hit by someone. Not long after, there was a rush of feet, and then a group of sturdy men rushed in. The leader was a vicious man in a suit, a bow tie, and a scar on his face. He knew at first glance that it was not a good stubble. Who dare to make trouble with us? Brother Zhang Tai is them. Xiao Guo pointed at Shen Ye and them. Whoever made trouble, you guys sold us fake wine.